run from these guys.
A Cinderella story of the ages. Putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime, locked in a duel here. Coming in, it's going to horn, it's going to horn. They took it, they're so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming to you live from Full Sail University in Winter Park, Florida, this is the 2022 XP League North American Finals. Let's go! Come on! Nah, I'm so excited. I am your host. You guys, you're awesome. Keep that hype, keep that energy all weekend because we have so many awesome games and amazing gamers here today. I'm your host, SBG. I'm going to be covering this with you, and this is the largest youth esports competition in North America. It is amazing to see all you guys, and you should be excited. Keep that energy, keep that hype. I love it, and we have to talk about you guys. There's over 200 of you coming from the US and Canada, all over North America to participate in 4 separate titles. We have Fortnite, Overwatch, Rocket League, and Valorant. Which one's the best? I mean, what do we got? All right. We'll decide that on the PCs, guys. But we have to talk about XP League. And if you're not familiar with XP League, they are the premier youth esports competition in North America. They teach more than just gaming. I know all of you are incredible gamers, but besides that, it's the good luck, have fun mentality, learning sportsmanship, health, conditioning, and positivity that makes an esports XP League player different from the rest. So shout out to you guys. I appreciate you. Now, not only is it the amazing gamers that you all are, XP League has also partnered with PCA, which has then paved the way for pro esports team Cloud9 to follow in their footsteps. XP League is phenomenal and trailblazing the way of youth esports. Love to see it. Now, it's not just me. I'm gonna stop talking here soon, but you guys want to know who is going to be covering your games, who is going to be casting. It is time to bring out the amazing team that is going to be talking about all your games and getting hype for every single elim and kill and goal that you guys are all scoring. So, first up, we have our Rocket League casters. Let's give it up for Mikey and Bryonics. Mikey is the lead commissioner and head coach at Loudoun XP League. You've heard him cast Rocket League and Overwatch. He always brings the vibes and positivity. And joining us from California, we have Bryonics. He is the voice of Full Sail University's varsity Rocket League team. He's a graduate of the Dan Patrick School of Broadcasting, and he's going to be casting from home. You can probably see him over there. Say hi to Bryonics, everybody. Perfect. All right, next up, we have our Overwatch casters. It is going to be, I know a lot of you guys in the front know who this guy is. We have Twin Salty and Fire of KLD. Fire of KLD is a co-owner and operator of XP League in Northwest Oakland, who has played and casted for Western Michigan University's Overwatch team and covered last year's Overwatch finals. We had to have him back. And these two, wonderful. He's going to be joined by Twin Salty, right over here, an Overwatch color caster who most recently covered the NA and EMEA Open Divisions when not covering tournaments. He's helping you guys out, coaching and casting in Franklin, Tennessee's XP Leagues. Now, next up, it is our Valorant casters. We have Colorblind and War. Colorblind is coming from Full Sail University's School of Sportscasting. He's fresh off casting the 2022 Special Olympics US Games Unified Esports Invitational and the XP League Regional Valorant matches. He's becoming someone you probably know and have likely heard before. Then, joining him is going to be War. He's an amazing caster who recently lent his voice and excitement and analysis to the XP League Pro-Am, the eFuse productions such as CCA Fortnite for college, and the Nick A30 tournament. Let's give it up for those two. All right, and last, but certainly not least, we have our Fortnite casters. Joining us is going to be Ben K. He is the other CCA college Fortnite caster. He's covered the Nick A30 tournament, and he's a rockstar analyst himself. And alongside Ben K is going to be myself. I am SPG. I've been working in Fortnite for a little bit, but we'll talk about that later. Now, one more quick round of applause for all these guys. All right, thank you so much. You will see them all later. We appreciate them. They have to go get ready to cover your game, so thank you guys for joining us. We will see you in a little bit. Go get ready. All right, now. Besides just the casters, we have to bring up two very important people who have made this all possible. Without them, I don't think any of us would be here today. So let's give a huge round of applause for Jay Melamed and Jeff James.
All right, I know this is super cringy, but I gotta do it.
Jeff, get here, right?
All right. What you guys don't know watching this on Twitch, we're at capacity and we've actually have overflow in a different building, so pretty exciting. Taylor, thanks for the awesome intro and thanks for being here. Guys, if you don't know, Taylor, SBG, just finished casting the last season FNCS Live for North America analyst. So, I mean, that's pretty good. So let's give him a huge round of applause. You guys have your bang sticks? All right. All right, well, first and foremost, I want to thank all of you guys for being here. It is, just an honor to be a part of this with you, and I know that all year you guys have been working hard to get here. Regionals was incredible. I want to thank all the coaches and the league commissioners and the owners, and I especially want to thank parents for trusting us and for allowing us to be a part of your kids' experience in life, and thanks so much for being here. Let's give mom and dad a round of applause.
Thank you for that, Jay. And along with you guys here, we have to shout out all the people that made it possible. You see all these amazing PCs, laptops, monitors. That's all brought to you by Dell Alienware. They were able to put this all together. Our other sponsors were able to bring this. Obviously, we're in Full Sail University. They're doing all the production. They are the venue hosts, so another huge shout out to them. Additionally, the prizing. We have some prizes for you. That is brought to you by MSI and Gamer Advantage. And lastly, certainly not least, we have to thank our other sponsors, Raven, the GameHers, Cope, and Heidu USA, who are all here at the event to help with this IRL action. So round of applause for all our sponsors today.
Let's go.
We have an amazing, amazing weekend lined up for you guys. The guys here, the team at Full Sail, has put on a pretty spectacular event. We are honored to highlight the commitment and effort of our coaches and our players, and this represents the culmination of all their hard work, and we get to showcase it here in front of you guys, the fans, the friends, the family, not only here at Full Sail, but also online, all day long. We also want to take this opportunity to highlight another great team, and that's the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, as their mission to take on Tilt Cancer. So all this week, we're going to spotlight that amazing organization, and we're going to be highlighting them so that as we inch closer and closer to our goal of $10,000 raised for charity. So help us out with that.
Just to echo what Jeff said about that, that's a really important organization that's near and dear to our hearts. We actually have a player who's been just showing us a tremendous amount of bravery. So we're really excited about being partnered with Leukemia Lymphoma Society. We're actually auctioning off 6 gaming laptops that Dell was so gracious to donate to us. So if you have not yet bought a raffle ticket, please go to galabid.com/XPLDell. We have a QR code in the lobby. They're $25 a ticket. You guys need to get them. We need to hit that goal, and you could go home with a laptop. But before we do anything else, really important, somebody had asked, how do we know where we're at in brackets, schedule, things like that? Go to finals.xpl.gg, and there's a bracket component in there. It tells you what's next, where to be. There's schedule in there. There's information. There's also another link to the Galabid. All kinds of fun stuff on there. If you have any questions, find a TO and ask that. Let's see, what else? Oh, after we finish this all up, you guys are going to go to your stations. Last year, there was a lot of confusion about double elimination brackets. You know, when you see a double elimination bracket, it's a winner bracket and a loser bracket. Then people think they're playing for second or third place. And so we wanted to clear that all up and make sure everybody understood the difference between an upper and lower bracket. So we had someone make this fantastic video.
Welcome to the North American Finals. Our tournament format is a double elimination bracket. In a double elimination bracket, everyone gets one free loss. It's best to think of it as an upper and lower bracket. Receiving a loss in the upper bracket will move you into the lower bracket. The undefeated team in the upper bracket and the winner of the lower bracket will go on to play each other. If the lower bracket team beats the undefeated team, they'll play another game. Because remember, everyone gets one free loss. And the winner of this match will be our North American champion.
All right. If anyone has any other questions, you can go online, like Jay said, or find one of these awesome XP League members that are all over the place. So before we get into this wonderful stuff right next to me, this place is packed. We have another packed stadium called the Fortress just nearby. If you guys want to go check that out, you can. But let's go say hello to all the people over at the Fortress. What's going on? Y'all are welcome to go between the two, the Fortress. This is Full Sail Live. If you guys wonder, the casters are going to be going back and forth between the two. They're back in the corner. Some of you may be playing over there, so make sure you're aware of what's going on. But now it's time to talk about all this awesome stuff. Like, this is what you guys want, right? Like, look at this prize. Ooh, that's heavy. All right. We have 4 amazing prizes for all the different titles. We got medals for you guys. I think I may just win all of them, so sorry. You'll have to go next time. But this is what you guys are playing for here today. We appreciate you all for showing up. One team is going to go home with each one of these 4 prizes in our 4 different titles, but now it is time. Enough of me talking. I'm sure you guys don't even want to hear me anymore. Let's get our gamers to their gaming stations, and let's get ready to play. We're going to go to a quick break, but we will be back with some video games, so we'll see you guys soon.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code, and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Everything looks better.
It does, doesn't it?
The reason this lens is so
important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation. Just like
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horn have taken the victory in the grand finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
That was it. He was no play. Oh my God.
But snipe down, looking for one down. He comes through.
First ever Halo Infinite Pro-Am presented by Atlantic Records.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball,
And we get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
A couple of sets of grandparents have been following the team online. We all get in the chat room and give our high fives virtually, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family. As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own.
That person right there, that's my son. They just wiped out the rest of the team.
That's play by Noah, and somehow
We would get together and watch the Twitch stream like it was a professional event.
good game.
Good.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart. Give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at lls.org.
I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about picking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Live from Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida, it is the XP League North American Finals. Hi, everyone. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, and I'm joined with War. War, how are you doing, my man?
I can just feel the energy in this room. It's electric. It's exciting. Everybody wants to compete. Everybody in this room is doing this because there's a chance for them to feel like a pro player. And I mean, it can't get any bigger than this. It's North American Finals. These players had to fight to get here. And now that they're here, I mean, it's just their chance to show off their talent, their skill. And I'm excited to just see it all.
Oh man, the energy is absolutely electric. We're gonna go ahead and make things easy for you at the top, starting with the bracket. Let's go ahead and throw that up on the screen. War, why don't you go ahead and take it away for us, buddy?
Yeah, so as we mentioned, it is going to be a double elimination bracket. So the bracket on top, you can kind of see it all connecting up there. That bracket is going to be the upper bracket. As long as you don't lose, you're going to be in the upper bracket. But when you lose, it isn't much of a problem because that's going to just drop you down to the lower bracket. So 2 losses eliminates you, but 1 loss still means that you can still walk away the champion.
Got a lot of chances here, 2 chances at the very least. A couple of teams to look out for. The Franklin Wolverines come into this at the 1 seed. They are a dominant force to be handled with. The Triangle Minotaur as well, they are very strong. They had a big comeback in the elimination bracket all the way to those finals to take on the Franklin Wolverines, which the Franklin Wolverines did win coming into this. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun in War. I just want to ask you at the top, what are you most excited about going into this?
Well, that's a hard question because there's so much to be excited about. It's a LAN event. Everybody is here in person. Everybody is competing. But I'm most excited to see the teamwork between these teams because they've been playing with each other for at minimum 9 weeks. They've been competing together. They've been practicing. They've been doing strategies. It's just like any other sport. These players go in. They play together. They learn about each other. They become friends. And I want to see the teamwork. I want to see how well these strategies develop between these players because I think that's what's going to impress me most. The strategies, how they act, how they play, how they compete.
The old saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work. That's what we're going to have here today at the caster's desk, my friend. I think you mentioned it at the top as well. Strategy is going to be absolutely key going into this. I'm very interested to see what kind of strategies you see coming out of this. You know, we have coaches for these teams. These kids have really worked together. The team cohesion is going to be very interesting to follow. And I'm really interested to see what kind of strategies these teams take, different approaches coming out. What do you think about that? What kind of strategies do you want to see most of all in this event?
Well, one of the strategies I love is just pushing different sites as a group or sort of pushing split and then analyzing, using your utility from your agent, analyzing, okay, we have a player here, we have a player there, and then ensuring that you have a good, I guess, background of both controlists, initiators, duelists, and the other one as well, too. So, I mean, making sure that your team composition is all set, making sure you have a player to fill each role, and then playing the role to your best ability, that's really all you can do.
We're going to be getting into gameplay in a matter of moments here. You talked about the roles, though. Each character has a different role, a different set of utilities that you can use. What are some characters that you are looking out for most? And kind of just the surprise characters, whether you want to go through, you know, a dark horse kind of agent that you might see come out and play and have a big effect on things, or just in general, who are you looking out for the most?
Well, in my opinion, my favorite role, or sort of type is going to be the controller. And the controller, what they do is most of them are equipped with smokes or some sort of way to slice up the map. And they basically cut sight lines so the enemy team can't shoot at you. If they are shooting at you, they're going to be shooting at you blind, and they're not going to get much value out of that. Shooting blind is basically shooting at nothing. So I think controllers are going to be the most integral role. They're also the role that typically the IGL or the in-game leader is, but we'll have to wait and see exactly. But are there any roles you're looking forward to?
Personally, man, I'm a big duelist kind of guy. Whenever I play a game, any shooter, but especially Valorant, I have this tendency to just W key every little engagement. I'm the entry fragger, I'm the duelist. I want to see the duelist represent, specifically any jetmates out there. If you're a jetmate out there, I want to see you absolutely frag out going into this. You're going to be what I'm looking out for most. It's going to be very, very funny. But we have gameplay coming up here in a matter of moments. We also have an update over at Rocket League over in the Fortress. We're going to go ahead and send you over there and see what's going on with them. Mikey, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey everyone, how's it going? We are here with the first day of the North American Finals. Today we're going to be watching some Rocket League. I believe we have some exciting games coming up. We're going to be looking at the Franklin Storm take on the Hanover Horde B. We're going to be looking at the Franklin Stealth taking on the FC Dragons. We're going to look at the Irvine Dragons taking on the Madison Marvels. And last but not least, the Macomb Heroes going up against the Hanover Horde A. Bryonyx, are there any teams you're really looking out for today for some stellar performances?
There are absolutely amazing matches coming up here right now, but two teams that I'm actually looking forward to right now is the Franklin Storm, who actually won the regionals, and they won it against the Irvine Dragons. Now, the Dragons, in my opinion, is an interesting story. They made it to the regional finals, but by doing it through the lower bracket, meaning they lost the first winner's bracket, and they moved on to the lower bracket, and completely, I would like to say, decimated their opponents going all the way to the finals. So it's going to be interesting to see these guys play again because you have potential for some rematches. For example, the Irvine Dragons knocked out the FC Dragons. And if memory serves, that was a very, very close series. And it's going to be it's going to be interesting to see where these guys stand after regionals and how they prepared here for the grand finals here in Florida. So Franklin Storm, regional champs, they're going to want to try to repeat that again, and they're facing off against the Hanover Horde B team, who actually lost to the Franklin Storm in round 2 of the upper bracket and also lost to the Hanover Horde A of round 3 of the lower bracket. So a lot of people at first glance would say, uneven matchup. But with the Hanover Horde B, they lost maybe 1 or 2 games by a score of just 1 separating. If they change anything, if they get a lucky bounce, if they get, another toss-up, things could have changed for the Hanover Horde B team. So that's another mentality you have to take it away.
So what you're telling us here is that we're going to see some really exciting games, some really close matchups.
Very much so. So it's going to be an excellent day here for Rocket League, and it's going to be an excellent day here for XP League as a whole.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, we've got some minutes waiting for these games to go ahead. How about we take a minute to talk some about XP League itself? We've definitely got a lot of viewers here that aren't super familiar with XP League. So to give a little bit of intro to what XP League is a premier youth esports league in North America, and the XP League experience emphasizes building social skills and sportsmanship values for kids aged 7 all the way up to 15. I personally am an XP League coach and a league commissioner, meaning that I have experience working one-on-one with teams and I have experience running a league. So to be able to be here at North American Finals, see these teams that I've watched practice for years now, waiting for an opportunity like this, it's absolutely stoked. I am so excited to watch these kids get in the arena.
We talked about it last night, and I think that's the best thing for these kids, is coming into events like this and making themselves known and having fun at the end of the day. Because for us, that's the most important thing, is if these kids can walk out of this tournament just saying, hey, that was just a whole lot of fun. I think that all makes it worth it.
Absolutely. We're all about the team building, the community here at XP League, and I think it's going to be a fantastic event for that this weekend.
Definitely. And going back to looking at these few teams, you can tell that these guys are having a whole lot of boats of fun. And for these guys getting ready for these Rocket League matches, it's going to be very fun to see how these kids kind of build around themselves, build each other up as a team, especially because this is their second biggest tournament coming into this grand finals, first one being in regionals. So just seeing how they kind of pivot themselves, how they build themselves up, and how they evolved from regionals here to the grand finals.
One thing I'm definitely excited to see is the difference in LAN gameplay versus regionals. For those who are unaware, regionals was an online tournament that XP League hosted about a month and a half ago, qualifiers for NAFs. So see these teams play a LAN with their opponents right across from one another. I wonder how that's going to change the mentality that the players have when they're in the server.
And you know what? We're working on gameplay right now to get people into this LAN tournament. It's going to be so much fun, but first, let's take a break, take a breather, and up next, hopefully, we'll get used to some matches. Stay tuned.
Welcome back in, everybody. We got your drinks. I hope you got your drinks, popcorn, everything of the sorts. We're just about ready to get into some Valorant action. Let's not stall. Let's get right into it. We have game one, game three, though, on our screen over here coming up. And we're going to go ahead and take a look. It's going to be starting on Haven. So as we see here, we get those compositions coming out here. War, what stands out most to you, buddy?
Well, what stands out most to me is Haven's an unconventional map compared to the other maps. In contrast, Haven has 3 sites. All the other maps have 2 sites, so it gives the attacking team more chances to plant the spike, but it also means the defending team has to set up a little bit wonky compared to the other sites. So we'll have to see what strategies are coming out here. We can see very, very conventional comps, very, very smart comps. It feels like every comp has each one of the roles. Each one has an initiator, a duelist, a controller, and a sentinel. So all these players obviously know what they're doing, but pistol round is the first round. So you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, no, pistol round is the first round. Economy is a little bit low here, so both teams are trying to bring that economy back up by winning the pistol round. And from there in round 2, you'll see one team most likely buy up, get a little bit of advantage in the artillery, be able to take that round as well. That's what can typically happen, but we've also seen some pistol rounds go awry. And we're going to go ahead and jump right into it. It's the Triangle Minotaur taking on the North OC Kraken Road. We see an early push over to that B site. Once again, there is 3 sites on this map, and both teams just trying to get early intel, but North OC Kraken, they have the early push onto that site. Spike goes down, and Beef Jerk trying to get a little bit of peak damage coming out here. Gonna be able to get healed up by the Sage coming through, and now a strong push coming out from Lobos and the Triangle Minotaur. An exchange on that site, just trying to get everybody on that site. as Hank takes down one of the North OC Kraken players, and Hank is going on an absolute rampage here in the pistol round. Hank with a really dominant start to that pistol round. We see a little bit of potential difficulties here as we see the Triangle Minotaur looking like they're gonna take that defuse here, and we have what looks to be a little bit of potential as the Triangle Minotaur will take round one. Defenders getting off to a very good start there as the Triangle Minotaur really off the back of Hank, just a strong play who came in there and just basically took control of the site.
Yeah, I mean, Hank with the 3-piece right there, absolutely massive. You can kind of see that on controller or on the pistol rounds. It's kind of absolute chaos. People just shooting in random directions. And I think it was risky for the attackers to actually push in to the B site, just because B sites really, you can get converged on from 3 to 4 different angles, so it can be absolute chaos.
We got a replay of it coming up here as Hank really got a really strong push onto that B site, able to take the round for his team off the back of Hank. Hank is someone to definitely look out for the Triangle Minotaur. I remember when I was casting for them a couple months ago, Hank really just has a lot of different good aim, good strats, stuff like that. The Triangle Minotaur are going to be a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, but another force to be reckoned with has got to be Lobos. I mean, I watched Lobos compete in a Fortnite event, so different game, but absolutely popping off. Lobos are taking out some literally tier 1 pro Fortnite players, so we're going to get to see that aim on display as it looks like Kraken are going to be opting for the push onto the A side here. Majority taking out one already is going to be a nice way to sort of start out this game, and now we see Big Dog. I believe one of Lobo's teammates from the Fortnite event already, so teammates in multiple games. We'll have to see if the team chemistry is able to hold up here, as they seem to be just holding down the site at tactical pause here.
Now, once again, they're just holding this A site very strong here as both teams are trying to figure out where they're going to push, what they're going to do. As they have the advantage there, the North OC Kraken, they have that personnel advantage here. We enter 30 seconds left. We have a little bit of a pause coming up here. While we have this pause, let's go ahead and take a look at game 1 potentially. If we can get that up on the screen, we have game 1 starting off here again on Haven. We see the team compositions coming out here. I guess, what stands out for you here? I'll ask the same question as we enter game 1 now. What stands out here?
It's the same map, so I'm not going to repeat what I said before, but 2 Omen mains, and I think that's going to be absolutely massive because, as we seem to be flipping around a little bit, but 2 Omen mains. I love Omen. Omen's a controller player, and Omen basically gets 2 smokes at a time, and 2 smokes can effectively shut off any site on Haven or any site anywhere on any map and completely isolate the site. And my favorite thing to do as Omen is sort of teleport from smoke to smoke onto the site and then get the plant up behind their back where they're not expecting it most. So
that is devious strategy there. I hope we see some of the players taking potential advantage. Maybe they heard in a little bit on that, heard in on our casting, but that's a really devious strat. I think, again, you said it best. Omen has that teleport with his ult. There's a lot that you can do there. You can get to any part of the map with that. It's going to be a lot of fun as well. I think, personally, again, I'm a big duelist kind of guy. I love watching Reyna play. Reyna is a lot of fun to watch. Just the utilities that she brings to the table. On top of that, you've got Jet as well. Jet, again, my main. I absolutely love Jet. A little bit of favoritism on my end for Jet, but nonetheless, there's going to be a lot of different compositions coming out here. I want to see some Neons come out. Neon is a really interesting character. We don't see much of her, though, in composition. She offers a lot to the table, though.
We really don't see much for her, and I think Neon could be very valuable on a map like Haven or on a larger map, because what Neon's specialty is speed. Like the need for speed. Neon has the ability to run super fast and also do sort of like a slide technique. One of her abilities is literally called Fast Lane. You get a smoke on one side, you get a smoke on another side, and then she just runs down that smoke and can basically clear the way to any site if their teammates need it.
When it comes to the speed, it's as if they just took Octane from Apex and shoved him into Valorant. He has the, you have the speed, you have the ability to get that fast push onto a site. Neon is a really good entry fragger kind of character that you can use to establish, get a little bit of information, which you absolutely need to do if you are going to push a site. Depending on what site it is, does not matter. You need that information. Neon would be a very interesting character to come see out there as well. Just smokes in general. You got Brimstone. You got some really interesting characters as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope we see a lot of different compositions. Of course, every game has their meta and everything like that. But break the meta, people. Break the meta. We don't need metas around here. This is all for fun, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We have a couple of games coming up here once again in a matter of moments. Do stand by for us, please. But nonetheless, again, we have a lot to look forward to. We've got a gauntlet of games. I am so excited to be here with you, my friend.
I am so excited to be here as well, and you cannot overhype these players. You cannot overhype the competition. You cannot overhype the energy in even this room behind me right here. It's just absolutely exciting, absolutely electric, and I'm sure the players are loving it. So I'm just excited whenever you get the chance to hop into these games, to hop into the action, whether it be Valorant, whether it be Rocket League, or coming later today, also Overwatch and Fortnite. We have a lot of players, a lot of teams, and a lot of people wanting to win.
You said it best, man. There's a lot of games to be played. There's a lot of action. You got something for everybody, basically, I guess. As we're just about ready to get into Valorant, we're also going to have Rocket League as well. And then later on, as you said it, again, we're going to have some Overwatch. We're going to have some Fortnite, and it's going to get absolutely chaotic. We're going to have some fun chaotic. We're going to go ahead, though. Speaking of Rocket League, let's go and see how they're doing over there. How are you guys doing in the Fortress?
Hey, Quinn. We're doing great over here.
Yeah, man, we're doing awesome. So, getting ready for these few games. How's it going over there right in the Fortress, Mikey?
Oh, it's going amazing. Not sure if we can get some other camera shots, but the energy in here is just as electric as in the live venue. There we go, guys. Let's bring the volume up a little. A little bit of a smaller venue in here, but the level of noise, the level of energy is just the same as the live venue. So it's a pleasure to be here in the Fortress today.
Yeah, I can hear you guys all the way from California. That is amazing. It's gonna be a great day here for Rocket League. Looks like we're getting things kind of started here as for these games. Sorry. Which matchup right now are you most excited to see?
I'm really excited to watch the Franklin Storm come into their first game after winning regionals. Knowing teams that have won, I had a couple Fortnite teams do really well in the regionals tournament. And I'm really just excited to see the mentality they have. Are they going to come in guns blazing? Are they going to come in ready to go like they own the world? Or are they going to try to take a little bit of a chill pill, be slow with it, walk into their form and whatnot? I definitely have seen some situations where teams go in with a little too much confidence, make some misplays and whatnot, so the Franklin Storm are going to have to be careful, make sure they can prevent that.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, but I am agreeing with you. I actually really am excited to see these Franklin Storm and just see how they can react to their regional championship. And also, like I said, I'm kind of excited to see these Irvine Dragons coming so close in order to win the regional championship, but just falling short in that game 6 of the regional finals. But another one that I'm interested to see, because they lost back-to-back in the semifinals. It was I believe, Madison Marvels that lost both semifinal games against the Franklin Storm and the Irvine Dragons. So for them, it seems like they have something to prove, not only losing back-to-back, but getting into these games. But it's also something that they had a taste of victory and they let it slip away. It's going to be interesting to see how they kind of pivot themselves for these grand championships.
Definitely. They got so close. They're going to be hungry for that dub for sure.
So It looks like we're getting things ready here for the Rocket League tournament, just getting underway. Like we said, it is a double elimination bracket. So if one of your teams lose, they still have a chance in the lower bracket. When it comes to double elimination, I know that you said that you've worked with the XP League long enough, so you probably have a gauge on what double elimination is like. Playing in these tournaments, what's the biggest thing about double elimination? Are you more lax when it comes to the winners bracket, or do you want to stay up there?
So I've definitely seen a lot of teams have different approaches. That's a really good question, Bionic. Thank you for that. A lot of my teams personally, they'll go in and just try some crazy stuff, try to really have some fun in those first games because they know they have that backup opportunity. On the other side of things, though, I've seen some teams, particularly I think I've seen this out of Madison before with their Fortnite and their Rocket League teams, where they try to play really slow. They try to maximize every opportunity they have. So it should be interesting to see the different approaches that some teams take into this. I definitely am going to predict we're going to see some crazy plays coming out with those teams that have not had that first loss, though, just because they do have that little backup in their mind, lets them play a little more relaxed.
Yeah, so it's almost like a safety net that if you lose one, you still continue on in the tournament. And with these, these young players, it seems as though that safety net's all they need to boost up their confidence and to start kind of experimenting with their gameplay.
Definitely. In the past, we've seen, like I said a minute ago, the confidence is super high in these first games. But like I talked about earlier, I'm interested to see if being in a LAN changes that. I know for a fact if my opponent was sitting right across from me, it would definitely change the way I play in my games.
And with these LAN tournaments, I think it's just exciting for these teams to kind of get to know one another, to kind of meet one another, and to play with one another. And speaking of playing, looks like we're getting some action going on the Valorant side, so we'll throw it over to Building 3. Back to you, Quinn.
Hey, thanks guys so much. We have 2 games starting off here. We're gonna actually go ahead and take to game 1 though, really quickly. Let's not stall once again. Let's get into the action. The Valorant action is 5 seconds on the clock and we are just about ready to get started here. Some very meta compositions coming out here, and we see an early push over to that C site where it is only the Sage Phantom 1v9. It is the Franklin Wolverines taking on the North OC Kraken Blue. It's the North OC Kraken Blue starting off on the attacker side of things, trying to get a little bit of a push mount here, but that Sage Wall coming in absolutely clutch.
The Sage Wall basically denies anybody space. You can only have 1 per match, but when you use it, it's absolutely massive. Speaking of massive, we get to see the teleports come out, but no! Ghost is going to be shut down by Zine there, unfortunately, and now the defenders, the Wolverines, are at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, no, they have that disadvantage. Coming into this, though, they are the 1 seed as well, so they are a team to look out for, but pistol rounds can be absolutely huge for momentum. Now a push over to that B site is Saul able to get the first elim, trying to go for that second elim, not going to be able to, and Phantom able to pick it up finally. Now it's a 3v3 situation up on that, oh, the high ground does not go his way, and now it's a 2v1 situation round the corner, and the Franklin Wolverines able to take it right back.
Yeah, and I'm surprised because on the defender side, it's a lot harder to win the pistol round because you have to cover 3 sites, but now it's not going to be harder because what they did by winning that round is they effectively boosted their economy a lot better than the attackers. So that means that they're able to buy a lot more weapons. We're likely going to see a pistol round from the Kraken, but the Franklin Wolverines are going to be able to simply buy whatever they want because they got they won the round, and you can see Spectres in the loadouts for basically all the Wolverines, and for the Kraken, it just looks like pistols and not much else.
You gotta be very careful with the Franklin Wolverines as well. They have you right where you want them, right where they want you early on here. If you are the North OC Kraken Blue, it's a push over to that A site, slowly being mitigated by It's Swifty. As Sean trying to peek out, able to catch It's Swifty off board, and now North OC Kraken starting off with a personnel advantage here, pushing onto that site. And right back going the way of the Franklin Wolverines again. It's a slippery slope that you walk with these players.
It's a very slippery slope, and you can see the dominance of the different guns. The Spectre in the inventory for the players on the defense, but Duke has to teleport out, has to get back, and now it's just up to Kyle.
This is all really having a strong round. 3 kills on the board, trying to go for that 4th kill here. It's just Kyle hates Val in the corner right here, and Sizol going to be peeking right around that corner. A 4K for Sizol. Really, really strong start for him.
And the significance for getting that many kills is now Reyna, or the Franklin Wolverines Souls, has their ultimate. And what an ultimate is a special ability that you have to build up. Because Souls has that, they're able to simply just use that to be a very, very dominant force. Reyna's ult makes it so she has overheal, she has the ability to dismiss and heal herself in fights. So it's a very, very powerful ultimate if you can use it to get picks.
Well, now the North OC Kraken Blue, they have a little bit of artillery. You know, when you lose that pistol round, you're expected to lose the second round. It is in very rare situations where you were able to pick that up, but now they have the artillery. It is once again an even fight here as the North OC Kraken Blue trying to get a push over to this C site. What awaits them is the Omen and the Sage. The Sage Wall came through, and Emperor just trying to get some peak damage. Not going to be able to get much, though. as Ghost with the Marshall, trying to get a little bit of head taps, trying to get those one taps going through. And that is going to be Jonathan able to take down Sizzle, but Sizzle speaking from behind, able to take down Kyle Hates Val, and now they're out their Sage.
And being out your Sage is very, very scary because in this situation, your Sage can actually kill your teammate. You saw the Omen get healed up there on the defense, and the significance of that is Ghost gets a pick onto Duke, and now we have a 3v3 with Sky very, very low.
Both teams just going blow for blow here. Sean really caught in a very precarious spot here, waiting for his team to rotate a little bit. As now their team is actually rotating over to that A site. It's going to be a matter of whether the Franklin Wolverines will catch on to it. It looks like Phantom flirting with the idea of going for a rotation as Ghost, able to take down one of the players of the North OC Kraken Blue, and now making it a 3v2 for them. But the bomb does go down on that A site, so now you've got to retake it, you've got to win. Even with the personnel advantage, that can be a little bit of a daunting task to take.
And the issue is they're holding at all the wrong places. I mean, somebody flanking from behind, but it doesn't even matter. Jonathan finds one, Emperor finds another, but now we're gonna have a 1v1. It's just Phantom versus the enemy Reyna, and Phantom's on such minimal HP, but they have the heal, the bait of the spike diffuse, trying to bait them out, see if they're gonna expose themselves at all, but maybe getting in their mind too much. They're actually going for the defuse now, but it's not gonna matter. Jonathan comes in, gets the 3-piece with the ultimate, and takes the round.
They said it back in the Counter-Strike days. Pros don't fake. The fake came through for the Franklin Wolverines. You should have stuck it. You could have considered sticking it there, maybe not. But the North OC Kraken able to take advantage of that excuse me. They're able to pick up their first round now. Now it's a little bit more manageable for the Kraken Blue as they come off of that round where they had the artillery.
Yeah, because the Wolverines basically had a bonus round there, so they wanted to stay with their equipment from the previous round. Now both these teams, because it's 2-1, they both have bolstered up fairly good economies. So now we're going to see more conventional Valorant come out, and when conventional Valorant's coming out, the Kraken apparently thrive. They already find 2 picks, and maybe going to be a third. No, it's going to be Souls getting the pick right there. The dismiss comes through, allows them to reposition, and now that they know exactly where the spike is, they know it's going to be an A push. You can sort of see Omen and Sage looking to rotate up the top, regroup as a team for the inevitable 3v3.
Again, you have that information as Sizzle makes it a 3v2 now. You have that information, though. You know exactly where they are, and you almost have this pincer maneuver starting to begin. As now, the Franklin Wolverines, they have a lot of information. Just have to play it well, have to play it right. Don't let you get a little bit too aggressive here. It's Ghost going to be going down to Sean. And now it's a push over to that B site, just trying to make sure they don't rotate onto that site. It's the players on the North OC Kraken a little bit split up here.
A little bit split up. I mean, that's kind of how you have to play in a 2v2. You have to be split because there's 3 sites you're covering, but it doesn't even matter how many sites you're covering. If you're Souls, you pick up the kills no matter what happens. And
30 seconds
Jonathan left as a solo. Needs to clutch up again. We saw him get the 3-piece in the previous match, and will he do it again? No, gets shut down by Phantom.
Man, they had the angle on him right there, but he almost had it. He had their backs turned to them. A very advantaged situation to be in there as the Franklin Wolverines go up 3-1. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at game 3 now. So we're gonna go ahead and get a move over to there where it is currently 3-2 now. It was 2-2 a couple of seconds ago, now 3-2 in favor of the attackers as they get that bomb to go off there. And so far, so good. We look at the team composition as well over here. Some different teams coming out here. We see a lot of raises on both sides of the equation here, as well as some very interesting players. The Chamber on the defender side as well.
I love the Chamber as an agent. Chamber, and you can see Chamber also has their ultimate in this situation, so that could be absolutely massive. But I mean, Chamber as an agent is very, very aim-based. They have the Rendezvous, which is basically like a 2-way teleport. You can go from place to place and back out of any situation if you want, but you have to set that up beforehand. It's not like an Omen teleport where you can do from wherever. You have to find your peaks and always be taking that exact same peak every single time. So you can see an A push from the attacking side, and they're just trying to get in and create some space here.
Triangle Minotaur holding that defense very strong as Retro just trying to get a little bit of information here. The Viper Wall is going down. Utils are coming out onto that A site as they're trying to mount a push onto this site here. What awaits them is a big rotation coming through for the Triangle Minotaurs. Big Dog able to take down one of the players of the attacker squad, and Retro following it up. Now it's a 5v3. 5v2 now coming out as well as Big Dog is having an absolute advantage of a game here. 3 kills coming out for Big Dog, and now it's just Naderite in a 1v5, a flawless coming out from the Triangle Minotaur here. Now it's 3-3.
I feel like the Flawless may be a little bit skewing our perception because it is 3-3, and we know these rounds have been going very, very close. We have talented players on both sides, talented individuals on both sides, but we got to hype up Big Dog there because Big Dog absolutely clutched up for the team, finding 3 with the help of Ronan and as well more of the teammates on their team, but just some absolutely amazing gameplay thus far.
Said it at the top of the show, the Triangle Minotaur are a team to look out for. They went on a lower bracket tear, making it to the finals where they fell to the Franklin Wolverines, but still they put up a fantastic fight, at one point going into overtime in one of the best of 3 games. It is a best of 1 as well, and so far we are knotted up 3-3. Both of these teams not looking to go into that lower bracket just yet. Sagewall coming down on the B side as well as the plant, and now it's a 4v4 situation as Retro popping off, but it's going to see Ronan go down and Retro going down as well. And now the attackers have a big, strong advantage here. The bomb is down as well. Lobo's trying to make something out of nothing here. Last player standing in a 1v3 situation. He has that chamber ult coming through with the AWP around the corner, and now it's down to the Vandal. North OC Kraken Red holding strong.
Tour de Force, the chamber ult, is very, very powerful because it has a faster reload, it has faster time, but in a 3v1, it doesn't even matter how fast the reload is because somebody could just peek that exact same angle, and I think they're just going to go for any picks they can find, but Viper Main says, no, you can't even get a pick in this situation. They're going to get shut down, and that's going to be a win, or at least a victory for the plant. For the Kraken there.
Now the Kraken going up 4-3. You know, you gotta say they have a little bit of momentum here, but then again, it is very blow for blow here early on. We've seen both teams. It started off 2-2 when we jumped over to this game. The North OC Kraken came out to 3. Minotaur got their 3rd. Now the Kraken getting their 4th. Minotaur gonna be trying to go for their 4th here. But the Kraken have the opportunity to start mounting a lead here. You're on attack. You have a very strong advantage on this map on the attack because again, we have those 3 sites to look out for as the Viper Wall going down, now segmenting out half of the map here, and it's going to be Big Dog around the corner, caught out by Bajurk, and now they're trying to push, mounting a push over to the C site.
Yeah, I think this push for them has been working out really well, and as long as they get the push in, I feel like their post plant has been absolutely incredible, but you have to get on the side first, and Beef Jerky, Magic City basically paving the way, and now it's just going to be Retro trying to fight for their life. 31 HP, has the ult if they want to use it, but it's a 4v1. What can you do in this situation?
It's a very dire spot to be in if you are Retro here for the Triangle Minotaurs. The North OC Kraken, again, at the top of this round, we said it, they're trying to go up and get that 5th round. They just got it off the back of Magically. Retro, not much you can do there when you were down in a 1v4 situation. It would have taken a very strong play there. As now, the North OC Kraken, they have that momentum very much so here as they go up 5-3, but again, you are on attack, so you have to start mounting that lead if you want to hang tight on defense.
It feels like the Kraken are just playing really, really well as a team. They're using the Viper Wall, the Viper Smoke. You can see the little green smoke that goes down in a straight line. You can actually see Viper Main using it right now. This ability just cuts off a site completely, and they're using it on the B site, so the significance of that is they're just cutting off angles, and they can always push onto a different site if they want to because it's such a versatile smoke. Smoking off mid, you can always be holding from one angle or another, but it looks like Lobo is just holding back here with the Marshall, finds him. Pick without even scoping in, but
no scope.
Eventually going to get taken out there by another Kraken player.
Lobos with the no-scope, even if you go down after that. That's some style points right there. Retro getting some style points of his own, and Big Dog flying into there, getting that high ground advantage, and Retro finishes him off. My goodness, what a comeback for the Triangle Minotaur. It looked very dire there as the Kraken Red really started a strong push onto that site, able to get the plant down right away, but the Triangle Minotaur came flying through. Big Dog again with that big style points kill. Retro as well. Really strong player for the Triangle Minotaur. He's been their ace early on with the frags.
And you may be wondering what that thrifty meant. That meant that the defender side, Triangle Minotaur, spent a significant amount less than the attacker side. So they had a much worse inventory, and they still won out that round. So I think that's all on the back of their strategy going into it. They had one person, I believe it was Lobos, mounted on the B site, and then they had their players at C and their players at A just converge in from the hallways, and it was just game over from there because when you have people pushing from different angles, if you don't have the site locked down, it's basically over for you.
Again, you said it best, partner. The strategy from the Triangle Minotaur is absolutely key. They've been a team throughout this entire series that has just really been strong. They've grown a lot as a cohesive unit, and now they're trying to hold off the assault of the North OC Kraken, trying to mount a tie now here, trying to get that 5th round. They're going to be trying to do that off of the back of this round as a strong push over towards this A side. The rotations will be coming through for the Triangle Minotaur, but the matter of time will be absolutely key here as they a strong push onto that site here. Rotations coming through as Big Dog at the back of the site, caught out by Beef Jerky, and now Viper main trying to mount a push onto the site as Ronin and Retro picking off 2, and it's a 3v3 now.
Omen teleport comes out. That's from the shadows. It allows you to go basically anywhere you want and get whatever picks you want. But it's actually going to be Lobos on the site getting the pick. The nade's going to get the kill after death there. And now it's a 2v1, 1v1 in this situation. Nanorite, they have the spike. I think it's not down though. Ronin knows exactly what the spike is, so that means they can just hold this angle. But Nano could come from either direction, and because Omen, the Ronin use their ult, they don't know where they're coming from, and Ronin's gonna get that shut down. The sneakiness, the plays come through, and they get the easy win there.
It's a matter of time. Just playing a little bit of peekaboo there, and Ronin wins the game of peekaboo. Now the teams are both tied up here. We have a very contentious match coming out here early on for the Triangle Minotaur, North Sea Kraken. Both teams trying to prove that they're gonna be a titan down this bracket here, but to do that, you have to get past each other. So far, I can't tell which team's gonna be able to make it, but we have a lot of game to still play as we enter round 11 here with the North Sea Kraken trying to get another round up on the board. The Triangle Minotaur now have swung 2 rounds, so it's been still very blow for blow. 2 rounds for each team back to back. We now see a push over to this B site. Lobos taking down Viper main. Again, using that ult. And what is that crosshair, Beef Jerk? My man, what are you doing, my friend? Lobos capitalizing on the really weird crosshair there. It's magically going to be bringing the crosshair back, I guess. And my goodness, Lobos says, get out of here with that, man.
Oh! Lobos finds almost, I think, all of them there, and wow, okay, that round just ended before I'm just still caught up on the crosshair, my God, because, like, I can't even see the screen with that thing.
I don't know how you do it, but this is why they're here. They can use the craziest of crosshairs, craziest of lineups, but they're still here for a very good reason as the Triangle Minotaur are able to pick up a round now, 6-5, and they have their first lead in a couple of rounds now. Very strong momentum shifter for them as Lobos, a really strong round for him as well, getting 3 picks off on that round as well. Very good.
But you can see the Kraken, they're instantly changing their strategy. They're doing a C push this round, which we haven't really seen from them in a situation like this. And they've only been sacking, or the defenders, the Minotaurs, have only been sacking 1 on C. So that could enable them to find picks, but the pick's gonna come out first from Ronin onto Beef Jerky. Ronin doing an amazing job through an Omen smoke, just getting some serious damage on to the Kraken. So now the Kraken forced to rotate out of this situation, and it's gonna be a very confusing situation here because it looks like the enemy race is basically pushed up to deny any A site presence.
Now we see them trying to shift over to that B site, taking a push through mid, but you're gonna have to go through Lobos, and Lobos says, sit down! A 3K coming out for Lobos. Big Dog able to finish the job, and the Triangle Minotaur now up 2 by 2, 7-5. And both teams once again going blow for blow, getting those 2 rounds back to back. North Sea Kraken gonna try and respond here.
It feels like both these teams are so evenly matched. It feels like these teams that we're seeing right now could be the teams in the finals, even if one of the teams lose. Like, these players are so talented, they're so cohesive, and the strategies are coming out and they're different every time. That's the thing that impresses me about it. Like, the attackers went C site, now they're going A site. The defenders have a different stacking pattern basically on each round, and it's just always exciting. It's always incredible for these players.
It's very much a game of cat and mouse. Both of these teams have a lot of duality, a lot of versatility. They can do a lot in this game. And again, that's just why they are here at this venue right now, live in Orlando, Florida. Once again, everybody, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We're seeing the Triangle Minotaur 7-5 currently, trying to go up here as we get a little bit of hype in the venue once again. I love everybody that's here. Thank you guys for bringing the action, bringing the excitement. And now we have the Triangle Minotaur trying to mount a push onto this site here, as we have the round switch as well. Now into the pistol round as Viper main trying to get just something going there, but when you're caught out by the entire enemy squad, not much you can do as it's a 4v3. The Triangle Minotaur mounting their first push of the game on that attacker side. Lobos putting an end to that Raze utility here, and it's blow for blow so far. 3v2 situation, now 3v1 as Lobos spots out magically last person standing for the Kraken Red, trying to push onto that side. Retro has the angle though to shut him down.
2 health, no real way to come back there, and That's a great attacker push because now they're going to gain a serious advantage. They were winning on the defending side, and now switching over to the attacking side. Now that you've won this round, you're basically set up in a perfect position to win out this next round because you're able to buy, your opponents aren't able to buy. So if the Kraken put up a stop here, it's going to be massive, but if not, the Minotaur are slated in a great position to win. Remember, it's going to be 13 rounds is what you need. It's going to be the key to victory, and if we do ever see an overtime, overtimes are absolute bloodbaths, but for now, we just got to focus on these rounds, these players, and Beef Jerky, the crosshair player himself, finding 2.
They know him for his one taps. Retro shutting him down, but still a 2-pick coming off there on the Sheriff for him. Beef Jerky, and now Retro getting a 2-pick of his own. Big Dog coming through, able to finish things off as Viper Main takes down Lobos. And now Retro, a 3K on the board. Absolutely key for the Triangle Minotaur as he's been fragging out for them. Naderite, last player standing, and with little health to go, 15 health on the board. It's a 1v1 situation between him and Retro. Just gonna be a matter of who spots out who, and it's gonna be an aim battle from there. And Retro might not have spotted him out first, but he has the utility, a 4K for Retro, as he is just cementing why he has been this team's fragger early on.
And now I think it's really a question of, are the Kraken able to do anything here? But, I mean, they're now able to buy, which is going to be, I think, really the deciding factor in this match. We get to see them with their weapons of choice. We get to see them with exactly what they want. And on the defense, I think you're overall slated to win more rounds. So as long as you're able to group up together, figure out where they're pushing, I think it'll be a great round for them.
This is going to be an absolutely key round for both teams as momentum really, once you get that double digit, you have a strong chance of taking the win here as the Triangle Minotaur trying to mount a push here onto this site, the A site. Big Dog taking the lead here early on, just checking his corners. It's a matter of the corners game. You've got to make sure that nobody's going to catch you off guard, catch you lacking. And Beef Jerk with the 2K coming out. They line up for him and a 3K for Beef Jerk. Oh my goodness, Beef Jerk going absolutely on a rampage here, taking out 3 of the 5. And now Big Dog finally putting an end to his reign of terror. As the Triangle Minotaur down 2-4 in personnel advantage, and the Triangle Minotaur, they're going to need a very, very good miracle if they want to win this round here.
I mean, that was insane. Beef Jerky said, okay, I can just do it by myself? That's okay, right? Okay, let me just do that by myself.
Nobody will mind, right? I mean, the way that they lined up for him perfectly, too. It was just 2 bullets, 2 headshots. Really incredible there, but Big Dog trying to mount to push onto the site. His last man standing is Ronin, and they're going to be able to finish the job there. North OC Kraken picking up a key round for them once again, not letting the Triangle Minotaur enter those double digits. Man, this has been an exciting match. We're going to go ahead, though, and take things over to the Rocket League guys over in the Fortress. Let's see what you guys got for us over there.
Thank you, Quinn. Welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. We finally have some Rocket League games going on.
It's a gauntlet of games here so far. An 8-0 barn burner here in game 1 with the Franklin Storm and Hanover Horde. And over on round 2, you have a 2-1 affair with the Franklin Stealth and FC Dragons. That one just going to be over in about 5 seconds. 8-0. Your score for the Franklin Storm. And here in game 2, 2:19 left to go. A couple of goals already scored.
All right, and we're going to hop over to the Franklin Stealth and the FC Dragons here. Round number 1 of the best of 5. We see the score currently 2-1, the FC Dragons in the lead.
Yeah, 2-1 your score here. Very interesting.
We're going to see the Stealth here trying to get the ball out of their side of the field. We're going to see Pawnee there go for the hit. Unfortunately, he is going to get demoed. Icy Fire, though, going to get the hit off the wall. Going for the aerial. He's going to miss, unfortunately. We're going to see
Chicken takes it down through the pitch, trying to go into the FC Dragon zone. 2-1 here with about 1:33 left to go.
Pawnee there almost hitting the flip reset. Franklin Stealth definitely showing off their mechanical skills so far in this game. They just need to be able to put together that play. We see the intro to the play going really well, but they are not able to get the follow-up shot so far.
As they try to turn it over onto the side, FC Maxi. And that will be lobbed into the side of the FC Dragons.
We're going to see a good clear there from Chicken. Chicken driving the ball forward. Pawnee is going to stop it, though, and they're going to have a nice shot on goal. We're going to see an excellent defense, though, from Maxi there to stop the shot just before it came in. Let's see, though, if the FC Dragons can clear this ball out of their side of the pitch. It's been down there for quite a while now. Just as we see that, Chicken is going to get a nice hit forward, but like we've seen time and time again, the control from the Franklin Stealth is there. Unfortunately for them, though, they are still down 1 goal, so with 35 seconds remaining, they're going to need to do something quick here to keep their hopes alive in game number 1. Do keep in mind, folks, this is a best of 5, so there'll be plenty of chances for both teams to keep themselves going, but the Franklin Stealth here would definitely like to pick up the win in the first round.
And with about 19 seconds left to go and a 3-1 lead, let's hop on over to game 4 here with the Macomb Heroes and Hanover Horde A just underway with 3:30 left to go.
If we do take a look at the top right, we're going to see that the Hanover Horde A did take victory in the first round, so they're currently up a game, but they are not in the lead of this game number 2, so it looks to be a really close matchup between the Macomb Heroes and the Hanover Horde A. We're going to see Bunch going for the wall shot. He's not, unfortunately, going to have enough boost to get the flip reset, but again, showing off those mechanical skills that these players have.
As they try to take it across, someone named JT waiting in the wings.
And we're going to see Dap with a crazy shot off the wall. It's going to get saved, though, by, I do believe that was Bunch. Bunch showing off those skills, getting that last-minute save. But like we saw in that last game, blue team, the Macomb Heroes, really showing that they are in control of this matchup so far. We've seen the ball down on the orange side of the pitch for most of the game here while we've been spectating. So it's going to be interesting to see how this momentum shifts if the Hanover Horde can get back into the match.
As Dap with a shot and a good save right out in front of the goal mouth. And another shot going off the side of the wing, and that one will be going off the post.
Dap with another shot, though, and he's going to get the score.
Who scores? Nice. That was a great shot by Dap going off the roof, and he just taps that one, and it rolls back in.
The control from the Heroes there, absolutely crazy to be able to take, what was that, 3-4 different shots on goal and still remain in control of the ball. Some excellent control from them. We're going to see the kickoff here go the way of the Hanover Horde. It's going to go down to the blue side of the pitch here. We're going to see a nice setter come out from one of the players. Dap, though, is there to shut down the play before anything can be made of it. Gorilla, though, keeping the ball in play. Unfortunately for him, Dap's going to get a nice shot off the wall. Guard Dog is there to block it, though. And very quickly, the Heroes taking control back of this game, getting the ball onto the orange side of the pitch.
A little bit of a score update here for the Franklin Storm and Hanover Horde. Franklin Storm leading this one 3-0 for the Franklin Stealth and FC Dragons. FC Dragons with a 2-0 lead. And in game 3, Irvine Dragons and Madison Marbles. The Irvine Dragons with a 2-0 lead. And here in game number 4, Macomb Heroes 3 and the Hanover Horde A 1.
Some excellent gameplay we're seeing here from all the teams so far today. We're going to see Guard Dog here trying to follow up the play, a little too close to the ball, but JT with the follow-up shot going to bring the score 4-1 for the Macomb Heroes here. Macomb looking like they might take victory in game number 2. Don't want to jinx anything, but we might have a really close series here in this game with the Horde versus the Heroes. Kickoff is underway. We're going to see M1 with the speed flip. He's going to miss the ball, unfortunately, giving control to the Horde. Ball, though, going to enter the Horde territory very quickly. We're going to see them try and clear it. With a minute left on the clock, there is still plenty of time for them to score 3 goals, but they're going to have to start quick like they just do. Gorilla with a nice goal with the assist from Guard Dog.
That was a great play there by the Hanover Horde, able to get that one in. Now down only 4-2 with 54 left to go.
Kickoff again going to go the way of the Macomb Heroes. Looks like that shot was well placed on goal. Bunch, though, getting a nice save there. And now we see an empty net here on the other side of the pitch. Will the Hanover Horde be able to get another quick goal? We're going to see that just hit the back post there, unfortunately for them. Ball's going to enter back onto the Hanover Horde side of the field. Only 30 seconds remaining. We're going to have to see some crazy gameplay from the Horde here to keep their hopes alive in this match. Keep in mind, though, it is a best of 5, so there will be plenty of chances. We're going to see 2 demos come out from Guard Dog and the other member of the Horde, leaving only 1 member alive on the Heroes. Unfortunately for them, they are not able to capitalize off that before the respawns come in. 10 seconds remaining, and I do think we're going to see the end of game number 2 there for the Heroes versus the Horde. It's going to be tied up here going into game number 3. Why don't we throw it over to game number 3 with the Irvine Dragons versus Madison Marvels? Only 30 seconds remaining in that match. Let's see how that plays out.
Now, right now, it's Doom 45 with a shot on in, and that one goes off the crossbar. And a rebound will hold on to the corner as the the Madison Marvels trying for dear life to get this one back in, but the Irvine Dragons not having any of it. Irvine with a shot in on goal, and that one hits the inside of the post and bounces out. About 3 seconds left to go. 2-1. Dead ball here, but as soon as it hits the ground, the Irvine Dragons will take the win. And let's head over to game 2. Just under 2 minutes left, and it is a 2-2 tie. Things are getting spicy as Icy Fire knocks us up at 2.
Franklin Stealth here versus the FC Dragons. FC Dragons currently up 1 game, and in game number 2, we're tied 2-2 with 2 minutes to go.
As Chicken trying to play this one down. Into the other side, FC Maxi. Maxi with a chance trying to get this one back up.
We're going to see an open net here.
And a shot just going wide, and a rebound will go off to the corner. Boy Killer waiting in the wings. Pawnee with a shot, sharp angle, and that's a save going off the side of the net. And a rebound will be shoved back in to the FC Dragons zone.
Icy Fire here with that boost steal is going to try to clear the ball, but unfortunately for them, they are not able to get control over it. We see the Franklin Stealth here focus in a little bit more on their positioning and boost than ball control. Wonder if that is a strategy they discussed or just something that has played out throughout the course of this match. We're going to see a nice shot there from Pawnee. It is going to get blocked out, though. Franklin Stealth, though, going to remain in control of the ball and continue to put pressure on the FC Dragons here. We're going to see a nice boost steal from Killa there. Killa going to try and go for the shot off the wall. Will we see him with the double tap off the backboard? He's just barely going to miss. He's going to set up his teammate, though, who is also unfortunately going to have a little bit of a whiff. Maxi, though, playing the back line, doing a great job to keep that net protected for his team there on offense.
As Boy Killa not able to pick it up. 30 seconds remaining here. And a 2-2 knotted up tie. FC Dragons not able to get it out of their zone. Now FC Maxi able to turn it over. And now with the Irvine Dragons, the Franklin Stealth trying to get this one back on goal. FC Dragons with the clear and a bump and a shot from mid-side, barely missing the net. Chicken not able to find it. 10 seconds left to go on the clock. 2-2 tie. Coming down to the wire. It gets up into the air on the FC Dragons side, into the side of the corner. They'll try
and
to
we're going to get overtime.
And overtime we go. What are your predictions here, partner?
I really don't know how we could predict who's going to take victory here. We've seen the Franklin Stealth remain in control of the ball a little bit more, but we've seen the FC Dragons place more shots on goal, so I think it's anyone's game here.
As FC Boy Killa trying to get it on in.
We're going to see a nice save.
Denied. What a save by Pawnee.
A follow-up shot by Icy Fire.
And that one's saved by Chicken. Rebound. Save again off the side of the post. That one was close. Icy Dragon.
Spooky Yogurt here coming for the shot. He's going to get the follow-up and get a nice center for the team there. Unfortunately, Killa is going to get in the way of that play. We're going to see Icy Fire, though, on the rotation. These players showing off their not only mechanical skill, but their game knowledge also. The rotations from the Franklin Stealth here have been excellent. We're going to see a power shot come out. Unfortunately, is going to miss. The rebound is going to come out from one of the other members of the Stealth, but they are unfortunately not able to get the goal. We're going to see a nice shot come from downrange. Pawnee's going to go up and block it, though.
And a good shot there from Pawnee, almost going in as Boy Killa not able to find a shot. That one's taken away by the FC Dragons, now turned over Back in by the Franklin Stealth, not able to hold it in. And a shot will go off the roof, and a rebound for Spooky Yogurt hitting onto the side. FC Dragons buckled in their own zone, and that one will be hit off the side of the wall. Not able to clear it, and now a lofty shot will be hit to the side. A minute 38 here in this overtime.
We're gonna see an opportunity here for the Franklin
And a
Stealth.
rebound,
Spooky
scores!
Yogurt gonna score and take victory.
Spooky Yogurt. Excellent shot and an excellent play there by Pawnee. Going off the side of the backboard, Spooky Yogurt with the bar down to get this one a victory for the Franklin Stealth. Let's head on over to game number 3, where the Irvine Dragons and Madison Marvels. It's barely a lead here for the Irvine Dragons, up 2-1.
Irvine Dragons taking victory in the first match, so we're going to see them try and get their second win on the board here for this best of 5. But another really close game we're seeing between the two opponents here. We're going to see
Definitely,
Doom 45 going for the ride up the wall. Unfortunately, he is going to fumble a little, but there's going to be a nice follow-up from one of the other team members. We're going to see a shot off the wall and a beautiful center. All 3 members for the Madison Marvels dive for it, though. That right there, I wonder, is something that hopefully the Irvine Dragons are going to note. We saw them place a nice shot on goal, and all 3 defenders dove for it. So maybe we're going to see them take note of that and go for a nice fake play here to get another score on the board.
Bobby. That one was amazing. Good shot there as Fat Hubert gets it back in. Let's throw it back over to Valorant, though. Here, we got some action. Take it away, Quinn.
Guys, we have a lot. Oh. Hey, thanks, guys. We have a lot of action brewing here. We're going to go ahead and, as I say all the time, not stall. Let's get into game 2. We have a contentious game early on here. 8-6 right now between these two squads here as Tokyo Sushi holding very strong on this site here, and through the smoke, already showing us some fun as we get right back into Valorant. We welcome you guys back. Just a quick update, the Franklin Wolverines and Triangle Minotaur have won out as we have the Franklin Wolverines here once again, 8-6 over the North OC Kraken Blue. And now as Reborn trying to take a little bit of a push out here. Remorse catches him off guard. I do believe, I might have been wrong about that, but the Triangle Minotaur did take their first games over the North OC Red. And now we have a strong presence over by mid.
Yeah, strong presence over by mid. I think the attackers are just looking to see what they can do in this situation. They're so very, very low in this situation, and they're going to look to rotate and love this rotation all the way around through attacker spawn and going to the B site, because as you can see, the defenders just sort of converging in a certain location, but Sky's regrowth coming in super clutch for the Silva, able to re-heal. Unfortunately, though, they did lose one of their players there. So now they're down to 2, and they have to make this push. You can see they're getting sort of chopped into pieces from mid. Omen Smoke comes out, denies a potential plant onto B, and with only 10 seconds left, what can you do in a situation like this? Kill through smoke onto Tristan, and Tokyo Sushi with the flank and the pick onto Reborn, and that's going to be a clean round win for the defenders.
Shogu just blindly firing through that smoke. You know they're there. You might as well just go ahead and send some bullets through that smoke. There definitely proves to pay off for them, and now the defenders are down by 1 round as we enter, I believe it is, my math serves me correctly, this is round 16, and this is a very contentious match. Once again, I said it at the top, once we switched over to this game, it is very contentious early on here. I guess early on what stands out to me so far is the performance from the defenders here. Tokyo Sushi had a really strong round. I do remember Tokyo Sushi is one of the standouts on the offensive side of things when it comes to fragging, picking up those frags early on from when I casted a couple months ago, but nonetheless, Labana Drew starting off on the chamber with the first pick on the board. Now the attackers have a little bit of an advantage, and they try and mount to push over towards this B site. What awaits them around the corner, though, is an attacker quad able to take them down, but Nishfish able to get the pick right back. And the exchange coming through. Cyber playing a little bit of run and gun with the Vandal. You don't see that all too often. And now with the ult pop, Tokyo Sushi trying to get a pick around the corner. Cyber, though, catches him off guard. Better aim and all. Cyber able to take down Tokyo Sushi. And now the North OC Kraken Blue will fall in this round 18 to the Franklin or round 16 to the Franklin Wolverines.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible. I love the switch up from their teams to push onto the B site instead. The significance of this map being Ascent, it's a smaller map, which means the B site push, if you can get on the site, you can get on within like 2 to 3 seconds if you want to sprint it. And with defense with Brimstone, you're able to smoke off basically all the angles, all the control, as we're getting a replay in right here. That headshot onto the Blade Storm. If you don't know what the Jet ult is, it's probably one of the most aim-based ults, and it is so powerful at getting picks. It's basically one shot, one kill, and you can see it being activated from the attacking side this time. Blade Storm coming out. Maybe we'll get to see it in use here, as we do see Remorse. Amazing TP up to high ground to sort of bail them out of this situation, and it's going to allow the first picks to come through. Shooting just blindly in, and going to be able to assist Yorba with 2 of those picks. Yorba finding a Yoruba, and Tokyo Sushi with the flank, able to finish it up there, and absolutely amazing by the Kraken there, finishing out that round.
And Yoruba really just, again, we said it a couple of times now, Yoruba on the chamber is a deadly combo, showing there why that is in fact just the truth at the end of the day. Is a nice 3K up on the board there, able to get a round for his team up on the board there as we now enter round 18. And once again, they are both teams within 1 of each other. The North OC Kraken Blue now, though, they have a little bit of momentum moving their way, so they're going to be trying to get that tie as we move into round 19, potentially out of this round here. But to do that, they're going to have to mount a very good defensive hold, and so far, we see a little bit of a push over towards that B site. We see very strong push actually coming in from Cyber, who's just into the thick of it right now. Tokyo Sushi having to dash out of that situation there, able to get a pick off. And now it's a game of peekaboo here as Cyber able to finally take him down, as Reborn not able to take him down early on. Able to get a pick there, and now it's a 4v2 situation. North OC Kraken Blue down by 2.
Yeah, and it looks like they have the site control at this situation, and you can sort of see what they did. They crept up mid, but they also made themselves all the space in the world. And another way to make space is Brimstone smokes right now. Yoruba doesn't even know what to do in this situation because you have to push through the smoke, and with quad going down, Yoruba is just going to be picked up immediately after that. That's going to be another pick and another victory for their team.
They set up that site perfectly there as the Franklin Wolverines, once they got on that site, they just threw all of their utility down, not going to let them have any angles whatsoever. They'd rather have you have to Stewie 2K it, peek around that smoke a little bit, get a little bit risky, get a little bit aggressive there, and definitely on the defensive side of things, you don't want to have to be in a situation like that. They almost had the pincer maneuver on them to some extent there, as the Franklin Wolverines now up by 2 and within 3 of taking this game.
Within 3 of taking this game, that's going to be the significant part of that statement. Silverdart comes out. What that does is it's able to mark out the site, and you can see also Sova drone. Sova's entire utility is about scouting out the site, finding enemy players, but unfortunately going to get denied there by the Jet, and now picks are going to come through. Jet just shoots in through the smoke. Through the smoke kills for the defending side has been absolutely incredible up until this point, and they're able to just slice and dice the site however they want them to, and you can see Tokyo just holding this angle here, trying to create as much space. The attackers don't even know what to do in this situation because they're getting pitched, they're getting pinned. All of mid is held. So they really only have one push. That's onto the A site, unless they want to back out and go all the way around. But that's a very long rotation if you want to make it.
And then this is where the aim becomes absolutely imperative. When you're down a player, when you're pincered into the corner there, they're not going to check the corner. Tokyo Sushi able to get a pick off before falling to Labana Drew, and now it's a 3v4 situation as the bomb is going to go down. Rotation's coming through now. Shogu has the high ground, going to be peeking right around this corner. What awaits him is Cyber through that smoke, as Cyber throwing some bullets out. Going to be taken down by Yoruba though, and now it's a 2v4 situation on that site. Shogu trying to make things a little bit more manageable here. So they push onto that site, and last person standing for the Franklin Wolverines, that's going to be Tristan Live, who has the ult, knows where that plant is going to be for the Kraken Blue, trying to send that ult through. And Yoruba running out of bullets there. It's not going to matter. As the defenders, North OC Kraken Blue able to get that defuse coming through. Tristan really backed into a corner there without his team. Kind of like, hey, where's my team at? Where did you guys all go? Has to play that a little bit carefully there, just save for the next round.
Save for the next round, and sometimes that's what you gotta do in these situations, but there's not that many rounds left unless we go into overtime here. Remember, it's gonna be 13 to win, so you can see Kraken going for more of their safe push here onto the B site, and this is gonna be the quick push. Wolverine's just gonna set up on a 2-1-2 split, the very conventional split on this site, but the Omen on this site is gonna allow smokes to be in the way, and you can see how deadly the Jet Omen combo is. Jet just to shoot into the smokes, then dash out, and then Omen to sort of create that space for the team. But with the Sova Dart, that's going to be able to have the space. It doesn't even matter. Another kill through smoke for Sushi.
Tokyo Sushi, my friend, are you walling? The smoke kills have been absolutely absurd. Just one after another. Another limb up on the board for Tokyo Sushi, finally put down by Nishfish. Trying to push into the site solo now, and Remorse from the backline able to close that push off, and now it's 10-10 as the Franklin Wolverines even the score now. And the Franklin Wolverines, again, we said it at the top, they came into this as that 1 seed. North OC Kraken Blue really holding strong against them, though.
Yeah, and Franklin Wolverines have an absolutely stacked lineup. Yoruba and Remorse, his brother, is actually Morgas, who's a professional Fortnite player. I don't know. I'm a big Fortnite fan, so I know him very, very well. He's won many, many Fortnite events, previously signed by Rogue. So these are talented players, and it's not just those two. It's the entire team. They are all stacked on all cylinders. Looks like we have a bit of a split push this time, but gonna get shut down by Yoruba on the up. Absolutely denied. And now that you know there's an up peeking mid, it doesn't even matter. Yoruba finds a second. Reborn finally with a shutdown, but the damage has already been done. You're down in numbers, you're down in positioning. What can you do with just the Sheriff in Nish's hands?
Yoruba just absolutely dominant from that middle point. Reborn able to finally take down Quad, evening up a little bit now as they're up 3v3.
3v3 situation here. Just looking to create some space, create some control. Jet ult is out, but unfortunately not able to find anything in this situation. It doesn't even matter. It's going to go down to a 1v1 with Tokyo Sushi, finding that final pick onto Reborn, but Reborn doing some huge damage. You cannot understate what Reborn just did there. Going to hear the sound cue, going to know the plant's going to be on the A site, and you can see that initiates the run. Now, what Nish has here is they have the orbital strike, they have the ultimate, but Jet ult is still in play. Both players have their ultimate active. Orbital strike could completely deny the plant if they needed it to. It can basically set a bomb on the spike and deny any power. You can see Sushi just peeking angles, but they're not even there. Maybe gonna go for the fake just to bait out the orbital strike. See, there it is. Orbital strike comes out. Now gonna peek the angle through. Limited time for Tokyo Sushi in this situation. Needs to find a peek, needs to find some type of pinch. Fakes the defuse, but faking in this situation is so dangerous. Sim beacon down for Nish. Gonna peek the angle. No, already has the win. Tokyo Sushi gets the pick anyways, but it's not gonna matter. The attackers get the spike off, and they get that win.
And the energy in this venue is electric right now. You can hear it, you can see it. These viewers are absolutely hyped as we are down the stretch, blow for blow. North OC Kraken Blue have the lead over the 1-seeded Franklin Wolverines. This is incredible. This is Valorant. This is Valorant at its peak. You love to see it as we now enter round 22. And the Kraken Blue are within 2 of taking this, but the Franklin Wolverines, this could go to overtime, as if they keep going blow for blow, it's gonna end up 12-12. But we're thinking a little bit too far into the future here. What's going on right now is a strong push over towards that B site from the North OC Kraken, already getting the rotations through as Remorse heading over to that B site to give a little bit of backup here as Yoruba with a double kill right on the board right there. Again, Yoruba, you just cannot leave him alone. He's gonna pop off if you give him any opening whatsoever. Now Remorse on this site. It's a 4v3 situation. North OC Kraken Blue down 1 in terms of the units here, but they're still going to be trying to push into that site. Franklin Wolverines, they are absolutely stacked on the side. Remorse does not matter. Remorse with a double kill trying to get the triple, and Remorse finishes the job. The Franklin Wolverines are tying it up 11-11. My goodness, Remorse, what are you doing, my friend?
That was absolutely disgusting. The single tap to the head, and then to follow that up, despite taking damage, despite being pressured, it didn't even matter for a player like Remorse. Has the Omen ultimate online. We may see that it's the only ultimate that's actually online at this point, and a very powerful one, especially in the hands of Remorse. You can see that replay right there. Absolutely incredible. 1, 2, he doesn't miss. He literally does not miss.
He can hit him with the one taps. You know him for his one taps, but he also got that spray pattern down, and that spray pattern came in absolutely key down the stretch there. And now we move into this next round. A little bit of fun happening here between Nishfish and the Sova as well. They're just kind of sitting there having a nice conversation. I wonder what's going on between them right there.
That's actually a strategy. They're stalling. They want to see if the other team's gonna push through the attacker side spawn, but it looks like they're not even moving, and it looks like somehow the Wolverines are actually positioning back towards A, so maybe they know at this point, so the strategy might not even work in this situation, but it doesn't matter. Drew finds one already, and it's just gonna be absolute dominance from their team.
Hitting those shots on that scout, and now they have the personnel advantage heading into this site. Once again, it's just been blow for blow. They're trying to pick up their next round, but Shogu gonna be evening up the score a little bit here. Now Yoruba off the chain, going to try and get a chain of kills here like he's been doing throughout the entire game as Remorse and Shogu both picking up 2 kills back to back, and now comes down to Reborn, who just has the ghost in hand. They were saving that round as well, so the economy is not in their favor, and Franklin just trying to hunt him down at this point. It's Remorse around the corner. The Reborn in the corner, not much you can do. There's the Franklin Wolverines now have the lead, and they're within match point of taking this. It's either match point or we move to overtime.
I want to see overtime. I'm not biased towards either team, but I just want to see an overtime because that'd be absolutely insane. The Kraken are leaving it to this round. They saved last round, so now they have the weapons they need. They have the utility they need. The question is, how are they going to execute? You can see a 3-1-1 split, and that's actually not going to play into the favor of the Wolverines. The Kraken are going to have the advantage, the personnel advantage, if they're able to get into the site, and it seems like the Omen is positioned in a little bit tough position to provide cover smokes, and you can't even smoke the other side of the room unless you get up into that corner, but the teleport's going to come into clutch, and they're going to be able to get onto site.
It comes down to this, a 5v5, all players still standing as the North OC Kraken Blue trying to figure out what they're going to do as they move a little bit more towards that middle point. The Franklin Wolverines able to stall that push early on to that A site, but once again, it does come down to this. This is a do or die situation for the Kraken Blue. As for the Franklin Wolverines, they could either play for overtime or they could take the match outright.
Yeah,
look to take the match outright, of course, though.
You want to take the match out, and Remorse doing an amazing job. They smoke off the entrances every single time, so it doesn't even matter. They're always ahead of the game. They have a smoke on the choke. They are just able to have their team there to use the smoke, so they need the blind also coming out. They're just going to stall, though. They want to wait. You can see how nervous these players are, just because in a situation like this, the stakes are this high. You need to make a move. You need to initiate somehow. Now, Kraken just positioning back towards mid, and the Franklin Wolverines are actually split off in this situation.
And there is Yoruba with the op, has the opportunity to put up some kills. And with 25 seconds on the board, we're seeing yet another rotation coming through, and that's Tokyo Sushi all alone on that site, but does not matter. A 2K coming out from him, able to stall off the defense, and now a 2K coming out for the Franklin Wolverines and Kraken Blue. It is 3v3 situation now.
The spike's down, though. They need to get the spike, and they need to plant the spike in time, or they need to find all the picks. They're getting on the site because they have the time to do so. Tokyo Sushi gonna swing the angle, and that's gonna end the game. The Franklin Wolverines take it over the Kraken Blue, and oh my gosh, that one was exciting.
Avoiding overtime, they take it outright. It is 13-11 as the Franklin Wolverines will be moving on. We're gonna go ahead and move on now to game 4, where we once again have a contentious match, but we have the replay here to start things off, as Yoruba has been absolutely key for the Franklin Wolverines. We see this play from Remorse as well, who have 1, a 2, and a 3, bring him down. That is a strong play there once again, and we see that final round coming out there, Tokyo Sushi able to finish the job.
Yeah, and one of the contributing factors to that, the Wolverines coach, Vec, is actually a semi-pro Rainbow Six Siege player and coach. So this team is talented on all sides, on all fronts, and you can tell why, because they were dominant in the end of that match. It didn't even matter. It did not matter. It was just fun for them. They were able to take it there.
Man, that is what you want. That is what you get when you come over to the XP League. Speaking of the XP League, we've got some Rocket League action over in the Fortress. We're going to send you right over there. Let's go.
You know what? We're not going to delay here. Let's head over to game 2 with the Franklin Stealth and FC Dragons. Game number 4 here, game number 5. Nearly 2 minutes left and double shot out the post. This is a do or die, dead even. Are you excited here for this one, partner?
Absolutely. Both teams still yet to get a score on the board. We see both teams really focusing on their defensive play here, as they know how important this last match is. They've worked so hard to both get 2 victories of their own. Who do you think's going to take it?
Right now, I think it's dead even. If I were a betting man, I'd say Franklin Stealth only because of the seeding. But no one knows right now. It's a coin toss. Game 5, 0-0, under 2 minutes left to play as Spooky Yogurt plays it across, trying to go down into the corner. They'll play it now into the corner of the FC Dragons. Franklin Stealth trying to pressure, holding it off the wall. That one will be cleared off the roof. Spooky Yogurt misplays it, and they have a chance out in front. And that one will be hit up the wall. And a rebound shot saved by Icy Fire. Excellent play.
We see the FC Dragons, though, keeping the ball in play. We're going to see the shot from Chicken unfortunately get blocked by Spooky Yogurt. Yogurt doing a great job there to get in the way. And as we see this, we're going to see Icy Fire with an absolutely crazy shot from across the arena. Spooky Yogurt stealing the goal at the last second, getting the assist. But what a performance there from the Franklin Stealth to get that first goal on the board.
Tell you what, partner, I really don't think that was stolen. That went off. That was going to go off the post. Icy Fire clearing the way and getting that one into bump in with a minute 15 left to go. Bonnie trying to hold it in into the FC Dragon side.
So now what do we see from the Stealth? Do they go full on defense? Do they try not to change anything? Are they feeling themselves? I do not know what the right play in this situation is. I would personally say just keep doing what you're doing. Don't overthink it too much.
And on the other side, if you're the FC Dragons, now's the time to pull out all the stops as they try to go off the wall, centering it out in front, and that one's not going to go. And a rebound will try to be bumped on in front, and a shot going off the backboard. Good save by Icy Fire. That one's still held alive. FC Maxi not able to go. Into the corner now. FC Dragons trying to keep this one up. Chicken out to the side, bumped along into the opposite corner. Chicken tracking it down, and they'll keep it into the center of the pitch. 24 seconds left. Trying to clear it out to the other way. Chicken with a shot, and that one gets blocked. And a rebound out in front, and a good demo by Chicken to take Pawnee out of the running for the crease as they get it out in front. Not able to go, and that one's hit to the side. 8 seconds left.
Coming down to the wire here for the Dragons.
As that one's hit in front, and this one is kept alive.
You see it come off the wall.
Rebound shot off the post, not able to go, and the Stealth take the series.
All right, folks, we're gonna throw it over to Valorant now. Back to the live venue with Quinn and War.
Everybody, welcome back, and we have some incredible action. That's why we're switching so fast over to Valorant. We have a match that is 11-12. Possibly even closer. I've been watching it on my screen. Every time one team gets a lead, the other one just follows. You can see why. Picks come through, but the trades are there. And right now, it looks like the attackers in this situation have found their way onto the site and have gained a little bit of control, but Breach's utility just able to stall out that control. Mace jumping in, finding a pick. They do already have the spike down, and now they have the player's advantage, the numbers advantage, and they have complete control. It's just going to be on the back of Perka, but you might want to save this round, buddy, and it's going to probably amount to a 12-10 lead.
It is going to amount to a 12-10 lead, just coming off of it, Perka saving, as you said. But that is not the only thing that's going to amount for. It is going to be a match point for the attackers coming up here. They have the opportunity to take this match outright and take us into our next bout of games. Polks and Straticus. These are two players that are very, very incredible to watch. I remember them back when we were casting to get to this point, get to the Orlando Health Fortress, and get to Orlando in general. These two really stood out in terms of frags, in terms of strategy. This team in general is very strong, and they have 4 ultimates to use. So not only do they have the numbers advantage, not only do they have the point advantage, they have the ults.
They've been saving this utility for this exact moment, and this is the Ackworth Valkyrie, if you are a fan. And you can hear the energy in the crowd. You can hear their excitement. I'm looking for them to use their ultimates to get onto site. Well, they have this advantage. You can see Reyna ult comes out. This ult is so powerful at just fragging into the site. Gonna be able to maybe find some picks. Yes, they get one, but no, the defender's actually trading back. Mace makes it a 2v3. The defenders actually have an advantage here now. A 3v1 in the favor of the defenders, and this match may be going on a little bit longer than we expected.
Blitz in a 1v3 situation now. 3v0 as the defenders now an inch within one. And we are in the territory that we saw a little bit earlier. We have match point or overtime.
Match point or overtime. This is absolutely exciting. 1 ult online for the defending team, 2 ults online for the attacking team. And you can see tour de force, the chamber ult already in play. Remember, that's the sniper rifle. That's the very, very powerful ultimate. The op, it gives you a faster reload speed, and every shot is a guaranteed kill if you're able to hit your shot. And it's just a question of, will they be able to get into sight, hit their shots, and actually execute?
Everything rides on this round right here. We have had a contentious match leading up to this point. It's going to be a matter of who can take this round. Either we're extending or we are ending, as a strong push onto that C site now, led by Straticus, who's going to get that spike down. It's going to be a 5v5 bloodbath on this site. Smokes are down on the site as well. They're going to be trying to push through. The Omen has the ult online, looking to use it as well. Get a little bit of information onto this site now. And Brooks able to get a pick, but soon goes down. And now the Sage coming through, bad at games, able to get 2 kills, not living up to the name necessarily. Now 3 on the board, and my goodness, we are a 3v2 away from overtime. And now bad at games, going for the ace as well, has the opportunity, 4 kills on the board, just going hunting at this point. It is Blitz last standing, and now Akoa goes down, Luna taking the ace, and we are moving into overtime, my friend.
That was absolutely incredible. They're banking on the Sova ult to sort of clear out the spike, but they did not expect the push through from the defenders. They did not expect the unexpected, and now it's going to be overtime, and overtime means everybody gets to buy whatever weapons you want. You need to take a lead of 2 to actually win it, so it's not just going to be one match decides it all. It's going to be back and forth. They get a chance to attack, they get a chance to defend, they get a chance to attack, they get a chance to defend, and it'll be an absolute bloodbath.
It is going to be a very back and forth affair. I just want to comment on the Sage gameplay there. Usually the Sage is more of a healer, kind of utility-based role. No, that was a run and gun, picking off every player kind of Sage. That was a very dominant performance there in that final round, where you absolutely needed to force that overtime from that Sage. And now we are 12-12. We enter that overtime. It is already, the energy here is palpable. It is incredible. And I'm just happy to be here with you, my friend.
I'm so happy to be there. You see, defending side actually was able to get a recon scanning dart out, and they saw the push at mid, so now they're starting to rotate towards the B/C site through the garage, but they're leaving Reyna behind in case there's any flankers, and I love this strategy. It's a very calculated, it's a very smart strategy in a situation like this, but staying absolutely quiet until that smoke comes out to sort of deny the site, deny the space, and bad at games, just looking to find some control.
Luna shot a little bit too early there, gave them a little bit of information, and they're going to be absolutely capitalizing on that as Polks going on an absolute rampage. 3 kills on the board for him, leaving Maze last man standing. Polks around the corner, trying to get that 4K. Not going to be able to shut down finally by Maze, but it is still a 1v4 situation for him. They know exactly where he is, 100 health and a dream. It's going to be a very daunting task to take if they want to get this first round on the board. Luckily, though, economy not as important in overtime, as we see them go right into overtime with the Vandals in hand, as Akoa puts an end to that, and they go up 13-12 in overtime.
And that's going to be the lead for the Ackworth Valkyrie here. And the Ackworth Valkyrie, they have been playing for a long time, and they have shown up through grit, through communication, through all their work together, through Coach Zach, who is a graduate of Harvard, now attending Kenshaw State University. They've really made this game exciting.
We're going to get a quick replay here of what we have seen thus far, as Brooks really having caught off guard there a little bit here, and we've seen some great action early on here. This was an absolutely key match right there, as they had the opportunity to close things out. Not able to, though, and then they were able to swing things back, force that overtime. They are down by 1 now, but nonetheless, it has been a very contentious match here, and we're seeing that in the overtime. The overtime force right there by Luna. Not ready to call game just yet. We see the push onto this site now, and Polks just absolutely popping off, to be expected. The defenders able to get the first round in overtime. We move into game 4 now, and we go right into it. It is a 1v4 situation, blow for blow, as Polks goes down. And out of that replay, now we're all tied up.
13-13, and we start to see that. It's the defender-sided map. Most maps are slightly defender-sided. This one, a little bit less than the others, but still very, very defender-sided. So I'm interested to see the mind games here, because you get a chance on attack, and you get a chance on defense, and after that, you get another chance on attack. And it's going to be Mace's team on attack, while the Valkyrie are on the defense in this situation. So I'm interested to see, will they switch sites? Because the Sova on at least the defending side has been super clinical with the shock darts, just finding the exact position that the enemies are pushing and, you know, setting it up great.
Get a tactical timeout coming in here, both of them trying to get that strategy going. You know, it is very difficult in overtime to mount some momentum. I think that is what is different from overtime and just regular gameplay is you really struggle to mount momentum, get in the enemy's head. You can really snowball, especially on the attacker side of thing, if you know, take a site, take another site, and then they don't know exactly which site you're gonna go to next because you've proven that you can take in both, or in this case, 3 sites. If you take all 3 at one point, you've proven that you are dominant in this game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see some of these split pushes because we've seen a lot of the players just pushing onto the site from the 2 conventional angles. But if you do opt to push 2 different sites, that might be a strategy. They might be hearing what I'm saying and may implement it, hopefully. But if you do opt to push into 2 different sites, that means that you can sort of control 2 different areas and set your team in a really, really good spot to get picks on the rotating players. And they don't know the spike is until they get a pick. So it could be in any of these players' inventories, in any of these players' hands, in anybody's grasps, as I believe overtime or the timeout has ended and we're going to be hopping into game.
And coming out of a timeout, you never know what to expect. Strategy has been talked about for the last minute, both sides taking advantage of that tactical timeout. And we could see some very different things coming out here, but so far, mid-push coming out for the attacker's side. It's going to be a matter of whether the Valkyrie can respond to it. As they're grouping over towards that C site here, and now very strong presence at that midpoint. It looks like they have a little bit of information on them some way, somehow. So we see Bad at Games able to get the first pick on Polks, and now they have the personnel advantage over the Valkyrie, trying to mount a push into this B site. But what awaits them around that corner is a very strong Valkyrie squad. Straticus putting an end to that basically outright as Maze goes down. Now they're backing off a little bit onto that A site. Luna trying to push back on. Not expected on that A site though, as Luna is able to mount that push, and now the spike will go down.
They're able to get the control of A side. I believe they baited the C because you saw multiple members of the defending side, the Valkyrie, actually rotated to C, but then switched up because they realized it. So sometimes using a footstep cues and using positions like that, you can create a lot of control. But speaking of control, Breach Utility able to clear out that high ground, but it's not going to matter. 3v3 situation. Echo making that a 3v2 for the defender side, but very, very low on HP, so this could still go either way.
Now Akoa dropping onto that site. It's a 3v2 situation. It's going to be a mosh pit on the site of Bad at Games, making it a 2v2. Now a 1v1, and my goodness, the kill chains coming out there as Luna able to pick up 2, bring the attackers their first round and their first lead in overtime.
I love that by the attackers there. They were so good. They baited all 3 sites. They first went to B, and then they faked go to C, and then they went back to A and actually got the plant on A. So they sort of had the defenders confused, and I'm interested to see what is the Valkyrie strategy for this, because now they're down 1. They need to find some type of control, and the strategy could just be a hard push onto one side, or it could be something a little bit more calculated, something a little bit more confusing. A 2-2-1 split for the defending side.
I have good news and I have bad news. Bad news is you are down 1 and it is match point. But good news is you are on that attacking side. There are 3 sites that you can choose from, and it looks like they're going to be choosing that A site early on here. Smoke going out to that top of the heaven. And now the rotations will be coming through, but the spike will be going down for Straticus, who has the spike initiated and down. You have a player up in that top area trying to just figure out where everybody is, but through the smokes, not much you can do there, and the rotations are coming through very strong. Expect a mosh pit on this site here. Is now Blitz spotting him out, and oh my goodness, Blitz is going absolutely on a rampage, able to pick up 2, and Akoa with a 3rd, and now it's a 4v2 situation here, and they have the opportunity to tie things up. And again, the bad news was that you were down 1, but the good news is that you're on the attacker's side. The good news is now that you also have the personnel advantage. Bad at Games, last person standing here.
I think the scariest thing in this situation is 3v1. You have to clutch up in this situation. Finds 1, taking a little bit of fall damage, getting picked up by Straticus. We're going into another overtime. This is absolutely insane. And one thing I got to point out really quick there from the defending side was that they were pushing in through the exact same angle. And even though that's good if you swing off your teammates, that choke is super, super small. So it was very, very risky. I would have loved to see them split up a little bit, go for a few flanks, and then time in their entry from multiple angles, because I think that's going to be the key. there's so many angles in Valorant. There's so many different ways you can play. It's just a question of how do you want to play it in each round, and these players switching it up every single time.
Partner, we are 29 rounds into this game. These kids are giving us an absolute show early on here. As Bad at Games starting things off in round 29 with the first pick off on the Valkyrie here, and now making things a little bit more manageable as they're trying to mount that C push. Maze pushing onto the site. Bad at Games with another pick off on the board, and Collateral picking off another pick, and oh my goodness, the picks are just coming through, saying pick a lot. The spike goes down. Now it's a 5v2 situation. They're looking to go up on the Valkyrie, but Blitz not going down without a fight. Takes down Collateral, finally putting an end to his rampage here. Spike is down on that site, and they have to mount a push. They have to mount that push. They have to mount it now. Blitz and Akoa pushing onto that site, trying to get a little bit of information off of that dart, but Bad at Games not going to allow it as he takes down Blitz, and now it's just Akoa. One man standing, but oh my goodness, the flick coming out for Akoa. Not much going there after the fact, but that flick was masterful. The aim battles are electric in this game.
And that's why it's so close. Unfortunately, Akoa's team did end up losing that round, but it's just so close between both these teams. You can tell, I mean, this is really a test to how big is your playbook, how much experience you have with your teammates. I think it's going to be the more cohesive team at the end that's going to take it, and it's just a question of which team is the most cohesive, which one has the best strategies, and all these players so talented, but now it's going to be the Valkyrie, seeing if they can mount a push onto the C site.
And honestly, you said it best. It's going to be a matter of which team has more cohesion. But so far, both teams, again, just blow for blow in terms of cohesion. They are both very strong as Bad at Games with the first pick, and Perka following it up. But Straticus evening things out a little bit more here, and Bruck's able to get another kill up on the board. It's a 3v3 situation. The smokes are going down on the site. Straticus just trying to get an angle here, but he's not going to expect the enemy player behind him, Luna, creeping up from behind, and Maze! Oh my goodness, he has the angle, and he has the double kill. Maze! It is a 3v1 situation, and it comes down to Straticus with the last man standing. Maze finishes it off, and they are gonna take this game in round, what is it, 30?
I have no idea at this point. It doesn't even matter at this point. Mace puts the team on their back. That positioning by Mace, I just want to comment on it right now. He got smoked off. His angle was completely smoked off other than one slight little peek. Gosh. He didn't go for the peek initially. He let them think that they cleared it, and then the second that they looked the other way, Mace finds one, Mace finds two, Mace finds three. That was absolutely incredible.
That was some masterful Valorant there. Very big brain plays coming out from Mace. I guess that's the best way to put it. Is he used his brain there just a little bit, and he had the really good angle right there. We have another game going on, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in Game 5. So far, things are starting out early on here. It's looking really, really interesting here as the Wolverines taking on the Madison Marvels here on this site. It's the Franklin Wolverines on the attacker side, and they have the personnel advantage, but Sazol able to get a first pick up on the board, and Tokyo Sushi with the one-taps! They know him for his one-taps, as Tokyo Sushi acting like Scream a little bit there, bringing in the first round for the Franklin Wolverines.
Yeah, Franklin Wolverines have been absolutely incredible on, the back of Tokyo Sushi. It feels like every time they're in a scary situation, it's always Tokyo Sushi and Remorse just having those Omen Jet combos at the exact right time. And you can see it's the same conventional composition. They do have a fade, and we are seeing the Haven map come out as well. But it's the same Franklin Wolverines that we've seen before, and if it's the same Franklin Wolverines, it's going to be dominance.
It is going to be dominance indeed, my friend. I think the thing that stands out most from Tokyo Sushi from a duelist main like myself, it's just the pure aggression, but not only the aggression, the ability to get out of unfavorable positions that you might put yourself in. He's absolutely masterful at that, and so far has shown just how masterful he can be as they're mounting a push over towards this C site now. A 5v5 early on here, just some chip damage coming out, not much going there. And now with the smoke going down, they might have to reconsider what they're going to take their approach on next.
Yeah, with the Reyna ult being popped, the Reyna ult also gives you slightly improved vision as well as slightly higher fire rates and a little bit slightly higher health as well. So you can see the switch is already coming out. They're moving on to the A site, but the enemy team maybe getting there in time. It's going to be a race to the site, basically, and then what picks come out first? It's going to be Shrifty and Souls getting the first ones on the defender side, and Souls is showing up right now, isolating them from all sides, and now I believe it's just Tokyo Sushi in a 1v4.
And Tokyo Sushi, again, you've been the ace for your team thus far in many respects. You have some utilities to work with here. This is the situation that you thrive under if you are him in a 1v4 situation. 30 seconds left, bomb down as well.
The spike is down, so if I'm Tokyo Sushi, you don't necessarily need to win this round. Winning this round may be too tall of a task, but if you can get picks on the enemy, I think that's what matters, because that's going to hurt the enemy economy. And as you can see, Tokyo Sushi finds one that's already going to do amazing things. Finds two, finds three. What am I saying? He can just do it himself. Gets on site, gets the spike. Is he going to get it? No!
Oh my goodness, it came down to the ace versus the ace Azul, as we saw early on, really mounting that push onto the site, and Tokyo Sushi almost had him, just the spray pattern going a little bit awry there. And my goodness, what a strong performance there from both of the entry fraggers so far.
Hey, I'm never going to underestimate Tokyo Sushi again. I thought he was just going to go for, like, you know, a few picks on site.
Break the economy a little bit. To be fair, they did do a little bit of damage to that economy, even though they did win. Down the stretch, that could have an impact on things if they're able to pick up a round, but nonetheless, just wow. Just wow.
Out of my way.
Yeah, you really need multiple round wins in a row, but right now we're going to check out on a bracket update. You can see the match that's going on right now. Underneath the round 2, Franklin Wolverines versus the Madison Marvels, and it's been absolutely incredible thus far. And then we also have the Triangle Minotaur and Macomb Triton. I don't believe we got to catch their match, but they also moved on. And then we're going to have some elimination round games starting up very, very shortly as well. So I'm very excited to see those.
I'm very excited along with you, partner. Things are shaping out in this bracket, and I love some bracketology. I always love me some bracketology. It's always fun, and it makes things a little bit more digestible. Hopefully that made things a little bit more digestible for those of you at home. But now we are still in this game. The Franklin Wolverines so far really just they've been dominant. They have been absolutely dominant with the Madison Marvels here. Or excuse me, I do believe that. Oh wait, no. My apologies. The Madison Marvels, they have been dominant as well. It's just it's been a matter of who can pick up what round.
Yeah, it's who can pick up what round. That is really what matters. You can see Phantom just holding this off angle, and it's such a smart off angle. Guardian comes through, gets the first pick. They have the wall if they're going to be able to use it at the right position, but actually deciding to use it to take the high ground. And I love this position. It's so cheeky. You cannot get into this position unless you're like an Omen or a Sage. But Madison Marvels, Madison Marvels Phantom just putting themselves in that position and set up very, very good to counter this attack.
Now Tokyo Sushi trying to get a pick over by mid. Yoruba coming through with the pick for the Franklin Wolverines now, evening things up just a little bit. 3v4 situation on the board, and Tokyo Sushi getting a little bit aggressive there. Caught out by Swifty in the smoke as Remorse able to get the pick right back on the board now, and it's a 2v3 situation, but they have a lot of control on the site with that Omen smoke in mind. Yoruba trying to get a pick through that smoke, not going to be able to. It's Azul and Ghost finishing things out. And the Madison Marvels thus far have been really dominant.
Yeah, they've been so dominant throughout this, and you can tell it's just the fact that they're able to flank exactly when they need to. They're controlling the site, and then with that site control, they're just going off that with absolute dominance. One person comes in from one way, another person comes in from another way, and the key is they swing at the exact same time. That's what matters. So you have to shoot at one, and you can't look both ways at the same time. So even if you get one pick, it doesn't matter. They're trading off their teammates.
There's been some great strategy so far here, and now we're going to see what strategy the attackers want to take on this push. Defenders, however, playing up a little bit close towards this corner here. You're not going to see much going there as a strong push over towards this mid. Tokyo Sushi getting the first pick up on the board. What else is new? Takes down Ghost. And now they have the opportunity to make a push through these doors here. Remorse, though, silenced by the KO. Swifty pushing onto this site here, trying to maintain control over this B site. And so far, the attackers are not too decided on where they want to go. A little bit spread out here, looking like they're going to take the back roads over towards that A site, though.
Yeah, love the Omen teleport just to get out of that situation, create some space, and now the defenders in Madison Marvels have just not really been able to, know where these players are. They're just creeping up on sites, taking off angles, and just trying to scout out which site's best. And Yoruba says, why not go A side? I got to pick there anyways. KO ult comes out, just try to deny some of the space for the opposing teams, and able to get the plant off with the numbers advantage.
The numbers advantage is absolutely huge for momentum. Yoruba really making a statement push there, as now the defenders have to push back onto this site. Waspies and his Swifty is going to come down to you two, and it's a 2v4 situation here. They have all of these crossfires set up. They also have the push from behind, but the smoke clears things out a little bit. Remorse comes back for more. Able to take down Waspies, Yoruba finishing things off. And now the Franklin Wolverines, a little bit more breathing room there as they mounted a good push onto that site off the back of Yoruba, getting that second point on the board as we enter round 8.
And that was a half buy round. I think that's pretty substantial. I believe that some of the Franklin Wolverines were actually pushing in with weapons like stingers, like SMGs instead of rifles. So now their economy's back up, so they're able to really buy whatever they want, take whatever space they can. And Yoruba, we've seen it. Any gun in Yoruba's hand is dominant, but when he has the weapons he wants, it's absolutely deadly.
Oh my goodness, indeed it is, especially on that op. Just has proven time and time again to be able to just hit those shots. It's all a matter of getting that shot off as Tokyo Sushi trying to mount a push over towards this midpoint, taking the front as per usual. And again, on that jet, you're trying to get that entry frag, you're trying to get that early information, and Quad able to take down Waspies, and now the rotation is going to come through on both sides. They have to make sure that they don't allow him to pincer them in the middle of this site. Smokes will go down for the Omen, and Remorse going to be planting that spike. Now a 5v4 situation for Waits, and they have all of these smokes set up perfectly, but the smokes will be coming down eventually. Tokyo Sushi has the high ground. Call him Obi-Wan. And Swifty on the Anakin does not matter. Able to get 2 kills on the board. Ghost taking down Quad as well. And it comes down to this. Sizzle pushing back onto this site, trying to cut some vision here. Shogu around the corner. He knows where he is, and he knows that they both have mid. The defenders are really taking this site here. Sizzle takes down, and his last man standing is Yoruba, slowed by the Sage. And Phantom going to be trying to come through for the defuse, but Yoruba able to take it down, and my goodness, Yoruba! Oh, we said it at the top of the round, my friend. You can never count out Yoruba when he has the guns that he wants, and that right there proves it.
That right there 100% proves it. Yoruba showing up with a clutch despite all the utility being in the favor of the opposing team. It didn't even matter. Yoruba just held the angles, and he held them strong. He was not afraid to even look that way just because of the fact that he has the aim. He has exactly what it takes. So now, they're looking at a 3-5 scoreboard right now. Also looking to just wait on certain sites, maybe do a little bit of scouting. I love the fact that they're sending players both ways, but the KO Knife gonna be able to scout out a few of those players, and KO Knife also denies the abilities for certain players.
Defenders playing really far pushed up on that A side, eventually pulling back a little bit. That was a really aggressive push, and the Reyna's going to commit to it, if anything. Slow push, slow and steady wins the races. You can argue the Franklin Wolverines right now, even though they might be down 2 off of those 2 rounds that they just picked up back-to-back, they have some strong momentum, and they've proven that they can push multiple sites here. They're trying to mount a C push now. We've seen them push both sites. Ghost able to take down Tokyo Sushi, though, and that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for the Franklin Wolverines. Now, a 4v5 situation. You don't have your entry fragger. You don't have the ability to get some information. And Phantom on the Sheriff is going to try and put some damage out on the board. The economy a little bit crippled here for the defenders here. Shogu able to even things up 4v4.
But they do have a lot of ultimates on their side, so if you have the fragger you want with the gun, you could be able to do something, but picks go out both ways. Sizzle's actually going on the flank there, finding like the last 2 picks, and now it's a 1v1. It's Shogu versus Sizzle. Oh, and going for the half, maybe gonna stick it the entire way. No, just gonna half it. They know exactly where Shogu is, and Shogu just got to be scared to pick at this point. Did he know that they have? Yes, he did, and Shogu able to pick up that final one. It is 4-5. It is so close.
It is so close indeed, and again, you have to say that the Franklin Wolverines, off the back of now 3 rounds, they have some momentum going their way. Shogu able to win out that 1v1. I just want to talk about the mosh pit that we just saw in Sioux on that seaside. It was just kill after kill after kill after kill. It was just back and forth, and that is what you love to see in Valorant.
Well, that's the significance of both these teams being so calculated, having that teamwork, because typically you trade off your teammate in Valorant. If your teammate goes down, you want to be able to find that pick. So we saw that happen times 10. Everybody just did that to each other, and we do see the chamber out on this side of, I believe that's going to be Yoruba. So they are looking to push down A, actually, which is a little bit uncommon for the chamber ult, but there is a long angle you can take, and they're actually holding it off against Souls, but Souls finds the pick.
And my goodness, they had the crossfire going there against the Franklin Wolverines, trying to get a little bit of the, prevent the snowball a little bit here in the crossfire on that A. not expected, as they're able to pick up 2, and now it's a 5v3 situation here. Ghost trying to even things up a little bit, picking off another, making it a 5v2 situation now for the Franklin Wolverines, who are now pincered in the middle of this little corner right here. Not a situation that you want to be in if you are them, as Phantom takes down Quad, and Ghost finishes the job. A flawless performance there for the defenders.
That's the thing, if you're not attacking fast enough, the defenders can sort of figure out where you are. And because the defenders are holding down all the sites evenly, that makes them able to do some very, very smart flanks. If you're on C and they're pushing A, or if you're on A, you're pushing C, you can literally flank through their spawn if you're able to get there fast enough, if you're able to have the confidence that every player's on this site, you're able to know exactly where they are, and you're able to swing and push off that. But now they're all going A, now they're all forcing long angles, and long angles are very, very risky against somebody like Phantom.
Speaking of long angles right here, Phantom in a perfect spot to take advantage of some long angles. Instead, Yoruba able to get the pick. And now they're pushing down that C site. They have command. If anything, actually, no, they're going to be rotating out of the C site. My apologies. Rotating out of the C side even after getting that first pick, as the rotations will be coming in for the defenders. And now we have a mid-push over here. Ghost catches Yoruba off guard, but caught off guard himself by Remorse. Once again, they are unpredictable.
I think unpredictability is the key. You can see they get a pick, and typically a pick would be, oh, we're all going into this site. But the defenders also know that, so it's absolutely crazy that the fact that they're going on to different sites and faking pushes and faking plants, and that's going to allow them to get the plant, that's going to allow them to get the space. But I believe we've got to throw it over to Rocket League, because there's going to some even more incredible action happening over there. So Mikey, take it away.
I detonate. You don't.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, no.
Was that a bad throw?
It was. So if you're casting in the middle and he tells you to throw it.
Yeah. At the moment, in the first round, we saw the Franklin Storm take victory over the Hanover Horde, and Franklin Stealth take victory over the FC Dragons. Irvine Dragons and Macomb Heroes were the other 2 teams to win. And I believe we are now on board with the Hanover Horde versus the Madison Marvels in the losers bracket.
And right now, this is a do-or-die scenario for these 2 teams. Don't want to lose this one here in this elimination bracket. One Jester trying to hold it in. They'll play it across. That one gets taken away into the corner. Now they'll play it off the roof. Damn Jacket trying to hold that one out, and that one gets cleared. 1-0 here so far in favor of the Madison Marvels.
Horde though taking control back of the ball. We're going to see Guard shadowing right there. He's going to get the hit off the wall to center it for his team. We're going to see the follow-up shot come out from Bunch. Bunch, unfortunately, going to get the ball saved, unfortunately, for the Hanover Horde there. We're going to see a nice demo come out from Gorilla, making it a 2v3, and we're going to see a follow-up shot from Bunch, bringing the Madison Marvels up to 2 on the board.
Yeah, that one was an unfortunate play for the Hanover Horde, not able to get the ball out, but for the Madison Marvels, up 2-0 here in game number 1, best of 5 elimination series.
We're going to see the Hanover Horde here getting the ball deep into enemy territory. We're going to see Bunch, though, in the corner trying to clear it. Guard Dog goes for a bad 50, is going to miss the ball. We're going to see that ball head towards net, but the rotations there from the Marvels have been excellent. We've seen them staying on the net the whole time. We're going to see a nice shot off the top post, though. Damp almost getting that shot in there. The Hanover Horde, though, going to keep control of the ball here for the moment.
And right now, 2-0 here going off the backboard. Damp Jackal trying to hold it back in. That gets held up and held in by the Madison Marvels. Marvels not able to find it. Now they'll get hit into the side. That gets demoed. Good play there as Madison trying to get possession. That'll be turned over. Madison with a chance, trying to get it back in. And now Hanover Horde A with a chance and a shot, and that gets saved. LB hit out, one Jester, tapping it all the way back in, and that one will be shot, and another big save by Gorilla.
Neon Ridge trying to get the follow-up. We saw an epic save there from Gorilla. The pressure, though, from the Horde is immense. Madison Marvels up 2 goals, must be feeling the pressure still. We're going to see the ball down in their territory again. Hanover Horde going to try and set up a play here. We've seen the rotations, though, from the Marvels be absolutely on par this game. Seems like the Hanover Horde are having trouble getting a play set up.
And right now, we have 1 4-0 game, 1 3-0 game, and in this one, a 2-0 game. Let's take a look at this bracket to see what we need to be caught up on and see who is exactly playing here in this round number 2. Right now, you have Franklin Storm and Franklin Stealth, Battle of the Franklins. In the first round of the winners matchup, the second one, Irvine Dragons, Macomb Heroes. And on the elimination side, on the chopping block, Hanover Horde B taking on FC Dragons, and Madison Marvels taking over Hanover Horde A.
First goal on the board there for the Hanover Horde, bringing it down to a 1-goal game with 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to see the kickoff go the way of the Horde. They're going to get the ball into enemy territory, but it seems like every time they win that kickoff, Guard Dog or one of the other defenders is there to follow up. We're going to see a nice pass there from Gorilla, actually kind of setting up the Horde there. Luckily for them, the whiff does come out. 15 seconds remaining in this match. We're going to see Guard Dog trying to get a shot on goal. Madison Marvel still playing offense despite the lead they have. We're going to see another clear. That's going to put the ball in the corner, and I do believe we're going to see that ball almost going the...
They need to keep it up here, but he's ran over in by his own team, and that one will be a series lead. Let's tell you what, let's take a shift back to the first game over here with game number 5 going on. That one will be shift, 23 seconds left to go, FC Maxi. This is the Battle of the Franklins here. Stealth and Storm as that one gets shot in, and Chicken scores. 5-0 here for the Franklin Stealth, looking to upset their Franklin Storm counterpart.
Excellent performance here from both the Franklin teams. So we see the Stealth here with a pretty dominant lead. We're going to see a nice speed flip there from the Franklin player on the Stealth. Chicken, they're going to go for the follow-up, and we're going to see another attempt come out. That ball is going to get cleared down, and with only 5 seconds remaining, I do believe that is going to be the Stealth taking game number 1 here.
Yep, 1 second left to go. Looks like this one's going to be done. So let's take a look now back at the first game between the Madison Marvels and Hanover Horde, as that one is just underway as Guard Dog gets the early goal off the kickoff, able to dribble it in. Look at that skill.
What a performance there to open up the game, get them that confidence going into the rest of this matchup. With that the first win in their pocket, the team definitely going to be feeling good right now.
And a good shot heading off the post as Bunch of the Hunch trying to give it across to Gorilla. Gorilla giving it across now into the other side of the pitch. One Jester giving it to Damn Jackal.
We're going to see Jester, though, setting up Bunch.
Gorilla with a chance, hitting it out across, off the backboard. Bunch of the Hunch trying to find it and extend this lead, but not able to.
Damp Jackal going to do all he can to try and clear that ball. So much pressure the Orange team's getting put under right now. We're going to see Jester go for the shot. He is going to get it past 2 of the defenders. Gorillas is there with the excellent midfield positioning, though. And we're going to see Bunch with a crazy shot off the right back post there. What an excellent shot.
Yeah, that was a great shot off the side of the wall and into the back of the net, off the post too, with 4:11 left to go here in this game. It's promising to be a good one.
We're going to see kickoff here pretty even from both teams. We're going to see Damp Jackal get the shot off the wall. Unfortunately, no boost to follow up the shot. Good setup for his team, though, as we see Bunch coming in for the follow-up. Unfortunately for them, not able to get a goal out of it. For us viewers, though, this is absolutely amazing watching both these teams go at each other.
That one's taken away by Damp Jackal, trying to get it out in front to One Jester. 2-0 here so far as Neon Ridge able to get the demo. And now Guard Dog out of the play here so far. Neon Ridge off the side of the wall, backcourting it out into the corner. trying to go off the backboard and a bunch of the hunch. Good defensive play. Held up though. Into the other side of the corner, and that one will be cleared as far as center. As Damp Jackal with a shot, and that good save by Bunch of the Hunch.
We see Neon Ridge get a nice center in for his team. Unfortunately for them, the defenders are there. We're going to see a clear come out, and the Marvels, with 2 minutes down in this game without a single goal, are going to be feeling a little nervous here. We've seen, though, if we could get a stat on how many shots on goal, as we see Guard Dog bring the score 3-0 for the Hanover Horde A. If you're the Marvels right here, what do you do to regroup?
Right now, just trying to put points on the board. Down 3-0 and down a game. Facing backs against the wall in elimination, gonna have to get that ball into the back of the net. And it starts right here with this kickoff as Hanover Horde A trying to play it across. They'll hold it into the corner, off the wall, now off the backboard, trying to get it out in front, and that gets taken away. Almost cleared as Damp Jackal trying to chip his team back into this one goal at a time. Able to hold it back into the corner. Now Guard Dog with the clear, held up into the corner, and now Bunch of the Hunch able to clear it down all the way into Madison Marvels territory.
We're going to see Jackal get the follow-up shot to keep the Madison Marvels in this play. We're going to see a double commit there from the Marvels, leaving only Jester there to follow up. Unfortunately for Jester, he is not able to get that ball stuck into the Hanover Horde territory. We're going to see Neon Ridge, though, with an excellent shot off the wall to bring it into the bottom left corner. Unfortunately, though, as we've discussed before, the Horde can just not seem to get that full play developed.
As they try to play it across, one Jester. They'll hold it into the corner. Now off to the side of the middle of the pitch. 1:55 left to go, 3-0. Right now, a little score update for you as that one goes off the side of the goal. You have a 3-0 game for the, I believe, or excuse me, 3-1, the Franklin and FC Dragons game. And on the other side, the Hanover Horde B and FC Drag, or excuse me, Hanover Horde B and FC Dragons now facing a 3-0 deficit. Back to this one though, Bunch of the Hunch trying to play it down, going off the side of the wall. Neon Ridge heads it out to the side, trying to chip away at this lead, and a shot, and that's a good save. Hit onto the backboard, held in. That will be bumped along and cleared all the way back down as Guard Dog a little bit too inward to play it, as that one's sent out in front, and that's a good save as that one's cleared all the way down again into the Hanover Horde zone.
And one thing I'm noticing here as we swap onto the Madison Marvels, every time we swap onto one of their players, I see they are on very low or no boost at all. So the boost control by the Hanover Horde here has been absolutely excellent in this game. Lots of time we're going to miss when that backline player is snatching up those mid boost pads, but something that has absolutely proven crucial to victory so far for the Hanover Horde.
As Neon Ridge tries to hold it in, 33 seconds left to go. That one's hit on cross. 30 seconds left as Bunch of the Hunch off the backboard, trying to get it on goal, and a shot, and that gets a hit off the side. Trying to get another goal here, making it 4-0, but not able to, as Babjack able to clear it all the way to center, and that one's hit out to the side into the corner. Now going off the wall, 10 seconds left, 9 seconds and ticking, 7 seconds as Gorilla tries to hold it in. Now into the side of the backboard, and a shot that will be played onto the side. 1 second left to go, and this one will go in the way of the Hanover Horde. They now lead this series by a series score of 2-0.
Why don't we go ahead and swap over to game number 7, watching the Franklin Storm take on the Franklin Stealth here with 30 seconds remaining in the match.
So 4-0 here for the Franklin Storm, trying to get a chokehold against these Franklin Stealth as a quick shot blocked out to the side. Shenane trying to play it across. He'll hit it off his own backboard, and a rebound will go off to the side. Shenane, he'll play it down, and a chance out in front, and that one will be a good save. And now
see the follow-up though from YY.
YYRL making it 5-0.
Great performance here from both the Franklin teams. We've seen the Storm, though, just do such a good job of keeping control of this pitch so far. We've seen them keeping control of the ball for a majority of the game here, definitely what's bringing them close to victory.
12 seconds left to go here. Icy Fire trying to break the shutout.
Stealth just trying to get a goal on the board, maybe give them a little confidence boost going into game number 3 of the series. That ball is not going to get killed yet. We're going to see it hit the ground, and the Storm are going to take a 2-0 lead in the series.
And right now, a commanding 2-0 lead here for the Storm. Let's head back over to the Madison Marvels and Hanover Horde as they are just underway here for game number 3, elimination game for the Hanover Horde as they play it across, down into the corner. And now back the other way, Hanover Horde trying to break the ice here. Still 0-0, 30 seconds gone. And a shot out in front. Damp Jackal scores! 4:27 into this one. And the Hanover Horde have their first lead of the series.
Madison Marvels, you meant to say, I'm pretty sure? Yes, Madison Marvels taking
Madison
their
Marvels,
first
I meant to say,
lead of the series. And we're going to see, hopefully, a momentum shift for the Marvels here. We see another quick goal for the Marvels. Damp Jackal getting the shot with the help of, I believe, one of the Hanover Horde players. Let's take a look at the replay here. And what a crazy play there from Damp Jackal. We're going to see him use Guard Dog as a fellow team member, passing the ball to him as he rotates to try and defend, getting a nice goal for the Madison Marvels. And this has to do wonders for their confidence here. Definitely think there is potential of a nice comeback.
Down 2-0, gonna have to keep that confidence on a high spiral as 4:05 left to go. Apologies for my miscall of that first one. Hanover Horde is actually the one with the lead, and Madison Marvels with the first lead here in this series, up 2-0 here in this game, trying to stave off elimination as Gorilla trying to go across with a good dribble, and that gets taken away. Held up by Guard Dog. Guard Dog with an aerial dribble, trying to get it down. An aerial dribble, if you don't know, is when you have the ball in the air and you're dribbling it on your hood, kind of looking like a dolphin, is the way I like to imagine it.
And one thing we're going to see from both these teams is their backline players definitely playing a bit more aggressive. In that first game of the series, we saw one player for each team tended to hang back most of the time. Right now, though, we see everyone on offense. Hanover Horde maybe getting a little bit shaky in their boots, trying to take their dominant performance back in this game, and Madison Marvels just trying to get that confidence rolling. Both teams are going to have to be...
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Both teams are going to have to be really careful, though, just to make sure that they don't go too aggressive here. As we see the first goal of the game for the Hanover Horde, Bunch of the Hunt getting a nice shot with the assist from one of the Madison Marvels members, I believe.
And right now here with this elimination bracket, Madison Marvels up now just by 1. And if they want to stay alive, going to have to expand that lead a little bit as Gorilla try to come back in. And a good save out in front as that one goes in on goal, but taken away by Guard Dog. And a good demo by Neon Ridge. Trying to get it back in, into the corner. Flipped it across. And now Gorilla not able to find it. One Chester back down into the zone. They'll hold it back up.
We're going to see another demo come out from the Marvels. That's going to give them a little advantage here in this play, but Guard Dog still on offense. We're going to see the Hanover Horde, and a crazy bump from Guard Dog. Thought we were going to see a goal there, but an even crazier save coming out from Damp Jackal there.
Damp Jackal able to stave off his team from getting this thing knotted up as Gorilla mishandles it. And a shot tipped on. Good save off the post. Rebound. Scores!
Wow, what a play there. What a play for the Marvels. We saw 3 shots on goal within, I believe, 2 or 3 seconds. Neon Ridge doing an amazing job to follow up on his own shot there off the right post to get the Marvels up to a 2-1 lead in this game, or a 3-1 lead in this game, excuse me.
2 minutes, 7 seconds left to go. Madison Marvels up by a couple here, trying to cut this series lead in half as Damp Jackal overshoots that. And another shot going off the side of the net, hitting the post, and a good save by Guard Dog. Held up and held out by one Damp, and now here comes Chester. Back the other way. That gets taken away. Going off the backboard. Rebound. Scores! Put to the hutch! And don't go away just yet. They're down by just 1.
And a bit of a misplay from the Marvels there. We see both players on defense going for the play, or going for the save. Unfortunately, that's going to put them both out of position. And the Hanover Horde are going to put another goal on the board, making this a 1-goal game. See Neon Ridge with a crazy shot from the middle. It's going to get blocked out, though, by, I do believe that was Jester.
1:30 left to go here. Gorilla trying to wait in the wings here, has an open shot. Guard Dog with a chance out in front, and Damp Jackal able to get that one back out. Bunch of the Hunch playing it off the wall now with a good clearing attempt, going laterally off the wall, out to the side, and now went off the roof. Good clearance by the Madison Marvels. Marvels trying to keep this one out, going off the backboard, and a rebound out in front. Guard Dog can't find it, just got under that one. Else, that would have been a good shot.
We're going to see Bunch of the Hunch trying to get himself set up for a play. We definitely see him trying to pass the ball to his teammate. The defense there from Damp Jackal is too good, though. Madison Marvels not allowing a play to be set up, just like we saw the Hanover Horde doing to them in that first couple of games. As we say that, though, we're going to see an excellent pass from Guard Dog, setting up Bunch of the Hunch for a nice, easy goal to tie up the game with 40 seconds remaining.
Excellent play there. As, oh, buckle up. 42 seconds left. Elimination game. Hanover Horde A and Madison Marvels in this elimination bracket. Trying to stay alive is the Marvels, and trying to move on is the Hanover Horde. Horde trying to get it across. That gets held in. Madison Marvels have it down low. Trying to get it out in front, and has a chance, and that's a good save by Bunch of the Hunch. And a rebound left for Gorilla. 25 on the clock, and a shot, scores! Damp Jackal! And it's 4-3 Marvels.
And we saw there, like we discussed before, no boost there for most of the Hanover Horde. They're going to need to keep control of those boost pads if they want to keep themselves alive in this game. Madison Marvels, do they shift their approach now that they are up 1 goal, or do they just keep doing what they're comfortable with? They've definitely seemed the most comfortable in this third game of the series, so I predict we'll see them just keep doing what they're best at. We're going to see that ball head towards center court. Bunch of the Hunch is going to get a nice shot off the backboard to set himself up for a shot. We're going to see Damp Jackal with the save, but Bunch of the Hunch is back for the follow-up. 5 seconds remaining, and we are tied, folks.
Tied we are 4-4 with 5 seconds left in the best of 5 elimination bracket, and it looks like we're going to be heading to overtime. And if you're the Madison Marvels right now, gonna try to put this one in the rear view mirror, knowing that you could have had this one in regulation. Time to move on to overtime. 4-4. Let's get it.
Kickoff going to get killed in the middle. Bunch of the Hunch following up. Going to go for the aerial off the wall. This could be absolutely insane if he can get the double tap. Bunch of the Hunch with the insane shot to finish out that game in under 10 seconds in overtime.
That was a fabulous goal there by Bunch of the Hunch, going off the roof and back into the net. The Horde with the sweep.
And I think that might have been an even crazier play than we first saw. It looked like he was going to go for the flip reset. Both the opponents jumping up to try and stop that, but instead of flip resetting, he just drops the ball down into the net. What a creative play there from Bunch of the Hunch.
So this one's going to be the FC Dragons and Hanover Horde B playing right now.
30 seconds remaining. We're going to see the FC Dragons trying to take victory in the series. They're currently up 2 games and up 6 goals, so it should be fairly straightforward for them. But this is Rocket League. You never know what's going to happen.
They'll play it across and try to get it out in front. 7-1, and, you know, I'm not to disagree with you there, partner. This one looks all but over.
It does, it does. Maybe we can hop over to the Franklin match in just a moment. See here, Franklin Storm up 2-0. The series currently 2-1. Franklin Storm in the lead of that also. We're going to see a interesting shot there from YY come out. He's going to put it a little bit too high up, and Shanae going to get the goal, bringing the Franklin Storm up 3-0 here in game number 4 of the series.
And that one with a good bounce out in front, trying to get it into the backboard. 4 minutes and 14 left to go, and it is a 3-0 game with a 2-1 series lead for the, I believe,
Franklin Storm.
Franklin Storm, thank you.
4 minutes remaining in this match. We're going to see Pawnee try and get that ball out of enemy territory, but the Franklin Stealth looking a little flustered here. We saw 2 players commit on that kickoff and once more during the play, and that is going to be, as we see another demo come out from YY. YY going to try and keep that ball in play. He's going to have a fairly open net, putting it right on the top board there. Excellently placed shot there for YY to bring the score 4-0.
At 3:38 remaining here in this game, 4-0. YY with a good goal, getting it into the dead center of the net. And now they have a padded lead, making it just that much more possible for them to reach round number 3 in the semifinals.
Pawnee with an absolutely amazing attempt. Unfortunately for the Stealth, he is not able to get that ball in, but that will instill a little bit of confidence on them that they did have that open net there. Pawnee going for the follow-up again. We're going to see him miss the shot, or maybe he was faking there, setting up Icy Fire. Shanae going to get the block, though. You cannot get it past the Franklin Storm today.
Yeah, that is for sure, as Pawnee trying to get it back in. 4-0, here's your score. Pokey Mini-Me trying to get it across. Shanae taking it away, going off the side of the wall, and a shot, and that one will be taken out as Pawnee not able to go. He'll hold it on as YYRL getting it out to the center. YY taken away by Shanae. Shanae has a chance, and a flip, and a shot. He scores! What a goal! 5-0 with 2:38 left to go. Shanae take a foul. That was a highlight reel goal if I've ever seen one.
Wow, Pawnee getting so close to saving that, but as you said, what a goal there from Shanae to put it right in that top left corner. Almost nothing that the Stealth could have done there. We're going to see Icy Fire go for the shot. It's going to get blocked by one of the Storm players. Storm doing a good job to keep that ball deep in enemy territory. We're going to see an air dribble coming out from Pawnee, though, followed up by Icy Fire. And Pawnee going to get the follow-up to bring the first goal on the board for the Stealth.
That's a great goal scored by Pawnee, able to get it across and kind of bounce it right over the defender. Not able to do anything with that, breaking the shutout with 2:22 left to go.
That'll be a little bit of a wake-up call for the Storm. I'm sure they felt they were running away with it. They're going to have to focus up, though. These last 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the game are not going to be a gimme here. We're going to see a nice shot on goal come out from one of the Stealth members. It's going to get blocked out by Shanae, though, as Yags is going to get a demo to allow them to have some momentum on this play. Storm, though, playing it nice and slow, knowing that they have a 4-goal lead, just can't give anything up silly, going for a double commit or anything like that. Some great awareness here from the Storm.
And Shanae trying to get it across. YYRL with a chance out in front, and that gets taken away. And Yags with a chance, and that one will be hit out to the side. Going off the side of the wall, Pawnee. Franklin Stealth playing with a little bit of fire here as the Storm centering it out in front, able to get it out in front again, and not able to find the double tap there. 1:30 left to go. Yags with a chance, he gets taken out of the play. And now Shanae with a shot, he scores!
Wow, what a goal there.
One.
We're going to see Shanae and YY going for a sort of pinch, and not a very traditional pinch, as we saw Shanae sort of shove YY into it, but a pinch nonetheless to bring them their 6th goal of the game.
1:23 left to go here for the Franklin Storm and Franklin Stealth as they try to bring it back in front. Shanae able out to the find. Pawnee.
We're going to see a nice dribble coming out from Pawnee.
Excellent dribble. Able to sustain a little bit of pressure there as Shanae able to hold it in. A little aerial dribble, getting it right above Pawnee, and that one will be rejected back to the other side. 62 seconds remaining here in this game number 5. Or excuse me, game number 4.
Shanae with the rotation, sensing that the play was lost for them, immediately going back to net, and is going to save them from getting a goal of the Franklin Stealth. Only 45 seconds remaining in this game. The Stealth are going to have to pull out a miracle here to keep themselves hopes alive. Unfortunately for the Stealth, though, another goal is going to go on the board for the Storm, making it a 6-goal game.
So 7-1 here. 39 seconds left. And right now, the Storm are looking to be on the verge of the semifinals, where the Franklin Stealth may have a date with the FC Dragons or the Hanover Horde A. They'll play it down. Shenane with a chance, and that gets taken out by Yags. Good save and a good redirect. 25 left to go. On the clock as Yags brings it out. Good aerial dribble, trying to...
What a shot from Yags there.
Yags! Wow! Taking it to the house himself.
The flick reset, followed by the musky flick into the goal. One of the most amazing goals I've ever seen.
Pokey Mini-Me getting set, and I'm sure everybody on the Franklin Stealth side is just throwing their hands up like, what do you want me to do? Yags was perfectly defended, but he pulls out the musky, bro. And that is absolutely amazing. And Shenane bringing it back out in front, not able to go. 2 seconds left to go, and one. That one, as soon as this ball goes in the net or keels down, the Storm are headed to the semi-finals.
What a performance there from the Franklin Storm and from both teams. We saw absolutely excellent gameplay from everyone today.
Excellent gameplay, and you know what? I think we're about to get a little bit more. Let's throw it over to Quinn and see how the Valorant guys are doing.
Hey, thank you guys so much for your coverage of that car soccer you always love to watch.
Win. It's going to be 7-10 as of right now.
The Triangle Minotaur might be down right now, but if there's one thing that I learned while casting for them a couple of weeks ago, it's the fact that you can never really count them out of anything. They came in from a lower bracket run, made it all the way to the grand finals last time I was on the mic for them. It might be a 7-10 game, but this is not over just yet, people.
Yeah, definitely not over just yet. And we do see the opposing team on the defense is going to be bad at games. Luna, players that we have highlighted. I know bad at games is probably the best Sage that I have ever seen.
Yeah, no, they are fantastic on the Sage. 5 ultimates online for them as well. So they might not just have the point advantage here, they also have the utility advantage in many respects as well. Ronan trying to get a little bit of information here with the spike, firing out. Collateral, though, taking down Retro, and now with Retro out of the equation, you have a little bit less room to work with if you are the Triangle Minotaur.
Yeah, the Triangular Minotaur going for a little bit of a split push, and I think that's very, very risky in a situation like this, just because of the fact that, you know, it's not even risky if you have Lobos. Lobos just with 2 instant head dings, finds 1, finds 2, and now the split push gonna pay off. They have the information, they know where the players are, but they know the bad game's in the corner. Yes, they do. Lobos finds a 3rd. It's all on the back of Lobos, and it doesn't even matter. They're up 3-2, and they have good control of the site. Big Dog, the teammate, finding a single shot and another one. That's just gonna be the attacker when they get the plant off for a little bit of ult charge as well too, and that's just an incredible win.
And you see by the mouse movement there, Big Dog is absolutely hyped, and as you should be, my friend. You and Lobos absolutely popping off in that match, making things a little bit more manageable for the Triangle Minotaur in a round where things seemed a little bit dire towards the beginning. They were struggling to establish something, and the defenders had, you know, they had the early elims in their favor, and Lobos just able to get a good push going.
Yeah, Lobos able to get a good push going, and with the help of Big Dog. Now, the significance of that is they're actually teammates in Valorant and in Fortnite, and they qualified for finals in both. Man. That's absolutely incredible. I've actually had the privilege to cast for them in both games, and there is such an incredible teammate. You can see the jiggle peek just coming out there from Big Dog, trying to bait out any angles, while Lobos just providing off that. They're such a dynamic duo. They are working together in every way possible, and it just shows up in gameplay, in real life probably as well. I know they are probably pretty good friends.
And when you play like this so much together, you have to have that team cohesion. Knowing that is absolutely key to seeing why they're able to pull off certain things that they are able to do, really putting the team on their back in some respects when it comes to those frags, just swinging things back in their favor, as now they're trying to figure out, both teams trying to figure out a little bit of what they want to do, trying to suss each other out a little bit as Collateral takes down Retro once again. Now Retro out of the equation, once again, back-to-back rounds, but still with Lobos and Big Dog, you can never count out the Triangle Minotaur in this round as they're trying to figure out with 35 seconds on the board what kind of push they want to have, and Perka takes them both out of the equation. You might not be able to count them out, but Perka's going to take them out, and now it comes down to Hank and Ronan, 2v4 situation. Hank, not much you can do there as they take him down, and now it's just Ronan, last man standing, a 1v4 situation on the board. They know where he is. Perka finishing with a 3K on the board, adding on to that lead, 8-11.
Yeah, 8-11, and when it gets into the double digits, which it has been, it's the chance for the defending team to really close this out. And Bad at Games, so good at closing out games. Just so dominant. It feels like no matter what the situation is, Bad at Games able to find picks, able to find frags, but no team has really had too big of an economy shift. You can see the Tour de Force out for the Chamber, Lobos on the attacking side.
I know I said it at some point earlier on when we were watching the Macomb Triton. The thing that is really interesting about Bad at Games is his ability to play the Sage, but also just completely frag out on the enemy teams. The aim is absolutely incredible coming off of him. It is a strong performance here for the Macomb Triton, who trying to get that 12 point on the board, force match point. But Ronan and his squad not willing to go out without a fight here as they're trying to jiggle peek around these corners. Bad at Games bringing back his squad mate, but Retro soon quickly taking things down. And now it's a 5v4 situation in favor of the Triangle Minotaur, who are trying to push onto the site, get that 9 point on the board, and Retro absolutely popping off here. 3 kills on the board, Lobos getting a kill of his own, and now the bomb will go down. Ronan trying to get a plant off. They have the high ground up here, the Macomb Triton really playing from that high ground. Perka up top, trying to figure things out, use that utility. Spike will go down though.
We've seen Perka hit a few big 3 pieces, but with the Tour de Force in the hands of Lobo, it's so dominant. You can see just holding down that angle, and Retro actually finding a 4th. This could be an effective ace for somebody like Retro, but Perka showing the aim from the high ground, finds 1, finds 2, shuts down the dynamic duo again, and now it's just gonna be Retro with the effective ace. Absolutely incredible.
This is again why Retro is a highlight player. He is that entry fragger on the Reyna, constantly putting up big kill games. And right there, just add some kills to his tally. 5 kills on the board. Not much else you can expect from Retro.
Yeah, and the significance of them being the entry fragger, it feels like these games are really decided by can Retro get the information that he needs for his team to win. It doesn't matter if he gets picked off the start. It matters if he's able to get a few trades or get any information as the entry fragger. And it seems like the Triangle Minotaur are just doing a lot of split pushes, and Seekers, Sky ult are going to help a lot with that because they actually mark out all of the enemy players. They know exactly where everybody is on this site, and now Ronan knows the positions, but Bad at Games with the Sage Wall going to be able to cut off some of the positions as Ronan finds 1.
And now Bad at Games getting a pick, but Lobo soon following that up. It's a 4v3 situation here as the Triangle Minotaur trying to get another point up on the board, make it 10-11, but the Macomb Triton trying to force that match point here. Lobos holding this midpoint with Retro. A little bit of a rotation coming in towards that A site. What awaits them on that A site is a strong omen right there around the corner, and Luna peeks, takes down Big Dog, but Retro able to follow it up. A big, potentially, absolutely crisis averted there coming out for them as Retro and Lobos able to maintain this site. Lobos getting the plant down.
The positioning that Ronan's got is actually so good. He was able to teleport up to the high ground, so if the enemy Sova is going to go up to the high ground, they're not going to expect somebody to already have this positioning. You can see it already. There it is, Ronan with the God play. That's my favorite Omen teleport, and Ronan just doing it to perfection.
We said it in the green room. We said it at the top of the show, I do believe as well. Ronan on the Omen is absolutely deadly. This man has so many good strategies. The teleportation from him is really what stands out there. And in that case, it's standing out. It really is standing out. And now we are within 1 point. The Triangle Minotaur looking to tie things up here as we enter the stretch of this best-of-1 series.
And different strategy from the Triangle Minotaur every single time, it feels like. This time it's going to be the full stack and the full push onto a single site. So they're so experienced at this. They know exactly what their win condition is, and they have so many win conditions. And if your playbook is that big, that means that you're able to pull out so many more strategies than your enemies. And you can see maybe the Trident have figured out the strategy, and maybe they're going to start rotating back to the A site, but we'll have to see when the fight breaks out.
Now Lobo slowly but surely peeking around the corner. Not expected around the corner. He's able to take down Lobo. And oh my goodness, 3 kills on the board. All headshots for the Triangle Minotaur as they have cemented themselves on this A site. and a retake pending for Macomb Triton. They are going to have a miracle come through here as Marshall holding here up on the Marshall is Perka. And on that breach, it is a tough hill that he is going to have to climb. Not only do you have to get those one taps, they know exactly where you are as well. Ronan able to finish the job. I think the most fascinating thing about the Triangle Minotaur as they're able to close things and make this, they're closing in and evening the score, is just how versatile they are and how sunk in their roles they are as the timeout is coming through. I mean, you have Big Dog, you have who's really good fragger. You have Retro, who's a really good fragger as well. Lobos as well, really good fragger. And then you have Ronan. Ronan on the smokes, absolutely deadly as a fragger as well. And then you have Hank on the sky. This team is really interesting, and they're very set in their ways, and they're very strong with their strong suits.
Their team is just playing to their best strengths. For Lobos, in my opinion at least, I mean, they all have so many strengths, but for Lobos, in my opinion, it's the aim. Just able to hit the shots when it matters. For Ronan, it's the tactical plays and the tactical smokes, and that's why Omen's one of my favorite characters, and Ronan's may have to be one of my favorite competitors because it's just so tactical, it's so smart. It's like they're a pro player in a little kid's body, or maybe just a pro player in general because it's so calculated.
Oh, it is. The calculations coming out for them, just absolutely fantastic. It has been an absolute blow-for-blow match as we are just about ready to get back into things coming out of the tactical timeout. 11-11 is your score, and we are entering the final stretch of this game. Overtime could be pending as we enter what will assuredly be a match point. What we don't know, though, is whether the Triangle Minotaur or the defenders will be the one to put up that match point.
Yeah, you can see Triton all stacked up in all different positions. This is a great setup to just get information on exactly where they're pushing, but Triangle Minotaur are playing so slow, so cautious. The second they realize it, and the Sova Adult's gonna make them realize it, they know exactly where these players are. Sova ult comes out. It's not going to be able to find anything, but it may find... Actually, no, I don't think it found really any damage there, and that's going to allow Retro to sort of sneak underneath, do a little duck play, and do a little peek play as they find bad at games. Big Dog with the showstopper, able to find 1 and 2. Unfortunately, Lobos and Ronin go down, but it doesn't matter. It's on the back of Big Dog, and Big Dog being big in this situation, finding 3. Luna's going to shoot, reveal their position, but it's Omen. You can teleport into any position if you want.
Going to be using that high ground a little bit, just trying to get out of that, potentially being chased by the Triangle Minotaur. I just think the coolest thing about that was Ronan just so narrowly avoiding the Sova ult there, turning around, getting a pick. That's what you get when you see Retro just coming through. And now it's Luna, last man standing. The bomb is down. He has no clue where they are. The thing about them is they don't know where he is either. And with the Omen, you have the smokes. You have the ability to segment things off. Big Dog trying to come around from behind. And he has the hole. He has the pick on Hank. And now it's a 1v2 situation, much more manageable. The spike is still down, though. So not only do you have to pick up the 1v2, you got to get the spike in Retro from the high ground. Big Dog from behind as well. They have the crossfire. Luna able to take down Big Dog. And now it's a 1v1 situation. Retro from above. And he's going to be able to stall out that defuse. And that is going to do it. Even with the Elim up on the board, Luna, not much you can do there, even off of the 3K. As the Triangle Minotaur now with match point on the board. And again, it is either match point or overtime.
Triangular Minotaur have had an amazing A site push thus far. It feels like they're so good at clearing the angles on A, and they just know every single angle so well. The way they isolate at the post plant, absolutely incredible. They stacked 1 on high ground, they stacked 1 on low ground, and they had 1 go for a super wide flank in case, you know, their opponent tried to go for a super wide flank and take high ground. They were ready for anything. And it feels like they always are ready for anything, but it might be a split push this time, and I like this because they've done 2 hard pushes on A, and their opponents might be figuring out on that.
I want to give a big shout out at home to the Triangle Minotaurs player Hank, who is courageously not only playing in this game and absolutely dominating along with his team, but is also at home courageously taking on leukemia. You love to see, this is what makes esports so beautiful, is the ability to have that inclusion, have, no matter what life throws at you, you have the ability to still compete at the highest of highest stages. Big shout out to Hank at home, who's on that board right now playing the sky as the Triangle Minotaur down 2-3 and trying to get that final point up on the board. Things are really looking well for the Triangle Minotaur, and it's, speaking of Hank, with the kill up on the board, is a 1v1 situation. Omen v Omen. Ronan trying to capitalize on this, taking out Luna. Now Luna, he knows where he is. They both have the information. Smoke's going down on this site. and it is a 1v1. We are either going to see match point or overtime coming through, and Luna forcing overtime as Ronan goes down, the defuse comes through, and we are heading in to overtime.
That from the shadows from both players, so tactical. You see them, Ronan using it to get onto site, but then Luna using it to pull off an amazing situation. The thing I love about that most is they knew exactly where the stereotypical plant would be, and they were able to smoke that. And that basically made it so Ronan wasn't able to identify where they were because you're planting and there's a smoke over your head. And then Luna teleports behind him and gets the pick and on a sliver of HP too. That was so close to being the end as we get to see a few replays from these, or actually we get to see a different game coming up here and some absolutely incredible gameplay either way.
Yeah, no, both teams bombed down for the attackers. And the attackers are going to be able to come through. 2 players left on the board as Polks and Akoa able to finish that round out. And we are now 12-3. And things so far for Akoa and his squad, Polks and his squad, really strong. So now inching within that final point up on the board. Things are starting to shape out for them. We're going to go right back to that overtime match. Just a quick update coming through, and Hank able to get another kill, this time on Luna, making things a little bit more manageable for the Triangle Minotaur, who are trying to get that first point on the board in overtime. Bad at games, though, able to take down Ronan. And now it's a 4v4 situation. Both teams trying to figure out what they want to do here. Macomb on that attacker side. Again, when you get into overtime, you don't have to worry too much about economy as you're switching sides both times. The Macomb Tritons getting a little bit of a chance at that attacker side.
Yeah, the attacker side for the Macomb Tritons. I'm not sure how it really played out in the earlier stages, but the rotations right now seem absolutely beautiful. We have a 4v4. It looks like Mace just sort of trying to clear out this site here. They do have the spike, and they will have the Sage Wall to sort of deny the space. They do get the plant off, and now the question is, how good is the post plant for their team? And maybe not good enough with Lobos, but Bad at Games able to trade off that. 3v3, Bad at Games not even trading another one, getting another pick there. 3v2, Rez comes through as well. Bad at Games has been putting on a clinic thus far, but Retro trying to put a stop to that, and now it's going to be a 2v1 in the favor of the Triton, and the Triton are able to take that.
My goodness, just Bad at Games on the Sage. What more can you say? What more can you ask for from a Sage? Not only are you doing all those healing, not only are you bringing your team back, but you are putting your team on your back. You're getting up those kills. That was a fantastic round. That is why they're up in this overtime, and they have match point on the board. This is potentially the end of this game. The Triangle Minotaur, though, they are not going to go out without a fight.
The Triangle Minotaur will not go out in the fight. And it felt like they really figured out their attacks near the end of the second half. And I'm looking to see different attacks, and we're looking at a very different attack here. They're going for the split push, and it seems like every time they do a split push and they get the pick first, it's going to be massive. But the question is, do they get the pick first? And yes, they do. Lobo's able to find one. Now it's just Retro just holding an angle. Does get flashed, but the positioning is there. Gets a trade onto Perka. Unfortunately, Hank does go down, and now it's going to be a 4v3 in the favor of Triangle Minotaur.
3v3 now, 3v2 now. Oh my goodness, the kills are just going out. Chain of kills coming out here as Big Dog able to take down Collateral, and now Lobo slowly pushing onto this site with his team, engaging this push. What awaits him up there in heaven is Maze. Retro coming in for the back line as well, putting that spike down. And now it's a matter of who's going to be able to take what. It's Bad at Games on the reload, not expecting Lobos to swing around that corner. Now it's just Maze from the high ground, last man standing in a 1v3 situation. Don't want to count him out just yet, but it looks like we might be continuing into overtime. As now trying to peek around this corner, spot out by Lobos. Lobos with another 3K on the board, and we are not done in overtime. We are going in to round 27, all tied up, 13 apiece.
Yeah, the second overtime and side switch again. Now we have Macomb Triton on the attack. So I think to shut down the attack on this map, you really need to have quick rotates. Everybody's staying as a team. It seems like it's the initial picks that are able to win these games. And it's the question of, are they going to be able to get these initial picks for the attacking team? But if the defenders are able to hold strong, or at least deny them a little bit of the site, maybe with some utility, maybe with some picks in return, I think that'll be big. But Collateral just prepping the Silver Dart that's going to be able to scan out most of the angles on the C-side, but Ronan doing a great job of avoiding that. They have no idea what they're pushing into, and that's going to make them rotate here.
Smoke going down as well from Ronan, able to basically put a stop to that C push. A little bit of rotation coming through though for Retro, who might be committing to that C push. What they're committing to though on the Macomb Triton side of things is that B push. Sage Wall going down, and Luna able to get the first pick up on the board, but Big Dog able to get the exchange. And now Spike down on this B site. And it's gonna be a matter of whether they can recontest this site. Ronan trying to establish a push with Retro in the smoke. As Retro spotted out from that backside, Bannock Games and Ronan. Big Dog as well coming through with the picks, and the picks are just plentiful on the board. Swings out Ronan, taking down Luna, and now it comes down to Bannock Games, who has time and time again put this team on their back for the Macomb Triton. It's gonna be a matter of whether they can get it. The spike is down, so they do have a lot to work with, but that smoke is down as well. Both the Triangle Minotaur players low on health, and the reload once again, the timing on the reload, back-to-back rounds where Bannock Game is just caught with the reload timing. Goes down, and now the Triangle Minotaur jump to a lead in overtime. We're back at match point, my friend.
We are back at match point, and absolutely incredible gameplay thus far from both these teams. But now it's a question of, will the Triton be able to put a stop to the Triangle Minotaur's push? They've done it before. They weren't able to do it in the previous round, and different push strategy from the Minotaur this time. It seems like they're stacking all on one site again. It feels like they're switching it off. It's just one strategy, another strategy, one strategy, another strategy, not letting the Triton actually figure out their habits, and I think that's massive in a game like Valorant, because staying unpredictable, staying on your toes is the name of the game.
Definitely, especially in overtime where it is a little bit more difficult to keep the enemy team on their toes because of that constant switch of attacker, defender, Things can be a little bit difficult to do, but the Triangle Minotaur have really shown that they can make that happen no matter what. As now we are in match point territory for the Triangle Minotaur, who are looking to get this win and move on through this bracket, but the Macomb Triton not willing to go out without a fight here. Things are going very slow early on, slow and steady, winning the race here, but a slow push up to this A site. Lobos taking command. Gets around the corners, Collateral, and Collateral has that angle on him. My goodness, that was a big one-way, not even a smoke one-way, just a one-way in general. Not seeing him around the pixels. And now they have to potentially reconsider what they're going to do on this A site, as Ronan teleporting out a little bit, and the rotation is going to go through as they back off of the A site. But the rotation for the Macomb Triton as well going through. Perka holding this midpoint, and it looks like the Triangle Minotaur are going to be trying to send it towards that C site now.
Yeah, the C side, they could get control. You can see Ronan just putting in the smokes at the exact right time. Needs to get onto the site and actually get the plant off, though. That's going to be the question. They only have 30 seconds to get the plant off. If they can get it off, they can stall time, they can defend, but it's just a question of that right now. Numbers advantage to the Triton, and sort of creating as much space as possible. They have a tall task to recontest this. You can see some utility being used on the site, but it's all about, can you go in at the right time? Mace proving that the timing is right for them, gets a few picks, and now it's just on the back of Hank, not gonna be able to find it, and ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be another overtime.
Round 29 pending as we see the Triton tie things up. And again, it has just been blow for blow. It feels like we've seen that in almost every respect here. These are the reasons why these teams are here in Orlando right now. They are so evenly spread out, so evenly contested, and we get incredible matches like this. This is where Valorant is at its peak.
This is where Valorant at its peak. I think this could be in contention for the best game of the day, but we've already seen so many overtime games that I can't even say that, right? Like, these players, absolutely incredible, and you can't even just highlight one of them. You have to highlight all of them. Both these teams absolutely showing up, but it's a question of, will they show up here? You can see a little bit of a split push here. They're sending 4 of them onto the A site. Well, the Breach might be able to make some noise onto near B towards C, maybe get a good fake out, but nobody's made that much noise just yet, so they don't know the exact pushes.
Especially if the noise comes through early now with so many players towards that B and C site, you could get a very strong push for the Macomb Triton. Instead, utils come out, and Luna has to take rid of that utility. Now they kind of know where they are. Perka able to get a kill off on Hank, though. Utility and just overall advantage for personnel going in the way of the Triton.
But Perka's positioning, though, they didn't rotate with the team, and that allowed them to not only get the pick, but now Perka's cleared out the entire site. The Sage Wall gonna be able to block it off as well, but it's gonna come down to a 3v3 at the end of the day, and now just a question of, can Triangle Minotaur actually be able to push up as a group. You can see the Reyna flank already coming through. They have them isolated, they have them pinned, but it is Triangle Minotaur, and they do have some big fraggers on their team.
Could be a matter of the aim, and Retro showing more why that is the case, but Maze coming through with a double kill of his own, and now it's Retro with a double kill. It comes down to this, Retro versus Perka. A 1v1 situation coming through. Utilities coming through for Perka, and now with the bomb down as well, Perka has a very strong ability to utilize this, and Perka does not matter as Retro will get the kill off on the board. The defuse will come through, and the Triangle Minotaur once again jumping out to a lead in overtime and forcing match point.
Retro showing that they can be clutch in a situation like this, was able to actually build up the Reyna ult, the Empress there, and that gives you the improved aim. And on a site like C, that's so valuable because you're able to see your opponent just a millisecond quicker, and that can be the determining factor. The fact that you're able to get the damage and get the pick on a single person could be the reason that this game could end here. But if they want the game to end, Triangle Minotaur have to pull up something big here, and it looks like they're going to be going for something big with a big push onto the A site.
Once again, you said it best. The ult was absolutely key. Perka had him right where he wanted him, but the ult comes through and the aim comes through as well. Very strong play there that forces match point now for the Triangle Minotaur. Would have wasted him around the corner though, as Luna does not matter, even with the smoke, as Retro pulls a little bit of a Stewie 2K move there, peeking right through the smoke, does not matter. And now the strong push coming on to this site. Bata Games just trying to prevent it as the smoke goes down. The blindness comes through, and Bata Games is out of the equation. Big Dog and Hank with 2 kills of their own. And now it's a 5v2 situation as they have that match point in their advantage. Ronan could be able to get the bomb down. And now the high ground push, Perka and Maze. Maze from the high ground, Perka from the side. And this is going to be a very tough spot for them to be in. Maze trying to figure out what he wants to use that utility with. They know where he is, and Hank with the kill off on Perka. Perka, last man standing, trying to peek onto the site. 2 kills, Hank finishes the game as the Triangle Minotaur take this game over the Macomb Triton.
That game was absolutely incredible. You can just hear the energy, the excitement in this place. And if you're Triangle Minotaur, you gotta be so happy about that. Able to take the game. It was so close though. It went down to the wire so many times. There's a second when I thought Triangle Minotaur might have been down and out during the second half of the regulation, but able to come back, able to force the overtime, and that's what matters.
30 rounds of Valorant greatness right there. That is the best way I think I can sum that up. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at our bracket now as we head down the stretch of this bracket. Things are starting to heat up early on here. We just saw it with the Triangle Minotaur. They're moving on. Macomb Triton as well in the semifinals. It's the Madison Marvels and Macomb Triton right there. So we can see this bracket coming out.
We also get
starting to shape out.
We also get some information on the elimination rounds as well. We can see how those matches actually was slated out. But we're going to actually show a few replays from that game because that gameplay, absolutely incredible.
And once again, the Triangle Minotaur now in the semifinals. We have our semifinals match starting to shape out here. Bata Games, though, we see putting the team on his back. Not able to, though, there is Maze coming through, and we are just seeing both of these teams went blow for blow, especially in the overtime matches. You see a little bit of a nice spray there. The happy face, you love to see that coming out from Perka. And this right here was absolutely fantastic from Maze once again. Just, wow, absolutely. Let's be honest, these guys would absolutely whoop any of us. You and me both.
Easily.
In Valorant, easily. And they are just showing time and time again that this has just been incredible. Nonetheless, we are going to go ahead and wrap things up here. We still have some Valorant action coming your way later in the day, but we're going to go ahead and send things over to the Fortress for some more action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Fortress. We are here with some exciting Rocket League games. We're going to be spectating the Macomb Heroes and FC Dragons and the Hanover Horde and Franklin Stealth currently competing for their slot to stay alive in the losers bracket. And I think we're still waiting on the winners bracket, Franklin Storm versus Irvine Dragons. We're gonna hop on board here though with the Macomb Heroes versus the FC Dragons. And JT gonna get a nice goal there with 2 minutes down on the clock. The Macomb Heroes are gonna be up 2-0 so far.
That was a great goal. And coming through again, 2-0 here for the, I believe,
Macomb Heroes versus FC
Macomb
Dragons.
Heroes. Thank you. As the Dragons taking control of it. Chicken giving it along to FC Boy Killa, not able to get it. Maxi, back to Boy Killer, turning it over, and a chance, and a shot, he scores! Someone named JT, making it 3-0 here for the Heroes.
What a nice goal there for the Heroes, making use of all the defenders left on the FC Dragons. By the time that third defender was used up, it was an open net for them, bringing them up 3-0 in game number 1.
Excellent play and a good demo there thrown by Chicken. Ricky trying to send it back in. Someone named JT, a lob shot taken away by Maxi. Maxi with a chance out in front, and a shot, good save by Dap. That one will hit off the side of the wall as JT not able to corral it. Chicken taking it away. FC Dragons still with it. Boy Killer with a chance and a shot. That will be sent out to the side by the defense. Maxi not able to play it as someone named JT getting it out in front for Dap. Not able to go. And a rebound out in front. That'll be cleared.
Heroes, though, showing why they are in this game here, keeping control of the ball for the whole time we've been with them, really putting out a dominant performance thus far. We're going to see Ricky go for the shot. Unfortunately for the Macomb Heroes, it is not going to work out for them, and we're going to see the ball head towards their end of the court. Let's see how their defense is.
As Chicken tries to play it across for FC Dragons. Boy Killer trying to hold it back in. Boy Killer not able to go. And now Maxi with a chance by Dap, turning it over. And now someone named JT able to corral it. Not able to hold it though, as Chicken with a lob chance. That will go wide of the net as Rick's not able to hold on to it. He'll clear it back up. FC Maxi able to hold it back down. That will be cleared as far as center where Dap will play it. Back for someone named JT, 1:30 left to go here in this game number 1. Someone named JT with a chance out in front, and that will be cleared all the way to the side as Ricky waits in the wings as Boy Killer has a chance out in front, and that one will be cleared to the side.
Chicken here going for that boost. It's going to get stolen by the Macomb Heroes member. That boost still we were discussing earlier, absolutely crucial for teams looking to take victory, and definitely the reason why we've seen such a dominant performance here from the Heroes thus far. We're going to see a nice lob come up from, I do believe that is Chicken, getting blocked out by JT, though. The defense from the Macomb Heroes has been absolutely spectacular from what we've seen thus far.
As Chicken misses it, and someone named JT, he scores! 4-0 Heroes!
JT with the lob shot. It's going to just graze the wall there, and Chicken unfortunately going to whiff a little bit for the FC Dragons. Macomb Heroes up 4-0 here with 45 seconds to go. Score update.
4-0 your score? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Score
update.
Score update on the Franklin Stealth versus Hanover Horde. Stealth have just taken a 5-1 victory in game number 1 of the series to bring them up 1-0.
And this one just breaking the shutout. Macomb Heroes trying to join the Stealth and getting that 1-0 lead. And the FC Dragons just trying to keep themselves alive here in game number 1.
Both teams
40 seconds left to go. As Rick will try to play it down. Chicken holding it in. FC Dragons able to get it back. And a shot tipped on. Scores! FC Boy Killer. It is 4-2.
This game is not over, Bryonics. FC Dragons really stepping up in the last minute on the clock here, bringing it down to a 2-goal game.
Don't go anywhere. Keep your popcorn clenched tightly in your hands, or barbecue, as I've been hearing, is right outside the arena. It is 4-2, and now FC Dragons trying to get this one back up by 1. If you're going to want to tie it up, going to have to do it in a hurry. As Chicken trying to go off the backboard, and a shot saved by Dap. That will be hit out to the side. Centering it out in front, and Rick with a good save off the backboard, shot, and that'll go off to the side. This one is over. Game still going on though. Gonna have to wait till the ball either goes into a net or clears out. So this one seems to be over. Macomb Heroes with the 1-0 series lead. What'd you see in that one, partner?
What a performance there from the Heroes. Like I said before, it just seemed like they were absolutely in control of that game. Despite the fact the score shows 4-2, I don't think the Heroes had a moment of doubt during that match. So we're on board now with the Franklin Stealth versus the Hanover Horde here.
So the second game that is in the elimination bracket right now. So just a little bit of a reminder from the Macomb Heroes, FC Dragons, Franklin Stealth, and Hanover Horde. If one of these teams lose, they are eliminated.
Take a look at
so
the
Icy
bracket
Fire
for a
and
minute
shot,
here.
and he will score. Let's take a look at this bracket right now. As I mentioned, Franklin Storm and the Irvine Dragons. That's actually a regional finals rematch. I'm excited to see that one. But if one of those two lose, they will head down to the elimination bracket. Whereas these four teams that are playing, Macomb, the Dragons, the Franklin Stealth, and the Hanover Horde, if one of them lose, then their night is done.
We're going to go back to full screen here with the Horde versus Franklin Stealth. We're going to see Spooky Yogurt trying to get the shot off the corner there to get his team in play. Pawnee, though, going on the rotation really quick to try and get control back of that ball. We're going to see the pressure coming on strong from the Hanover Horde, though, here in the start of game number 2.
As Icy Fire trying to get it back down. That will be hit out to the side. Bunch of the Hunch coming back on to play a little bit of defense. Already 2-0 here. As Bunch of the Hunch trying to chip away at this 2-0 lead, giving it back to Guard Dog, taking away. Pawnee going off the side of the wall, not able to go. He'll air dribble it just a little bit, getting it down, flip reset, and a shot! And that will be blocked away by Bunch of the Hunch, who gets it down into the corner, centering it out in front, and a shot! He scores! Gorilla! 2:39 left to go, and this lead is cut in half.
Well done there to the Hanover Horde to get themselves on the board. I bet they were starting to get a little stressed, so definitely a big confidence booster that they needed there.
And right now, still a lot of time to play with for both these guys, as a shot on in, and that almost turned into a good scoring opportunity, but luckily for the Hanover Horde, Bunch of the Hunch able to stop that one. As a shot goes in, and a shot, he scores! Pawnee! Make it 3-1 Stealth.
Franklin Stealth did not like getting scored on there. We saw them immediately go on the offense, putting 2 nice shots on goal. Pawnee getting the one into that net, bringing them back up to a 2-goal lead in game number 2.
2:28 left to go. And now back the other way, Guard Dog trying to shoot it back in. Hanover Horde back in with the Franklin Stealth zone. Pawnee trying to play it across. Icy Hot can't get it out. That will be played onto the side. Bunch of the Hunch. Back down for Guard Dog. Guard Dog goes laterally into the opposite corner. Pawnee not able to find it. And that will be cleared all the way down, and that will be saved, cleared back up. Spooky Yogurt can't find it. And now off the backboard, shots! And that one will go off the backboard and out, as Guard Dog still keeps this one alive. 1:51 left to go here late in game number 2. As Gorilla with a shot, and that will be blocked aside. And another shot, scores! Bunch of the Hunch! And it's 3-2.
Hanover Horde responding. Both teams seeming like every time they get scored on, they pull out the punches, going for the full offensive setup here. Let's see if the Franklin Stealth can continue that momentum, or will the Hanover Horde be able to break the pattern?
Franklin Stealth trying to hold on to this lead and get this chokehold in this elimination bracket. Pawnee, Icy Fire not able to go, and a shot will be blocked out to the side. Icy Fire, he'll play it down to the side. Out to the other side now, Pawnee. Caressing the corner now, bouncing it out in front, and a shot will be turned away by Bunch of the Hunch. 1:15 left to go. As Pawnee trying to play it down, Icy Fire, a shot, he scores! Icy Fire!
That was
and
an absolute snipe from Icy Fire there, putting the ball in 65 miles per hour there. What a shot. Not really anything the Hanover Horde could have done to defend that one.
A haymaker, as we would actually say in hockey. That's absolutely great shot there. 1:06 left to go. Hanover Horde trying to get a goal here in a hurry. Good demo thrown up by Gorilla. And now back the other way. Guard Dog centering it out in front, trying to clear.
That's an empty net.
Has a chance. Going it out in front, triple commit! And that one's just shot wide. Not able to convert on that chance.
No, Pawnee.
As Pawnee, a shot going off the side of the net. Not able to go. And now Pawnee with a chance, dribbling it out in front. And Icy Fire not able to get it.
The mechanical skill on display here from these players is absolutely astonishing.
Oh man, they just missed a shot there too. 24 seconds left, and a shot turned around, off the post, rebound, second shot going off the post, and now Guardog with a chance, coming back in front, off the side of the wall, centering, save! What a save by Pawnee!
Bunch with a great shot there, but an even better save coming out from Pawnee, as you said.
Guardog, not able to go, Bunch with a hunch, able to get it down corralling, and that one will be that.
Let's go ahead and
Franklin Stealth win.
Let's go ahead and swap over to the Franklin Storm versus Irvine Dragons. First game we're seeing of the winners bracket here. Let's see if we can get a perspective on that game. Only 30 seconds remaining.
So this is actually FC Dragons Macomb Heroes. 3-1 here, as in the final dying seconds, the FC Dragons trying to get this one back in by 1, and a shot, and that will be turned around by Rick.
Maxi though with the follow-up.
And Max not able to go. Right now it seems like the FC Dragons still holding on to their kind of ideals of limited use of boost. What's your opinion on that?
Definitely FC Dragons seeming to be a little bit too conservative. As we see that though, we see them get another goal on the board, bringing it to a 1-goal game here with only 20 seconds to go. If I'm an FC Dragons coach right now, I'm telling them, stop playing reserved, stop thinking about the boost, just get that ball in that goal.
Now 21 seconds left to go. 1-goal game. Don't go anywhere as Rick trying to get it down. Maxi, FC Maxi. He'll try to get it down. Dap holding it in. Chicken getting it into the side laterally. Gonna have to get this in the air if you're FC Dragons. Keeping it up. 4 seconds left to go. 2 and 1 on the wall. Now you're gonna have to play keep up here. Golden second as that one goes down. Held up, and now hitting into the side of the wall, still alive, as Maxi has a chance, getting it out in front, dribble, and a shot! That one goes wide, still alive though! Still alive, as Chicken able to get it down, and that one finally gets killed in the center of the pitch. Wow.
Heroes there going up 2-0 in the series, and I believe we are now back with the Hanover Horde versus Franklin Stealth. Franklin Stealth up 2 games in this series, but currently down a goal in game number 3. Let's see what happened to their momentum here.
And now Guardjog trying to get it across. As you mentioned, they had all the momentum coming into this one. Now down by a goal. Gonna have to see if they have to tie it up here as Pawnee with a chance, and that one gets saved by Guardjog. Good save there. Heads up play as they send it back down into the corner. Center of the pitch, trying to play it down, Icy Fire. Guardjog, back down into the other side, Pawnee, clearing it down into the corner, not able to go though, Bunch of the hunch, turning it over, Pawnee, and a shot on in, and that will be blocked aside by Bunch of the hunch. And now Icy Fire, a shot and a good save by Guardjog. So far so good for the Hanover Horde in terms of defense. And have to see if they can, if the Franklin Stealth can break it.
Those aerials from Pawnee are absolutely horrifying. I would hate to be a member of the Hanover Horde while he has control of the ball up in the air like that. You don't know if he's going to try and flip reset and put the ball in himself, or just let it drop and pass it to one of his teammates. Pawnee definitely showing himself off as one of the most mechanical players in this series.
As Guardjog trying to play it down, good turnaround. Guardjog down low the other side, trying to give it along the wall, off the backboard, and a chance out in front, and a shot, he scores! Point to the hunch!
Wow,
and
what a
it's
play.
2-0.
Look at Guardjog just make easy work of those defenders there. He fakes out the first one, bounces the ball up against the second one, setting up Bunch for an easy goal there to bring themselves up 2-0 in game number 3. Definitely not what I expected here. Franklin Stealth looked to be in a quite dominant lead.
As Guardjog trying to extend it to 3, has a chance, bouncing it over, but not able to go. Barely getting enough of it though was Icy Fire. Fire sends it back down. Guardjog with a bank pass off the wall, trying to go across, taken away by Pawnee. Pawnee going off the backboard, has a chance out in front, but a good save by Guard Dog. And again, Spooky Yogurt, a shot, and denied! Right out in front as Spooky Yogurt had a chance, and it gets turned to the side. Still, it's live though, right in front of the crease, and that one will be cleared as far as the center.
Let's see if we can't go spectate the Franklin Storm versus Irvine Dragons in our winners bracket. Game currently tied 1-1, second match of the series. We're gonna hop on board here with that match. For those who, oh, excuse me.
Sorry. It's a 1-1 here with 2:35 left to go. And tell me, with these two kind of juggernauts, what can you expect from this series?
Definitely some high-level mechanical skill and some genius rotations. Both these teams have been known for their excellent physical skill and mental skill. Love to know who the leaders are for each team because the rotations, the brain power of all these team members is just absolutely epic. I think the victor here of this game is going to be whoever can fluster their opponents the most because the mechanical skill is just such an even matchup.
And they try to send it out in front. That gets taken away. Shinane for Franklin. Gets it taken away by Fujay. Fujay. Flip reset. And a chance out in front. Flipping it again. And a shot off the backboard. Oh, that would have been a Globetrotters type play as they send it out in front. But the triple commit might get him in the end. Here comes Shinane. A chance out in front. And that gets stayed by Fujay coming back the other way.
And we're going to see a perfect example of how risky it is to triple commit. Leaving a completely open net was the Franklin Storm there. Luckily for them, the enemy team did not capitalize off it. Only a minute left remaining in this match. This match has gone by so quickly.
It's always, time always flies when you're having fun, as Doom not able to get it out. As Shinane turning it over, and a shot saved by Yags! And a good shot by Fat Hubert. Fujay trying to hold it in, YY not able to corral it, and now a shot off the post, and a rebound, Doom not able to find it, and a good demolition by Fat Hubert. Or excuse me, on Fat Hubert as Doom turns it over. Fujay, 45 left to go on the clock. Fujay turning it over in the Franklin zone. Irvine Dragons having a little bit of vengeance on the mind, trying to redeem themselves from the regional finals as Doom sends it across. 30 seconds remaining. They'll send it out through the center.
Hubert there going to try and clear that ball.
Doom turning it over, and a shot going off the side of the net. Wow, what a play, as Hubert not able to get it out, and now YYRL gets it taken away by Doom. Doom with a shot off the side of the wall, and a rebound out in front. Still it's loose, and that one gets hit out. Fujay holds it up, he keeps it alive, and this one is going to overtime.
Wow, what a performance from both the teams here. We're going to see the kickoff go the way of the Franklin Storm. Yag's going to go for the shot off the wall. Will the defense be there? It will. Fuge with a great save, but the follow-up shot comes out. Another member for the Irvine Dragons with an excellent save there off the top board. We're going to see the follow-up shot come out. Yags is there for the save. Shinane almost there to end off the match.
And a shot from Fat Hubert, who scores! Fat Hubert! And the Irvine Dragons have knotted up the series.
Like we said, this is going to be a back-and-forth performance from both teams. Do not go anywhere, folks. The Irvine Dragons have tied up the series 1-1.
And right now, let's take a look at this first game with Dap Dap getting control of the ball. Right now, this is the, I believe,
Macomb Heroes versus FC Dragons.
Heroes versus FC Dragons. Thank you so much, partner. As for the last 40 seconds, we have a 2-goal lead and a possible ticket punched for the semifinals. 30 seconds left to go as Dap Dap takes it away. Rick, someone named JT, laterally off the corner. And now Dap Dap going it out in front, and that's not able to go.
Maxi, they're going to try and clear that ball, but the Macomb Heroes here, their offense is just a little bit too strong. Maxi going to try and make that last-minute drive. 5 seconds remaining on the clock, and I believe this game is just but dead. We're going to see that overtime ticker come out. The ball is going to get killed here in just a second, I believe, and the Heroes are going to be the series winner today.
Heroes with a sweep, and this one seems all but over. Let's take a look again with Icy Fire taken away here in game number 10 between
on board
the
with the Hanover
Franklin
Horde
Stealth
and Franklin Stealth.
Hanover Horde. 3:53 left to go here as Pawnee trying to play it across. Series score 2-1. Pawnee trying to kill it out in front, and that gets taken away. Guard Dog. Spooky Yogurt. And now Guard Dog flipping it out in front. Trying to get it out in front, that gets taken away. Guard Dog again. Off the side of the wall. Icy Flame. Bunch of the Hunch. Out to the side. Gorilla. Playing it out to Guard Dog. Guard Dog. Taken away by Pawnee.
And I can definitely see the different approach the Hanover Horde are taking here. They're making sure to always leave a car midfield or farther back towards the goal. So Hanover Horde probably realizing they played a little bit too aggressive that game. Gonna turn down the Jets a little bit and see if they can get themselves a nice, easy 1-0, maybe 2-0 victory here in game number 4, excuse me.
And Franklin Stealth trying to move on here. Hanover Horde just trying to stay alive as Spooky Yogurt plays it down to Icy Flame. Or excuse me, Icy Fire. I'm gonna get that right one time, I promise. 2:45 left to go. Pawnee down to the other side.
Getting it past the first defender.
The shot scores!
Wow.
Pawnee, what a play! Walk me through. How did he score this one?
We're going to see Pawnee get it right past that first defender, and I just think this second defender didn't know what was going on. Gorilla going for the save, but he just unfortunately couldn't get it there. Pawnee making sure to capitalize on the offensive from the Hanover Horde, immediately turning it into an offensive for the Franklin Stealth. What a play there from him.
Icy Fire not able to get it. That gets hit out to the side. And a shot out in front. That gets taken away. And another shot flipped on and taken away by Pawnee as he plays it along to Bunch of the Hunch. Bunch of the Hunch not able to corral it. And now a shot from Spooky Yogurt. And a good demo thrown there by Gorilla. And Guard Dog trying to play it, turning it over. Icy Fire out in front and finds no one.
We're going to see Pawnee setting up for another air dribble. He's going to back out of it, though.
Pawnee here so far done a great job in terms of the aerial dribble. Very dangerous player to be letting out in the open with 1:53 left to go as Spooky Yogurt waits in the wings and a shot that'll be blocked out to the side. Gorilla not able to find it as Pawnee has an open net to look at, just has Guard Dog to beat, and Guard Dog takes that one away as Pawnee trying to send it out in front. Gorilla plays nice defense to keep that one to the outskirts.
Pawnee up in the air again. It's going to get blocked out, though, by, I do believe that was Gorilla. Nice demo coming out from Spooky Yogurt to give them an advantage. Icy Fire trying to capitalize on that, getting the ball towards net. The respawn has come in, though, bringing it back to a 3v3, but Guard Dog responds. Franklin Stealth still going on the offensive, though.
As Bunch of the Hunch playing it down the other way, gets taken away by Icy Fire. Fire trying to leave it back to Pawnee. Pawnee not able to go. Gorilla takes it away, trying to go out to the corner. They'll play it down. A minute left to go here. Franklin Stealth trying to hold on, and Hanover Horde going to have to try hope beyond hope to tie this thing up if they want to stay alive. Icy Fire clearing it back down. Off to the side. Out in front. And a shot going off the backboard, and a rebound will be played out to the side as Gorilla going off the roof. Pawnee out to the front of the net, and that was saved by Guard Dog, coming back just in the nick of time.
Only 30 seconds remaining here on the clock. You'd expect the Franklin Stealth to slow down a little and just sit in net, play some defense, but they do not care. They want some more goals on the board.
Insurance is the best defense here right now as Bunch of the Hunch turning it over out in front, and Guard Dog not able to center it. They have a chance. 14 seconds left. Guard Dog not able to go, and now Spooky trying to clear it out in front. Kills it out in front of his own net, almost turning into a big goal there as Spooky trying to clear. 1 second left to go, gonna have to keep this up as Bunch of the Hunch able to keep it alive.
It's not
going
over.
Across the net, out in front, Guard Dog, and it kills down guard dog not able to keep it up, and the Stealth are moving on.
Let's swap over to our winners bracket. Let's watch the Franklin Storm take on the Irvine Dragons. Series currently tied 1-1, only a minute left in game number 3, and the score is 2-3. This is going to be an exciting matchup. We're going to see Doom45 go for the block, booping his teammate out of the way, saying, I got this. Fuge getting the demo in response, and that ball is going to head towards center court.
I like that. He booped him out of the way. Shot going off the post. I actually really like that. I'm going to start saying that. As Fat Hubert playing it down off the backboard. Doom out in front, and Yag's not able to go. Rebound off the post. And another shot will be playing it out to the side. Doom trying to hold it out, and that one will be held in by Doom himself. So Fuji forced to clear this one down. YYRL off the roof. Trying to goad it out in front. Off the backboard.
Oh my goodness.
Yags! What a goal!
Wow, Yags getting set up by YY there. Knowing the defender would be there, decided to take the ball off the backboard, getting the double tap. What a goal there from Yags to tie up game number 3.
37 seconds left. And this game, as well as this series, is tied.
As see a boomer there.
Trying to make this one a lead here for his team. Taken away by Fat Hubert. 30 seconds left. YYRL going off the wall, and a rebound will be rolled off the corner as Shenane not able to go. 19 seconds remaining. Out to the side. Hit up and hit out by YY. Not able to clear it though, as Fat Hubert tries to go in. YY with a chance and an open net as Doom takes that one away.
5 seconds to go. I think we're gonna get overtime here.
Second left to go, and you are right. What do you see happening here in this overtime?
Whoever I think gets first control of the ball is going to be victorious here. Doom45 going for the fake. Unfortunately, he's going to fumble a little, allowing Franklin Storm to get control back of that ball. We're going to see a nice shot off the backboard, but Hubert is there for the clear.
So Macam Heroes moving on, and the winner of this one moves on to the winner's bracket final as Doom tries to get it out in front, and that one gets it taken away. And the loser here, not done yet, still has the elimination bracket to worry about. 30 seconds into this overtime though, series tied 1-1, and a shot taken away by Doom. YYRL trying to go across laterally. 40 seconds into overtime.
Wow.
YYRL turning it over. Yags scores! Yags! And now it's a 2-1 series for the Franklin Storm.
That goal might say Yags, but that was all YY. YY with one of the hugest demos I've ever seen, stealing the ball right from under the other team there. What a goal there from the Storm.
That, I believe, had to have been the most exciting game of the tournament so far.
Like
beat for beat, blow for blow. Wow, yeah, that we saw actually. It's like beat for beat, blow for blow. The Storm and the Irvine Dragons, these guys don't want to go home. Let's take a look at this replay as you see Yags with that double tap off the backboard. Yags has been such an asset here for this team so far. So I want to hear from you. What do you think this the MVP so far of this game is? Or this series, rather?
I think MVP is honestly going to have to be Yags. We've seen Yags bring out the saves. We've seen Yags bring out the goals. That double tap we just saw the replay of was absolutely insane. So Yags definitely going to have to give my MVP award to him. But the series isn't over yet. That might change.
And you know what? Game number 4 coming up right now. Let's get to it. 5 minutes on the clock. And right now, potentially 5 minutes is all that separates the Franklin Storm and the winner's final as Yags pointing it back in as YYRL not able to go. What are the Irvine Dragons going to have to do if they want to stay alive here?
Irvine Dragons are just going to need to breathe for a minute. Just going to need to chill. They know that the Franklin Storm have that leeway of being able to lose this game. Hopefully they can capitalize off that, catch them out with some double, triple commits, and bring the momentum back towards those sides. But we've seen from the Dragons, they are cool and collected. They are not going to let that pressure get to them.
As Fuji trying to get it out in front. Good scoring chances here so far as that one goes off the post. And a rebound will be batted off the backboard with 4 minutes remaining here. Just 60 seconds gone here in this game number 4.
Yags with that massive clear there. There was a really big scoring opportunity for the Irvine Dragons there. Franklin Storm, though, keeping it alive.
As Fujay trying to play it back in. YYRL. He'll bounce that down for his partner. Shenane not able to corral it. And now back the other side. Irvine Dragons trying to get an early lead here as Yags turns it over. And a shot going off the backboard. And Fat Hubert not really corralled there and able to get the shot off. But Doom able to hold it in, going off the side of the wall. And a shot! Saved by Yags! Yags keeping it out. What an amazing stop.
And it looks like we finally might see that momentum shift a little. Irvine Dragons putting everything into that play there, double, triple committing, but just as I am finishing my sentence, they have gotten the ball back into Franklin Storm territory again.
As Shenane gets demoed, YY not able to go, and now Yags trying to clear it all the way back down. Out to the side, and a shot scores! Yags again does it all himself! 1-0 Franklin Storm!
What can they do to stop this man?
Right now, I don't think anything. They're trying to throw everything but the kitchen sink at him, and Yags just makes it look easy.
Doom there committing, trying to get the ball over towards Franklin territory. We're going to see a nice shot come out from Shenane, though. Going to get blocked out by, I believe that was, not sure.
I believe that was Fujay with the save as YY trying to get it back in. Shenane, aerial dribble, getting it out to the side, and a shot from Yags going off the side of the wall. And now off the corner, YY waiting in the wings. Fujay clearing it all the way back in. Shenane with a good disrupt of that cycle. And now Yags with it going off the side of the wall. Yags again has a chance. Can he do it? He scores! Yags again! Franklin Storm, 2-0.
We're going to see just the car control, the ball control from Yags is just absolutely on another level today. He is clearly feeling himself.
Absolutely. That's something that you strut. If you have the stuff, you strut it as Yags trying to turn it around. YYRL playing it across. Fat Hubert. Back the other way. Hubert not able to go. Doom. YY. Out to the other side. Shenane, the pseudo leader of this group. He has been leading by example here so far on the pitch, setting everything up for his team. As a shot, turning it back out in, and Yags not able to get it.
Shenane setting them up again. He's going to put that ball into the corner, trying to center it for his team. YY is there at midfield to go for the shot. It's going to be blocked out, though. That's going to peel some defenders away, though. Will we see Shenane coming back with the follow-up? The 50 is going to go the way of Shenane, bringing that ball close towards the Irvine Dragons goal. Fat Hubert's going to clear it. He's going to go for the follow-up. He's going to fake a little, getting that ball past a couple defenders. Yags getting demoed just as he goes for those aerials. We've seen how good he is at.
Absolutely, as Shenane not able to go with that shot. They'll play it down to the corner, off the wall. Yags, a chance, again, out in front, and a tip on, Yags scores! And that one was Yags, and it was Shenane. What a good play by Yags to get it to Shenane.
Shenane there just barely skimming the ball, definitely disrupting the defenders there. Great job to the both of them to get that goal on the board.
I've made this analogy in the past, and I believe I made it during the regionals too. It's like a fastball turning into a knuckler as they get a shot going out wide of the net with about a minute left to go. It's a fastball going in. Shenane blocks it out in front, and it curves just enough for them to be faked out and kind of overreact to the initial shot.
Rocket League, such a mental game, so much about tricking your opponents, doing what they do not expect you to do, and we've seen Franklin Storm be absolutely excellent at that today.
As Shenane trying to play it back in, 35 seconds left to go here, and 35 is all that separates the Franklin Storm from the winners final. Shenane trying to go back on in. Fujay, a shot blocked out in front. A shot from Van Hubert turns aside.
That shadow defense from YY.
Excellent defense by YY. That's where he has been shining all night. Shenane brings it back out to the side. 5 seconds left to go. The complete team effort is what took for this team to get to the final, and the Franklin Storm has taken the series by a score of 3-1.
Franklin Storm with an absolutely amazing performance there. Important to acknowledge, though, the performance that the Irvine Dragons put in to even get themselves into that match. And as that was the winner's bracket, they still have a chance. They're going to go down to that loser's bracket and potentially face the Franklin Storm again if they can climb their way up to the finals.
Right now, our semifinals are set. The Franklin Storm move on, and they will take on, well, actually, our final, I'm sorry. I think I kind of messed myself up. That was the semifinals, I believe. So right now, Franklin Storm knocking out the Irvine Dragons yet again. And now the Irvine Dragons are set to take on the Macomb Heroes.
Cannot wait for these matches tomorrow. I do believe that was the last Rocket League match of the day. Some excellent performances put in by all the teams and all the players today. Thank you so much to everyone at XP League and Full Sail for organizing this, and thank you so much to all the players who have brought the amazing talent onto our screens today.
That was exciting, partner, and I can't wait to get back to it tomorrow with you. It's been so fun here today. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to kick it off with some Overwatch. Stay tuned.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code, and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Everything looks better.
It does, doesn't it?
The reason this lens is so important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation.
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They took it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horn have taken the victory in the grand finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
That was it. He was no play. Oh, my God.
But Snipe down, looking for one down. He comes through.
First ever Halo Infinite Pro-Am presented by Atlantic Records.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest.
They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down. You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game. A couple of sets of grandparents have been following the team online. We all get in the chat room and give our high fives virtually, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family. As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own.
That person right there, that's my son. They just wiped out the rest of the team.
Play by Noah, and somehow
We would get together and watch the Twitch stream like it was a professional event.
Good game.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart. Give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at lls.org.
I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about picking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with some Overwatch action. Who is excited? You hear the crowd behind me just getting really pumped for these games. And we've already started some of our games here, and it's just been looking great so far. Really excited for you guys to get to see it and join us here.
Yeah, it's been one heck of a day so far. I can't wait to see how the rest of this ends out. We do have one Overwatch game that's already done. The Franklin Nomads take down the North OC Kraken 2-0. But the rest of the games still in progress. I can't wait to see how they end up.
Yeah, I mean, all of these kids coming out here in Orlando to join us, just really coming to perform. And we've seen that so far, just, you know, we've been able to witness before you guys joined us here. And it is really just some amazing stuff. So I cannot wait for you guys to see this. We are just about to get underway. And we're going to take a look at the bracket here.
So here we go, looking at the bracket. I'm not sure if it'll show. It will show. So Franklin Nomads already with that 2-0 win. You can see the rest of it. Hanover Horde A, the #1 overall seed in this tournament, as well as the defending champions. They play the Franklin Valkyrie right now. That is Horde A 1-0 after a 2-0 win on Nepal. Madison Marvels versus Macomb Knights. We are going to be starting that game in just a moment, and that is at 0-0. And then the Franklin Shogun versus Hanover Horde B, currently Shogun 1-0 after a 2-0 win on Busan. But if we've learned anything from Rocket League today in Valorant, anything can happen. Valorant #1 seed already went down. Rocket League was pure insane. I can't wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, anything can happen here at North American Finals. You know, we saw it last year. We're going to see it again this year. These kids come to fight for these victories. I mean, there is no easy win. There is no easy game. And all of these kids are just doing such an amazing job.
It's been spectacular just seeing the level of play shown, and not even in Overwatch so far, because we haven't been able to see that on stream quite yet. But it has been just magical from the Rocket League and Valorant perspectives. We've been sitting back in the green room for a bit, kind of seeing how everything's going. We're all in awe. Jaws on the floor. So I can't wait to see how Overwatch can pick it up here in this opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we had some of those Valorant games earlier go into overtime, go, 3, 4, 5 games into overtime. And, Overwatch can do the same thing, though the Overwatch overtime system works a little bit differently. It is going to be just some awesome gameplay. We're going to see these kids just perform to the absolute highest level that they can. So excited.
I'm extremely excited. And we were just waiting on one game right now. But honestly, like, you look at this bracket, and we showed it up just a moment before. It's anybody's game, honestly. Like, going into this NAF after the craziness that was regionals back in the end of April, it's anybody's game in Overwatch because the meta shifts all the time. Granted, it's been a little more stagnant because of Overwatch 2, but I do think this is honestly anybody's team to win.
Yeah, I mean, all these kids are so talented, and there's so many different, even kind of more off-the-wall metas that I'm sure we're going to see that, other teams might not expect. You have some of the regular ones, dive, brawl, things like that are more run-of-the-mill, but we're going to jump into the action into Game 3.
Yeah, that is going to be Franklin Valkyrie versus the Hanover Horde A team. We're over on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and here we go. Franklin Valk on the defense first. You can see Mythic Griff right now on the soldier, kind of peeking ahead as they have a little bit of one of those funky comps you were talking about. That the Wrecking Ball and the Hog together. Hanover going a little bit more basic with that double bubble.
Yep, we got double bubble and we have a Farah Mercy. Quite, a little bit more run-of-the-mill. Farah's got to deal with that hit scan or else she is going to be in trouble. And it looks like actually hit scan himself just went down to the Roadhog. Ball coming in, drop in, try to get some damage on the Zarya. Her bubble comes up and he's going to back away. These teams are really just kind of playing it safe right now, trying to feel each other out, see where they can kind of exploit different corners, things like that. And we're gonna see some people really jumping in. Ball going up high, going after the Farah Mercy. Mercy gets taken down. Farah is going to be a little bit more open, but it seems that she might be getting away here. And Ball comes down to Hitscan.
Yeah, Hitscan snipes YT Skull, and all of a sudden this fight kind of turns a little bit. Snowspore kind of stuck in this corner, trying to take out Kid MDK. Not able to quite, as that cart continues to move. And nobody gets on the cart from the Franklin Valkyrie. Everybody's so split up, but nobody can touch. And that's the end of Phase 1 for Hanover Horde.
Yeah, Phase 1 went really, really fast, and on this map, that is going to cost them. There comes the big ult from Snowsport. Takes 2. Can he see a third? Not quite, but he sees Pizza Freak. Oh, he almost had that. And it looks like they're going to get away, get back in a spawn. They need to regroup here and start to re-push.
Honestly, though, that kind of fight for Franklin Valkyrie is not that bad just because now you can stabilize. Yes, you gave up first phase. That cart's not going to be going backwards at all. But you can at least hold this close position. You're not worrying about holding farther on at this point. And you can just hold on, even if it's just to waste a little bit of time, especially when you have that tactical visor coming up from Mythic Griff.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a difficult, or a little bit of a longer hold here. The only issue for the Valkyrie is they're going to have a lot longer spawns, so their deaths are going to matter a lot more right now than the Horde. So the Valkyrie really need to play safe, but still kind of be a little bit more aggressive so they can keep this pushed up. They went through the first set of doors here. Those have closed behind this cart, and Looks like we've got a couple up on the high ground trying to get some splash damage here with Pizza Freak. I have seen him play a couple of different times in regionals, in North American Finals last year. He is a very, very good player, very smart player, and so I'm excited to see what he can do. We got Kid MDK trying to come in with some Primal Rage. He's getting a lot of stuns there, and he's going to back out and play it safe. That was a good move for him. He got some damage, some pushback, and then decided to keep it safe, go back. So this is anyone's game right now.
Yeah, and a huge pick, though, at the end of that fight onto Snowsport, because now Hanover they don't have to worry about this hog that's been just hooking them left and right. They can create so much free space. It's allowed a Weirdo to get that kill. Hitscan picking one up. And now Franklin have to back up. They don't have the members. And this is where it gets tricky on Numbani, because with the ship in the middle, it can get really funky on where you hold. Hitscan's going to make sure the air in that the Ana is gone. And now Franklin Valk, you're going to get staggered out even more.
Takes out one of the supports there, and that's going to be a good kill. It's going to give them really the pressure that they need to continue to push this card. Snowsport going to contest here. Looks like he is really holding his own there on the point, but Undisputed coming in behind to assist, and his team coming in around him, trying to make sure they hold this. They do not want to give up this second point. It starts to get pretty difficult to hold here at the end. They will have the closer spawn, but it really gets out in the open, and that's not quite where they want to be. With Pizza Freak is swapped to the Reaper, so now he's gonna be good on the inside. Hitscan getting a kill. Toonbree also picking one up. Pizza Freak picking up one of his own, and Snowport takes out Hitscan right before the end there. But that is the second point here. Hanover Horde has a lot of time left of time, like 3 minutes and 50 seconds. They have a good chunk of time to get to the last point here.
They have plenty of time to just try and relax. They can use these ultimates efficiently. They have that Dragon Strike from Hitscan pretty soon, and the rally as well from Lantern to give them that extra armor health. But Valk not going to give him the time. Going to use that Tactical Visor early from Mythic Griff, able to pick up one, but will it be enough?
You know what, though? I think that's okay for them, because now Hitscan can hold on to that, wait for his teammates to build their ultimates, and they're going to have 4 online here shortly, and I think that might be the little bit of the edge that they need. We've got 1 and almost 2 coming up on the side of the Valkyrie, and I think that's they're really going to need those if they're going to want to hold off these 4 ults that are probably going to be coming at them. It's going to be really about ult economy at the end here, ult efficiency. If Hitscan can pick up a good handful of kills with his ult, it's going to be pretty over. Here it goes. This is really important here. Looks like it doesn't quite get there, but it gets them a little bit off the card. They're a little bit more out in the open, but we hear a high noon. Is it going to catch anyone? Catches Toonbree. There's a really good kill there from Blake Snake. We see Hitscan, he's in a little bit of trouble, can't be healed right now, so he's going to back up into some safety.
Yeah, Blake the Snake able to get the one there, and yes, Franklin Valkyrie, you have to use Deadeye, you have to use Minefield and your rally, a very expensive ult for the Franklin Valkyrie, but you still hold. So far, minute and a half gone. You haven't let them push through that final straight quite yet. It's not the worst position to be as long as you can keep rotating those ults. But Hanover, they've been building them up. They didn't use any last fight, and now they can use as many as they need to here and now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hitscan, I mean, it was a 1-for-2 ult economy from the side of the Hanover Horde, and I think they are really getting the better end of it because they're still seeing progress on the card. We hear, huge from Pizza Freak. What did I say? There's 5. What did I say? I told you he is a playmaker, and there he goes. Does exactly what he does best, clearing out the point for his team. Incredible. There's still a pesky ball on point, but he's going to be made quick work of. Looks like the rest of the Valkyrie coming back, but they are going to hold him in spawn. Toonbree picking up a couple there, and that is the first round here. 1 minute and 39 seconds left. Hanover Horde, excellent push there. They did the exact thing that I had said. They held up all those ultimates and then just sent a wave of ultimates toward the Valkyrie, and the Valkyrie just did not have enough resources to respond.
So much attention was put onto the main tank, Kid MDK. It was, all right, Nano on the win, so you want to put pressure on it. Undisputed's like, okay, bash, flail him away. And Pizza Freak's like, all right, I'll go on your back. 5 with the Death Blossom, fight done. And honestly, it was so smart at the end because they know the side, where it was that left side spawn door, it is most popular for people to come out. They're like, all right, we're just going to push him out. Don't let him in. And nobody goes around, and nobody can touch. And Hanover, even though a little bit shaky near the end of third phase, they get it done with a decent amount of time left.
Yeah,
We're gonna hop into another game here, some more action, and it looks like we're
right back.
We're right back with our same teams, and I'm very, very excited. These kids are doing just such a great job, and they are, it still is anyone's game. A minute 30 seconds left. The timing it's a good chunk of time, but it is not, it's nothing crazy.
Yeah, we got to make sure we can shout out one of our sponsors here quick. Make sure you go to galabid.com/XPLDell. You get a chance to win a Dell G3 laptop. That's actually the laptop I have. They're fantastic, as Dell donated 6 machines to raffle off, so we're so appreciative to our partners over there and an amazing company. All proceeds go to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society fundraiser. So make sure you get your tickets, 25 apiece, to get one of those amazing laptops. But now, going back over to the game, Frank and Valkyrie still trying to figure out how they want to approach this. Going to be running the same thing with that Wrecking Ball to cause some chaos.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball, he's in a really good place right now, like as far as the character goes, and I think that they're really going to make good use of him. They have been thus far. He's really pesky on the point, and it's just a really good way to kind of clear people out. Has such good ability to just knock people away. He's got the minefields to clear a pretty large area, and just so far he's been doing a really good work of that. I mean, you saw at the end of the last game was the only one left alive, and he held his own for a while there against 6 other people. So it really speaks volumes to what these kids are capable of seeing, when there's just one point like that. Looks like the Valkyrie about to push their first point there. They only have 3 meters left. They're almost there. They just need a little bit more. 2 meters now, but it looks like it is a really even fight here. Got a lot of blow for blow type stuff, but they're almost there. Mythic Griff getting 2, that's huge. Are they gonna get in there? Yes, that's the first point. 5 minutes left in the time bank.
What a dragon from Mythic Griff, because you can see Snowsport was a little bit farther back, had to heal up, and hooks like that.
Hook.
That is what they're playing
goodness.
for, Aaron. So with the dragon, forces everybody backside a car, and just one by one get picked off, and now they have a pretty similar time bank to what Hanover had when they started this phase of the map.
Yeah, Weirdo there, he got a little bit caught out. He saw that hog, he's like, uh-oh, and just gets pulled right in. But you know what, that gives him time to reset with his team and start to come back here. Tomb Breed here, trying to get a little bit of poke damage, trying to just push them off the cart best he can. And let's see what work he does here. The shield's about to break, needs to hold that out. And looks like he's gonna be able to hold his own. His team should be right behind him there. Yep, you see them going around on the right side there. Hitscan getting up a kill here. Looks like you got the ball coming in on point, and there's the minefield, just like I said, trying to clear that area, trying to make some room for the cart. Big Dragon, let's see if it picks anybody up. Not quite, but it does clear off the cart for them. Pizza Freak picking up a kill here. Excellent work. Mythic Griffin on the high ground, trying to just annoy and try to stop them from making any more progress, but it looks like he's gonna have to back away.
Yeah, going to have to reset for the Franklin Valk. And it seems like right now, Hanover Horde, yes, they're trying to put a lot of resources into taking out Snowsport. That's why you see Kid MDK on the Hog themselves and Pizza Freak on that Reaper. But every single time Pokemini pokes his head, every time they're getting shot.
Yep, and that is, Hitscan doing his thing, making sure he gets that. Pizza Freak picking up 1, but Mythic Griff really turned on him there. Good stuff, getting a headshot there to get him out of there. He knows how pesky he can be and needs to make sure he deals with that. Here comes the Dragon from the Valkyrie. Does it pick up anyone? Doesn't quite look like it, but it's going to point out, but it does not matter. Horde picking up 2, picking up 3. Snowsport still picking up a kill on his own, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. He's hiding down in there, trying to just be as safe as he can, but I don't think he's going to make it out of there.
Yeah, I don't think you make it out of there, Snowsport. Sorry to tell you.
Honestly, I think he should have reset there.
It took a few seconds, but Hanover, they don't stagger him out too much. It ain't going to hurt too much in the long game, but Hanover Horde, the adjustments they've made already, just in this map alone, to make those adjustments for Snowsport on that Roadhog have been immense. And now you can see the value from it. 2.5 minutes left for the Valk, and they've kind of been stumped on how to pass this very difficult part of the map.
We've got a couple ults coming in online. Pokemini almost has her nano boost, and it looks like we've got a couple on the side of Hanover as well. Weirdo ready with his hit scan, about to have his up. He's at 93%. So just a couple support ultimates and maybe a damage ult, but that doesn't, there's not much here in the way of ultimates. They just need to use that raw aim talent that they have. Weirdo picking up Blake Snake. Pizza Freak picking up one hit scan, getting a big dragon, picking up two. Snow Sport's about to go down to Kid MDK, and that's going to be a really good push off from Horde. They did a really good job defending that point.
They're playing so split, it is so difficult for the Valkyrie to figure out who they actually need to focus because they have 2 on low ground, they got a few on high ground, and then Weirdo's playing so far back because they don't want to get picked off. The Valkyrie's struggling with not having a lot of verticality in their setup other than YT Skull. They're struggling to pressure them up there. They kind of just have to walk down low ground or take the time to go all the way around to even challenge that high ground.
Mythic Grip challenging hit scan there. He did get a little bit of damage, and it looks like he's going to try and see if he can get it. There it is! Picks up hit scan. That's a big kill. He now has control of that high ground. Going to get a really good Sonic in there, trying to show where those supports are. Picks up one, gets a Lantern there. Excellent pick. Snowsport coming in, but he gets stunned out of his ultimate, but I think he was almost done. Oh, huge hook! Looks like he's going to pull Kid MPK right to the low ground. Not quite where he wants to be. Another just pick there from Mythic Grip, but Pizza Freak comes in behind him and gets the pick. And it looks like they're so close to making it, but Pizza Freak holding his own here. He is really just trying to hold them off best he can, and he might do it.
I think the spawns are coming back in for Hanover. It just depends if they can keep this Brig on for long enough. And yeah, here we go. Iridic Flux coming in, able to get one. So far, Weirdo's able to pick up two. And somehow, some way, Hanover bring that back, and they are still holding this second point. A beautiful defense, and it is all because Weirdo, not selfishly, pops the Amp Matrix with the extra healing and just pockets Lantern. Yeah. You know, if Lantern dies, they can't stagger that point anymore. They can't use that Sigma ultimate, and now he put Franklin in a weird position because they thought they were going to win that fight and plan for later, and now you got one fight left.
Yeah, they really thought they were going to be able to just keep going, but Hanover Horde said no, and now we're about to go into overtime here. We see a Nanoed Hog run in, Snowsport trying to do his thing, but it looks like he might be focused down, but he gets that rebreather. Here comes Pizza Freak with the ult, picks up one, does not see a second. Looks like Kid MDK getting killed, Lantern getting a kill, Pizza Freak one more, overtime ticking down, and it looks like Horde is going to hold.
The Horde, they're the #1 seed for a reason. They take down the Franklin Valk 2-0, but not without a scare or two there. There were a few moments where Franklin Valk like, okay, like they're bringing it to the team, but I think the consistency was there from the Horde.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a play of the game here by Pizza Freak, and it was that 5K that we saw earlier. Absolutely incredible. And just awesome. He made such a good use of his teleport to go into the back line and then pick up almost an entire team. Incredible. You know, and that is the talent of these students. They are just thinking, 5 steps ahead, each and every one of them. And that's, you can see it be such a difficult fight, every single one of them. They fought so hard. Excellent work to both teams.
That one hold at the end from Hanover is just ridiculous. Like, that shouldn't happen in any way, shape, or form, but they make it work. And that is a credit to them. So now, going over, map 1, Madison Marvels versus the Macomb Knights. And I believe this is entering round 2 of Oasis. Macomb wins round 1. So it'll be Madison. I think it's Madison in the blue, Macomb in the red. I think they got the names a little swapped in the bottom left, so ignore that. But yeah, Madison in the blue top left, Macomb in the red top right. And so far, Macomb take the point back.
Yeah, and they are really just, it's obviously we see how round 1 went, but it's pretty close round 2 here. We do have a little bit more percentage-wise on Madison Marvels, but Macomb currently having control going up to 20% here. Ult economy-wise, we got a lot of ults coming in from the wave Macomb, and that is going to put them in a really awkward position because Marvels has a couple of ults ready to go. We see 4 here, Lunar Eclipse using theirs right now, and we're going to see how this goes. I think that as far as ult economy goes, that may not have been their best choice, but they have a couple coming up anyway, so I think they should be all right. They should be able to stabilize here.
The big thing was that Rexy didn't have Transcendence yet, because that is their big escape button, right?
Absolutely.
All that constant healing. Let's say you get stuck in Blizzard, or you get shattered by Plurp, then that Transcendence is going to be essential to at least keeping the fight alive. And now they're just going to keep holding this. Diva Bomb sent in, and what a hook from Luna, so Plurp could not block.
Yeah, that was just an excellent play. Gets 2 in from the bomb. Ghost picking up a kill here on the Chunk Rat on Macomb 2, and it looks like they are probably going to have to reset here. I mean, they got both of their DPS down, and they're going to try and stabilize in this room here, and we'll just wait for their DPSs to come back. I mean, that's what they have to do here. They need all 6 to try and contest this point.
And part of the contest now, throwing Ghost 10 on that Tracer, a little bit more mobility, going to be a pest in the back line. And I'm curious to see if Parker is going to struggle with it, but not when they have a tactical visor.
Here comes a high noon. He sees 2, but that wasn't quite enough. We had the Transcendence going. I hear the tire. Where is it? Oh, it got destroyed by Plurp. Huge fire strike there.
And everything fell apart for Macomb there. All right, you see, tactical visor with the nano. That's usually a plan for success. It's so much damage output that usually the other team cannot afford to block it, but Plurp, instead of, shielding and shielding like you think he would do, shatters him, kills him right there. All the value from that is gone, and Marvel then bring it on from there. They didn't use everything, but they do have to play a little safe still on the ults here if they want to win the next fight to force a round 3 here on Oasis.
Yeah, and we want to talk about, huge by Dreamer. What a bomb. That is going to push the Knights back for a fight there, but Perka getting an exit kill, getting 2. He takes out both the supports. That's going to be huge. They need to get back ASAP if they're going to want to be able to hold this. It looks like D.Va getting caught out here. She's going to be reset as well. So it's going to be, it looks like both teams are a little bit down on manpower. So it is pretty much even here.
Yeah,
92 to 99%.
Well,
oh my goodness, Ghost.
Macomb are already short-handed. That made it desperately hard for them to try and do anything with it. Yeah, 4 down. Everything's falling apart. I don't know, Aaron. It looks like we are going to a round 3 on Oasis.
Now we're on overtime. Right now it is all or nothing for both of these teams, both at 99% as overtime takes down, and we're going to game 3.
Going over to round 3 on Oasis, and just want to play the Ghost in like, all right, they're probably going to wait for a few seconds and then push in. Let's not give them that time. Put a little bit of pressure on them, throw that pulse bomb in, catches them off guard, takes out 2. Everything falls apart for Madison.
Amazing pressure there by Ghost. I mean, it is really just an excellent play that I think it would have been much, much harder for them to hold had he not gotten, both of those kills. Even if he had gotten 1, it would have been excellent. But he manages to pick up 2, which is pretty difficult to do with a pulse bomb.
Yeah.
So, just speaks volumes to what these kids are capable of. And speaking of which, we actually see a name that we saw earlier, Luna, was a player in the Valorant games earlier, and now is here for some Overwatch action. That just goes to show you these kids very multi-talented here, coming in, playing. We got a couple of students here playing a couple of different games, and just working so hard all weekend to help their teams out. And
yeah, half of their roster are bad at games. Luna, Perka, all on the Valorant team. Same with Massive, they got a few as well. So it's awesome to see these players playing a lot of these games, because you learn different things that you wouldn't think from playing different games when you actually bring it to your others. So now it'll be Macomb holding a high ground, Madison with a lot of point pressure, and Rexy going to drop low for a little bit of fragging, but it's not going to work out.
Taking 2 down there. That's a huge few picks. That's going to give them the edge on the point. As you see, they get the first cap, and there goes Rexy.
Yeah, Rexy just caught behind. I can understand them trying to go back and like, all right, I can try and pick off 1, but it was just the bad timing. They jump off, 2 of their teammates die. Everything falls apart there.
A little bit of overextension there, and he ends up paying for it. But it looks like, Ghost gets taken out by the Bionade right as it swings past bad at games. Oh boy. But it looks like they are holding quite nicely here. 27%. We've got, a little bit of poke damage coming through. This is a little bit of a little bit of an awkward choke to hold because there's so many angles they can be coming from. But they are doing a really good job. We got the Nano Reinhardt here. Is he going to Plurp just trying to swing in and get some damage? But he is getting so much pressure, he just has to shield.
And now, with all that shield gone, that Nano Visor that we thought was going to give value earlier, able to pick up 1, able to finish off Waspies. And Macomb starting to bring this back. Plurp's still alive, going to be swinging away as the Shatter lays it down.
Big Shatter, he gets the charge, boom!
Again, there's fights people should not win, but they are right now. Plurp's, and Rexy showing the aim.
Man, just absolutely ripping through. There's a 3rd for him. Just an incredible turnaround there. Plurp doing everything he can, getting the huge Shatter, getting the pin, but looks like Rexy, he says, you know what, Blurp? No, I'm turning this fight around.
No, you killed a few of my teammates, but we're not letting you get me, and we're going to be able to capture this point. It's now Perka on this Tracer. Going to be poking a little bit, going to try and challenge Ghost 10 a little bit of these Tracer 1v1s. It made us alert for information at this point as they're just looking around, and they can tell the team that they're on this left side.
You know, and we know what these Tracers are capable of. You know, it's got that good ult, and this poke damage is really all about charging up their ult and trying to get a pick with that. You know, they can throw down some heavy damage on the DPS characters. When it comes to tank, it's just about a little more poke and annoy and try and charge up that ultimate. We got 65 to 44% here. It really is anybody's games. You know, we talked about this earlier. All of these kids come to compete, and they are showing that going into Game 3, and this is the action we are talking about.
Definitely. This was the match I think everybody circled in their own one. Like, this could be one of the games of the tournament, as both teams extremely close. Luna in the back trying to do something. Waspies tries to pull the Deadeye, but going to get taken out by Perka before he can even launch it.
Yeah, he really, you know, it's kind of unfortunate not being able to get any value out of that. Perka picking up one here, and it looks like they are going to push them off. The Hanover, or rather Macomb, doing a very, very good job.
Macomb keeping them at bay, and now one fight left for Macomb to try and claim this map 1. And Madison now, they're going to change it up a little bit. Very late. Dreamer going over to the Zarya, Waspies onto the Pharah, bringing back that pharmacy combo that we've seen a little bit today. It'd just be so hard to deal with if you do not consistently look at her.
Although Ryan gets hit with a rock and is falls over. Flurp on the edge here, 36 health, and falls over. He got the nano, but I think it was a little bit early because that nano does give a large burst of healing. I think, you know, if it was held on to just a little bit longer, it might have gone a little bit better for him. Overtime starting to take away here from the side of Macomb, and oh, there's a touch, resets it, but unfortunately looks like all of the Madison team is going to fall, and that is going to go the way of Macomb.
Yeah, the way of Macomb, 2-1 on Oasis, but I think this series, it's going to be a long one. Seeing how close that was, everybody was playing so fantastic, so I can't wait to see, you know, could see a little bit more action in maps 2 and 3, but it was so smart at the end, because as you said, the nano was a little early, but I think it was like, oh, we need to make sure we get through the choke, we need to make sure we get there, but all Macomb did was back up, and it's like, all right, do you have Ryan with nano? Sure, we're gonna run away, and then just poke him down.
Or to say, oh, he can swing a hammer? Well, he can't swing a hammer if I'm over here.
Yeah. So,
and just really smart there. You know, they know that they can just wait that out. You know, it doesn't last that long, something about 6 seconds, I believe, and just back up away from that. And they played it so smart. Just then re-engaged on the Reinhardt and was able to fell him there and put a stop to that final push there by the side of the Madison Knights. So just a really, really strong hold there at the end by the side of Macomb.
Yeah, the Macomb Knights get that 1-0 lead over the Madison Marvels. And now the question is, where do you go for map 2? Because it will be, I believe, the map ban of Madison first, and then it'll be Macomb deciding between the last two. And I wonder, Madison seemed to like the Reinhardt Zarya comps, right? They like to do the rush. They kind of showed it at the end, even though it was a very late swap. I do think that's maybe where they start going to. So I wouldn't expect Watch Point Gibraltar like we saw in the previous series.
Yeah.
But honestly, you know, teams have things up their sleeve all the time. I don't think we were expecting Ball Hog in our previous game either. So you just
Certainly
never know.
Not. You know, it's really one of those things where it comes down to the individual team. You know, you see like, okay, talk about like the comp overall is like, okay, here's what you should do. But some of the teams are like, I know what I should do. I'm going to take the book. I'm going to throw it. Yep. I'm going to get rid of it. I don't need it. I'm going to do my own thing and really just show my own prowess and my own ability to make do of the situations that I'm creating. And these kids are so good at doing that with, you know, you see like these interesting comps and the different things that is, you know, a little bit outside of the meta, and that's okay. You know, it really speaks to what these kids are capable of and what they, you know, have been trained to do.
And I think a little bit of it early here too is nerves, right? Because it's first game for Overwatch. Yes, we've had a Rocket League today, we've had Valorant today. Some of these players were in those games. They're at least comfortable with this environment, but some of them have not. They've kind of just been walking around, seeing how games go, and this is their first game actually in this environment, you know, hearing the crowd behind you, you're not be able to hear your teammates as well because of all the noise. How are you going to adapt? And it seemed like Macomb made those adaptations when they needed to. But I think, honestly, it'll be a comfort thing throughout this tournament. I think teams are going to get more comfortable with the environment as things go on, and I think Macomb maybe just got a little bit more comfortable because they have so many players that played Valorant earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got kind of your, we'll call these a little bit more of the warm-up rounds, though they obviously are very, very important. But as these kids get, you know, really into it and into the environment and just the amazing
just look at this. Like, just look behind us. And all these PCs, the screen, a lot of people over there watching the games.
It's incredible.
It's incredible.
Yeah, we just big thank you to Full Sail University for hosting for us. This has been amazing. And let's take a look at these brackets. Let's take a look at how these teams have been doing and where they are going.
So here we go. Franklin Shogun did end up taking down the Hanover Horrid B team. So a Franklin v. Franklin matchup in the upper semis. Franklin Shogun, Franklin Nomads. That is sure to be a barn burner, as these teams, they know each other very well. Hanover Horrid A team waiting for the winner of this game to see who they play for a spot in that upper final later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we saw a Franklin v. Franklin game earlier in Rocket League. These kids get so excited to go up against their friends, and they just are able to, you know, really bring the excitement to the crowd when you have these parents, these friends that know each other. It really brings a different energy to things. We are here on Havana, and actually, I hadn't said it, but I was thinking this was probably going to be the map that is picked. I think that this is going to be a really good option for Ryan Zaria, and there is just going to be, I think,
they're kind of going for it. They got Dreamer on the Roadhog right now. I think it's just because they're sick of Luna hooking everybody. Because Luna was getting hooks left and right, and I think that is a direct counter, like, hey, we need to at least shut them down a little bit. But I also love the Torb pick. A little bit of Torb action at XP League. We don't get to see that too much.
Certainly
so going to try and deal with the flankers, especially Perka, with that turret. Going to draw attention to anything it sees. And it's going to shoot. You can see the turret going up on that high ground. So I can't wait to see if that actually does have an effect, because...
Yeah, I'm curious as well, because it is obviously, as you can see, very out in the open. But they are, I think it's a little bit of a bait, because if you look, they're hiding down
they're hiding on that right side.
And they might want them to think like, hey, we're all up here, this is where the turret is, but not quite. And so they're holding low ground as the turret up on high ground, but Waspy's turret already going down to Rexy. Looks like they're going to try and fight around this corner, and this is a really good spot to hold. I mean, this is just really smart. It gives you the ability to peek away from those hooks, gives you the ability to kind of peek yourself and throw things down without being able to get punished very hard. And it looks like we have the first res here on Waspies. That's going to be important, as they're not going to have that tool for the next 30 seconds.
And Waspies gets headshot again by Collateral. Wow. Already a few headshots for them halfway to their all. And Perka's also just farming on this Tracer. 90% already that Pulse Bomb could have it to ensure that this point of the map is captured. I think it's already going to be. Madison not able to get to the point in time, even with that pickoff from Waspies. And it will be first phase done.
Wow. Waspies picking up 2 here, just a little bit late. Macomb, very, very strong start. They still have 5.5 minutes here in their time bank as they're beginning to start the second phase here. Like,
there's the Pulse Bomb, sticks it onto Lunar Eclipse. You can't res when you are the one that is supposed to res, and now Madison, they could get staggered even more. No healing left, and they just have to continue backing up, and Macomb's keeping them on the back foot.
Yeah, the pressure here from Macomb is palpable. I mean, this is just, they are really just taking the advantage and sending it even further. They're picking up kill after kill and continuing to stagger. There goes Plurp. There's going to be a big team reset here as they're all starting to come up. But man, oh man, Macomb, a little bit of a dominating performance at the beginning here. 4 minutes and 44 seconds left, and they are just doing such a good job. They are almost at their second tick here, and they still have so much time. They're going to get, I believe, an additional 2 minutes once they get there, and that's just going to be huge. Lunar Eclipse getting a little caught out by Luna, though. Here comes the nanoed Ryan, as we've seen once again, but Luna picking up another kill, and it doesn't look like the Ryan got anything. Man, blow for blow here. Just you see red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, getting just almost resets on both sides. Very, very quiet here.
Macomb maybe gets a little too far forward, And that Flux is actually going to miss from Abrams. I think they were trying to catch out Ghost 10 when they were getting a little bit too far forward. Doesn't hit it though, but I like the aggression. They're like, all right, we're going to catch them off if they're pushing too far forward. Kind of what Madison did to them just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, they really did a good job there. Is they wanted to continue to push their advantage, and it's a really smart play because they know that even if they lose, they are still at an advantage. And their push up so far, they still are going to have time to respawn before their enemy team can get into position. So overall, it was a very, very smart play. It just didn't quite work out for them.
And now Madison can just continue holding this edge. As, the respawns are right behind them. They have that spawn advantage, and this whole hog from Jim, we're just going to push everybody away. Going to stall this out a little bit more and just take a little bit of time off the clock. Macomb, they do have 3 ultimates on board, especially that Dragon Strike from Collateral. We've seen a lot of those be great today, but Ghost 10 shows, a nice little 6-shooter as well can do the job.
Absolutely. And Madison doing a really good job here. They know that they need to burn that time down, as they, the first point did not go so well for them, but it looks like it's coming up all Macomb so far. They are really dominating here as they get pushed ever closer to the end of the second point. Perka is in some danger, but it looks like he's able to blink away. And here comes a big shatter. The stick comes in, wasn't quite enough damage, but it looks like the Macomb Knights are going to, they're about to finish this out. They are contested, but not for much longer. Oh my goodness, just one at a time. The Marvels are coming in, trying to hold as long as they can. And when they're at this point in the game, that is exactly what they need to do. As long as they can stall, they need to continue to stall because they need to burn out as much time as possible.
Exactly. And I was a little confused at first. I'm like, was maybe a misclick putting the nano on a Perka? I should never doubt Perka because goes in the back, gets 2, able to put down the pulse, doesn't stick it, but it would have ended up taking out Plurp if they didn't die a half second before. And it sets up Madison now, and not Madison, Macomb, to continue moving on forward here. Even a big sleep on to Luna, gonna get stuck behind for a little bit.
Luna is in a little bit of danger there. He's kind of by himself, and it looks like he is going to suffer for it. Ghost getting a good kill there. He's gonna drop onto the point. He gets bionated, cleans it off though with the Wraith form, and is able to go around, and he's got the healing there, but he's gonna save it obviously because he does not quite need it right now.
This
is gutsy. Let's see what he does with it.
He's just hanging out in the back. Doesn't have the Death Blossom yet, and when he's going down the flank,
he's there. There's no way he knows that they know. No, but he is by himself. Perka and Luna picking up 2 kills apiece, and it looks like
XBO Phantom running for their life, trying to get back to the spawner room.
Yep.
And they eventually get there. Lunar Eclipse going over to the Lucio for a little bit of stall, but another great pulse bomb from Perka, and now they can just push right back in.
The Dragon coming in. I don't know that there. Waspies picks up Collateral. That's going to be huge. Perka in the backline here, trying to get that poke damage in, hitting up the Lucio. 67 health left, but it sees the healing pack right there. Oh, the Plurp coming in, just bonk with the hammer, and says goodbye to Perka. Send him back to the spawn room.
Rexy's going to try and make the jump. Well,
Plurp is just...
Your shadow might make the jump, but sadly you will not, my friend.
Plurp here, just really getting those, those people that are out in the wings, out by themselves, picking up those kills, and that is, he is more of a frontliner, so I'm not sure what he's doing out that far, but it is going well for him.
Yeah, he's just like, all right, a nice little Sunday stroll, just kind of walking through the streets of Cuba. And a minute 45 left. Macomb, they're going to make a little bit of a swap here. Collateral goes over to the Soldier instead of the Hanzo. Realize that maybe they're not landing the shots they would want right now. So maybe a little bit more consistent poke with the Soldier. And as well, Perk are going to go over to the Cassidy. So a lot more poke. Going to try and burn down a Plurp shield so there's no protection for the rest of the team.
Absolutely. And, they are really neck and neck here. We see... both teams have a lot of ults coming online, and we saw it in our last game, how crucial these can be. And it really does make the difference. Here comes a huge ult from Ghost. Clears out, well, he only cleared out 1, but that gave the pressure that he needed.
I don't know if it'll be enough, though. I think everybody, most of the Macomb team, they went into the front of the car when he went to the back, and he only gets the 1, and this cart still going to move on forward. Never mind, respawns in, Waspies gets 2, Shatter on the ground, knocks down 1, and Madison with the respawn just a little bit closer, able to bring it back, and now 40 seconds left. You only got 1 true elongated fight left.
Yeah, absolutely. really good nano onto Flurp there. He, there weren't too many people around to really hit with the nano, but he, even though he was low, he needed that big burst of healing, or else he was going to be in a lot of danger.
Huge sound barrier comes off from Lunar Eclipse to cancel out that gravitic flux coming in from Abrams. So now that big damage condition gone, even though, yes, you do draw one of the best ultimates in Madison's disposal as collateral now. Getting close to that tactical visor, so Perka is to their ultimate, could be the DPS from Macomb making the difference.
Dragons just came off a point. I would have held on to that just a little bit longer to try and clear that point in overtime, but he didn't decide to hold it in, but I think it's going to be all right. Ghost picking up 2. Luna trying to hold her own, but unfortunately falls. Ghost getting the teleport forward, the pin, and that goes 2 points for Macomb. They are still very much in this. All they need to do is hold to, just before where they got, and they'll have that victory.
Yeah, they'll have the 2-0 if they can do it, but for Madison, simple win condition. But you basically just have to finish the map just before, because they got eerily close to finishing this map up, but they just couldn't get there. So if you're Madison, you looked better on this map than you did Oasis. It seems like the communication's a little bit more there, even with Ghost 10 on these flanks. Do they work out every time? No. But we can see when they work out at the very end of that last fight, it pays a lot of dividends for them, especially with the confidence. So now, when they're on the attack, can they make that trend continue? Or is Macomb going to shut that down after they've realized that Reaper play, and Reaper play getting a little bit too much value?
Yeah, they really are trying to make the most of those flanks. We see between both Tracer and with Reaper, big flank characters going on, and it really is paying out for them. And it looks like we've got Perka on the Soldier, we've got Collateral on the Hanzo. We see him do really well with that earlier. Waspy's on the Widow. We haven't seen too much of that thus far, so I'm quite excited to see what kind of work Waspy can do with this. Ghost still on the Reaper.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Waspy's going to do on this Widowmaker. It's not extremely uncommon, especially during the first and third phases of this map, to pull out a Widowmaker, because the sight lines are so long, and you have just such clean sight lines at the opposition right now. They're just trying to see if anybody's going to peek their head out again. And lucky for the Sigma, have a little bit more health than their squishy teammates. They're able to survive with their life to tell the tale.
Yeah, that got a little too close for comfort, though. Getting their head clicked on is not very fun, but he's able to survive. The healing comes in for him. And as far as the tank lineups go, what do you think has a little bit more of an edge here?
Honestly, right now, the tank lineup is going to favor Macomb a little bit, because they can kind of sit back, they can poke. That's the entire composition they have for them. Unless you get ran out by a Reaper, in which you need a little bit of help from a friend, as Perka is able to avenge their fallen soldier. But for Macomb, all you have to do, sit back and poke. You're not going to be rushing in with a Reinhardt shield. You'll be sitting a little bit far back, letting Rexy and your long-range DPS to do the work.
Absolutely. And we see how well that Macomb is able to hold on our last map. As they were holding that last point, they were just able to. It was just a really clean hold, and I think we can see them. The beginning of this map already going a little bit better for them than it did for the Way of the Marvels. It's just, they have a little bit of a stronger defense, I think, just overall. And that is going to pay off for them, for now, and we'll see if that continues. Luna picking up 1 with the ult on Plurp. Waspy's, though, felling Luna with the Storm Arrow.
Not sure if it'll be enough quite yet, as Macomb do have some people coming back. Perk was able to get 1. Abrams, how are you alive, my friend? Your supports must be gods, as you are at 40 health, and you are going to be able to stay alive and try and take out everybody else now, trying to push back in. And now they almost have that gravitic flux as well. Well,
almost everybody gets
healers aren't that good.
I mean, they are doing a very good job.
They are.
Just the amount of sustained damage that came in was just a little bit too much for them to handle. Ghost picking up 2, though. That was huge, and now they are at the first point. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds, a little bit less than what Macomb had earlier, but still very, very good chunk of time.
Yeah, still plenty of time to work with, right?
Absolutely. 4 minutes, nothing to scoff at all. They really are going to, they're going to have to make good use of it. Every second counts in Overwatch, and that's the thing that I think is so unique about this game, is how, every second in that time bank is important.
Yeah, every second's going to count.
Oh,
what
he
a
canceled
hook
the
coming in
flux.
from Dreamer
Huge.
as Abrams gets taken out. It would have been a huge Ravidic flux as well because there's so many people there. But instead, they can just keep on pushing it. It's kind of going to be what it was like in the previous round where during this middle phase, nobody could really even set up a hold until the very end because of these staggers.
Yeah, Dreamer here, that was an absolutely huge play. And, you know, it may not have been something that's, you know, play of the game, but as far as we're seeing the replay here coming in, and just absolutely huge, you know. You get such good, like, economy, I'll call it, with being able to cancel an ult like that is just so useful for how the rest of the fight goes. And it looks like there's a little bit of desperation trying to hold this point here as we see the ult coming in from Zenyatta. Dreamer getting another beautiful hook, trying to just get these Macomb Knights out of here as they get that second point. They have one more point to go. They're actually doing now a little bit better. They have a little bit more time coming into this third point than the Knights did.
Yeah, they have, what, just over 4 minutes left. Plenty of time for the Macomb and for the Madison Marvels to try and push in. And it's not like they use too much. They still have that Death Blossom from Ghost 10, which so far today it's either been hit or miss. It's maybe not exactly when he should have used it, or it is the perfect timing. And I'm curious to see which side of that coin we're going to see as maybe a misclick.
Might have been, I'm not sure.
Maybe a misclick, maybe just a very early sound barrier, but it shouldn't have hurt him too much in this fight.
Either that or just his brain was so much bigger than
it was so much bigger than ours.
Yeah, and which, you know, some of these kids I can understand just making some plays that are incredible. Here comes the Dragons trying to get those Knights out of their way. Doesn't pick up a kill, but definitely clears a path for them. They've got 2 ults left still. Dreamer knocking them away. Oh, just such good use of their ults that push away, whether it be clearing the path with the Dragons, Dreamer pushing away with the Hog ult, and they are so close here, just under 5 meters. Oh my goodness, Collateral picking up 2, Perka picking up 1. That was absolutely massive. This is what they need, but the reset coming in, Ghost and Dreamer just jumping off the map. They know that it's time to reset.
Yeah, just got to reset at that point. There's no reason to stick around, especially for Ghost 10. Like, you got your ultimate, you're all ready to go. But Madison Marvels, you got plenty of time still. It's 2.5 minutes. I believe the scoreboard is wrong. Macomb on map 1, so they're playing to stay alive in the upper bracket and force us to map 3 of a hybrid. So we'll have to wait and see if they can do it. You know, Nano goes in on the Plurp. Let's see if the Recommend crew can go in.
He is trying to clear that path, but he gets bionated. Oh, huge Zenyatta ult. This is going to be the sustain that they need. Plurp falling, Collateral falling. It is just blow for blow here. Dreamer picking up kill. Waspy, it is starting to go the way. No, I have to change my words here. Macomb.
As Luna just going back and forth here, trying to take out. Is there a 1v1 on point? This card slowly creeping up. Luna does have the reinforcements back on the way, and I think they have got there in time. Collateral with the flashbang, able to take him out, and they're able to survive for now. Macomb still gonna hold for 2 more minutes, but you had to use a lot that fight. You're gonna have 0 ultimates for this crucial fight.
All right, we have a little bit of correction here. What we're seeing on screen right now, I've been told, is the correct score. Madison Marvels is winning right now 1-0. Big shatter from Plurp. They are right now in it to win, and Macomb Knights fighting to stay alive, I guess. You know, this is incredible. Dreamer coming in, big ult, but it looks like he's going to be pushed away. Such a close game here. Oh my goodness, Panic Game's getting the hook. Getting pulled in by the hook, I guess. There's a Dreamer taking that rebreather, getting back up, and that's gonna be it! Madison Marvels taking the victory here. You can hear the cheers coming behind us. Incredible.
Incredible scenes from the Madison faithful.
Let's take a look at the play of the game here.
Yeah, play of the game gonna be good. It is gonna be Luna, and yes, it was sadly not it at the very end, but this was the stall that at least won them that fight before.
Absolutely.
Where it did not seem like even both of us were like, all right, we think Madison's gonna do it, but a huge grab, able to pick it off, and they're able to stall long enough for the rest of the team to come back. A huge play there from Luna, just sadly couldn't get the result in the end, and what a win for Madison. Now the thing is, though, they get to go play Hanover Horde, the defending champs. That is quite a tall ask, but seeing how they play it there, I don't know, maybe Hanover got to be looking at this a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are looking so strong, and we saw such a great performance from them. And especially, you know, as soon as they got their footing, like we said before, these are some of their first games of the day. As soon as they gonna get warmed up, get a feel for it, get their team pumped, they just did an incredible job of pushing out, you know, the Macomb Knights, and I mean, beautiful.
It's just amazing from, honestly, from both sides. I wouldn't want to play Macomb either. I'm pretty sure the loser of this game does play the Franklin Valkyrie, who even in their own right, it's just wacky stuff from them. Like,
Yeah.
it is just extremely wacky. You have to completely change what you're doing. And honestly, I'm curious to see what that matchup is going to end up being. And honestly, for Hanover, you got to look at this game because both of these teams. Okay, so we have a correction. I was right. Macomb did win map 1, so we are going to a map 3. It is fixed. Thank you, Coach Brick, telling him to top us behind, and our producer telling us as well. So that is the slight correction. I thought I was going crazy for a second.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused myself, but you know, we've got the correction, and now everyone everywhere was very confusing. But now we're going into our third game here pretty soon, and both teams are going to be fighting for the, you know, the top, not the top seed, but going into the higher bracket or the lower bracket. You know, it's just like we said, it's both these teams just blow for blow, 1-1, and we're going into map 3, and just the absolute like excitement in the air. These teams are so pumped, and I can't wait to see what the result is. We are just, you know, waiting here patiently as we get excited and get pumped about this last round here. And you know, what do you think going into the last game here? They're going to be on hybrid.
Yep. As long as we don't tie, it's going to be our last map.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I guess, you know, you can tie on hybrid for sure. If you're either of these teams, what are you looking to do other than win, obviously?
Obviously.
But what is kind of going through your head, kind of more comp-wise and things like that as you're going into hybrid?
So for hybrid, it's, you know, kind of the mashup of everything. Obviously, Assault, aka 2CP, no longer in XP League play, just with it being removed in Overwatch 2. So these teams don't have as much practice on the first part of this hybrid with the capture point. But I'm going to guess we're going to Kings Row, because that is the map everybody plays, it seems like. Numbani barely gets played. We could see a Hollywood. I could see us going to Hollywood, but it is going to be Kings Row. We do get the confirmation. It's called Scrims Row for a reason.
It's true. Everybody
goes there. Why not? It's the UK. It's a wonderful place. Why wouldn't you want to go? But here we go. Going into Kings Row, map 3, the potential decider, unless we have a tie here, which we would go to a map 4, I believe, on Ilios. But it will be Madison defending first, and it will be Macomb trying to start off with a great time on attack.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see, you know, just how far the Macomb is able to get. If they can get a really solid push, I think that they are going to be in a really strong position, being able to attack first. I prefer to defend first personally, but I you know, either or is fine. As Macomb, they are able to set the precedent, set, you know, where they know that they absolutely have to hold till, and it could be a little bit stressful being on attack first, but I still think that they're gonna be able to do it. And it looks like we've got coming in the side of Madison.
Pharmacy's back.
Yeah, Pharmacy is back, and that is a little bit expected, I think.
It is one of Waspy's better heroes. We've seen them play a lot of it within XP League over the last year or so. So it's not a huge shock to see them on that. Ghost 10 on the May as well. This map is such close quarters that you could use those May walls to split up
which is exactly what they're about to do here.
Well,
watch as these tanks go through. They know that Ghost 10 is there. They know that there should be a May, but there goes the wall, separating the Sigma there and getting the pick. That is a beautiful play.
It's perfect setup, perfect execution. The only thing that wasn't perfect is that they lost Waspies 2 seconds into the round, so now they have to wait for them to get all the way back into this fight.
Yeah, you know, not ideal losing Waspies there at the beginning, but the walls keep coming in, and just they're continuing able to pull the hook in, separate one team aim kill, and that, you know, borderline ends the fight because now they're down a man. Now they're fighting 5v6, and that's just not a position you want to be in. They are doing such a good job executing this. There it is again. That is the third time they've been able to pull that off.
Yeah, and it's just rinse and repeat for them. And if it ain't broke, Don't fix it.
Absolutely.
Just keep running it because you need to force Macomb to change something. And so far, it looks like they are going to try at least something different. They have somebody going up into the theater there. It looks like it'll be collateral for a second. The May wall that time doesn't land exactly where they need to, but it gets the value. Luna's taken out. Dreamer does pay their life for it, though, so no Roadhogs in play. And now will Madison finally be able to push it?
We shall see. It's going to look like they're going to start going through. They go through Hotel here, but Plur picking up 2. Lunar Eclipse getting the res on Dreamer, so the Hawk back in it. And, you know, this is exactly the position they want to be in right now. There is 2.5 minutes left. The May wall continuing to go. Just the wall. Ghost is just crazy with just the wall. It's such a good ability in this chokehold. So if you're the Knights here, rather, what are you trying to do to get around this?
Well, at this point, you have so many ults coming up, right? You got the Nano from Bad at Games. You have the Transcendence as well from Rexy, and a few more coming up. You just got to invest. Even if it doesn't work, you have to try something instead of just walking in, getting walled, getting frozen, and getting taken out.
Oh, we see the Nano. Luna picking up Ghost. That's going to be a huge stagger. I'm not sure if the res is up. Big slam! Oh! Blurp picking up 3 on the slam, but the kill's not quite in there yet. It was a big slam, and it is going to push the Knights away a little bit, but will it be enough? We shall see. Luna falling to Dreamer. The Hog v Hog battle continues, and you know, everyone's a little bit separated right now. Everyone's like, both teams are in a little bit of an awkward position. Let's see who capitalizes. Looks like we've got a sleep Dreamer over there.
Blurp just saves Dreamer, pins in, takes out Collateral, who was about to shoot Dreamer, take them out. They do eventually die, but you do draw another ultimate that now Macomb is not going to have. And they probably will not have another one unless they capture point A.
This can be huge. Let's see what he gets. Comes up. Is he going to send it? Not quite. He's holding off on the ult. The capture starting to come in from the side of Macomb. Here comes Waspies. Doesn't invest the ult, and that's okay. Knew it was going to be a little bit of a risky play anyway. And it looks like the cap is going to come in from Macomb, and the push is going to begin.
Yeah, they knew everybody was looking at him. There's no way, because for Barrage, you are a sitting duck in that ultimate. You can't move at all. You are going to get beamed down. So I don't blame them at all. Keep it safe, but they can still hold here close at this archway if they would like, because then they can still use those May walls like they have been. Everybody's back. Nobody got the extremely far spawn. And they're going to start pushing on up and try and hold under this archway.
Yeah, really smart from Waspies there, like you said, holding on to that, going to make better use of it later. He knew that if he tried to send that, it just would have been the death of him and probably wouldn't have got very much value. Oh, here it is, though. That's what he was saving it for. There's 3. Plur picking up one of his own. Absolutely huge holding here in the archway. This is such a really good spot to hold as well. If you're on the defense, this is just a really, really nice spot to be in, able to, because, you know, one of two things happens once that first capture comes in. You're either staggered just before the capture comes in and you're not able to hold before they get through the archway, or, you know, if the fight ends a little bit faster than that, you can come back for the arch and be able to hold there and have a much, much easier go of it.
And that's exactly what they're doing right now. 2 minutes left, and they haven't even used that many ultimates. They've been using them pretty sparingly. So now they have Waspies already 2/3 of a way to another barrage. But will they be able to answer this? Gravitic Flux comes out. Death Blossom over the top with it as well. It only gets 1.
Only gets 1, but a couple more picks coming in as that, you know, the rest of the team was quite low. They are now down 4. Lunar Eclipse getting the res on Waspies. Gutsy, to be sure, but maybe it'll pay off. We will see. He is at 93% on his ult. Maybe he can get some work in. The cart coming in, and so the more people who are on top of that cart, the faster it's going to be moved. So we've got 2 right now, 3, and 3 is the fastest it can go. And you know, this is exactly where they want to be. They want to be hanging out on the cart, just holding it, and making sure the Marvels aren't able to recontest. But the huge shatter, Nano coming in. He's going to pick up a couple here. Waspy's getting some of his own. Ghost getting a pick here. That was absolutely huge. Marvel's able to push Macomb Knights away. They are in a really good position right now. Only 50 seconds left on the timer here. They aren't even at the second point. This is where you want to be if you're the Marvels.
Exactly. Macomb, they had to put so much in, so many ultimates getting through that archway They had to use 4 of them, and they had to use 1 that last fight. They don't have a lot left.
But we can't count them out quite yet. We see Luna have that gravitic flux, and we see Perka having the visor here. Those are, you know, in combination can be very, very powerful. Here comes the grab. Let's see what work is made out of. Waspy's behind, though. They didn't quite see that coming. Picking up both of the supports here, and that is just going to completely
there's Tac
swing
Visor
the fight.
too. Parker tried to pull Tac Visor at the very last second, and as soon as he even started the animation for it, gets a rocket to the face of Waspies, and now the worries from Madison and from McComb.
6 seconds.
Does anybody even make it to point?
Lucio might.
Rexy's gonna try. They're gonna get booped away. They're not gonna make it. Madison, hold during Street's face, 92.9 meters. And that is the benchmark. We will not have a tie. This will be our final map of the day. Or at least not of the day, I should say, of this game. And now, Madison, you got to be feeling good because the May gameplay you saw from Ghost 10 was impeccable. Like just what, 2.5 minutes, they're just rinse and repeat. Because McComb even tried to bait it out a few times, and just it still didn't work. They're smart enough to not take the bait, and now they have so much time to just get that through the capture point and then the 93 meters.
You see the excitement from our coaches there as they're just pumping their teams up full of excitement and preparing for this next match. Now, if you're on the, you know, if you're the Macomb Knights here, you're gonna look to do probably the same thing, and it looks like that's what they're gonna do. Perka on the May, they are gonna try and utilize that wall, and that is exactly what they want to be doing. That May wall, as we saw before, so powerful, being able to just completely separate the team at this first choke, and just the execution was amazing. Now, as we see, there's the window up in the top left. They can go around there.
Yeah, Waspy's gonna be sitting up there, try and get an early snipe. As they've kind of played it in a reverse card. They're not going to be playing the May on the attack, which it can work very well. Instead, throwing Ghost 10 on the Genji to try and deal with Rexy and Collateral, and a Waspy's as well on the Widowmaker. I'm not sure if Macomb is going to expect it quite yet, seeing that we haven't really seen it that much today.
This is going to be a really important first fight. We've baited out the first May wall. Now they need to go walk through that choke there and try and push their advantage, because as soon as you see that May wall, if your team does not get walled off, you need to push your advantage as soon as it goes down. And it looks like they're going to do just that. Blurp picking up a kill on Rexy. Ghost 10, and then Blurp falling though. Looks like the Knights are going to hold here. Luna picking up a kill on Dreamer. That is exactly what you want to see from their side. Looks like the Nano came in really fast there. Or no, that's just high charge. My fault there.
No, you're good. As Waspy's already like, yeah, Widow's not going to work. Going to go back over to the Pharah to try and put some damage. But now Madison's like, all right, you did this great May comp. You held it for a good 2.5 minutes. Now you got to counter it yourself, because it seems like Macomb are very comfortable with this. You know, yes, they bait out the wall there, and now it's time for Madison's time to strike.
Yeah, Madison needs to really get in there as quickly as they can as soon as you see that wall. Dreamer hitting the rebreather, making sure he is ready for the fight. Luna at super high charge here. Looks like we see the beam coming in from the Moira. They just need to kind of back away and hide from that. Waspy's in a little bit of danger, but it's that healing coming in. Collateral on the ground. Waspy picks that up. Luna getting a grab kill, and Perka getting a freeze kill here. Looks like the Knights are really holding their own very, very strong here.
Yeah,
though they let them through the choke, it didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, it is a little expensive, but again, it wasn't too much, right?
Absolutely.
As they use the Grab and Blizzard together to make sure they can't get out. And the Blade from Ghost 10, they try and dive on a Collateral on high ground, and they get a whole lot of nothing. They had to call in Waspies to finish up the kill, which, yes, you get the kill in the long run, but the rest of your team is stuck in a Grab in a Blizzard. So now, 2 minutes left. Huge shatter goes down.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be huge. Blurp needs to make good use of this. Here comes the charge. Doesn't quite hit anyone, but Dreamer picking up a kill on Collateral. Waspy's here just trying to throw down as much splash damage as he can. Looks like Ryan picking up a kill on his own. Rexy coming in huge with 2. Luna getting 2. And Perga finishing out absolutely huge, getting a team kill there. Wow.
You can see Macomb, they're getting hyped up. They're like, all right, we know our attack wasn't great, but our defense so far is phenomenal. And Madison has had no way to get through this. Yes, Barrage is online for Waspies. We've seen it a few times today, getting 2-3 kills consistently. You're going to need a huge one, as well as the follow-up to that to try and capture this point A and keeps their hopes alive.
Absolutely, and you know, these teams here are they're neck and neck, but Madison Marvels are in a really tough spot here. They only have a minute left to try and get this capture, and then they can go to the push phase. And so they really have 1, maybe 2 fights left. Waspy's coming in. This needs to be huge. Oh, the deny there, and Badit came beaming down Waspies with the Moiral pin on Plurp. And that is just a dominant performance at the cost of 3 ults, though, from the side of Macomb Knights. But
5 ults from Macomb.
Oh, was it 5? Wow. Oh, yeah, that's just absolutely crazy. But Madison throwing down many of their own, and now we're seeing a couple of swaps here. I'm not sure about Dreamer swapping over to Zarya. I feel like it's a little bit late to do that.
It's a little late, as here we go. Transcendence is used. Wasp, as we said earlier, is a sitting duck. And because Ghost 10 guy picked off earlier, no resurrection during that fight, because they had to resurrect Ghost 10 for the initiation, and now 15 seconds left. They had to wait for XPL and Phantom to come back. They don't have a lot of time to play with. They have to push in with pace.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's got to be a lot of speed here coming in, and it just doesn't look like they're going to have quite enough time. Collateral with the visor picking up 2. Rexy picking up 1 with a headshot. Perka dominating on the Mei here. That's it. Macomb Knights take the victory.
Macomb Knights win. As what a defense.
Yeah.
What a defense from Macomb, as they don't even give up a tick, I don't believe. They just sit there. Cueless cucumbers as Waspies doesn't get the play, but what a play from the entire Macomb team. But now you get a little break, you get a lunch, and you get to play the defending champions, who have not lost a game, I don't believe, since that grand final where the bracket reset was forced. So this Hanover team, they want to get the back-to-back. Macomb, you know, the way they're looking right now, hey, you never know. Even if they don't win that game, they're a dark horse for the rest of this, because that was exceptional play on Kings Row.
Absolutely. You know, just beautiful defense from the side of Macomb. If you're Macomb, later in the afternoon, do you think you want to start on defense side, or do you think you want to set, you know,
I think you want to start on offense to set the pace.
Yeah.
Because you want to show, like, all right, what you did was awesome against Madison. It's not going to work against us. Because if you do that, I think they're in a very good spot, because Macomb's defense was exponentially better than their offense. So as we look at the bracket, the first round's complete. Hanover Horde A versus the Macomb Knights in that round 2 match, as well as Franklin Shogun versus Franklin Nomads in the battle for Tennessee over there on the bottom side of that. And then elimination rounds, we hate it, but they are there. Franklin Velk versus Madison Marvels, Hanover Horde B versus NOC Kraken. 2 of those teams will sadly bow out there. But what a first set of games, Aaron. Just what a first set of games, as it was just phenomenal from everybody.
Yeah, and we're about to go to break, but before we do, let's hear some stuff from over on the stage here. We've got some messages for you guys.
Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate that great casting. And thank you to all the casters so far. You guys may have seen this wonderful man right next to me running around. He's doing interviews. I forgot to introduce him at the top. This is Al Facino. He's our hype man for the day. He's doing interviews. He's a roaming interviewer. So show him some love real quick. Thank you, thank you. We also have 2 more amazing people that I would like to introduce and bring up to the stage for a little surprise announcement. We have the XP League co-founder and chief brand officer, Eva Melamed, and the Full Sail University director of esports, Sari Keitland, here to deliver some scholarships and prizes. Welcome, welcome.
Thank
you. Guys
you.
Are wonderful appearances on stage, and I heard you have something for us.
Just a little something. Hi, glad everybody's here. You guys having a good time or what? This is awesome. One of our favorite parts about our partnership with XP League is how they continue to invest in our educational philosophy and our students in their future. I know you guys have seen, but looking around this room today and everything that you're seeing, this is all put on. The crew is assembled mostly of students. They're in various degree programs all throughout our industry, and they're doing everything from production to gameplay and supporting everything that everybody's doing today. So we're really happy to have them. Actually, let's give a big round of applause for all the students here that are working today. And And part of what they wanted to do was acknowledge students who are really performing above and beyond in so many capacities. So they are presenting 2 scholarships today in association with this event, and we are going to present those now. Our first scholarship recipient is a game art student who is getting phenomenal grades. Grades are very important. This person has continued to get great grades throughout their entire career. As their educational career, they're working through their game art program with a pretty incredible portfolio. They are also a pretty big powerhouse on our Apex Legends team, and we're a really big part of our inaugural Apex Legends team. And working here today, supporting as a TO and supporting everything that you guys do. But we'd like to bring to the stage Magashi, Megan Foy, for his amazing presentation from XP League. Megan is getting $5,000 scholarship from XP League to continue with her education through the Game Art program.
Congratulations. Thank you for being part of our event today.
Oh, wait, Kayla wants one more. Oh. Oh, you get to keep this. Yeah. All right. Our next surprise recipient is going to a very familiar voice to all of you in this room right now. He's part of our sportscasting program, the Dan Patrick School Sportscasting here.
And in fact, he is quickly becoming the voice of XP League.
He's been doing quite a few of your tournaments as you've been having them lead up to this event, and he's been a big part of today. So Quinn Scher, if you can come to the stage. Quinn is also getting a $5,000 scholarship to continue with the rest of his program here. Here's your check, buddy. I know.
I'm shaking right now.
You guys, he's less confident than when he casts.
Quinn lends his voice and perfect timing to anything that we need. So we want to thank him.
No, it's okay.
Thank you so much.
Hey, he still has like a year left of his program and is this good already, so you guys just keep watching because it's going to be awesome.
Thank you so much.
Of
really.
course. You get to keep it. All right, I think it's back to you guys now.
Thank you guys so much, and congratulations to both of the scholarship winners. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for everything you do and making this all possible. We're going to throw it to a quick break, so go grab some lunch, but don't go too far because we're right back with Fortnite at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see you soon, guys.
Take care, Mike.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
We are a place where creative dreamers go to learn their craft. We are the people who fill the world with entertainment and technology that inspires us all. If you are searching for a place to learn, create, and build your dreams, you found it. We are Full Sail University. We take dreams seriously. Start here.
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg, and we'll see you at the North American Finals.
That was it. He was no play. Oh my God.
But snipe down, looking for one down. He comes through.
First ever Halo Infinite Pro-Am presented by Atlantic Records.
Our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about picking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart. Give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at lls.org.
Growing up, I love video games, and a lot of people kept telling me
Hey, Tony, yeah, you like video games, it's cool, but video games is not gonna get you into college. 5 years later after high school, I go to school for video games, and now people are like, man, I should have went to school for video games. I should have focused on video games. So if you do not follow your dreams, you're just gonna walk around miserable. The day I realized I wanted to pursue a career in entertainment media was my senior year of my undergrad degree. I started a gaming club, and I was so fond of the productions and the creativity and the gaming aspect that I decided that I need to go to the best school that focused on these concentrations. That's why I chose Full Sail University. When we start off my streaming career, it's kind of funny. And I had the little MacBook, we had a little MacBook Air, and I plugged it up and I streamed, and it looked so horrible. It looked so horrible compared to now. And I was sitting there like, boy, I was just a man with dreams, and look where I'm at now, you know? So I think the trial and error is very important in stream, in life actually, but you keep improving and practicing. Then you start learning tips and tricks on how to make your content better. And I think that's what I did, because I didn't want to start a brand. I didn't want that load. I was like, I'm already in my master's program. I'm doing esports. And then my friends were at my head like, nah, Tony, nah, you need to start it now. I'm like, no, like what? And I was like, you know what? What I gotta lose? I mean, just me, you know? Because I was so invested in the BJ that my boy Dynamite was like, what if they take it away from me? I was like, you know what, bro, I didn't think of it like that, but you never know. So I was like, you know what? I'll create Too Toxic Tony. I was like, I sat down one day, had my leg up, called up the boys. We don't talk on the phone, so that imaginary call up the boys. I was texting the group chat, bro, I need a name. And then my boy was like, how about Triple T Game? I said, what, Too Toxic Tony? Got it, done. Called up my designer. I was like, hey, Gary, hey, man. Hey, I need a brand. I need a picture. He was like, what you need, big dog? You know, he didn't say that, but in my mind, he said that. And I was like, hey, man, I need me with a gas mask with smoke coming out of it. He said, all right, man. In real life, he said, all right, man, take a couple of pictures like this and send it to me. In my mind, it was like, hey, I got you, big dog. Hey, man, take some pictures. So I bet. So I took some pictures. I was like, man, this thing gonna be whacked. I'm like, he don't need, like, what is he, like? And I said, you know what? I trust you. Show me what you got. He sent me this. I cried. I cried. And that's when this baby was born. You just gotta be a grinder. You gotta want it. If you don't want it, then yeah, you're gonna easily fall out. But you gotta want it. I wanna be in Full Sail Hall of Fame. I wanna be the best esports program in the USA. Okay, all right, I'm going too far. But yeah, that's what I want. That's my goals. Like, I wanna be top. I want you, when you see me, go, that's Too Toxic Tony. And I'll be like this, how you doing?
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They took it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. And over Horn have taken the victory in the grand finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
does, doesn't it?
The reason this lens is so important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation. Just like
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
So I got the email and I said, hey, check this out. They're doing an esports league.
They're going to get started on the aim test. I'm going to want the rest of you to come into the dojo with me.
He loves playing competitive computer games. When he plays online at home, a lot of times it's just playing with random people. In this, he's learned that having a coach who's able to take him through those strategies.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose?
It's definitely been very competitive. It's amazing that they're starting to offer things like esports scholarships now. I mean, I won't complain about any scholarship he gets.
It does, it does.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the live feed.
What's going on, everybody? It's Al Pacino here, still at the Full Sail Live lobby right here. We are at the Gamers booth with Leonie. Tell us a little bit about the Gamers.
Yeah, so the Gamers is a community organization for female and femme-identifying gamers. Our mission is to kind of amplify the voices of female gamers and celebrate all the cool things that they do in the gaming industry.
And what messages or inspiration that you can give to young female gamers that really want to, come up in esports, like even on the collegiate level or even, exceeding to go to the pro level?
Yeah, it's just, don't be intimidated by not feeling like you don't fit in. Obviously we know that the gaming space can be very male-dominated, but what we also know is that females make up 46% of gamers in the U.S., so we know that they're there. It's just getting them to, put themselves out there and put themselves into environments where, they might not be already highly represented. Just get involved, with collegiate esports teams and things like that, and just do your thing. We try and, help support the younger generation kind of navigate their way into that space. And recently, the Gamers actually launched a collegiate program. So we're working with colleges all across the United States at the minute, trying to help them increase female representation on campus and just kind of be a support system for the younger generation of female gamers and helping them kind of know what they need to know and have, other female gamers to talk about, within the Discord and things like that to feel like they're part of a community.
All right. See, you hear that? The males, boys, females are coming up too. I bet you there's some that are better. I mean, I know there's a lot that are better than me. I'm just, I play, I lose, I have fun, but that's just me. Also, I've seen it before. You have the Gamers Awards as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Gamers Awards is probably our biggest event of the year. We do it every year. We're actually just approaching our 3rd annual award show. So, it's a really big kind of positive event where we celebrate, again, all the things that women are doing in the gaming industry. And it's really up to the community, to nominate and kind of spotlight people that they really respect, people that they look up to, people that they think are doing cool things and inspire them to want to do better. So this August, nominations open for the Gamers Awards, and that will lead us up until the final event, which happens in November. So there's, I think it's 6 different categories this year, between streaming, esports, we've pretty much got everything covered. I think we're somewhere between 20 and 30 individual awards this year. So you'll have, your top cosplayer of the year, your top Twitch streamer of the year, your game developer, and things like that. So yeah, we're super excited, and hopefully, since we've done the awards over the past 2 years, it's always had to be virtual because of COVID, and everything else. But this year we're really hopeful, and it's looking like we are going to have an in-person kind of component of the Gamers Awards. So we're really excited.
All right, an in-person one. Honestly, I cannot wait to see that. That's going to be amazing. Like you heard, there's nominations about to come out. So make sure you go out there and nominate who is your favorite, even if it's yourself. Who's your favorite? Okay. It was awesome meeting you. It was a great interview. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the insight and the information, ladies. Go out there, keep having fun, keep gaming. If there's any message that you want to send out to the ladies, the young ladies, even, older ones that want to get into gaming as well, you can go ahead right now.
Just do your thing and don't hold back. Keep going. That's it.
There you go. That's Al Pacino. I'll see you guys later on, all right? All right, what's going on, everybody? It's Alvacino out here in the Full Sail Live, or what we call it, Amsterdam. We're here with
Jason Humphrey from XP League Macomb and XP League Troy.
all right, Macomb. So let me ask you a good question. So what is very special about Macomb?
Honestly, I would have to say what most league commissioners would say is their coaching staff and the dedication of the parents. We have a combination of parent coaches and regular coaches that are mostly college. We even have some college athletes that are playing at their local colleges, like in Overwatch and things like that. But our parent coaches really step up and do double duty. Not only are they parents committing their kids into a program that is one of the best in the nation, but also committing to our program and helping coaching other kids to where they can perfect their craft. When I've talked to other league commissioners, they're not. I feel they're not having as much success as we are with our parent coaches. And so, shout out to Joe, shout out to Kim. You know who I'm talking about. And then my other coaches, they're rock solid. Bring a lot of skill to the game. And so we got 5 teams down here this season, and this is our second year here. And so, coaching, parents, and of course the players, they're top notch.
All right, that is amazing. Like having that many teams, and actually down here competing right now, like in both venues, even in the Fortress and live, it's amazing. Like make sure you guys are checking it out. If you're not checking it out, then I don't know what you guys are doing on your beautiful Saturday. Like if you're resting, which you guys should be, like check it out. Like what's going on? Like what's going on?
Bring an umbrella. It's warm.
Yes, also bring an umbrella. It's warm as well. So another thing, so like how did all of this start? Like so when you were did XP League like call you and say, hey, we're gonna can you get a team together for Michigan or for Macomb? Like how did that happen?
Well, XP League has its origins in Code Ninjas, and so the handful of Code Ninjas players who started this, Jay, Jeff. They got together, started playing, and when it became an opportunity for other Code Ninjas owners to jump in, I was all in. So I think I was in the first 15 of all league commissioners, and honestly, we haven't looked back. We've acquired another territory, and we're going to build, and wherever I can share anything about the XP League story, because it's a great one, I'm going to tell it, because it's what's better, esports, competitions, kids having the time of their life. You can't beat it.
And I honestly, I cannot agree anymore. It's amazing seeing just like kids at a younger level that are actually, that are competing, that are actually like pretty much, I'm just going to say it right now, pro status at a very young age. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised seeing kids like, a year or 2 years from now being in like Fortnite pro jams and stuff like that and like winning millions of dollars. Like it's crazy.
We have some very young players. We have a very strong up-and-coming Rocket League player. They're first in the first place summer season right now. They're going up against Irvine. They're going up against Franklin, very top-notch teams. Macomb is right in there. But what they don't realize is that they're playing 16, 17-year-olds, and I'm not going to tell you what their ages are. But they're young. They got plenty more years to go, and I just can't wait to see them develop and what they become. And this goes back to the parents. Their commitment to their kids, they're getting them trained.
There you go. And there you see, even the parents are helping, and it's amazing. All right, that's going to be it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are getting ready to start our Fortnite action. I am SBG, joined alongside of Ben K, and we are so excited. I mean, this has been an incredible event already. How are you feeling about today?
I'm so excited to be here and to finally get into some Fortnite action. I mean, I've been watching the other games throughout the day, and I have to say, the level of caliber that these players are, I have nothing but the best expectations from these guys.
Yeah, we're going to see some awesome Fortnite, so I don't even think we should wait any longer. Let's jump right in. We're seeing all the teams go head-to-head, some playing at home, some playing here from the venue. This is so exciting.
It's a stacker today, to say the least, and you got players over here. Corrosion, 6 packs, landing over here, just outside of the Joneses, over near Condo Canyon, and it's like they're going to have a team contesting them off spawn.
Yeah, we're going to get some action right away. We'll see how these teams decide to land Condo. It's a pretty big POI, so you can split it, and it looks like that's what's going to happen right off the bat. One team going west side, one team taking the east, and we're just going to go ahead and move forward, grab some loot, and maybe the fight will happen a little bit later.
You have to think some of them, right? I mean, this is a LAN event. The scale that we're at today, I mean, taking a fight off spawn, I mean, I'd be a little bit nervous, had a little bit of the jitters. You see a player here that's already knocked off spawn. It's going to be Lobos, actually. Slick Tyke's going to actually be able to get the res off just barely. It's just like you got 2 players landing over there near the loop boat, and getting this res off spawn is going to be massive for them, especially within the trios game mode where numbers is a massive advantage.
Yeah, it's a quick play to bring their teammate back up, and interesting to have a full team landing at the boat. They are actually going to jump right into one of the vehicles that is the boat and try and start this fight. This will be interesting to see how this early game engagement starts off, because that team coming off the boat has a massive HP advantage.
Yeah, little to no mats on both of these players. You see the DMR coming out trying to put some damage on target and gets 1 shot there, 2 players knocked. It's going to be a 3v1, I believe now. It's just another crack onto a player, but he doesn't have the high ground, has no materials. It's going to take some shots there, down to 26 HP. And this off spawn, I mean, it is looking hairy for him. You see Benji putting down shots, just trying to play his angles. Not wanting to expose himself, but it's not going to happen, and they're going to go ahead and get sent back to the lobby.
Little DMR fight. They take home 3 elims right off the bat, and it looks like there was some other contests going on around the map, but there's another team coming in from the south. Benji's got to be careful. He's still going for the chest, but he's got to turn his head and look at what's going on.
And getting those 3 elims that early off spawn is great for you, not only for the match, but the points on the board already. Going to give you a little bit of confidence as well as take out some of that early game jitters, especially on a stage like this. You have to expect that some of these guys are going to be nervous. And taking these fights, I mean, the confidence to be able to push these players and know that you're going to come out on top. I mean, there's nothing's for sure.
And if you guys are wondering how we know the teams are coming in from different angles, you look at the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a little mini map, and each team has their own color coordination. So 3 of the triangles, that means it's one team. If you look for a different color, that means it's going to be another. The player we're watching is typically going to be white. So even though their team color may be different, the player that's currently highlighted, like black belt, is going to be white on that screen. So just something to help you guys out watching at home and here in the stadium.
Logjam Lotus, one of the new POIs in the last couple of updates. I actually like this a lot because it does change every game. So you'll see these players who are choosing to opting to land here every game might have a little of a different off-spawn play every single time, because if they're getting contested, I mean, there's no for sure place to land each game. You're not, unless they practice every single variant of the POI.
Yeah, and Ben, I want to talk to you about a strat I've been loving. I've been landing here. This is my drop spot this season. So you take the trees that you can knock down, and you just throw them through the whole POI. It knocks out the entire building, so you don't really have mats, but you're able to basically loot the whole POI in a minute or so. You get 1 person land on one side, 1 person land on the other, just wipe it all out with trees, and then it's a quick loot. It is so nice. And, hey, if players do land there, you can throw trees at them because they do 150 damage.
Hey. Not a bad strategy at all, especially, I mean, rather than taking a fight off spawn, being able to clear it out and get geared up that quickly is a huge advantage. I mean, when you have lobbies like this with so much on the line, you want to prioritize that positioning, and having a quick exit path from your landing spot is a big, big help.
Yeah, and I got to give a shout out to Caster Lash. He was the one that was showing me that strat. He actually posted it to Twitter, so I've been doing it ever since and really enjoying it. It doesn't matter what the POI changes to. You can really use whatever. So we see some shots here going on at Sleepy. Jimmy Duke takes some shots on the team over at the other side of Sleepy. It looks like they're just getting in. And I believe this is the Salt Lake City team, if those gamer tags are correct.
Love to see the representation. And you kind of talked about it off spawn a little bit. You touched on it for just a moment. But the ability to split these POIs, I mean, there's so much loot, and a lot of the POIs on this new map are very splittable. And especially where you want to prioritize placement, it's huge. Getting off spawn every single game consistently, especially when you only have a limited number of maps and limited number of lives, to say the least, it's important to make sure you make them count.
And so, Ben, I have to ask you, where's your favorite drop spot, or where you been landing?
Oh, you're gonna really put me on the spot, huh? Okay, let's break it down a little bit, right? I like to play a little bit more aggressive, so I'm gonna be landing at some of the POIs where more players are gonna land. One of them being actually this lake. I'm really liking this off spawn just because it's one of those new spots, so players are opting to land here more. Granted, normally you wouldn't expect a lot of players to be landing here, but with it being new and a new addition to the map, it's being very popular. But of course, on top of that, you gotta love the Rave Cave.
Oh, yeah. Well, this place is stacked. There's so many coolers, so many chests, and the launch pads that spawn give you so much mobility. Where'd you land when you qualified for the DreamHack Finals?
Oh, you really had to bring it up, huh? You had to. Someone told you and you had to bring it up. I'll have you know. I landed down at, well, not down, actually towards the top of the map, just behind the Sunny Steps area, the temple that's up near the Daily Bugle, up on that beach. There's a good amount of chests, some good amount of materials, and it worked out, at least during the qualifiers, but we don't need to look at the finals leaderboard.
All right, no one VOD review that. I don't even know if you can anyway. We do see Foxy Jade here with a switch, just playing this so patiently, waiting for this team to either make their move or move on out, but Alex is starting to get into a position here, and another team comes in. So this is a 3-team engagement. Shay's getting up. He is getting the angles here and putting pressure on. That gold hammer is going to lay down the hammer on some of these players as his teammates looking to get up with him. Alex is getting sprayed. He gets beamed. He's one shot. Now Shay's looking to get in, and Alex is just trying to quickly get out, but no, he goes down. That's another player out of the lobby.
Man. That's going to be 5 eliminations on the board for them this early on. It's got to feel good, right? And they're looking for the 6th, trying to clean up on the last player. Maybe I spoke too soon. It's going to be a 3v2. Some players are trying to hide down here on the low ground and just trying to get a little bit of piece control, force these players out. But you see the armored walls coming through, buying them a little bit of time, but they're not going to let them get away scot-free. See Shay trying to look for this player. He hears him down below. Any kind of piece control to look for an angle, shots on target, but nothing's going to come of it yet. Just trying to stay low.
And it does look like that opposing team has split a little bit. Foxy gonna go up. He's getting double teamed by 2 players, and they're just all 3 actually jumping on this single player. This is great teamwork to stick together and focus a single player. Shay's getting in. Now he's looking like he's going down, but no, Foxy somehow gets out. He uses the armored walls perfectly. It's only a matter of time, though, before the chase happens. Switch going in the opposite direction, but Foxy playing this real well, playing it all alone. Oh, but he goes down out of the air.
I was going to say, bought himself a lot of time, more than he probably should have. That trio just barely getting the knock, but it looked like maybe his teammate, at least someone else, was down on the low ground back where they were fighting. You can see them there on the mini-map, but we're going to go ahead and pick up that other elimination, and that's going to be, I think they're 6th or 5th on the board for him. You see them trying to get aggressive now on another player. It's going to be Jack building up to the high ground with Shay, getting into a little bit of a build battle. Pressure's back and forth, but nothing's going to come of it quite yet. Both these players have materials to work with to try and draw this out.
Another one. In the wise words of, I'm blanking on his name, never mind. All right, we do see another engagement happening in the same area. Sith Lord and Clue going head-to-head right here. They're looking to get some space, but no, everyone's just jumping in. There's chaos. The Elam feed's lighting up. Players are in the distance taking shots. Desison looking for those players, but he needs to look for some help on his teammates as they're very low. He's trying to hold the high ground, but the fight's down below him.
Playing this high ground position is important for success in general, not only during the mid game, but also during the late game. You see Ness doing exactly what they need to do to try and pressure down. They've already got 5 eliminations, so they are no stranger to fights. As you see, they get a knock there quickly. Clue's going to pick that up. He's going to try and rotate back into zone because zone is starting to close. And we still got 40 players up, so they're getting to the point in the match where they're going to have to start to prioritize their positioning a little bit.
Yeah. You can reboot teammates, so we did see Foxy go down earlier, but his teammates switch. As long as he's patient enough, he can go get the reboot card, find a reboot van, and get his teammate back in. This team, though, they're looking fierce as everybody is running into them and making the mistake of doing that, at least thus far. We'll find out if they can continue to roll through some different players here. Now it's time to focus on that rotated. And walk us through how these zones work.
Yeah, so every single game you're going to have an opening zone, and as this game continues, there's going to be a new zone that'll pop up over a certain amount of time, and you will see that on the map. Then you'll see in the bottom right, there's actually a white line on the map that's just going to lead these players towards the next zone. And as these zones pop up, they will shrink down to a smaller size, and so on and so forth until about 5th zone, which then we will get into the moving zones. And these zones, instead of getting smaller, are going to start to move around, which they're going to force these players to take a couple fights they don't want to and make them get a little bit uncomfortable.
And another fight coming through here from our team we're spectating. They're going head-to-head. Clue looks like he gets another knock with the finish. Blueberry trying to grab the high ground, but he gets knocked down. Now it's all up to Spirit as he tries to make some plays, but he also gets knocked, and Sizzles is the lone survivor as Nessison actually gets knocked to fall damage. So Sizzles has some time at least to try and make a play, or he could just quickly look to get out of here.
1v2, no small feat, and would be a massive clutch for his teammates. Even if he can get a card and choose to disengage and try and get the reboot later on, he has to make that decision though, and he has to make it quickly because these players, as soon as they're going to get the res off, they're going to heal back up to full HP, and they're going to be hunting them down.
Yeah, and he's going to choose to go for the disengage. Clue and Shay going to get their teammate back up. He still has the shield since he went down to fall damage. You don't lose your shield. Sizzles actually gets hammered with the hammer AR as he's trying to make that rotate on out. He is down to about 20 HP. Shay's looking to clean this up. Still with that gray striker pump shotgun. Sizzles, I'm sorry, my man. All 3 players closing in on you.
And that's going to be over. But don't worry, we got a lot more games over the next 2 days for you to make that comeback, because you have to realize one bad game does not mean you don't have a chance of pulling out that victory. So keep your head up. Go into the next game strong, make those adjustments to be able to decide what you're going to do to be able to come out on top next time. But you do see here, checking back over with Baz. His trios all players are up, but they don't have any eliminations yet.
None yet, but it looks like they're getting themselves into an engagement here, at least trying to put some pressure on as they make this rotation in the zone. And one thing that we should mention is the later we go in the game, as the zone gets smaller, the Storm deals more damage. So it becomes that much more important to get a good position already in the safe zone, because the Storm, as much as you may like, it's an opponent you can't beat. It wins every time, and it doesn't matter how much health you have.
Not to mention the new addition of Storm Sickness. It makes it so that if you spend too much time in zone, you're actually going to start taking even more damage on top of what you're already taking by being in there. But you see Baz, Serial, Harry all kind of box up, and looks like a player got knocked in the distance, and they're going to realize that. They're going to aggress onto this team now with it being a 3v2. Shots on target onto this player, and they're going to get the knock, try and get the rest of that loot, and they might be letting this team get away.
And Baz has not even looked to his right. There is another team that's taking shots at them. Luckily not going to deal with too much damage, and they've dealt a lot of shots out towards this team, continuing to fire away. Doesn't look like that third party is going to look to get involved just yet, as Gav and Mason walk on out, and they're going to live to fight another day.
That's all you got to do, right? Play your placement. Get those points. Every single point matters, especially in lobbies like this. I mean, this is the tournament. This is the finals, so make every game count the best way you can. Regardless of what happens, you just got to move on, because a reboot is still possible. Even if you're a solo, you can still get a teammate back up or clutch up some of those crucial placement points.
And as simply put as we can make it, basically, you just want to win the game and get a bunch of elims. that is how you score points in this, and that's how you're going to win. So whatever team is able to win a bunch of games, pick up a ton of elims, they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. Just to keep it as simple as we can for you guys. Now we do see some players. We're back with Benzi, Susho, and Castles.
I do like to see the addition of the grapple glove. I haven't seen a trio rocking it yet, and you do have to realize, I mean, there's only a limited number of these mobility items on the map, and granted, we're not seeing them take advantage of it right now, but if they can get this grapple glove, you can see it in his loadout bar at the bottom, it could help clutch up a lot of those placement points and be crucial for them to get into those later zones.
Yeah, it's currently the only movement inventory item. Now there's boats that you can use, there's different geysers that you could use, and slipstreams that you can rotate with.
Sorry. I heard something. I think it's the boars? Is that what I...
Oh, yes. The boars, or boyers, as I like to call them.
Yeah. You can actually get on top of one of the animals on the map and use them to rotate, which we kind of talked about it a little bit backstage. I would love to see a full trio riding boars through the moving zones. It is my dream to see that today. Maybe it'll come true, maybe it won't, but nevertheless, we will be seeing a lot of good action today.
Yes, we will, and this team's looking to go towards the edge here. We see Tooth winning. Brink? We're going to call him Brink. And Mace Hey, guys, also, by the way, if I'm saying your name wrong, feel free to come over here and tell me. I don't want to do that, so please tell me if I'm saying your name wrong, and we will get it right. Nonetheless, these guys on the edge of zone, looking to make the rotate, already have 1 elim apiece, so we're looking good so far.
Those elims are going to be nice. Help get those first game jitters out. I mean, going into a tournament, you've got to be a little bit nervous. Getting an elimination early is going to help with that. And XD, and they're in a great spot here. Moving on the backside of zone, less packed, but there are players here on the edge. They have to be mindful of it. Otherwise, they're going to get into a little bit of an engagement. You see here, Yuki, Coach, Pepper, got a lot of eliminations already, and they're looking for more shots on target, and they're going to get a knock on a Serial. Clean them up quickly, but players coming through, and it's like a third party as well.
Yeah, and this is that team that we're watching in the distance, making the rotate towards the edge of Storm. Now this engagement is going to be forced by the zone. Both teams right here on the edge, one trying to hold their position, the other one trying to make a move into that zone. And we see some tags coming through, nothing too significant. Pexper needs to watch his back, though. There's a whole team at his back, and they do actually put some builds behind them and fire some shots.
Tags left and right, trying to hold this team, keep them from getting in zone, because Pepper actually does have the zone. They're not going to have to move very far, but the team on edge is actually going to have to move on top of that.
And then we see the shots continuing. They're just doing a great job. This is one of the keys to playing these end games, is you want to hold your position and then hold other teams out of this zone. I'm sure, Ben, you understand this whole concept, but can you break it down for us in a more simplistic manner?
Yeah, so basically, if you're going to get the zone, which you can see in the bottom right here, you've got arrows that are actually within this white circle. And if you are outside of that white circle, you only have X number of seconds, which you can see the timer counting down to get within that zone. Otherwise, the circle is going to start to close and force you to get within it. So if you're already in that circle, forcing these players and putting down pressure basically onto them that are outside of the zone, those are easy eliminations because they have to move no matter what, regardless of what you're doing to them. If you're going to hit a lot of damage, you're going to barely touch them. If you're going to get them very, very low, they still have to move, and no matter what, they're coming right to you.
Well said, well said. And mentioning the zone, we see we have 10 seconds till it starts moving. If you're wondering if zone is still or if it's moving, it's a clock. If it's still, it is a storm or a little cloud image down in that bottom right corner. That means the zone is moving. So if you guys are trying to figure out what we're looking at, there's just some little keys that we're trying to pay attention to. And we do see zone has started moving. So forcing the final few teams that aren't in to make that rotate. And there's some action. We're seeing that elim feed light up once again.
This is that key moment within any competitive lobbies. We're into the top 10, and those placement points are going to start to ramp up and become a lot more frequent, because these are where you want to make every game. If you can make top 10 and consistently get those points, you are bound to do well or pop off eventually. So just making it here, these players, congrats, guys. Now you just got to close the deal and try and get any sort of eliminations or maybe even that victory royale.
Now Jack looks like he's playing solo here. He has to do one of the more difficult things that I would think in this game is either pretend that he's a full trio or avoid being seen altogether. It is very difficult to do, and once a team realizes he's all by himself, they're going to look to try and get this elim. We do see Jack moving on out. Oh, he gets hit by the rock! Rocked him right there.
That might be the first boulder elimination I've seen this season, but maybe I spoke too soon, as we do see another elimination coming through onto Benji, and that's the full trio wipe, and that's Yuki picking up all 3 eliminations.
What a play there by Yuki. 6 elims. These guys are slaying out, putting it on for us, as we do see Pexper was able to get one of those as well. Now they have to make the rotate in the 5th zone as one team starts positioning themselves up there already in 5th zone. This is what we call 50-50 zone. Half of it starts in and half of it starts in the storm. Then as zone moves, the other piece that was in the zone starts to become the safe area and closes. And then we're really not playing with much space at all. And these engagements get forced quite quickly.
The zone's also very, very small. It's split in half already, only making half of it able to actually box up within, but majority of the lobby has to move. As you see, there's only one team that actually got that zone, and this is what happens. If you're not in that zone, you're going to get pressured on. As you see Nez putting on damage onto Kyle, trying to force them to get a little bit of a hold going, but this team's not going to let them get away with it. Trying to go for these eliminations. They're going to force this. Trying to get those elimination points early before the rest of the lobby has that chance to rotate in. Going for a wall, any kind of piece control, but the edit's going to come through.
That guy must have had 0 ping. Nessun is still looking to get involved. He's taking some shots here and putting some damage on. Not anything too significant. Shay's still holding the high ground as Clue looks for some other angles. He does get one knock there. Gonna get the finish. Yuki gets another knock as well. So these are the two teams we're watching get the most elims at the moment. They're currently doing a really good job of putting teams in poor positions and taking advantage of all of those elims. But in a poor position now is Nessun. He's full box with 2 players in his face.
Not going to be able to make it out, but his teammates are going to follow through, trying to save him, but it's not going to come of it, and that's going to be the end of their rampage. They racked up a lot of eliminations and some good placement points, but now they're at a numbers disadvantage. You see Duke and Kyle, both of them making it out, but only have a few eliminations to their name.
Yeah, playing as a duo is going to be tough. Only so many players left in the lobby. We're down to 9, and it's going to come down to these last few to make plays, and now we start to see the game where players start making tunnels. So that's just building completely within your builds, and that's to protect yourself from other players from shooting at you and from taking damage. We see Duke now putting builds in the way, trying to protect himself, and eventually just says, I gotta sprint, and as soon as he does, someone looks at him, and he starts taking damage, but now the storm is at his back, and he's gotta get moving.
This is it now. Again, being outside of zone and out of position, you're going to get focused as Duke is now trying to tarp a way for his teammates to get into zone, but he's going to be split from him and get knocked. Kyle, though, going to have to carry it out as a solo and clutch up as many points as possible, but he does have some mats to carry him through, but he's running out of metal. Being built up in wood is going to be a problem for him, especially if getting pressured from that high ground team.
Yeah, Kyle absolutely loves FN. Just in case you didn't know, we do see Yuki, Pexper, and Coach here. They're playing the high ground. This is the most advantageous position here in endgame. We see the pressure coming down. They have tons of ammo. They're just going to stay up above and continue to spray. Eventually, they're going to drop down to make a play to win the game if they're forced to. But nonetheless, Coach now looking to attach to these old builds as his teammate actually putting pressure on some other teams, getting layer to layer. Clue is right there fighting Yuki and Presper. Jimmy goes down. We see Yuki getting Ovio. Pexper takes down Kiwi, and this is just chaos.
Final moments now. Coach and his team is going to have to make something happen if they want to pick up the Victory Royale. Drops down to low ground to try and clean it up, but players can take the high ground. It's Shay, already on 6 eliminations, but he's not going to be able to do it. That's Yuki's trio picking up the Victory Royale in game number 1.
What a great game by them. They were able to pick up a ton of elims, grab that Victory Royale. I mean, Yuki had 12 himself. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. Now, that was a great game 1. I'm super excited after seeing that. We only have more awesome action. You guys can hear the crowd behind us. I mean, that is amazing.
What more could you ask for from a game number 1, right? You get those jitters out of the way. You take those many fights as possible. It seemed like they got a ton of eliminations. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I know they're going to be up there on the leaderboard.
Yeah, we don't do math here. We'll have someone figure that out for us. Nonetheless, awesome game 1. We're going to quickly jump into game 2 as quick as possible. After game 1, what did you expect? And, is there anything you wanted to see?
Didn't quite see the Hog Rider trio. It's okay. We still got a long way to go. But as far as game number 1 goes, there's not much more I could have expected. That's everything I could have asked for from a game number 1. But we are going to go to a small break and show you guys a little bit of a replay package. But we will be right back.
So I got the email and I said, hey, check this out. They're doing an esports league.
They're going to get started on the aim test. I'm going to want the rest of you to come into the dojo with me.
He loves playing competitive computer games. When he plays online at home, a lot of times it's just playing with random people. In this, he's learned that having a coach who's able to take him through those strategies.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose?
It's definitely been very competitive. It's amazing that they're starting to offer things like esports scholarships now. I mean, I won't complain about any scholarship he gets.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart. Give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at lls.org.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team. Get the right ball, you get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues. Good game.
A couple of sets of grandparents have been following the team online. We all get in the chat room and give our high fives virtually, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family. As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own.
That person right there, that's my son. They just wiped out the rest of the team.
That's play by Noah, and somehow
We would get together and watch the Twitch stream like it was a professional event.
Good game.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
Everything looks better.
It does, doesn't it?
The reason this lens is so important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation. Just like
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. And over Horn have taken the victory in the grand finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
Welcome back. This is the 2022 NA XP League Finals, and we're playing some Fortnite. We just watched game number 1. Game number 2 is ready. Our players are hopping into the island, and that was an incredible first game. I've seen some great plays, but those players are putting on a show.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like they got a feel for that lobby way quicker than I thought they would have. I mean, you have to understand, though. I mean, they're younger. They know what's going on, right? It's going to click faster. I'm old. I'm slow. Okay? It's okay. But still, nonetheless, we saw a lot of these players pop off in game number 1. It looks like our gameplay is ready. We're actually already in the battle bus dropping on.
Yeah, I'm ready to get back into this game, and we're seeing game number 2. This is the team that was able to take the first victory royale, and we see they're going north side of the map. We have Jack, Sith Lord, and Black Belt. They're going up back over to Logjam, and that's the POI that changes multiple different times. Let's see if they use the strat that I may or may not have talked about.
Maybe they were listening. We're not supposed to be listening to us, but if they use the still though, they don't necessarily need it because they are going to be uncontested here. So shouldn't have a problem looting up nevertheless. But also not using the tree strat also lets them farm up any of the map that this POI holds for them. I mean, there's plenty of metal. You see here Jack using these chug barrels and all the rest of the stuff that's there for him. But Coach, winners from last game dropping over to Synapse Station.
We're going over to Synapse, and it looks like a bunch of teams are. And while we do that, and while the players are getting ready to land, this is what our leaderboard's currently looking like. And Mikey, our Rocket League caster's got to be so ecstatic because his Loud and Tsunami are currently in first place after the first game. The Raptors in second. We got the Dragons in third. Towson in fourth. Loudon coming up in fifth. Sixth is Brookfield. Draper Raptors 7th, Loudon in 8th, Hanover in 9th, and the Nomads rounding out that top 10.
And everyone in that top 10 earned their spot last game, but a player who did do super well, significantly more, would be Coach. Already getting a knockoff spawn. This trio's trying to play aggressive, wipe out anyone contesting them as they're going to go ahead and clean up another elimination. Gets that finish. A little bit of a lull here, trying to find the other players on the trio, and shots on target for Coach, but he's caught in the open with no materials. 14 HP, and he's barely going to make it out. I spoke too soon.
Oh, the movement was so clean until it wasn't. Now we see Pexper up on the high ground, using that natural high ground position. They get another knock. That's Yuki getting the knock. We're pretty used to that by now. We see Pexper looking for this final player. They were caught out at least earlier, and that's another knock. There's actually 2 players, excuse me. Looks like Pancake is the final remaining player, and they're just in this building, hiding out, waiting for their opportunity to strike back.
Not even prioritizing the res. These guys are so confident taking this engagement without their other teammate that they went on ahead and got a knock before trying to get the res off, which honestly not a bad strategy. Forces the other team to fully disengage to get that res while they can kind of get together, box them up just like they're doing now, and get the res off safely.
And you hear that rift, that's the player using the rift just to get on out of there. They're like, I don't want the sauce, I'm going to get out of here and look to fight another fight. Now we see Jack here making the rotation out of Lotus. Zone's pulling up to the north, and this is something we see fairly frequently. At least this is in my own bias. I'm seeing a lot of north zones, and we're jumping into another fight here at the Daily Bugle. This is Reckless Gamer.
Daily Bugle, a very vertical POI. Most of the buildings here are very tall, and all the fighting tends to be stacked on top of each other. You end up fighting up or down. So it's something a lot of these players are not used to. And granted, if you've been landing here for a while, if you get very good at this style of fighting, you can be a very, very dangerous opponent to go up against, as you see them playing as a 2-man right now, and his teammate's going to get into a fight. 30 HP, cleans it up, and that's another elimination on the board. That's 3.
Oakwards cleaning that one up, and that's another elim, just like you mentioned. They clean up their POI. They are the owners of the Daily Bugle. Now they're going to look to get Burn right back up and hit that reboot. Now we're tuning in to see what's going on at the Joneses. Looks like they have 2 elims, and as we can see, there's that little purple triangle in the bottom right corner. So there is a player lurking, but nonetheless, there's actually a couple of trios here in the area, as we see Lobos waiting for his teammate to use that splash, and it finally does throw it down. Now the rotate begins, but so does the spray.
This is Big Dog and Lobos. This is a trio that I actually have a little bit of experience with, getting to watch them play in a Pro-Am not too long ago. They were some of the XP League players, played alongside some pros, and Lobos did very well, so I'm interested to see how he does tonight, but you do see them trading shots back and forth, but nothing big is coming of it quite yet.
This is one of my favorite outfits, by the way, that Swoshu and Go are rocking. It's just such a clean, especially when we have those like winter environments. It blends so well into those. So shout out you guys for rocking that outfit.
Not a bad combination. I might have to take your word for it because apparently my game's missing something. Maybe that's the missing piece to kind of get me some wins. But you see these guys, they looks like they might have found it as they're aggressing this team now. Benji gets a beam on. He's going to get his shield fully cracked, trying to rebox now. Actually, maybe not. Trying to pressure up, but his teammate gets knocked, and that's Big Dog picking up that knock. Now they're pressuring, staying together, but Benji on 52 HP, and it's not going to work out in his favor, and that's going to be more eliminations on the board.
Big Dog coming in to clean that up, but it's Lobos grabbing most of those elims. He's on 4 right now, and we do see Big Dog, Lobos, and Slight Tax going to be walking on out of their POI with several eliminations, but overall they spent most of their heals. So this mid to end game isn't going to be as easy as this early game was with nothing in their inventory to keep that HP up.
Speaking of early game, Corrosion, I believe we tuned in with them beginning of game number 1, watching them split this POI at Condo Canyon. It's going to do the same thing in game number 2, and them not picking up any eliminations off spawn, but as far as loot goes, they're in a really, really good spot, being able to take this time, rotate out, and get into zone. But a player who's not having the time to rotate out is going to be Clue, getting eliminated right there, and it's Yuki nonetheless. They already got 4 on the board, taking this game very aggressively.
And these were 2 of our top teams in last game, now going head-to-head very early on. We were talking about how it was amazing they didn't wind up fighting earlier in that previous game, but now it happens right away. And Yuki continuing to aggress, continuing to look for fights, as Shay is now on the back foot, looking as the assassin is walking right into the bush. But no, they're actually on the same team, so excuse me.
It's very scary. You really don't know what's going on from inside those bushes. You're pretty blind, but still, they're able to rotate out as a team and make it as far away from these guys as possible, because I believe they actually made it an endgame last time and it didn't go in their favor, as you did see Yuki and Coach picking up that victory royale. But they've already got 4 eliminations on the board, and taking these mid-game fights are always scary, because you have to think, we talked about it in between games off camera, but if one of your teammates gets taken out during these mid-game scenarios, it could put you at a very large disadvantage, because having numbers in those later zones is the #1 priority.
This is an interesting strategy here. We saw Shay has already disengaged out of this position, but going for the shots here, not able to connect on as many as you would have hoped. And now an assassin looking to get out of here, and there's not enough space in between the 2 teams, and there's actually a third party. Yuki's going to get the knock on assassin, as this third party is looking in the distance. Yuki just going to build them off, but Coach is going to get knocked, and actually that is going to be huge. Now Yuki has to make something special happen.
Jack has to take some time to try and distance themselves, because he is facing a full trio, but he's got his teammates to back him up. Can take a moment to heal back up to full HP, and they're going to want to take this fight. Have no hesitation to kind of move off the knock and try and aggress this to pick up those elimination points. I mean, they are confident. I mean, look at the builds, getting up onto the high ground to shoot down shots, and nothing's going to come of it, because it looks like Coach and Yuki are trying to play their time.
And it looked like there was a team coming in from the south that's going to wind up third-partying this whether they want to or not. Could just be accidentally looking for a few shots. Jack is keen to this. He's looking in that direction. There's your Hog Riders. That's what you're looking for. They're going in that direction. But no, that team's going to build up, just try and grab some high ground position and wait it out. Neither team is in the zone right now, so both are going to need to rotate. But early on in the game, a 1 damage per second is not enough to dissuade you from sitting in Storm.
You can take a moment to kind of heal up as much as possible and maybe take this rotate a little bit slower, because if you're going to take this amount of damage just trying to rotate into zone, it could be to your fault, as Jack is dishing out a lot of damage. It's going to yield him a knock.
My man hits the Vax right now. He's hitting all the shots. We see Jack getting some shots there, and now the last one is going to be King, excuse me. Now playing in the distance. We do see, going to try and get the knocks for him, waiting in zone for this player to make a move. Jack has all the time, but none of the heals. So if King has some white HP to heal up, he'll be in a better position. And Jack, his teammates must have been saying, hey, man, just get out of there. Let's rotate. Let's make our rotation into this next zone.
You got the elimination. There's no reason to aggress that, and he's going to rotate out. I mean, he played it well. King took his time, and that's going to give him the opportunity to go collect his teammate's reboots card and maybe get the boot. But you do see a third party's coming through. Now getting into a little bit of a fight. That's Killer getting into a fight with his teammate. Very low HP, though. Has to take his time to try and pop these minis. Leave his teammates alone for a moment to play on their own. And it has enough time to get one splash off, but it's not going to be enough. Gets knocked now.
Yeah, Kyle loves FN, able to get that one. He knocks him down. Now Sith Lord cleaning up that elimination. It's up to Sith Lord and Jack to make a play here. This is a 2v2. Kyle getting shots there onto the Sith Lord. We do see Jonathan getting shots back on the Kyle. Oh, but Sith Lord now in between two teams, but a big shot comes through. Jack gonna go for the double edit up above. He's continuing to put some peace on. Some shots are coming in. And now Kyle and Jonathan have to back up. Jack, very low HP for what could be a one-shot shotgun just walking in and cleaning him up. So he's gonna choose to disengage and try and find some heals.
Running into Storm here. Exactly what you need to do to get away as fast as possible. And is Jack going to stick the reboot right here? It's very bold of him, but he's not actually going to, opting to rotate back through zone and buy him as much time as possible. But this is where it comes into effect. We talked about it briefly last game, but Storm Sickness. Jack only has a limited amount of time in here before he's going to start to tick an additional 15 damage on top of the 1.
Yeah, but it's about 8 minutes, so I'd be impressed if he was able to hang out for about another 7 minutes in zone with his current loadout. He is going back to check out some of the downed bodies, or at least that's what I would expect him to do. He might have to go towards Butter Barn or find a campfire ASAP. There are some in the area. I'm a former heal-off player, so I'm very aware of all the heals on the map. It is possible to easily get out of here. We'll see if he can do that. But now checking in with Gav, Marquette, and Mason.
This is actually where I landed for DreamHack. Back on this map near the temple. There's a lot of loot to go around, and I mean, just their loadouts are to show for it. They've got plenty of ammo to carry them through this game, and I mean, good rarity weapons as well. So being able to farm back up to max materials for these guys before they get into these end zones is going to be huge for them. Not only will they be able to take these engagements at a higher advantage, but they'll be in good positioning. I mean, they're back here on the far side of zone, the dead side, if you will, and they're going to be able to farm as much gold as they can and maybe go buy some heals.
And this is the area they would call French Split. Made famous by a few French players, Pam Stute and Fatch, most notably. They're actually French-Canadians, so calling it French Split is a little interesting. You got to shorten down. It was probably French-Canadian Split at one point and then just became French Split because that's too many words to go with.
Too many words, too many.
Here we go. Now choosing to build up their base right on this north side of zone. These guys are going for the other strategy. Instead of going for all these fights, they're going to slow it down, play a little more passive, and we do see Yuki was able to get out of whatever fight he was in earlier. They're going to get Pexper back up. Coach is looking to go support this, and there's another team in Storm that I would imagine they were just fighting that has forced them to have to hit this reboot.
Reboots mid-game. Talked about the aggressive play style. A lot of times does lead you to having to reboot a teammate, and luckily they were able to do so as Jack's able to do the same. Picks up both his teammates. Looks like that time in zone paid off in his favor. He's able to dish some heals out to his teammates and use these chug barrels to heal back up to full HP, and just getting him low, waiting on his teammates to come back inside so they can all heal up together.
And it doesn't look like Sith Lord was able to get back up, so either the card wasn't grabbed in time or wasn't able to be grabbed just yet. It could be here in the future as we move into another engagement as Oakward's moving through the Daily Bugle, and now Puffin? We'll go with Puffton?
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems about right. I mean, getting pressured from the side and still has the grapple glove to be able to rotate through if that would be a problem for them, but they're able to find this elimination and pick up the rest of the loot from it.
In a pretty good position here on the side of zone. We do see some players who are on the north side. We already know that team was way up above them on the far north side of the zone, so multiple teams in this same area. And now we see Harry Squid, Serial, and Baz.
Huh?
They're doing an interesting play here.
Oh, I see what they're doing. They're trying to let their player get knocked to zone and then res him to get him back up to 30 HP rather than 2. Actually very smart.
Hey, saving those heals. When you only got a few, it's important to save what you can. So smart play from those guys. They are already in the safe area for next zone. They'll choose where they want to be next position. And they're trying to shoot down one of those crows. They're going to get that gold 2-shot shotgun. I'd be interested to know, Ben, what shotgun are you picking up, and what's your loadout looking like?
Seems to be a very polarizing topic this season when it comes to the shotgun meta, but I actually am a fan of the 2-shot shotgun. I like it, its ability to dish out high damage, and the 2 shots. It's a new mechanic, so a lot of players aren't going to be comfortable with it, but I like it. But if I have to be completely honest, I'm going to be choosing the striker.
I'm with you on that one. I see no other way. I think one of the main choices this season is whether you choose to go hammer and no SMG, or you go AUG with the SMG and just have that complete loadout. Because the hammer actually packs a great secondary punch if you're looking for some follow-up damage after the shotgun. And we do hear some rocks getting moved around in the distance. So someone's trying to throw some rocks around, maybe another player just clearing it out, making sure it's not going to be used against them. And Strong Kiwi and Co. waiting in that building. I think they were hoping that Squid and his trio was going to walk into that area, but not this time.
Foxy J, Switch, sitting on this edge of zone. Doesn't have to move very far, so they should be okay to be able to scoot their way in, but they are boxing up with the boar. Would be interesting to see. I mean, if player goes down, you could use it as a solo rotate, try and clutch up some placement points. And you see them making the move here. Don't have to move very far, but there is a player above them, popping off some shots on target, but nothing's going to come of it quite yet.
This is not where you want to be, but they have some time. It's always tough when a player's just sitting above you. You don't really have too much to work with, and we see Foxy is going to look for some information, try and see what's going on. Coach is going to go down there to Sizzle, so this is one of those teams that we were watching out for as we went into this second game after the first. Now we see Maze right there. Foxy and him trading some shots. Foxy getting able to connect with some significant damage. And Mace now has the high ground, but definitely a player disadvantage. He jumps on one, down goes Switch. Now Foxy trying to follow it up. He has his builds out. Oh, another one here from Mace. Are we going to see a little 3v1?
Piece controls through, but you have to remember Foxy J's team almost had no extra shield to heal back up HP, but Mace is actually on full, taking these fights. And now he's going to have full refreshes. Any kind of siphon mats or heals is going to be good for them. You see Tuffin trying to knock out the build, but taking pressure from the adjacent hill. Will he have enough time to break out the shots? But he's going to get cracked. 40 HP, make that 13, and then 0. That's your game over.
See ya. In the next lobby is Mace will kindly sit there and let that happen as you just wait for the zone to move and this team to move through. Now Marquette getting one of those supply drops. Now has to decide, am I using that 2-shot or the auto shotgun? He seems to be going with your choice of the 2-shot. As we see Kyle taking down a player as well as Shay getting a knock. So more action going on throughout the map as Marquette getting closer and closer. They have decided and seen that Mace is all by himself, so putting the pressure on.
Playing as a solo and within these trio game modes is always difficult, especially when you have multiple teams trying to pressure you. And Mace, no hesitation, went straight for the high ground, took it just right off of them, was able to sit on height. Has to take a moment to heal back up to full HP, but be interesting to see if any of these players choose to kind of contest him for it, knowing that it's a solo.
And it does sound like that was the end of that. Oh no, Mace is still up above. He may get super lucky here as both teams now wind up in an engagement. Mace just gonna sit up above, let that all happen. Gav's gonna clean up that finish. That's 2 elims for this trio. Strong Kiwi gonna go down with Jack getting that one, and we are seeing fights happen all throughout the map.
Looks like Mace wants nothing to do with it, just hanging out in his box. Says, hey, you guys can fight. I mean, I made it into the zone. I have no interest in getting involved with what's going on, but you see in the right-hand corner, Marquette's going to actually get knocked. Mason's trying to get over, help his teammate out, gets shot onto the enemy, and he's very low HP, but they're both stuck there. A little bit of a stalemate, but Bruno's going to get knocked. Mason gets it on. Now their teammate, a little bit of a fight, trying to clean it up, but Gav's going to get knocked. Mason has to clutch up, and he's going to do just that. Picks up his 3rd elimination, and has to try and get the res off.
Oh, but he's getting sprayed, and that's Jack that's going to come in and clean up this fight, and he just has a bounty of loot sitting right in front of him. You can't ask for any better than that. You just walk in, and there's just a massive amount of loot that you have no idea what to do with. This is more than you could handle, and now he has to make a difficult decision of, okay, what am I actually picking up and going to use?
I mean, not only that, but you also have to decide, I mean, is it worth moving? This loot is actually located in zone. As you take some time, you can realize how much extra material is actually laying there on the floor. Could use that to tunnel towards center zone or kind of reinforce or swap out to, say, those wood walls or maybe metal ones.
It's like Jack is in an engagement here with Kyle and Jonathan. He is going to get a knock there onto Kyle as we tune in with B8, Connor, J-Maker, and Clutch. He says he's not Clutch, but, you know, we're Clutch here. They're building out their base. I love the outfits. We're in the Christmas spirit today.
You know, end of June, beginning of July, whatever you want to call it. Christmas, why not? You know, break out the Christmas trees, have a little bit of holiday spirit. This is a little bit of a celebration, you could say. I mean, the event that's going on tonight, it is absolutely incredible. The fact these guys get to play on this stage is an accomplishment nevertheless, regardless of how the result is for them. But still, Mace, still on the high ground, no problems at all. Was able to box up during that fight, but had no issue kind of holding it. Takes a little bit of fall damage there, slips up a little bit, but still able to hold on to it.
This is amazing. The ability, I thought that Mace would have gotten down much earlier. He was fighting a whole trio, managed to survive, was getting chased by another trio, runs into another trio, and somehow Mace is still up and going. So shout out to Mace. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. We do see Kyle starting to do some of that tunneling that we've seen in previous games. Duke is down, but Kyle and Jonathan say, don't worry, bro, I got you. We're going to keep moving through. Jonathan looking for some players nearby as he does hear the shots. That's Jack that's nearby. Oh, and Mace continuing to make this rotate up on high ground. You can't stop Mace. It is inevitable. He will stay on the high ground and continue to make these rotates.
At this rate, you have to wonder if he's actually going to come out with the win. I mean, there's a lot of trios still left up and rolling, but maybe I spoke too soon. Jonathan's going to get knocked. Took a little bit of an SMG duel there and did not come out on top, so Kyle's going to have to clutch up as many points as possible. We're now into the top 6, so those placement points are going to be rolling, so every second counts. Every player that goes down or every team is going to add another point to your tally.
Yeah, Mace finishes serial right there, and we do see Kyle tarping to the front side of zone. Gav's going to get a knock. J-Maker does go down on the Storm. It is inevitable and will continue to put damage on you. Phalanx right on the front side. He's looking for some shots here. We see Not Clutch on the backside. This is a 3-horse race with Jack up on the high ground, looking for some shots, putting pressure down. They're getting sprayed out. Jack continuing. He has 7 elims. He's looking for more. He just needs 3 more to end this game. The shots, the fight's going on down below. Jack puts some more pressure on. They do win the fight. Connor's taking out Phalanx. A nice little shot comes through. He gets the knock there on the BA Connor. 1 more elim, and it is all Jack. 9 elims in the victory royale.
Not just 9 on his own, his whole trio actually racked up 10 that game. So that is a massive jump in points for them. And congratulations to him for picking up that victory royale all on his own.
Hey, that is a great game. 9 eliminations, putting the team on your back, clutching up as a solo. We saw a lot of amazing solo plays there, and all of these gamers doing amazingly. And it is so awesome to see you hear all the families here being supportive of their gamers that are looking to play some Fortnite.
Gotta love Fortnite, right? I mean, come on now.
Oh, yeah.
What other game can bring this many people together in one building for some action like this? I mean, the energy in here when they won that game, I wish you could feel. I could feel it in the ground. It almost shook. I mean, everybody just roars when Jack was able to pull up that victory royale. And what a fantastic game. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. And Swifty, we see what you're doing. Nice try. We do appreciate everyone here. And shout out to all the gamers, whether you play Fortnite or one of the other titles here. It is impressive that you've made it this far because people have traveled from Canada, the western part of the U.S., the central part of the U.S., even on the East Coast. There's some distance, so to come here and play within this game is so nice. And man, you just look behind us. This is an awesome venue.
It's crazy. I wish you guys could see it. It's just to see it on camera is one thing, but in person, this room is absolutely insane.
Well, while we get ready for this next game and load all of our players into the lobby, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
reason this lens is so important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation. Just like
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They took it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Men over Horn have taken the victory in the grand finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
That was it. He was no play. Oh my God.
But snipe down, looking for one down. He comes through.
First ever Halo Infinite Pro-Am presented by Atlantic Records.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
A couple of sets of grandparents have been following the team online. We all get in the chat room and give our high fives virtually. And so we're getting our own jerseys for the family. As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own.
That person right there, that's my son. They just wiped out the rest of the team.
That's play by Noah! And somehow!
We would get together and watch the Twitch stream like it was a professional event.
Good game. Good.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart, give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at LLS.org.
I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about picking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the North American Finals for XP League. This is Fortnite. My name is SBG. I'm joined alongside Ben K. We've been watching all these awesome players go head-to-head in these Fortnite lobbies, and it's been an absolute blast to be seeing these guys just battle it out because we have some great players.
Absolutely. I mean, so many of the people, I wasn't super familiar with the XP League players coming into today, and I have to say, I'm hooked. I mean, I'm a fan now. I'm keeping up with these guys. I mean, it is awesome to see them compete at this level. And, I mean, it's beyond my expectations.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying it. These players have gone through 9 weeks of a season to get to this point. So these are the best players in the United States and Canada for XP League. And that's why this is the premier esports league for youth competitors. And you see it. I mean, we're watching everybody play. Everybody's in good spirits. And that's one of my favorite things about XP League is the great sportsmanship and personality that we're seeing within everybody.
Absolutely. I mean, XP League is here to bridge the gap between youth athletics and competitive esports, and they're doing a fantastic job of just that. I mean, like a little dance there from the players in the back. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the absolute seeing the sportsmanship from these players is so cool to see. I mean, no one's dropping any emotes. All these players are here. Congratulations. I mean, you guys have made it to this point. You worked hard, you qualified, you're here, and it's so awesome to see you compete.
And we are about to get ready to drop into our third and final match of the day. So this is going to be an awesome last game, but we have to take a quick look at what our leaderboard looks like just to see where everyone stands. Walk us through this, Ben K.
And all right, well, so we're looking in that first place position, the Hanover Horde. Second place is going to be Madison Marvels. Third is going to be Austin Hydras. Fourth, FC Dragons. Fifth, the Raptors. Sixth place, Nomads. Seventh is going to be North OC Kraken. Eighth place will be the Nomads A. Ninth, the Loudon Kraken. And then, hey, you hear him there in the back. And then last but not least, 10th place is going to be the Knights.
Hey, still so close to the top of the leaderboard.
So close.
We're going to see these teams, and we get to see all these players. Everyone say hello. You're on camera. Welcome. Now, I have to ask you, if there's been one standout player or one standout play thus far, I'm putting you on the spot. Who or what play would you say has stood out to you?
We're looking at 2 games so far, but it's got to be known from game number 2. Mace, locking down the high ground, clutching up as a solo for so long. I mean, so many points on the board. I wish I could know the exact number, but it's got to be the Mace high ground clutch.
All right, I can respect that. That has been one of my top plays. Now, I probably have to give it to Yuki for putting up a 12 Elim game in the first game. Just absolutely slaying out and doing the best work. Obviously, teamwork was important there because his teammates got a bunch of Elims. And obviously, you don't get 12 Elims all by yourself. Another piece that's key to XP League is that teamwork and sportsmanship effort. We do see these players working so well together. And 9 weeks. As a Fortnite player, a former Fortnite player, I don't know what you want me to call you because you told me not to call you a former pro Fortnite player, but we just did that, so don't worry. how do you feel about team modes and like what helps build that continuity, that chemistry?
I have to say my absolute favorite game mode from competing is trios. By far, trios is my favorite game mode, and I could go on for hours about how it's the more competitive game mode, and I'm going to make the statement, right? I'm going to say it, but it's got to be the cohesion, the ability to grow with these players, not only as just a competitor, but as a person overall. I mean, you learn so many life skills. You guys help each other. You're DMing your friend early in the morning, like, hey, let's hop on, let's do some scrims. Like, let's get grinding, man. Let's try and be the best we possibly can.
I love that. I'm a big fan of team modes. It's always been one of my favorite is seeing because things develop so much more when you have multiple players. You can use different weapons. You don't all have to have the same loadout because, you know, in solos or duos even, a lot of teams and players will default to the same weapons just because you don't have that ability to switch it up. But in trios, we did see a lot of times players were using multiple different loadouts. And so let's say this season, right? You're playing trios.
Yep.
What is your perfect loadout?
Oh man, it's so this season really allows you to kind of play into your preference a little bit, your own personal play style, which is part of the game by itself. I mean, you have to take that time outside of scrims, outside of tournaments to just kind of break it down. Like, how do I play? Am I playing a lot more safe? Am I playing as a tarper? Am I playing as an IGL? Like, am I that support or am I that fragger position? And the weapons within the loot pool this season really lets you play into that more. I mean, you have the hammer AR, which really allows you to kind of play your distance, but still dish out high DPS. But then again, you also have the 2-shot shotgun and the striker. So you have to decide, I mean, are you hitting those shots? Are you good at tracking? What kind of aim style do you take? There's just so much to kind of take into account this season.
Yeah, the hammer is that new addition. And you also, the DMR is an interesting weapon.
Yep.
Because it's not like the sniper rifles we've seen in the past. Typically, the sniper rifle is one shot, deals a ton of damage, and then you just output all that damage in that single shot. Now it's multiple shots. It's similar to the scoped AR that we've seen in other seasons. So is that something that you think can work into a trio loadout, or are we not picking that up?
Trios is interesting because normally the testing pool we have to look at is the main game mode being duos and like the FNCS style brackets. So trios is something that we don't get to see as much as we used to. So it's interesting to see. It's nice to see these players test it out, try and run it, see how it works. And I'm sure, I mean, they've been practicing for 9 weeks. They've had that time to kind of feel it out and make those adjustments that need be. And I honestly think the DMR has a place. I mean, you can incorporate it into your trio as long as you put it in that right teammate's hands.
I would have to agree with you on that one. And I do believe we're getting close to getting in our third game here. Almost everyone's in the lobby. So if you guys are in the stadium, please queue up. We're getting ready so you guys can get in game. One thing that we do have to shout out is to Full Sail, the people putting on the production and the ones who are allowing us to use this venue. They've done a great job thus far, and this place is awesome. I mean, we showed you guys in between the last segment. It's just a great place to be, and the atmosphere and everything between the players and the parents and the family is phenomenal.
You couldn't ask for anything more. I mean, I remember as a kid growing up playing rec soccer, and if I knew something like this existed, trust me, I would not be playing soccer anymore. I would have signed up for this because this is so cool. I mean, having the ability to sign up and play weeks and play 9 weeks of practice and qualifiers to get to this point and then come to an event like this at Full Sail. I mean, the venues, it does not, I said it already, but you just don't understand the scale that all of this is at. It's any kid's dream, I honestly would say.
It's absolutely awesome. And you can see those Dell Alienware computers. But not only did Dell Alienware supply the various peripherals and computers, monitors, Dell provided 3 Dell G3 gaming laptops that are available for raffle. So it's $25. You see it right there at the bottom of the screen. And you could win a gaming laptop for $25. I mean, I'm at least throwing one raffle ticket in there.
Oh, yeah.
But go to galabid.com/XPLDell for a chance to win that Dell G3. That's GALABID.com/XPLDEL for a chance. And it supports an awesome cause. All proceeds will go to raising money for Leukemia Lymphoma Society fundraiser. So $25, you get a chance to win a computer, and it also goes to a good cause. What more can you ask for?
Really great cause nonetheless. But I do think we're actually queuing into game as we speak. Players are going to be loading in now. And man, this being the last game of the day, I mean, what is the difference going after game 1 and 2 into the last game, knowing this is the last game of the day? What are these players going to be looking at, or changes are going to be made?
So going into the final game, you have to figure out, okay, whatever mistakes you made, we need to learn from them. We can't be making the same mistakes because that obviously didn't work in the first couple of games. So now, whether it be your drop spot or the rotation you made, maybe you took a fight that you shouldn't have. Yep. And, I mean, we saw that in game 1. There was just one fight that happened and lasted almost multiple zones at Loot Lake, and once you see that, you have to avoid those positions.
Yep, you have to start to take into account, like you said, I mean, the rotation paths of these teams. Where are they going to be? I mean, if we ran into the same team twice in a row and got into a fight with them, and maybe we won one, maybe we lost one, maybe we lost both. I mean, you got to make those adjustments and decide, hey, do we really want to take that fight again? Because fights early game are really going to be the detriment of a lot of these teams. Taking those mid-game engagements will force you to invest those materials, invest those mats, invest things that you really don't want to be using early on. You want to save for those later zones.
And just like you have to learn from your mistakes, if things worked, like, let's keep that up. Let's keep that momentum flowing, because obviously you figured out a good game plan that has worked thus far. And we did see this team was able to make it a second place last game. So an interesting split here. This is not something that I know of, but obviously worked for them finishing in second place last game.
Believe it or not, that might have been my drop spot for one of the DreamHack Finals games, and it didn't go well in my favor, but I'm sure these kids are more prepared than I was for that event. So, nevertheless, Spirit, Blueberry, Sizzles. Over here near the Synapse Station, they do have a team landing on them just to their north, but they're going to have a little bit of time here to loop back up before they have to take this engagement. And I wonder if it's even going to happen. I mean, this is the last game of the day, and a lot of these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if trying to focus more on placement this last game.
Yeah, this was an interesting fight in the last game, or the previous game, I should say. That way we don't confuse that with this, as it is the last game. Nonetheless, I do think we will see this engagement, as Yuki and that team has seemed to play very aggressive, but I think they want to play this differently, whereas going for that straight-up 50-50, they're looking for a big beam, or they're looking for something to start that fight. But another place we've seen a battle is over here at the Joneses. Love's hot shot is already down, and we do see they're not in the best position here.
That's just any team. That was Lobos' trio, and they are no stranger to fighting and taking that aggressive play style. But another team who seems to be taking a little bit of a fight is going to be Dante, Phelan, and Zane. Trying to put some pressure onto this team down in the water. Firing back, though. Not going to let them get away with it scot-free, but Dante is just going to have to kind of sit on top of this hill, try and dish out as much damage as possible before he can get back together with his teammates.
And they are in one of my favorite spots to land in team mode. You land like this area and then just rotate in. I've started to do this, but sides log jam, if I'm going to go a more low-key spot, I'll choose to go here. So nice positioning from these guys, but Zane has to be careful because he is out of materials. Gonna go for this drop, or this chest. Lost the words. Now has a couple of builds and still looking for those players in the distance. They should be looking for this reboot here fairly soon.
Has to be careful. Teammate knocked, and this numbers disadvantage in the last game. It's not ideal for them. Get their teammate's card, try and get that reboot up as fast as possible, because if you take too much time, your teammate's reboot card will go away, and you won't be able to get your teammate back up. And with them having this much space, they have plenty of time to get that off, as you do see Big Dog get into a little bit of a face check with the enemy, and shots onto both players, and they're both going to be cracked now, so Big Dog has to take a moment, pop some shield. Split from his teammate, though. Has plenty of mats to kind of take a moment to heal back up, and see that two-shot shotgun, just like I talked about, dishing out all that DPS, and Lobos going to clean up the other.
That was some great team support and really well played by Big Dog. Instead of panicking, he lets the player come into his builds. He knows he has control of this engagement, pauses for just a second to allow his teammates to get there, and then goes for the shots. Because when you're taking that trade, when it's 2 players to 1, very rarely will you lose that trade. So very well played by Big Dog and co. And we do see Lockie and Snozy right here on the outskirts. They're moving through the same area that we just saw our other players in. They're in a good spot. 2 elims already.
These islands always scare me, especially when there's fog. Is just like that. A player hiding in the bushes, just waiting for Snowy to be caught off guard, and shots back and forth. Snowy's going to take a lot of damage, but has to fire back. Damage back on too, but a little bit of a jumping back and forth, but it's going to get the knock, so Lucky has to try and clean this up, save his teammate from Zane. Both now, it's going to be a 1v1. Takes a moment, pre-firing the corner, knowing in this bush it's a very awkward engagement, and Zane doesn't want to move. Doesn't want to show the enemy that he's there. Takes a moment, gets his finish. It's going to add 50 HP to his total, but Lucky has the health advantage.
And XY Zane is sitting right there in the bush. This other player is going to get face-to-face with him. Look for the shot, and there it is. Lucky and roll. Taking the roll right back into the lobby there. Great elim. And 3 elims for the team altogether. He has the reboot cards and headed straight for that reboot, getting his team and teammates back together.
Exactly what you want to do. He played it well, but checking back over with Easton, looks like they're gonna get a full trio wipe there. Each player picking up an elimination on their own. So they are over here near the Greasy Grove. Has to take a moment to heal back up to full HP, but looks like they had to invest a lot into that fight, and they're gonna have to take some time. I mean, get those mats back to where they need to be, heal back up to full HP before they can rotate towards the backside.
What outfit is this that he's wearing?
I don't know.
I've never seen this before. This has got to be new, right?
What's Allier?
Oh, okay. Never mind. I have seen that one, just not that.
That variant, right?
Yeah. So many variants on that. That's a pretty cool one.
Yeah, fairly new as well. But another player is rocking a little bit of a older skin. It's gonna be Jurassic Jojo, but they're getting into a fight. Shots back and forth. Players, the teammates are trying to put some pressure on with the SMG, but Audi has no idea he's there. They're gonna get the knock, not realizing that the player was behind him. Now they're gonna get the full finish, but his teammate did trade for the knock there. Now it's gonna be a 2v1, and it's cleaned up.
Beautifully played once again, having the support of your teammate taking that 2v1 and then cleaning up the last player. Unfortunate to go down that last game so early, but nonetheless still played very well. We do see Jack and Shay going at it. The Assassin knocks the black belt, and so that's another battle going on, and we tune right into that. This is the action we're looking for. A full finish comes through. That's Sith Lord. This is an Assassin looking to take the high ground. Sith Lord misses that shot, but no, it doesn't matter. Jack's there to help him out. That's beautiful teamwork once again. Sith Lord and Jack cleaning up that fight, and now going to look to get black belt right back up.
Numbers. We've talked about it a couple of times tonight already. I mean, numbers always wins. If you're a solo and you're in a lobby like this where the skill level is so high, you have to have numbers. It's very, very important, especially if you're down as a solo having to take a 2v1. You either have to be very, very confident in your fighting ability or know you have that health advantage before you can take it. But the team who actually is not at a numbers disadvantage is going to be Serial, Squid, and Baz. All 3 players up. I spoke too soon. One's knocked. Going to get the finish as well.
And Baz getting pressure there from the wall. The team up above looks like they're taking some shots from the distance. It doesn't seem like they're in a comfortable position. Yuki's getting right on these walls looking for shots. They come through. There's the crack there onto Baz. They actually trade significant damage. Baz is able to get a bunch of damage in, and he's looking to play the high ground in a decent position now, looking to get those heals off, popping a big. Yuki says, no way, I'm getting right in your box, but that's actually Baz's teammate. That's Squid, and Yuki needs to be careful because he's quite weak.
Missed a couple shots and fired back with the SMG. I mean, the damage was able to dish out, and just that small moment by itself was crucial. As you see, Baz gets knocked, so now Harry has to try and clutch up for his teammate. Trying to use that miss to heal them both back up, and Coach also trying to make something happen. Full trio back together. And Squid's just going to try and sit down on the low ground, not make any noise whatsoever, and just walk away. Just try and get as much distance between them and the others as possible.
No one knows. Don't worry. No one knows. He's definitely still in those builds somewhere. Oh, but now the movement starts coming through. If you got visual audio, you'll probably see that coming through. Yuki up above. It's just a matter of time. Squid's going to decide to actually build here and find some space for him to play out of. But Coach, they're all on the same wall. It was only a matter of time until those 3 jumped in. That's 5 or 6 elims. Sorry, this is why I say we don't do math up here. But 6 elims already, and Coach cleaning that one up.
Caster math has never been a strong suit. Trust me, I've done it a time or 2 on broadcast, but Milo using the DMR. We talked about it during the pre-show a little bit about ideal loadouts, and it's nice to see a player opting to use it. No eliminations come of it yet, but they're in a good spot just outside of Rocky Reels, and it's a team over near the road, but they have a relatively clear rotation.
And they must have been the team taking shots of that fight we were watching earlier, because they're right in that same area taking shots. And Milo does see that there are some players in the distance going to look for some tags with that DMR. So we were just talking about, are players going to use it? And yes, both King and Milo currently have that in their inventory, taking shots on these players, looking to rotate. The crack's going to come through. That's a broken shield. And now that, to me, says it's time to rotate and get ourselves in zone.
Not only is one player rocking the DMR, there goes multiple. So being able to compile those shots on it makes it pretty useful, especially if a player's building in wood. I mean, you can get some tags through it without the player even noticing. Regardless if you're holding the wall or not, you're going to get shot through. But another player getting tagged up by holding the wall is Yuki. They've done well so far this game, but they're getting pressured now on the edge of zone because they're rotating into two different teams.
There's so many teams right in this small little area, and this is what happens sometimes. When zone pulls in different directions, it just forces these congested areas of zone. We see Yuki hitting plenty of shots there. Actually does get tagged up once again, so he's down on shield. Big Dog, you got to share some of your shield with your teammate, as Coach and Yuki are now down below 100 HP for the moment. The big pots are going to come through, sharing that med mist. It's an interesting new item that you can not only heal yourself, but heal other players as well.
While you're moving on top of that, so it makes it very versatile, especially for storm plays. But they're going to be using it for a little bit of bush plays instead, as you see Big Dog and Lobos just relaxing. And they've got two boars with them, actually. Oh, maybe the tri-boar. Maybe I'm missing one. I really hope so. It'd be nice to see.
So I looked this up the other day because I was playing with some of my friends. There's a couple of words for what would you call a pack of boars. Okay. One of them is a gaggle of boars.
A gaggle?
Yes.
It's a very strange word.
Fun fact.
I'll make sure to use that in the future. I'm hoping to see a gaggle of boars when they're rotating into zone, but the players who are not using the boar strategy, looks like they were kind of anti-boar as they take out one down near the gas station. But Swooshy, Benji, relaxing down here up on high ground as Snowy's trying to get a little bit of an angle, maybe put some shots onto them on high ground.
Snowy not in the best position to crank up there and take this fight, but there may be another team that comes through and helps him out, or maybe his teammates will be doing some of the same, as we do see that team crossing the bridge. Snowzy right down below, looking for an angle, looking for just that small window of opportunity. This could be it. The shots do come through. He gets some big ones there along with his teammates. And we do see Jack in the feed getting the knock in the Elim there on the J-Maker. So Jack continuing a strong match after last one.
Been a confident and aggressive player all night, picking up Elims left and right. But a player who's also trying to pick up one is going to be Weston. You see him get cracked down there in the bottom left. You can see his health bar. But Lockie, Snowy, still doing well. Snowy's actually still down to that gas station trying to look for any kind of a cheeky angle onto the enemies below, but nothing's going to come of it quite yet.
Now everyone's going to be forced to just make a little bit of rotate out of here. Big Dog's getting the knocks there. But no, it doesn't matter. This is the engagement we're looking to see. Benji, big shot there. It's actually Castles that goes down, but Benji's going to get the knock there onto Weston. He'll clean that up right quickly for the HP, and now it's Snozy, the last one. A crack comes through. Benji cleaning it up. That's two Elims right up on the board. And now they're going to look to get Castles back up. There's a reboot nearby, but there is also that team in the distance we can see on the minimap that is going to be looking to third party that fight, and now Benji realizes it. It might be time to dip in the storm and make a different rotate.
Great calls there by Benji to notice the team holding them on edge zone, because if you notice, all of those arrows are looking towards Coney Crossroads. They heard that fight going down, and they heard a lull, and they must have figured something happened. So sitting on the edge zone there to try and hold them, exactly what they should do, trying to pick up any kind of sneaky eliminations or while they're trying to rotate into zone, but taking a moment to get that reboot. As you do see here, though, King, Alex, with the teammate down, but still rocking, just behind the gas station, looking for a way into zone, but they've got plenty of materials to kind of carry them through.
And this is that area we saw just a few minutes ago that was so congested with a bunch of teams in that single spot. And we do see Sith Lord and Black Belt, along with Jack, have spotted the duo trying to get out of zone. Swoosho trades with Jack, but Jack wins that trade. Swoosho goes down. Jack's getting the wall here on Benji. Goes for the cone. Benji gonna go down to about 1 HP. Jack looking to make the final edit here and the final shot. Here it does come through. The edit gets scuffed the first time. He doesn't miss the second one. And that is another Elim. We're racking up 6 right here for Jack.
Not just 6, make that 7. Jack is on fire, picking up all the eliminations for his trio on his own, but credit to them. Jack would not be able to do this without him because numbers are so important. Being able to play as a trio, pressure on. Jack's just the one that's going to be taking that final shot to pick up those eliminations for them. But not only that, I mean, they've got good placement points, but now they've got 7 points on top of that just from eliminations going into the top 10. But Coach, Yuki, looks like they got their teammate up.
We're back at this gas station that seems to be a point of contention for several teams. Coach thought about it and then decided, no, we're going to go back out. We know there's a team that's right on the edge of zone. This might be our next target, as we do see they're looking at this team built in wood that's SAG right in front. Coach knows there's players in front and behind him, so this trio needs to be careful. The rotate's coming through. The fight's still happening on the opposite side, but that's Yuki looking for shots. His teammates quickly say, whoa, whoa, bro, watch your back. I'll cover your back because you didn't, and that's what a good teammate does.
Yep. We talked about it again. I mean, holding this team in zone, able to pick up 1 elimination, looking for more to follow. You see Alex pick up an elimination in the top left onto Pancake Ninja. But Yuki, Coach, still trying to hold this team. They're not going to let them get away, but Alex is trying to kind of shuffle his way around these players because everybody here has to move, and there is a trio sitting on just inside of zone, but they're not going to put on pressure onto Yuki.
And if I saw how many elims this team had, I wouldn't be putting pressure on either. I'd be trying to get further away. Alex, unfortunately, is there going to go down. When it's 3-on-1, it's only a matter of time because these players understand how to play these zones, but Coach is going to get tagged up there from the distance, and even though I said I wouldn't, doesn't matter. These other guys are confident. They're taking shots. Yuki is going to go into Storm to look for some heals, some mats, all that good stuff, and we do see he's sharing it with his teammates. Fort Zone rotates coming through. We're down to 18 players left, and it's all going to come down to this.
Last game of the day. These players are all going to have to go home and analyze their performance and decide what kind of changes do we need to make. I mean, what kind of a game do we need to happen tomorrow if we want to push ourselves back up into that top 3 or even that first place position to try and take home that trophy. And Mace, being one of those that are trying to make it happen, you saw him clutch up. Being my favorite play so far tonight, Mace is a solo on high ground, and once again, he's on the height.
They are on the high ground in a really good position. The only natural high ground position in this lobby at the moment. So if you had to pick one spot to be, this is where I would pick it.
Oh, yeah.
They have tons of materials as well, so they're rocking and ready to go for these final zones. We do see pressure coming through. They have all the ammo. This is not going to be an issue for them. They can continue just to look for shots on players down below and hold some players, get tags, deal damage, make it just difficult for everyone looking to make the rotate or even looking to fight like this trio is.
Lots of eliminations are nice, but you realistically only need 3, just like Mace's trio has here. I mean, Mace has 2 eliminations on his own, but then XD Tooth has 1 as well. He's going to pick up their 3rd as Brinka Winning picks up their 1st. But still, you only need a couple of eliminations to allow you to get that refresh, which will carry you through the rest of the game. I mean, if you eliminate the right team, you won't have to force any kind of fights that the rest of the match. I mean, you see them here. Instead of taking fights and getting held on edge like a lot of these teams were, but because they were getting too aggressive, they prioritized their positioning. They were able to claim this middle of mountain zone, and now they're in a great spot.
I do think they are in a great spot. Now, if you're them, because you're somewhat in the center of this 4th zone, where do you want 5th to pull? Because it's unlikely you'll get it. You could get close, but I guess northwest corner is what you would think.
Pretty much anywhere where majority of the players have to move, which would be right behind where they're looking. You can see their arrows there in the bottom right map, and they're all kind of looking down that mountain towards everyone else. So if Zone were to have pulled behind them, they would have been a good spot, but nonetheless, they are still going to be fine. They only have to rotate a short distance along the edge of the map there. So they can kind of sit up on the high ground as long as they possibly can and kind of move with it to hold these teams that are further away than they are.
We see Jack is all by himself on this edge of zone. He spent all those builds knowing that he had a bountiful amount back behind. So you build your tarp ahead, give yourself some safety, and then you use that to rotate forward. As now Jack is looking to move into zone. He's got some time, but not too much. His 5th zone is going to start to move here in 5 seconds, and there's a couple of teams in his way if he wants to get there.
I swear we blinked. Jack was on 7 eliminations last time we saw him. Now he's at 10. He just picked up another trio out of nowhere, apparently. And he's looking for more here, just outside his zone, but has the tarp to carry him through. And he's just looking on this backside, trying to force these players and get some shots on target. As you see here, Jack holding this team, not letting them rotate into zone, as well as that high ground team also pressuring down. Sag, though, has to make something happen. Corrosion, Condog, all of these players have to make it into the zone no matter what, and their health is just dwindling away. Sag only on 10 as it stands, but Jack's going to pick up another elimination. Just the knock, though. Corrosion has to make something happen for his team as a solo.
And this is one of those like unrotatable positions. If you're fighting here on the edge of zone, we see the teams are already positioned up. They're just holding everybody. They see these teams fighting on the edge of zone and they're licking their lips. They're like, yes, this is so many elims for us. It is going to be really tough to fight zone, to fight the players right next to you, and then also deal with this spray coming in from your face while you try and rotate in. There goes Brink of winning down. Tooth is only a couple of ticks away. He goes down as well. Jack is able to pick up Tooth there. Mace follows, and it is Jack, a solo, and not Clutch, a solo versus a full trio.
Something about Jack, man. He is playing out of his mind this last game. He's definitely the game MVP. We'll see where that puts them on the leaderboard after this, but you have to imagine this is going to shoot them way up. But Coach, Yuki, not going to let them have this for free because Yuki's got 9 eliminations on their own. See shots coming on to Jack, and he's not going to let him get away scot-free. Shots on target, and it's going to get cleaned up. That's Coach and Yuki picking up their second victory royale of the night.
What a final play in our last game, and hey, perfectly played as a trio. Instead of someone going to make what I would call a hero play, all 3 of them jump on that last player, clean it up, and are able to get that victory royale. And like you mentioned, the second one of the day, really well played. It's been the 2 teams. I think that last game personifies what we saw. We saw Jack slaying out, having a great game, and then we saw Yuki Pexper and that trio just playing so strong. I'll be interested to see how everything turns out, but hey, even if it didn't go too well for you today, there's always tomorrow.
Absolutely. This tournament is in no way over. Just because one team picked up that victory royale doesn't mean you can make a comeback. The format tonight, if you take a look at it, it's very plausible. If you pick up a high elimination victory royale, you could shoot yourself back up into that number 1 spot. And I do want to say, my biggest takeaway from tonight has got to be to play as a trio. Play as a team, have good communications, and make sure, because numbers matter. Both in game number 1, when Yuki and Coach picked up their first victory royale, they were alive as a trio. Even though the rest of the lobby was basically solos, they were still playing it out as a trio, clutching up that win. And again, you see it here. All players up as a trio, and they pick up their second.
Yeah, very well played by all of our competitors. As you see, we're going through some replays here. Hope you guys appreciate all of the amazing Fortnite action we've seen and appreciate this guy's dance moves, both of them. Yeah, look at that. Now we see not only are we here for games, we're also here for dances, but we have much more games to come. It is going to be a quick break, but Ben, thank you so much for casting alongside me. We'll be back tomorrow. Any final words before we close it out for today?
Make sure you're here tomorrow. If you missed some of today's action, make sure you get all of it tomorrow because it's only going to ramp up from here.
All right. I'm Somebody's Gun. This is Ben K. We will see you tomorrow. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but games will be coming right back.
So I got the email and I said, hey, check this out. They're doing an esports league.
They're going to get started on the aim test. I'm going to want the rest of you to come into the dojo with me.
He loves playing competitive computer games. When he plays online at home, a lot of times it's just playing with random people. In this, he's learned that having a coach who's able to take him through those strategies.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose?
It's definitely been very competitive. It's amazing that they're starting to offer things like esports scholarships now. I mean, I won't complain about any scholarship he gets.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart. Give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at lls.org.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
A couple of sets of grandparents have been following the team online. We all get in the chat room and give our high fives virtually, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family. As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own.
That person right there, that's my son. They just wiped out the rest of the team.
That's play by Noah, and somehow
We would get together and watch the Twitch stream like it was a professional event.
good game.
Good.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
Everything looks better.
It does, doesn't it?
The reason this lens is so important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation. Just like
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Men over Horn have taken the victory here at the finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
What's going on, everybody? It's Alpacino here at the Full Sail Live lobby right now. I'm here with
Bully,
who is actually a pro player for Fortnite, which is amazing. He just told me that he does the building. I mean, I'm not that kind of person. You know, I'm not good at building and cranky 90s and everything, but I got a few questions for you. So what was it like, you know, like before going pro and then after?
Oh, well, before going pro, it's a grind. You know, you got to put a lot of hours into the game. You don't start off with the nicest setup. You don't have the best equipment. Like, you're not supposed to expect a lot when you're going pro. It kind of just happens, especially with gaming because it's so new. Like, nobody really thought it was going to get to the level that it's at now. So when I was playing Fortnite, I just started playing for fun. It wasn't really anything I took seriously. It was just like after soccer practice or after school, I just get on the game and I enjoyed it and I started playing a lot more. And then eventually tournaments got announced, and that's how I went pro in Fortnite. And then just kept playing and playing and playing. Yeah, that's pretty much it, how I got started.
How long have you been playing Fortnite?
I think I've been playing Fortnite since around World Cup, so probably like 3 years now. Yeah, like 3-4 years, probably. Yeah, so it's been a long time, yeah. I have over like 500 days played on the game. Yeah, so it's a lot. It's a lot.
I mean, hey, that's worth the grind. If you have that many hours or days into a game, yeah, like it's worth the grind. So I know that you know you're working with Cope. How are you in like you know your career tying in with Cope?
So Cope, this organization has been like for the parents pretty much, and for me, my mom got involved into gaming, and she knows everything that I do now. So she knows how to go on my Twitch. She knows how to go on my Twitter. She knows how to support me because, you know, obviously she can support me by being there for me, like in real life, but also like having to like see who I am as a person online too. It's really important for parents to, you know what's going on in their kids' life outside of just like seeing them at dinner or something like that, because kids are in their room all day, and this is like a way that, you know, Cope teaches parents how to like be more involved in their kids' life if they're a gamer.
Hey, shout out to Mama Bully. If you're seeing this,
shout out my mom. Yeah, 100%. She's the best. She is the best.
Shout out to the mom for supporting it. I know I'm the same way. Like, you know, my mom, she supports me as well. Like, she's asking about many things. And actually, I just informed her about Cope as well. So it's great. She wants to get more involved with it, which is amazing. Love it. Final question for the kids, you know, competing right now, or kids that want to get into XP League. Like, do you have any advice for them, like, especially if they want to go pro?
The main thing is just doing what you're told at home in order to be able to play. Because, like, with school and stuff, it's a lot. You know, you don't have much time. Like, you know, you go to school 6 hours a day, you get home, and then you got to go to sleep. Like, you don't have time to really do anything. I would say just keep doing what you want to do. And, like, in your free time, you got to play as much as possible if you want to go pro. And, like, to prove to your parents that, you know, this is something that you want to do. I mean, joining XP League is huge because it showed, like, there's a tournament going on right now. Like, this, like, if your parents see that, like, they see you competing at it, they see how professional it is, and, like, with all the interviews and stuff like that, I think that showing your parents and getting them involved is going to help you going pro more than playing the game, because it's, as a kid, it's, you know, it's hard. It's hard, so.
All right. I mean, honestly, that's an amazing answer, especially for, like, you know, for the kids. And also, you know, in there too for the parents, you know, if your kid just wants to, you know, play video games and you can see that it's actually a passion for them, like, I'd just say that you might want to, you know, just let them go, let them just have at it. Who knows? They may be like the next person in Fortnite that makes, you know, $1 million. Then what's gonna happen, you know? Or they're gonna get that next pro contract going to, who knows, like 100 Thieves or, you know, FaZe Clan maybe. So. So let's see here. I got one more question. Before going pro, and say that you were, you know, you're a youngin, you know, would you be joining XP League to work your way up?
Oh, I think honestly, this is like one of the greatest things that, you know, esports has like ever seen. Like, for kids to be able to compete at maybe not a professional level, but a level where they still feel like, you know, the pressure and everything like that. I feel like this is where I would want to be competing at, even if it wasn't for money. If I wasn't good enough to compete for money, which some of the kids might be good enough to compete for money, but just haven't had that opportunity, you know what I mean? So I think this level and like how crazy this event is, I mean, it's amazing. I think that if I would if I wasn't as good, I would love to be here.
And that's what we love to hear. That is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Bully, it has been awesome.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
One last message that you guys want to send out before we close out?
Ooh. All right, shout out my grandma at home. I love my grandma. She takes care of me every day.
Hey, Grandma Bully too. I know she's probably watching. She's proud of you and everything that you're doing. All right, guys, this is Al Pacino. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you guys next time. All right, later.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Full Sail University Fortress. We are here with some Rocket League gameplay going on. I am joined here today by Bryonic. How you doing today, Bryonic?
Hey, I'm doing great. It was amazing to get to this round. A lot of action, and I am excited to get this next round kicked off.
So tell me something about these teams that are going to be competing here in these last couple games of the day.
I was looking at the bracket, and it was pretty interesting to see that the Franklin Storm, Irvine Dragon, Macomb Heroes, and the Franklin Stealth, all 4 of those teams who are still in contention here today were actually the same semifinals we saw for the regionals, almost to the T. Maybe flip the Irvine Dragons and the Macomb Heroes, and you would have had it 1-for-1. So it's going to be pretty fun to see how these teams kind of match up with each other, especially if the Franklin Stealth move on to face the Dragons, because again, that is going to be the rematch that I think a lot of us want to see.
That would be absolutely amazing to watch. And another thing to point out is both the teams in this game, the Heroes and the Stealth, both got eliminated by our current finalists, the Franklin Storm, during regionals. So both these teams are going to have vengeance on their mind going into these games. They want to get past this game, eliminate the Dragons, and get their revenge on the Franklin Storm. Let's see if they can put that together today.
Definitely. As we're getting set up, I just want to shout out my very best friend and my boy, Quinn, colorblind. Congratulations, sir, on getting that scholarship, the $5,000 man. He has grown so much within this organization, within this school. So very proud of you, Quinn, and I'm very excited to see where you go in your future. I'm excited to see how this Rocket League matchup is going to shake out.
Some absolutely amazing things going on here on XP League. The opportunities we provide to players and to students here at Full Sail, absolutely amazing. And same thing goes for Full Sail. And I think we are live with gameplay. Let's throw it over to the match.
Right now, it's the final match of the semifinals, Macomb Heroes and the Franklin Stealth. I'm playing back in, trying to goad it in on goal. That gets taken away, Pawnee. He'll send it out to Spooky Yogurt. Yogurt, aerial dribble, gets it taken away by Rick. Rick not able to clear it as Pawnee holds it in. Pawnee, chip shot, trying to get it in front of the net, but someone named JT has something to say about that.
We're going to say JT get the reset. He's going to try and follow up that nice shot we just saw from his teammate there. Dap going up in the air is going to stop it, though. Rick getting the nice demo, keeping the Heroes in contention here. Let's see what they can do with this ball as they try and drive it towards the enemy side of the pitch. Right now, the Macomb Heroes just going to have to clear this shot. We're going to see Icy Fire go for the shot. Follow-up going to come out from, I do believe that was Pawnee, but the defense from the Macomb Heroes is going to be great so far.
Excellent playing here so far for these two teams as the Macomb Heroes face a little adversity. And a shot, he scores! Pawnee to kick off this round, and it's 1-0 still.
And Franklin here really showing us all those talking points we talked about earlier today, that boost management and those rotations. Excellent so far for both teams, but the Franklin Stealth just edging out the Macomb Heroes a little bit here at the start.
Trying to take it back in is the Heroes, taken away again by Spooky Yogurt. Yogurt turning it over, and a shot, he scores! Someone named JT made him pay for his mistake.
Heroes respond almost immediately. We're going to see, I think Spooky Yogurt just getting a little bit distracted there. Might not have seen JT coming in for the shot, but nice, well-placed shot by JT there to tie up the game with 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go.
It's a little bit of horse blinders there as he probably saw it passes 2 steps ahead of him, but then all of a sudden JT came in pressuring as Dap sends it out in front for Rick, trying to goad it off the backboard. That gets hit out. Spooky Yogurt, aerial dribble, trying to get it above Dap, but that gets hit onto the line. Pawnee off the wall. That gets hit off the roof. Icy Fire not able to corral it. And now Dap with a chance, and that is cleared off, but held in by someone named JT. And a lob shot, and it is cleanly played by Pawnee, but not cleared, as someone named JT trying to center it out for Ricky, and Dap plays it out into the corner. And a lob shot going in, and that's bouncing out in front, but that gets taken away by Spooky Yogurt.
Heroes here, first time seeing the ball over on their side of the pitch. They're going to clear it very quickly, though, showing the dominance they've had thus far in this game. And something you brought up just a minute ago is something I really want to touch on. The abilities for these players to think 4, 5, 6 steps ahead is just absolutely off the charts.
As they try to play it back in, and a shot going into the side of the net, but that gets taken away. Someone named JT. He'll leave it off, taken away by Spooky Yogurt, held in his own zone, but turned over. Trying to get it out in front, and a shot just goes wide. Good challenge there by Icy Fire to keep it out in front of the net. And now Pawnee turning it around, and that will be hit off of the wall. Dap. Taken away by Icy Fire. And that one will be cleared off by Rick. Again, we see a lot of pitch play here in the middle. Not really a lot going to the outskirts.
Pawnee going for the double commit there on the ball. Definitely not the best position he found himself in. And we see a lot of the Franklin Stealth really crowding the goal right now. I wonder what that communication sounds like in their personal voice channel. Definitely seems like they're a little bit all over the place right now. But just take some deep breaths, guys. You are in a tie game, and I'm sure they'll be able to bring it back. Macomb Heroes, though, really taking control of the game in this second half, though.
Definitely as Spooky Yogurt trying to clear. Turning it over to Rick. Rick, a dangerous shot tape. Rebound out in front. Not able to make it work. Going off the post as Dap trying to hold it in. Dap killing it out in front. No one home to bank home the shot. 1:15 left to go. And a shot on, and they go. Scores! Dap 2-1 Heroes.
Spooky Yogurt there went for the clear, and unfortunately for the Franklin Stealth or any of their fans, just barely missed, and a nice, well-placed shot by Dap to respond to that.
And 1:13 left to go. Franklin Stealth down by 1 as Spooky Yogurt breaks it down into the corner. Someone named JT trying to clear it, kind of loses it a little bit, but helped out by Dap going along the wall. Pawnee again going off the wall after Rick turned Dap into a good demo as Icy Fire turning it over. And a shot by Rick, not able to get enough of it as Pawnee clears as far as center. And a shot just going off to the side, trying to tie this thing up. He'll leave it off into the corner, 45 to go as Spooky Yogurt. He'll clear it in, 40 seconds. And that one will be played outside by someone named JT. JT flipping it above one, above another, and another shot not able to go. And now Icy Fire with a chance, and that gets taken away. 30 seconds remain here in game number 1.
That ball's going to be hit off the backboard. Spooky Yogurt going to try and get the follow-up. It's going to get cleared out by Dap. We're going to see Icy Fire from midfield, though, centered up nicely for his team. Maybe getting in the way there of Pawnee a little bit. Unfortunate misplay for the Franklin Stealth there. 5 seconds remaining in this game. We're going to see the double tap from Pawnee to send it up in center. We're going to see the shot come out from Icy Fire. 2-2 with 2 seconds left on the board. What a play there by Pawnee and Icy Fire to get that over both the defenders and down into the goal on a steep angle. Excellently played by the Franklin Stealth there.
Buzzer beater, and now we have overtime looming here in the Fortress as Dap plays it up. Icy Fire gonna be dependent on how they want to play this, as someone named GT has a shot, and that will be killed down. What can you expect for overtime?
Overtime, I think we're just gonna have to see that momentum continue for the Franklin Stealth. They definitely have it with them right now as we see a crazy placed goal on shot, or on the net of the Franklin Stealth. Good job there to them to clear that out pretty quickly.
Very good play there as Yogurt trying to take it in. That gets taken away as Pawnee. He adds it down to the corner, trying to kill it out in front. That gets taken away by Dap. Dap going on to Rick. Rick to Dap. A shot going off the post, and a rebound will be played off for Pawnee. Pawnee with 33 into overtime, flips it above one, not above the other, as Rick denies him, kind of challenging his inner Matumbo. Not today, sir, as he leaves him out to dry there, as JT trying to clear it out. Rick not able to handle it cleanly. He'll leave it off to the corner, and now he rolls out in front, and Dap takes it away.
What a demo there from JT. They were down on boost, only had one defender left, but JT coming in with the demo to keep the heroes alive in this game. Some great gameplay we're watching thus far. We're going to see JT go for the double tap off the backboard. He's going to get the shot. Oh my goodness, what a goal from JT there to take game one in overtime.
Yeah, that was a great goal.
Wow, I don't even know if that was a double tap. I think he...
No, it was going off the backboard, and it bounced right off the backboard on into the goal. It's a set play that I see a lot of people try to go for, especially people that play for the Armada. That's the kind of keystone, like Daxta, Pravana Seb. They like to go for that kind of backboard pass. Like, it's kind of like a self-pass almost, but gets it done, and it's a 1-0 lead here.
And I think we're going straight into it, folks. 3, 2, 1, and we are underway with the kickoff. Hopefully we'll get that on our screens in just a moment. We're going to see Icy Fire go for the shot, bringing the ball into Macomb territory. We're going to see Pawnee with the follow-up, centering it nicely, but it's going to get cleared out pretty easily by Dap. 50-50 not going the way of the Franklin Stealth there. Macomb looking to have a good start to this game.
As they turn it around, Franklin Stealth not able to hold it. Corralled by Dap. Cleared up and out. Not able to clear it all the way out, though, as Spooky Yogurt holds it in. Pawnee out to the side. Icy Fire not able to get enough elevation on his boost jump. And now coming back the other way. Someone named JT going off the corner. And a shot that will be blocked away by Pawnee. Good defensive play. Held in, though, by Dap and played along the wall by Icy Fire.
Pawnee going to clear that ball off the backboard. The follow-up's going to come from JT, though. Rick with the shot off the corner, trying to center it up for Dap. It's going to hit the backboard and travel back to midfield. Macomb there not challenging the ball, knowing they're low on boost and have to fall back, would rather give it up to the Stealth. Nice shot on goal is going to come out from JT. Unfortunately for the Macomb boys and girls, it is going to hit the backboard. Dap with another opportunity, but Pawnee with the save.
As Rick takes a shot off the backboard and a rebound out in front, and that one hits the corner. Lower corner able to stave off a disastrous play there are the Franklin Stealth. As Dap hails it on to Rick. Taken away by Pawnee, he'll hit it into the corner. Out to the side, and a sharp angle shot. That gets taken away, cleared up by Spooky Yogurt. Yogurt has a chance. Flat-footed is JT, trying to clear it out. Good demo, and a shot, empty net, going in.
Wow.
He scores! Dap from his own zone makes it 1-0 Heroes.
What a snipe from Dap there. I have to wonder if he was even shooting at the goal or just trying to get a nice clear.
As you see on the big board, Al Pacino doing his best to pump up the crowd. 3:06 remaining here. 1-0 Heroes in both the series and the game, and a shot, he scores! Rick! 3:03, 2-0 Heroes.
Macomb did not like me saying that the Stealth had the momentum earlier there.
I would venture to say not, sir, as they have a 2-0 lead with 3:03 left to go here in this best-of-5 semifinals game.
And that really is Rocket League, isn't it? Wait 2 minutes for one goal and then 2 seconds for the next one.
Definitely, and momentum, as you mentioned, can change on a dime as Rick gets a good demo out in front. Someone named JT trying to leave it up. Volleyed, and now Icy Fire with a shot turned away by Dap. Kind of went right into him as Rick takes it away. Aerial dribble, trying to get it out on goal, and a shot! That one's taken away, perhaps, by his own team, and Dap as that one's turned around. And another shot pondered away by Pawnee. Now you have to ask, is that the momentum shifter that the Franklin Stealth needed?
I hope it is for them if you are a Franklin fan. I think, though, the Franklin just playing a little bit too committed. Every time I see them go for a shot, both the other players on the team are right there with the aggressor. Franklin Stealth just needs to focus on their rotations a little more, as we see Spooky Yogurt with an absolute banger from midfield.
That was a heads-up play. What'd you see on that one, partner?
Honestly, Spooky just making the most of an opportunity. We saw one of the members of the Macomb Heroes there passing the ball right to him, and Spooky just taking the most out of it.
2:02 left to go here. 2-1 your score. Franklin Stealth still into this one as Dap trying to get it across, waiting in the wings. He'll shoot it all the way down, trying to get another touch on it, but overshoots it. Spooky Yogurt playing it down into the corner. Someone named JT holding it in, trying to reverse it back. 1:45 left to go. Going off the roof. Icy Fire able to get it down low into the hero zone. Ricky trying to turn it around. Icy Fire still with possession, and he's not able to get it in front of the net. But now the Spooky Yogurt is as Pawnee trying to get it out in front, but that gets turned over as a good demo thrown up by Dap. So with these demos, how do you see them shaping up?
We saw that one demo. Oh, an Icy Fire with a nice fast aerial there, getting the goal, bringing the game to a tied score with only 1:15 to go. To respond to your comment about the demos, we've seen some absolutely crucial goals being made, not because of the one shooting it, but because of the teammate down on the pitch demoing one of the enemies. So if we can just see one of the teams get control of the ball and then send out an aggressor to go get some demos, we might see some easy game-changing goals. Speaking of game-changing, Pawnee.
Aerial shot! An aerial shot, look at this. He spirals himself. Gets it right past the defender. Oh, wow.
What a play there from Pawnee. Yet again, like we were saying this morning, clearly one of the most mechanically skilled players in the league. Such a pleasure to be able to watch this game right now. What gameplay we are witnessing.
Stealth are back to life as Pawnee plays it back down. 63 seconds left to go. Pawnee, aerial side, going off the wall, trying to give it back to Spooky Yogurt, and a lob shot gets sent out to the wayside. He'll play it back, and another corner shot trying to volley it up back for himself as Dap tries to take it away. Another aerial try going back down the other side as a shot going wide of the net as Icy Fire plays it down. And now an angled shot has a chance, and Dap again taking it away. How important has Dap been here so far for these heroes?
Dap has been absolutely crucial. We've seen him get so many crucial saves and bring the Macomb Heroes back into momentum. We're going to see, speaking of him,
Dap scores, knotting this thing up at 22 seconds.
And what a setup there from Rick. Rick knew that he did not have enough time to get that ball in himself, so being the selfless player he is, he set it up for his teammate, and look how well that has worked out for them.
Absolutely, as Spooky Yogurt can't get it in, and a shot. What a save by someone named JT!
And Dap's going to take it back.
And Dap again, a shot gets turned aside. Spooky Yogurt trying to get it down. Is he going to keep it alive or is he going to kill it? Down into the corner. Dap trying to clear it. Held up, and Dap will just kill it. Overtime yet again.
Kickoff is going to go the way of Macomb. We're going to see Dap go for the aerial. A little too much speed, not enough boost to get there. JT is going to go for the shot off the wall, though. Will he be able to get the double tap off the ground? We're going to see Icy Fire commit hard to stop that ball, and this is looking bad for the Stealth. They're all committed around that net,
they're
but
triple
there wasn't
committing.
a follow-up.
You absolutely saw that triple commit. That is gutsy by the Macomb Heroes. Coming back down the other way, though, going to see if they can kind of capitalize on it as the Franklin Stealth not able to clear. Trying to get it out in front, and a shot cleared off. Good defensive save by Icy Fire.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I just saw Dap save a game-winning potential goal for his own, or for the opponents there. So that's definitely going to hurt a little for him. Going to be a momentum shifter, maybe.
It's one of those things that you need to have, memory of a fly. You can't let that dictate your game as Rick brings it back into the corner. Trying to clear it up is Icy Fire. Icy Fire has
We're
a
gonna
chance.
see an open net.
A shot. He scores! Icy Fire and the Franklin Stealth have tied up this series.
And as we saw just a minute ago, we commented on the Macomb Heroes triple committing. They do it once again, and they do end up getting punished for it.
That is one of the fundamental things that a lot of young Rocket League players need to learn is you always want to have someone in the back But I do have to commend the Heroes in their pursuit of a goal. They really kept the pressure on. And it looked like for the beginning half of that overtime that the Heroes were going to come out in front. It is an excellent game, though, played by the Stealth to keep this one defensively even-keeled.
Most definitely. I think that was the Heroes' game to lose, honestly. I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little that they weren't able to pick up that win. So let's see how they regroup, how they respond, and I'm sure we are going to have a down-to-the-wire match here between the Stealth and the Heroes.
And I think we have a replay here of this past game, so we can kind of see what the Heroes were kind of playing at. And again, you see Dap with an excellent goal. Seeing eye shot kind of goes off upon you a little bit, but still an impossible shot to stop if you're the Franklin Stealth. And with this goal going into the top cheese, man, it's really hard for Rocket League players to kind of justify their movement from time to time. And you see it right there with the fundamental plays by Icy Fire getting it out in front. What do you see here so far?
I think I see some excellent mechanical gameplay from Franklin. Same thing from Dap on the Macomb Heroes, but it just seems like Macomb is a little bit flustered right now. They're double committing to a lot of plays here. So Macomb, I think, just needs to take a little bit of a chill pill because I think they do have the skill. And we're going to see Pawnee get a nice goal on the board to open up game number 3.
That was a great goal. Dap tried so hard to save that one, but served it right up on a silver platter to Pawnee.
Series tied 1-1 here, 15 seconds down in game number 3, and the Stealth are up 1-0.
As Rick tries, good.
Oh, we're going to see JT go for the boost there. Dap trying to clear the ball, or center the ball, excuse me. We're going to see Pawnee with a nice clear, though. Macomb, though, maybe they did regroup. Like I said, we see them fall back very quickly. Good on their rotations. Definitely a little better than we saw them in that overtime. Dap going to get control of the ball here. We've seen how dangerous he is once he gets it, but we're going to see a big commitment from the Stealth to get it out of his hands. Rick, though, going to go for the follow-up.
He scores! What a good goal by Rick. And he knocks this thing back up at 1.
And that really goes to show you don't always need to be fancy to get goals in Rocket League. I think we might have saw the Franklin player there expecting something a little bit more intricate than just the lob shot right on center net, but sometimes that's going to get the job done.
1-1, nearly a minute gone here in game number 3. Pivotal game here in this best of 5 as Dap tries to play it off the wall. He'll go down, aerial shot from someone named JT, holding it into the corner, trying to center it out in front. Has a chance, but that gets cleared out to the side. It seems like these guys have been playing excellent defense here so far as that one goes off the post. What do you see here so far?
We're going to see Rick there go for the shot, and I do believe we have some exciting Overwatch gameplay getting started. So let's throw you guys back over to the live venue for some Overwatch.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with some more exciting Overwatch action, and it's already underway here. We've had a few games going. We've got one that has just finished up their first round, Horde against Macomb. What'd you think of the beginning of that game?
Macomb went out really strong, and then it seemed like Horde A slowly started to figure out what was going on and adapted from there. As we're going to be going over to the battle for Tennessee, Franklin Shogun versus Franklin Nomads. It'll be currently the Nomads trying to peek out, don't have control of the point right now, and Shogun just going to be rotating all the way back to point.
Now, you are a Shogun, or a Franklin coach, so what can you tell me about these two teams?
Well, they scrim each other a lot. They know each other extremely well, which is why I think this is a very interesting game. But you also got the siblings. You know, you got Dario Magic versus Yago, and curious to see how that goes.
Yeah, very exciting. A brother-be-brother battle here on these two separate teams. Definitely going to create some tension, some intensity, some fire in these players, especially knowing one another. They just really are wanting to win this game. And we got a good bomb from Quad getting rid of Demon Ninja there. Got a good solid 56% lead here on the first point.
Not too much more, still in Shogun control, as now That may still a little bit of an issue for the Nomads, but Dark Magic will eventually be caught out by that Coalition from Misty. They're going to try and pump all that damage and healing all at once. But with Demon Ninja coming back, maybe this is where the Shogun can start bringing it back. Noah's going to go down. Quad's going to go out of mech. And slowly but surely, the Shogun seem to be bringing this back, but it doesn't seem like it quite yet. Yags is able to get one, as well as Anubis able to pick up one. So it's just picks going back and forth there.
Yeah, Demon Ninja trying to go up to Yags, but Yags had that ult ready to go, and Ladderless trying to get the Death Blossom, gets one, but ends up getting picked anyway. There was a little bit of an opening there, but I don't think they're going to be able to make too much use of it, as the Shogun are starting to really wipe them out here. The Nomads are in the 11th hour at this point. Overtime ticking down. They're trying to contest best they can, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it. The Mei Ice Block adding insult to injury, or the Freeze Storm, just really, really good control there.
Extremely good control, and control seems to be the Shogun's bread and butter. It seems to be like, all right, this is where they're going to be going. Nomads usually take a little bit longer to see how they do. So now as we go into Mecha Base, it is going to be more than likely a brawl on brawl, but we are going to hop on over for a second. We're going to go over to Game 5. This is going to be Hanover A versus the Macomb Knights. And Horde A did win Map 1 of Oasis 2-0. So even though we did see Macomb push them just a little bit, but not too much. So curious to see on what we'll be able to see now as we enter Havana.
Yeah, and Horde A is actually our defending champions this year, and so they are here to continue to defend their title and show these Knights what they're made of. But the first game, like you said, definitely was close. All of these games have been anyone's game today. It's really been amazing to see these students work so hard, and even when they're done, congratulating one another, just doing such a good job. The sportsmanship here in the arena is awesome.
The entire day it's been like, all right, we just had this intense, especially Valorant earlier, right? These super intense games had many games go to overtime, but after it's like, all right, let's do the ice cream outside. Like, it is, everybody is just so nice to each other, and the sportsmanship is to the next level. But Hanover Horde A, they're going to be holding this high ground. Res already got used by Lantern to bring Hitscan back into the fight. There's no reason for them to drop right now. They can just sit nice and comfy up on this high ground.
Yeah, the only thing they might need to do is stop that payload from moving, but they are in a really good position right now. Pizza Freak on the Junkrat's hanging out in the high ground, just throwing bombs down exactly where he wants to be. Kid MDK getting those good shields, making sure that his team is nice protected. We've got good heals coming through, and it looks like we've got Pizza Freak falls. Toonbury on the ground trying to get to that cart, trying to touch, but he's being pushed away here. They are really being pushed off, and that's not quite what you want to see. They really do need to be contesting here.
Yeah, this card just continues to move. The question is, who's going to touch? The answer, nobody. Everybody's staying up top, and eventually, normally in that setup, once that card gets to the corner, it's like, all right, time to jump down. We're going to play this corner. But they stayed up there, I think, trying to get Pizza Freak to build that Riptire, and just doesn't get it in time. Going to be stuck at 76%. Already going to force a swap as well. Hit scan. Going off the Widow, going to be a little bit more close range, at least able to shoot a little more close range on the Hanzo to try and deal with Collateral, who so far has been doing an extremely good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these Hanzos are going to be going head-to-head here, trying to... It's really going to become a Hanzo v Hanzo battle, because then you have a lot of good shield pressure. Obviously, Pizza Freak bringing a lot of shield pressure to the table, but these Hanzos with their Storm Arrow being able to really rip those down as well. It's going to be really important to get that pick. You want to be able to take out your kind of DPS counterpart there, and so we'll see what happens. I'm really excited. Again, a high ground hold here from these guys, and that's, that is again where they do want to be, but they should probably drop this time. I think not going down to touch the cart didn't go well so well for them last time.
Yeah, I think they learned their lesson, but at least here they can have just Kid MDK drop for a little bit, or have somebody drop and just stall for a little bit, because they're right above where that cart is going to be. And I honestly I believe you can contest from the high ground if you peek just enough. So they may be able to hold this for a long time, but
the Rhine tried to come behind. It didn't quite work out, but we have the Dragon coming in with there from Collateral. He picks up one, Perka getting another, Collateral and Rexy doing some work over there, and it looks like they're gonna be pushing the Horde off. Excellent work from the Knights.
You know, Lantern is able to get one. They're able to take out Bad at Games before they're taken up by Luna. So
the Battle Mercy.
The Battle Mercy. Gotta love it a little bit, but it is a decent stagger. Present Macomb here, and Macomb Knights not going to have as much heals. All they're going to have is Rexy on the Zenyatta, who can only heal one at a time unless they're in ult. So have to wait and see if that's going to do. Well, now you got no healers, as it'll be Hitscan getting one. Weirder does fall as well, though, so a 1-for-1 trade in the support line.
Collateral trying to come in from behind, but Pizza Freak spots him out and is able to send him away with one of his mines. It is an excellent work trying to keep him off of there. Having Collateral in the backline like that could have been really, really detrimental for them, but luckily they were able to spot him out quick enough to where it didn't end up being so bad for him.
Yeah, it didn't end up being too bad. 3 minutes left. Macomb, plenty of time still.
Absolutely.
You still got that Transcendence to potentially counter out the Gravitic Flux from Toonbury, as well as you have the Shatter from Abrams. So a little bit to work with here. Yes, the Grab Dragon combo didn't do as much as you wanted it to, but that Shatter does just as much.
There it is, getting rid of that Immortality field as quickly as possible. Luna coming in, pretty high charge, trying to really just beam down their opponents there, and it looks like picking 2 there. That's incredible.
Yeah, able to get 2 on his way out, but Macomb's still able to get through, and a lot of it is to Rexy. Yes, they die late in the fight due to hit scan, but they're able to use that Transcendence, keeps everybody up. I do think, oh no, there won't be a stall. Kid MDK doesn't get the drop in time, and this cart will roll through. We're going to add another minute and a half onto that time maker. Macomb still are pushing here with plenty of time on the clock. But Hanover, they have some counters now. They're going to have the Amp Matrix from Weirdo this fight, as well as that Dragon Check from Hitscan. They're probably 2 of the most well-known players on this team. I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled something big.
Absolutely. And actually, you know, I spoke to Luna earlier. They were a little bit nervous coming into this match, especially going up against the reigning champs. But so far, they are doing such a good job. They have really pushed those nerves down and are able to bring out such a good performance thus far. You got 3 minutes left in the time bank, and they don't have a lot further to go. Hitscan getting that pick on Collateral at the expense of his ult, but clears off the cart, and that is a really, really good push away from them. Excellent defense. They are now going to have a little bit of closer spawns on both sides. It's going to be a little bit even here.
It was a beautiful Dragon from Hitscan. Yes, it only gets 1 kill, but it forces everybody to that left side away from the cover of the cart, and they're in the wide open for Pizza Freak and Hitscan as well to pick up some of those kills. And now Pizza Freak trying to hide, knowing that they have that Riptire soon, and also trying to hide away from that Nano Tactical Visor, which Kid MDK was not able to get out, but everybody else does.
Pizza Freak getting the pick on Collateral here. That's going to be big coming into this next fight. They have 2 minutes that they're going to have to hold, and they have, you know, a lot of work to do if they're going to stop these Macomb Knights here. They've got a really good spot though here defending this archway. They've got the high ground to work with, and Pizza Freak going in, pushing through. Excellent work there. Lantern getting a pick on Luna there with a headshot.
A nice little headshot for a little bit long range from Lantern. Like, hey, you know, at least you can pump out some damage as well. It's not all about the Reddit boops. As minute 50 left. Macomb, this is their big fight. They have the Grab Dragon combo ready to go. The big thing, 2 big things are, Lantern has a sound barrier active, but it can only stall for so much. But last time it didn't get as much value because they never broke the Immortality field from Weirdo. Well, let's see if they can break it this time around.
I was about to speak, but I guess I spoke a little bit too late. If I was Toonbury there, you really got to be watching that. Pizza Freak with 2, absolutely huge, gets both the DPS.
Yeah, it's both DPS, gets Abrams as well, who at that point, it's like, I thought we'd push it up, but Pizza Freak goes big, goes 5. They get the team kill. All 6
goodness.
For Pizza Freak.
Incredible. And, you know, I spoke earlier about Pizza Freak and just his ability to rain down damage with that Junkrat, and that was exactly what he did there. That man is an 11th hour clutch player. We saw it last year, we saw it at regionals, we see it all the time. Just absolutely spectacular. There's 60 seconds left here, and there is only a little bit further that the Knights need to go. Big shatter here. Will it be enough? It might be. There's trades left and right. We're gonna pick it up.
And both main tanks go down. Hitscan's able to get Perka as well. Collateral evens it out, but spawn advantage is in favor of the Hanover Horde. Cart's a little bit closer to defensive spawn than the attacking spawn. So Macomb Knights, they made us have to do a quick reset. You don't have a lot of time left, as Luna's gonna get their Zarya charge reset. And Abrams actually goes over to the D.Va. So no shield for this potentially last fight. And Kid MDK almost has the shatter. This could be just an absolutely huge shatter from Kid MDK if they can lock down the targets, because there's no shield now to break it.
Switching into a little bit of a stall comp here. Luna coming in on the Wrecking Ball, trying to get just as fast as possible. And it's going to be close. The D.Va gets gunned down quickly. We've got the Ant Matrix sitting right there in full view of the team. Here comes the big dragon. That's one. It's going to clear that cart. There's 2, 3 other kills. Pizza Freak getting Luna. That might be it. Overtime starting to tick away here. And that is the first attack here on Havana.
A decent attack from Makoma, though, considering
absolutely
how it looked at times during that middle phase. They got a little stumped with the high ground. They couldn't figure out a way in. But eventually, they push through, they get those eliminations, and they make a decent amount of the way on the cart. So now it's got to play the defense. And it's kind of the same tune we said earlier when they played Madison, was that, okay, your attack may not be perfect, but if your defense is great enough to stop them, then it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make on that offensive side.
Absolutely. Switching over games here, we have another Havana map. Looks like Hanover Ford B up against the NOC Kraken, I believe. And we see an Echo, which is not one we've seen very much of today. It looks like Sea Serpent, though, on that, getting up in the air there, trying to get away from some danger. Agent Tech with the Storm Arrow. Does he see anything? Not quite.
They're just not able to pick off the opposition there. Beef Jerk just kind of peeking away, but gonna get away with their life this time. But we've seen a lot of Far with Mercy, but as you said, not a lot of Echo with Mercy. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna be able to do, and that's the big thing. Those sticky bombs do so much damage that DC Fuse just disintegrates.
Yeah, absolutely. Echo is such a versatile character for a number of different reasons. And the main one being her ultimate, being able to turn into any other character and build the ultimate charge for that character very, very quickly. And so that is going to be really turning fights and having a lot of versatility in your team, because she can turn into any character on the opposing team.
Yeah, it is a huge way, especially with how quick that ultimate comes in. Like, let's say they just go over there, we're going to copy DC Fuse on that run. You can get 2-3 shatters if you keep swinging and consistently get damage. And it is nearly impossible to deal with unless you have an insane amount of crowd control. So, curious to see now, Hanover Horde got half the time gone. You've almost captured this first phase, and it's a great opening pick from Agent Tech. It forces out that resurrection from no context. But will you be able to get value out of your DPS ults and that nano here?
You see many, many ults coming in here. There goes the Echo. Oh! Beef Jerk, huge! Oh my goodness, what a tire. They didn't even need the rest of the ults. Sea Serpent sitting there and looking like Reinhardt, saying, man, Beef Jerk did all the work there. What am I supposed to do?
It's like, yeah, what am I, chopped liver? But that was actually an expensive loss for Hanover B, because they used self-destruct that fight, and they used the Deadeye, and both just get absolutely negated by that Riptire.
Absolutely, but now with Sea Serpent also using ult there, there's 2 ults gone in the way of DPS for the Hanover B. So they are, or for NOC Kraken rather, that is, expensive in the way of, yes, it did pay off, but they aren't going to have that in at least one of the 2 in their repertoire for the next fight. Beef Jerk at 50% already though, so see what
not taking too long. That sound barrier goes down.
DC Fuse getting some big damage in. Swing and Shock goes down. Sea Serpent picking one up though. Agent Tech getting the Dragons in, getting one. Sea Serpent picking up another, but it wasn't quite enough. There wasn't any stall on the payload, and we get the first point captured. 3 minutes left in the time bank here. Really good start. This is such a back and forth fight. This has been really, really fun.
Yeah, a decent start for them. Is it a ton of time? No, but you got there, right? Like,
absolutely.
The most important part here is if you can start snowballing this second phase, because we saw it just a few minutes ago when it was Hanover A holding this high ground. It is so hard to break through, and granted, NOC's playing more of a poke comp, and Agent Tech's going to get hooked and just going to get hit by everybody and get sent back to spawn. It is very hard to deal with this high ground if you don't have a lot of mobility.
For DC Fuse. Yeah, we've seen a lot of crazy hooks today, and I think, Roadhog has been a little bit of a playmaker. Sea Serpent picking up 2 big kills there on a support and a DPS. That's going to really push back the Horde there.
going to push them back a little bit, take some more time off that clock as well. Almost a minute gone already from what they entered with, and they really haven't got that far because they're trying to do with this high ground.
Sea Serpent sending it all here on the D.Va, 51% to bomb, or almost there. And Beef Jerk, again with the double DPS ult. You know, I'm not sure that was necessarily the best choice there. I think they should have held on to that.
Especially because they used the Ant Matrix as well from PC. That is a lot of ultimates gone. And yes, the Ant Matrix was amazing for PC, made him drop down, and it allowed Sea Serpent to kind of take more control with that D.Va. But they really didn't get anything from that Riptide other than force them to retreat. You know, I think that's what they were going to do anyway.
Yeah, I think really, you know, they are just absolutely stalling as much time as they can. They know they're in a kind of commanding position at this moment, and they're trying to push that advantage as much as they can. Let's see if it pays off for them. Aegitech getting no context, magically getting Mighty Cole, and it's going to be just a brawl on point, but Beef Jerk picking one up. We got a lot of kills over here in that, but it's the trade right back. Wow, just the back and forth with these teams.
Yeah, DC Fuse puts the Shatter in the backline, able to get 3, but they're not going to be able to do it the whole hog. Just going to knock them away and do so much damage. And now another minute gone. And yes, they make a little bit of progress on this payload. It's not going to be sitting underneath that little platform there, which is so hard to push through. To be a little bit farther than that, but still some work to do. But now, if you're McCollum, because you've used so many ultimates these last 2 fights, and you don't have your Mercy to maybe get that late foul, you are banking on the fact that Beef Jerk can land a huge Rip Tire.
Yeah, absolutely. And Beef Jerk getting his tire up here, but he ends up going down right before he can use it. A high noon from behind, Sea Serpent falls. There is, you know, lots of ultimates being used here, but is it going to pay off? I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure yet. Still contesting, no context, just gets back from the early death. And at this point, this card is going to keep pushing through. Beef Jerk, it's going to be poking away. They need to stay alive if they want to use that ultimate. They almost don't. And now some pressure on the high ground. Here comes that Rip Target going over to the left.
There's the contest.
Not going to get anything. Huge block from DC Fuse.
Yeah, that was an excellent ult. We see the beat coming in. There is going to be an absolute bloodbath on point here as both teams are trying their absolute darndest to either push or stop this here. There's only 1.9 meters left to go. They are so close to getting, you know, an extra minute and a half here. Magically needing to take that breather, gets the hook. Does he finish the kill? Not quite. He is out of heals and he is down. And there goes the minute and a half comes in. The Horde coming in to the third point here. They just have one more leg of this map with only a minute and 19 seconds left. That is not a lot of time, especially on this stretch of Havana.
You almost have to play it perfectly.
Yeah.
Because you do not have a lot of time, and it is a lot of ground to cover in this final phase of Havana, and especially with NOC, they have a few ultimates coming up. They have the duplicate. They have almost another Riptire back already. They're building it up so fast, but Dragon Strike's going to go through. Demon Bomb over the top as well. Immortality Field going to save most of the teammate and most of the players from NOC, but they're all so low, they're not going to survive the aftermath.
Yeah, it is really just a huge push here from the Horde. They have made a lot of ground in the little amount of time that they have. There is 38 seconds left, and they need to finish this out if they want to really bring this to, you know, a much better game for them. It's going to be so much easier for them on the defense side if they're able to push this all the way. I won't say easy, maybe that's a bit of an overstatement, but it'll be certainly feel a lot better.
Yeah, Riptire goes through, gets 3!
That's exactly what he wants to see here. You need to push them off. There's only 10 seconds left. They're not going to have very much time to get back. They have to switch to stall here.
Yeah, it's DC Fuse. They go over to the Wrecking Ball. They're going to have to touch, but they get hooked. They're going to get booped all around, and they do barely touch. Pile Driver gets down just in time, but due to that swap, they're not going to have many ultimates. They're counting on Aegitech to get something with this Dragon Strike, but Sea Serpent isn't even letting them get to the point. Getting elimination after elimination, hand over Horde B. Not going to finish, but again, a very decent push.
Yeah, very, very good, strong push here. They made it, you know, almost all the way to the end with not a lot of time left. They made such good work of what time they had. They should be very, very proud of themselves.
And to give an update on the game we started this, as we're going to another Havana match, seems to be pretty popular today. Head of Horde A did beat Macomb on Havana, so they do win the series 2-0, and they do advance to that upper bracket final. And they await the winner of this match, the Franklin Nomads versus the Franklin Shogun. After the Shogun took map 1, 2-1, it is now Havana, and Shogun struggled early in this map to get through, and that's why they have such little time left.
Yeah, it looks like we got the big grab up top. A little bit early, not a whole lot of follow-up, but here comes the tire. What does it see? It sees two!
Lateralis able to get to Manoa as well, able to get two, and Dario Magic is kind of stuck in Nomad's land. They cannot get to that point. They're just going to back up and realize that this round, at least, is complete.
That is one of the first Havana matches we've seen today that has been stopped in the inside part of Havana. So really interesting here. There is, a very good chance here for the Nomads rather to get a good push here. And it looks like we've swapped over to a Busan match here.
And I believe Franklin Valkyrie versus the Madison, the Madison Marvels had a little bit of technical issues, so we are just in map 1, round 1. Valk took it 100-0, and again, Busan. It seems like we're having a lot of Busan today, a lot of Havana. If we get to map 3, we got all Kings Row, and it seems to be a little bit of a pattern starting this lane. They're like, all right, teams are getting comfortable with these few maps, and everybody's almost like a gentleman's agreement, like, yeah, we'll go to that map.
Yeah, it really seems to be that way, And a lot of these players are kind of very set in their ways and set in their comps and things like that. So it's one of those things where they are so comfortable on some of these maps. It's like Kings Row, everyone's very, very comfortable on Kings Row, and so we see a lot of it. And I think these maps are the same way. We've seen a lot of Busan, we're seeing a lot of Havana. They're just good, solid maps that these teams really enjoy.
And it's weird because in the regular season we saw a lot in Nepal, but we haven't seen, at least from our point of view, I've not seen Nepal at all today. So you wonder if teams are starting to figure out, like, maybe we don't want to go there quite yet, because everybody knows how everybody plays, as it'll be the Valk going in. Mythic Grip able to get 2, able to get 3, as the Wolverines player able to get a few, and maybe try to bring some of that aim from earlier today.
This is a really commanding start from the side of the Valkyrie. Mythic Grip getting all those kills, it just puts them in such a good position. They have first cap here, and that just puts them in such a good spot, especially when it comes towards the end of the game. Even if there's a flip, they still get, they'll have a little percentage under their belt no matter when the flip comes, if and when the flip comes in. So the Franklin Valkyrie are exactly where they want to be right now.
Madison Marvel is going to be
this is a gutsy teleport.
That is really gutsy. We'll see if it gets anything. It just puts a lot of pressure.
He's still alive, so that's something. Snowsport getting the shatter on Plurp, but it looks like the Valkyrie going to push the Marvels away.
XPO Phantom gets the spawn like, I lived to tell the tale of all of my fellow friends who sadly did not make it. But the shatter goes down. Maybe a misclick on the Deadeye from Mythic Griff, as I think by the time they actually hit it, it was a 6v2 at that point. I don't know if it's Deadeye really going to do that much, but no, Madison going to try and go around this left side and then bait it and go teleport to the right. That is a genius move by the Marvels.
Yeah, this is going to... They need to go straight to point here and not brawl upstairs, but it looks like they're opting to brawl. We see some maybe moving down. There we go. The brawl on point begins. The contest coming in 60% from the side of the Valkyrie. This is a really, really good spot, but it looks like the Valkyrie going to push them off again. But Marvel's that was a really good attempt there. Oh, Washby's full commit. He picks up 1. The Nano is huge. He's got the capture progress going. He gets stunned. Will he make it out of there? I don't think he's going to make it out with his life, but the heals are strong.
Yeah, reinforcements are on the way, and that shield's only going to last so long when you got a Sim Beam just beaming it down. The point is going to flip, and the Nano from XPO Phantom keeps him alive just long enough for the rest of that, but this fight ain't over yet. Grab gets thrown in by YT Skull. They're able to pick off 1 for that. Dreamer gets taken out, goes 10 shortly after, and the Valk brought this right back.
Oh, wow, the Marvels here. What a flip. Waspy's going in. He was lucky to be alive, but I think they just ran out of resources and Valkyrie was able to take that back. 88% here. Valkyrie, again, in a very good position.
Setting up the turrets up top as well, so it slows them if they try and go top left. Is the Diva Bomb, a little bit of that's a unique one. Trying to see if anybody's on point. Goes through up top. doesn't catch anybody, and now the shatter goes down up top. Snow Sports able to pick up a few, and yes, they're almost going to be able to flip over that cart, but they have no more allies.
Yeah, the capture progress here, I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Ghost falls, and Overtime takes down with a team kill, and that is it there. Franklin Valkyrie getting the win there.
They went after, it seemed like they almost had a half hour of technical issues to come back, but you gotta think, this would be so weird for a player. It's like, all right, we sit down, you start the map, and then there's tech issues, and you just sit and sit and sit. So you lose all of the warm-up you had. So for both of these teams to play as well as they did there is phenomenal. We're gonna go back over to the Hanover B versus NOC Kraken game, as NOC got 2 minutes left, got a little bit of work to do still, as they're trying to be poking away here, and the whole hog as well, just gonna back everybody up.
Oh, Big High Noon ended up just getting no context as he was pushed back behind the cart there, and it looks like the there's going to be, man, I was gonna say there was going to be a clear winner, but there is just so much in the kill feed. It's really unclear, but it looks like they're going to be pushed away. The NOC Kraken doing such a good job to push the Horde off.
Sea Serpent almost gets caught by a hook, and by that hook, able to get out. And the stall is going to come through just in time, 0.3 meters left on that cart. Somebody has to make sure they stay on it all times. But NOC, without the Immortality field, they have to back up a little bit, but now going to go back in.
By
they already get two.
Oh, he ends up getting killed before his tire can finish. Sea Serpent, though, picking up two. Agent Tech has a huge freeze coming in, gets magically. Do we see another kill? Not quite. He ends up getting taken out by Shock.
They're going to get taken out. Shock able to get a few on the board. 2.5 minutes to get it 85 meters, and if they do, it'll be the North OC Kraken. They're going to move on in this elimination bracket, and they would send the Hanover Horde B team home. And obviously, nobody wants to go home, but it is the reality of these tournaments. But with how close this map has been, I'm really intrigued to see how these last 2 minutes go, as the NOC Kraken, plenty of ultimates on the table. Hanover, they had to use a few in the stall, but they still have that Nano and Shatter ready to go.
Yeah, it is, like you said, very, very close. There's 2 minutes, though. That is a very, very good chunk of time for them to get where they need to be. And we've got one ultimate coming in. There comes the Shatter. It's huge! Gets the pin coming in. Shock just absolutely dominating and just finishes just the fight beautifully going. Beef Jerk picking up 3. Wow.
And Caesar was like, man, I want to get on the action with these dupes. Every time they try and use the duplicate, one of their teammates just takes care of the fight and is able to get back. No, they get killed before they get there. And North OC Kraken, they survive and advance here in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, just absolutely beautiful game there from the Kraken. Beef Jerk getting the play of the game here, but we are going to swap back over. Looking like we are back with
the Nomads and Shogun. 30 seconds left. There only maybe one more fight to this, as that is where the card needs to get to. Shogun did not get it, did not finish the second phase, so now the Nomads, they're entering the final stretch. They had used a lot that last fight. Lateralis has the Death Blossom ready to go.
Oh, Demon Ninja trying to get the charge in, but it wasn't quite at the right angle. Lateralis getting 2 here. That's huge. Gets both the supports out of the way. Quad getting a pick here. Manoa picking up the DPS, and I think they're going to be able to push it. There isn't.
Oh, there's a little bit of stall from Reiner fan on the ball. Able to be there for a few seconds. Now can somebody touch? Yes, Shogun. Oh,
not quite.
They get booped.
They didn't hit the ground fast enough. Oh my goodness.
Anubis booped him up. Anubis was waiting for them to drop. Boops both the Rhine and the Lucio up, and nobody touches the point. So now the Frank and the Battle for Tennessee, that is tied at 1 apiece. I have a feeling it's going to Kings Row, but we'll have to wait and see where that one's going to go. And no, every game that is currently going is paused. We got, obviously, the one we just got finished up with, Shogun versus Nomads, as well as the Valk versus Masson. I think Masson versus Valk is about to start. They're just getting ready with those map bans, but
now,
wow.
You know both of these teams.
Yes.
You figure they're probably going to be on Kings Row, I assume, yes?
They're not on Numbani, I can tell you that much. I think there's a potential that they could go to Hollywood. But
have we seen Hollywood today?
We have not seen Hollywood. When we go to map 3s, it's always Kings Row.
Yeah. And that is very, like, I think among not just XP League, but among all of Overwatch.
It's just everywhere.
Everyone just loves Kings Row. It is such a fun map. And I'm very excited to see what these two teams are going to bring to the table. And we are very excited to see some more Overwatch action. But first, we're going to throw it back to the Fortress. We've got more Rocket League action coming for you.
Take it away, guys.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
boys.
much, guys. Here we are back in the Fortress with the semifinals. We're going to watch the Irvine Dragons take on the Macomb Heroes.
As we get play started right now, 4:36 remaining, and someone named JT gets on the board. 1-0 here in this elimination bracket final.
So as we discussed before, this is going to be an absolutely crucial match for the Macomb Heroes here. Macomb Heroes losing regionals to the Franklin Storm, who are currently the finalists. Macomb is going to want to get revenge. They're going to want to get through the Irvine Dragons and make it to that next game. But for the moment, they have to focus on the now. We're going to see Rick here go for the shot from midfield, trying to set up his teammate. We're going to see Dap with an absolutely ridiculous shot from the bottom right corner. I think we're going to see him go for the fast aerial here and just get a nice boop into the goal, going right over the defender there. Excellently placed to bring the Irvine Dragons up to a 2-0 lead. Or Macomb Heroes, excuse me.
Macomb with a 2-0 lead and a commanding lead here, trying to get this first series underway as Rick lays it down. Fuji, that gets taken away. Dap with an aerial shot going off the wall, trying to go off the roof, and a lob shot going in. He scores!
Wow,
Dap, and it's 3-0 Heroes.
Not sure if there was a bit of a miscommunication there. We see Fat Hubert right there with position to be able to go for the save, but unfortunately, if you are a Macomb, or if you are a Franklin fan, he did not for some reason. So interesting play there. Maybe the nerves just getting to the Dragons a little bit. Haven't been playing for a while now. They're going to have to get back into the flow of things.
Yeah, that thing locked in like a Clayton Kershaw curveball, man. That went right off, didn't even skim the roof, it just went right in with 3 minutes and 30 left to go. It's 3-0 Heroes trying to get an early 1-0 series lead as Fuji trying to break up the scoreless for the Irvine Dragon, not able to. That Hubert sending it out to the side, holding it into the corner. Dap trying to get it on goal, that gets taken away. Held up by the wall, and now coming in to take the shot is someone named JT. And that one misses the net entirely, going off the side of the wall. And now someone named JT not able to clear it. Rick and Dap hold it in. Dap off the side of the wall, out in front! And that one goes off the backboard. And a rebound will be hit out to the side. That Hubert will hold it out to the corner. Now, when it comes to the defensive play, how do you see the Irvine Dragons making this kind of adjustment?
Irvine Dragons are going to have their back post rotations on point for the remainder of this game. We've seen them look a little flustered. We see 2 members in goal just now. So what I mean by back post rotations, you'll see a lot of Rocket League teams pretty much just drive circles around. Oh, and we're going to see Dap with a nice double tap off the backboard there to get the goal.
Excellent play by Dap going off the backboard. And going back to your comment, what were you talking about, like backdoor rotation?
So basically, we see a lot of Rocket League teams essentially drive circles around their net, trading off defensive positions. Anytime a commit is done in Rocket League, which means you fly up in the air and go towards the ball, there's some time spent recovering. So what we're seeing here from the Irvine Dragons that needs to step up a little is their recovery time. We see 2 players committing at once and then 2 players recovering, making it effectively a 1v3. So the 3 of them are going to have a little discussion here on how they can not overcommit, and I think they're going to be just fine for the rest of the series if they can pull that off.
So 4-0 Heroes, 2:08 left to go here in this best of 5 series here in this elimination final. Under 2 minutes left to go. Someone named JT not able to corral it. Fuji, you'll leave it off for Crunchy Rap. Trying to turn it on in front, and that one gets taken away. The reason why I'm laughing is me and Quinn called the regionals together as they get a shot on in that gets taken away by Fat Hubert. And we called a goal from Fat Hubert onto Crunchy Rap, and we're just making a whole joke out of it. The 2 names really do go together.
They do. as we see a nice shot there from Rick. Rick making it a 5-0 game thus far. If you're the Irvine Dragons right now, Bryonics, what do you do to recompose yourselves?
Right now, if I'm the Irvine Dragons, I'm taking this game and I'm throwing it away. I'm not gonna worry about it, because if you have to worry too much about the first game, it's gonna eat away at you, and it's gonna allow these Macomb Heroes to run away with it in game 2. So right now, it's just throwing this one proverbially away.
Like you said earlier, right? Mind of a fly.
Mind of a fly, patience of an elephant.
Exactly. We're gonna see Rick there with the shot off the wall, putting it into the corner. Fuge, though, is gonna be there to put it up above net. He's gonna get the follow-up shot, though, to put it safely into the corner. We're gonna see Hubert with the follow-up, bringing it to midfield, and a nice boop there from, I do believe that was Fuge, to set up Hubert for the goal. Unfortunately for the Dragons, though, it is not gonna work out for them. We're gonna see a nice volley come out from the Macomb Heroes here. Macomb Heroes showing us some excellent gameplay here. We're gonna have that ball thrown towards net, and the defender just fumbles a little. Heroes bringing it 6-0 with 35 seconds to go.
And right now, Rick showing his prowess here. Fuji not able to find the shot, almost saved it, but now you're down 6-0 with 37 left to go.
Absolutely. I'd love to focus on Rick a little more in this game. We've seen some really, really flashy, great goals from JT. And wow, another one, speaking of it, to bring them up 7-0. But Rick has just always been there on those rotations. Rick, the more defensive player on the Heroes here, and we see him putting some nice goals on the board too. Good for him. I'm sure that is a nice little confidence booster for him.
28 seconds left to go here. 7-0 your score. And another shot from someone named JT to Rick out in front, and that gets saved. And a rebound will be played out to the side. Someone named JT trying to play it along. That gets hit out to the side. And now Rick going off the wall. And a rebound out in front. That'll be bumped along. And another shot going off the backboard. And another rebound. Fuji!
What a
turned
save
aside by Rick. Excellent save to keep this one at a shutout with 3 seconds left to go. 2-1. That barely kept up, so Irvine Dragons still a chance to ruin the shutout, but that one will hit the deck. 1-0 lead here for the Macomb Heroes.
Very, 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 very strong first performance there from the Heroes. Dragons, as you said, just need to put that game past them and act like it was a warm-up match. Hopefully they can get a good mental reset going and they can put a more dominant performance in game number 2.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you were, you did get blown out, but again, it's a long series. You can't let that distract you. Game 1 of best of 5 is, in the grand scheme of things, not that important unless you let that first game get to you and you fall behind by 2.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see the Macomb Heroes with a bit of a confidence boost here, so maybe their opponents can take that to their advantage and maybe just catch them sleeping a little bit here. And here we are with game number 2. Take it away, Bryonic.
As Fat Hubert trying to play it down, he'll dribble, going off the roof. Fuji trying to find the shot waiting in the wings. That gets taken away. In the center, Fat Hubert waiting in the wings yet again. Doom turning it over. Out in front for Dap Dap, who scores? Dap Dap! And how important has he been for the Macomb Heroes?
Dap Dap, I think MVP of the day thus far for Rocket League. What a goal for him there to open up game number 2 with a early goal. You see the kickoff here. JT and Hubert going to commit. The kickoff is going to go the way of the Heroes there. We're going to see Dap Dap grab that boost and be right there for the follow-up shot. He's going to put that ball in the corner, and he's going to try and follow it up. Fuge, though, with the save to stop the play. Fat Hubert immediately responding, and we're going to see that play get killed.
So Fuge not able to find it. Doom will send it back in. 4:18 left to go here in this second game. Already up 1-0 are the Macomb Heroes, threatening to go up 2-0 in the series. Dap Dap holding it in, going off the wall, trying to find a friendly face, and that one from Fuji able to be cleared all the way back down as Dap Dap plays it, turning it over to Fat Hubert. Hubert centering it out in front, not able to find anybody so far as someone named JT turns into a big demo here. And now again, Fuji turning it aside. How important has Fuji been here so far for the defense?
We've seen Fuji doing an excellent job. Anytime he sees a play developing, he can tell what the plan is that the opponents are forming, and he always does his best to get right in there and interrupt it. Perhaps, though, we could see him communicate a little better when he is going to commit earlier to that, because like we've talked about before, we've seen some situations where the Irvine Dragons are a little too far committed. We're going to see JT
As
put
you
the
see
shot
right
off
here.
the backboard, and
another
Dap-Dap's going to
shot.
follow it up.
Dap-Dap, what a goal! Dap-Dap scores, and it's 2-0 Heroes.
I actually don't think that was an overcommitment. We saw JT go for the boop on Fuge there to disrupt him. Great gameplay there by the Macomb Heroes.
Able to keep them buckled here with 3:18 left to go. Game 2, best of 5, and now the Macomb Heroes really threatening to make this series a chokehold. As Rick misses the bump, and a shot off the post, rebound, scores! Doom! And he cuts this lead in half.
Macomb Heroes, I think, caught sleeping there a little bit. We see JT missing the backflip. Not sure where the other two defenders are, but I'm sure this is no sweat for them. So far, they're up, what, 9-1 goals in the first 2 games? I'm sure they're fine.
Try to play this one down. Dap-Dap. He'll force that one back down. Matt Hubert for the Dragons, turning it over, and a shot saved by Fuge. And a rebound. Fuge with the demo, and now with the clear. And now Dap-Dap, awkward for it, and an aerial dribble shot. Save, rebound, and Dap-Dap able to clear that one.
What excellent positioning there by Dap-Dap to put himself right in the center net, reading that play like a book. We're going to see the Macomb Heroes playing a bit more defensively now. Wonder if they've sort of had a shift in their mentality. Just hold on to the game. Don't want to get a little sloppy. As I say that, though, we're going to see them make another drive on offense, but we do see the early rotation from Fuge there, so, or not from Fuge, excuse me, from Rick there, so I do think they're adjusting their mentality a little, but Fat Hubert is going to tie up the game 2-2.
Now this one is definitely getting interesting. Irvine Dragons, Macomb Heroes knotted up at 2, and if you're the Irvine Dragons, breath of relief. You don't want to go down 2-0 here in this best of 5.
Absolutely not. We're going to see Fuge get a nice shot on goal. Is there a defender there to stop? There is. Dap-Dap with a nice block. We're going to see Rick get the demo in response. They're going to try and make a play out of it. It still might be one. We're going to see the lob from far. Doom 45 is going to be there to stop it, though. We're going to see Dap-Dap trying to take control back of the ball. Boop and Fuge out of the way. Fuge is going to get a nice shot on goal. Rick is there to stop it, though.
Minute 48 left to go. Fat Hubert coming back in to clear it into the Heroes zone. Minute 41. Someone named JT meeting him at the line. And a shot blocked, rebound out in front, and a shot from Doom! And that will be turned aside by Dap-Dap.
What a save from Dap-Dap there.
They'll play it down. Someone named JT turning it over into the zone of the Irvine Dragons. And now Fat Hubert comes in to save the day, going off the wall. Trying to find the double tap off the side of the wall. And a rebound out in front. And Dap-Dap able to clear it all the way down. Not able to get it all the way out, though, as Doom gets it out in front off the backboard as Fuge turns it over to Fat Hubert, who can't get a good look.
1 minute to go, and I do not know which way the game is going to end. We see so much pressure being applied from the Irvine Dragons here, but the Macomb Heroes seem to be handling it really, really well. Dap-Dap, though, low on boost. We've seen how crucial he's been on defense. It's no problem, though. JT has got it. Rick coming in for the clear also, and will they be able to make this a play? Fat Hubert is there to keep it in play for Macomb. They're going to place a couple shots on goal.
Good save by Dap-Dap, turning that one aside. 30 seconds remaining.
But they just can't get the momentum.
Fat Hubert sends it back in, try to go off the backboard. 21 seconds left to go. Fuge turning it into the side. Trying to clear it are the Macomb Heroes, turning it back in, and a shot.
Hubert!
Fat Hubert! And the Irvine Dragons take the lead.
Saw that one from a mile away. We see Rick trying to go for the follow-up shot there, just committing a little too much, and Hubert is gonna capitalize on it. Only 10 seconds remaining. What can the Heroes do to get a goal here?
10 seconds left. Fat Hubert trying to play. Now go back down. Someone named JT in on goal, and a shot bumped along, trying to keep it alive. Out in front, Dap Dap.
Oh my gosh!
He scores!
Dap Dap is going to bring game number 2 to overtime.
And he ties it up. Overtime looming here. My friend, what is your prediction?
Too close to call. I think whoever makes that first triple commit is going to either score right then and win, or they're going to lose. Keep your eyes out for it.
As Fat Hubert coming back in, talk about the triple commit, getting it back in, and then a shot that gets taken away. Going off the backboard, and a rebound out in front, a shot off the post, rebound, trying to get it out, and that one gets taken away. Fuge able to get it back to Doom in friendly hands in his own zone. Doom trying to go off the wall, turning it over. Dap Dap trying to get it out in front, and that gets taken away by Fat Hubert. Hubert not able to go. Rick here in overtime trying to ice it, and someone named JT not able to get enough. Dap Dap a shot, and that gets turned around by Fuge. Excellent challenges here coming so far.
The Dragons putting so much pressure on the Heroes right now. I bet if we see that ball enter Dragon territory, though, the Heroes are going to have something to say about that. We're going to see ball get cleared really far. JT with an open net in front of him. He's going to go for the 50. Ball's going to fly over net towards the right corner. We're going to see Doom 45 try and set up one of his teammates for it.
Excellent cycling here so far from both teams as Dap Dap holds it in, trying to force it into the corner. That gets taken away by Doom. And now someone named JT, and a good demo, and a shot. Fuge in the nick of time, able to save it.
Rick, though, is there with the follow-up. We're going to see Doom clear it, though. I think we are going to see the Dragons take control back of the ball as we see a bit of an awkward shot on goal there. Someone saving it. Well done to them. We're going to see Dap Dap go for the shot. Fuge is there to stop it, though.
Now Rick, he'll play that one down. Fuge going off the roof. And now a shot out in front. It's bouncing, and a good save by Dap Dap, but he gets bumped off the ball. It gets lead off, and now a triple commit here, and a shot on the open nets. Fuge with the save! Comes back, makes the save from out of nowhere, and now back the other way. Fat Hubert can't find it.
2.5 minutes gone in OT already, and it is still just as close as it was when it started. I could not tell you who's going to take victory in this game.
Rick, he'll try to play that one down. He'll lead it out to the side. Dap Dap. That's held up by Fat Hubert. Hubert down low. 2:30 in overtime. Trying to get it out in front. And that gets taken away. Fuge again. A shot. Good demo. And that one's turned away.
The demos have been absolutely massive.
Out in front. Just can't find it. And now Rick with a chance. And that one will be found. And now Fuge. A shot. He scores! And the Irvine Dragons have knotted up the series.
Would you look at that? What a comeback. Would you believe that the Irvine Dragons lost game 1 0-7? What a comeback for them.
That's why I say memory of a fly and patience of a saint.
Absolutely. Maybe they heard you.
These guys showed what grit is all about. Having that short memory and coming back and finishing strong.
So who's your MVP of that game right there?
Fat Hubert. I have to go with him. I have to go with Fat Hubert. He has shown his defensive prowess, and he has shown that he can lead this team on the pitch. Fuge and Doom absolutely exquisite with their teamwork ability. But right now, let's take a look at this replay just so you can see what I was talking about. Excellent play there by Dap Dap to get this one. Actually, this is the 7-0 game, so this is what these guys had to come back from in the 7-0 game. And now here in this 1-0, you can see Dap Dap again really showing his prowess here for these guys, for the Heroes. Right now, he seems to be the important goal. And speaking of the devil, Dap Dap again gets the opening goal of this third game. So let's see if we can get that on screen. Right now, do you think Dap Dap is making a case for MVP of the tournament?
Absolutely. We're definitely going to see what kind of performance he can put in the rest of the series and if it works out for them in the grand final. But so far, I definitely think he's my MVP. Pretty sure we have game number 3 going underway as we throw it over. Bionic, take it away.
4:30 left to go, and already 1-0 Macomb Heroes. They'll try to get it out in front. Fuge able to turn that one around. And now Dap Dap will turn that one back up pitch. Dap Dap taken aside by Doom. Doom not able to find it. And now someone named JT giving it out to Dap Dap. Dap Dap a shot. That'll get saved. And a rebound for someone named JT. Kind of ran into his teammate a little bit there, so lack of communication prosing here as a shot from Doom gets turned aside. How important is communication here late in this tournament?
Absolutely fundamental to your victory. Communication in Rocket League is the most important skill to have, as we see an absolutely excellent goal from JT there. JT gonna go for the shot, it's gonna get killed. Rick is gonna follow it up, and JT is there for the redirect, bringing it to a 2-0 game with 1 minute and 7 seconds down.
So 2-0 for the Macomb Heroes. 3:53 remaining here. And now it's going to be important here for the Irvine Dragons to see if they can get a response as Doom sends this one down to Fuge. Fuge, double tap, out in front. Dap Dap almost turning that one into an own goal. Luckily for him, he's able to kind of corral it away as Doom. Someone named JT trying to hold it in. JT, and a shot going off the backboard. And a rebound, that gets turned away. Doom turning it over. Fat Hubert trying to clear. And now an off lofty chance gets turned away by Dap Dap. He has been all over so far as he gets an aerial chance and that gets turned around. How impressive is this kid?
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Another player I'd like to highlight is Fuge. Dap Dap, though.
And as we mentioned again, Fuge with the turnaround and Dap Dap taking that one away from the clearance and putting it back in the net.
Wow, Fuge actually, I think, making a good play there, trying to pass it to his teammate. I don't think he expected Dap Dap to go for the commit so quickly after his original shot, but what are you going to do when you are Dap Dap?
Exactly. As Doom trying to hold that one in. That's not to the fault of Fuge at all. He made a good textbook play as that one goes in, and Dap Dap again, he scores, and he has a hat trick.
Heroes really seem to have figured out what went wrong in that game number 2. Heroes bringing it 4-0 with only 2 minutes off the clock.
2:54 left to go, and it's already 4-0 Macomb Heroes. This one almost turning into a barn burner as Rick has a shot that gets turned away by Fuge. Trying to get his team back into this one is Rick. Not able to find it. Dap Dap. He'll send that one up. Across to Rick. He'll hit it down into the corner. Trying to angle it in front of the net. That gets taken away. And now someone named JT leaves it off for Dap Dap, who play it safely back in his own defensive zone. And it's the micro games within a game that you play. And a good example is that there when he passes it back to Dap Dap, who is kind of safe in his own zone. What do you see in that department?
We see 2 demos coming out, sorry. Micro plays, absolutely. We see both teams. It's such a mental game, Rocket League. Just trying to get into your opponent's head, seeing how you can fool them. We're going to see a good example of that as Dap Tap's going to go for the shot, which is not going to have any power behind it to set Rick the 16th up for a beautiful goal there.
Excellent play as Rick gets that double tap and kind of banks it off the defender. Not the defender's fault. With 2:05 left to go, it is 5-0 Macomb Heroes.
Kickoff is no surprise gonna go the way of Macomb. We're gonna see JT with the follow-up, and what a goal to get the 6th one on the board there from Macomb.
Excellent play by Macomb, and you can see kind of frustration leaking out in these players' faces. It's not an easy thing to get blown out like this, but like I said, you guys done it before, you can do it again come next game. It's just important to kind of battle back this one and just show that you're not going to go away quietly.
Absolutely. They just need to think back to last game. Now, if you are the Irvine Dragons, what do you do with the rest of this game? Do you go full commit, try and get some goals on the board? Do you play slow, recompose yourselves? What's the best move for them right now?
I'm different. I would just start working on my fundamental plays, just start to see if we can get the juices flowing, see what passes work, see what rotations work, just get each other kind of used to one another.
Absolutely. I think that their communication might be a little flustered right now with what's going on, so they just need to take a chill pill, really focus on the communication, saying when they're going to commit, when they're going to head back to back post, and hopefully we'll see a stronger performance from them in the next match.
As they try to play this one down, Doom 45 giving it a Fuge, and a shot that gets saved. Rebound scores! Fat Hubert, and like we said, getting the juices flowing, they break the shutout. It is 6-1.
That's going to be huge for them there. We saw how quickly the momentum shifted when they got that first goal on the board in game number 2. Let's see if we can watch a repeat of that here in game number 3.
105 left to go. And now 60 seconds remaining. Irvine Dragons down 6-1 rather, and threatening to go down 2-1 in this series. And now if the Irvine Dragons do go down, facing elimination, what do you think changes in their game style?
I think they're just going to have to keep one player back post almost the whole game. Every time we've seen them triple commit, the heroes are there to punish immediately. So I think they're just going to need to completely clear the comms in their Discord or whatever kind of call they're in, and just purely focus on, I'm pushing forward, I'm falling back to back post.
6-2 now, and Irvine Dragons with a quick back-to-back goals. We'll see if they can't stretch this thing to a 5-game series.
Another thing I'd like to see more from the heroes is we saw how many huge demos Fuge got in game number 2. Let's see if we can see some more from him, but there is some risk with that because you're committing 2 players to a play instead of only 1. So it's going to be interesting to see what they decide is the best play there for the heroes. 15 seconds remaining in the match. Probably no chance of them making a comeback, but any goal they can get on the board will be huge for their confidence. Let's see if the heroes here can get a last-second goal. We're going to see Hubert try and set up his teammate there. It is going to be fairly centered. DapDap, though, is going to be there for the clear, and as that ball hits the ground, it is going to be heroes 2-1 in this series. We'll be back in just a second with game number 4.
Yeah, and right now, with these Macomb heroes, it seems like everything is clicking. The juices are absolutely flowing. And with the Irvine Dragons, it's something that you found a little bit in game 2, but lost that a little bit in game 3. They were beginning to find it here at the end with about a minute left. So what are your predictions coming into this pivotal game 4?
I think this game 4 is going to be very, very similar to game 2. I think that we're seeing the Irvine Dragons just start to shake the nerves on. Keep in mind, the Macomb Heroes went from one game straight to the next. They were warmed up, ready to go. Irvine Dragons, I don't think they've been in a server for 3-4 hours at this point. So, like you said, they're getting the juices flowing. I think we're going to see a really close game number 4 here.
You know, and I just want to take this moment to shout out all the Rocket League players. You guys have been killing it. I couldn't imagine playing a game like this. You know, in fact, the Armada guys try to get me to play a game like this. And I can tell you what, I am not that coordinated. I am not that coordinated at all.
Me neither. You will not be seeing any flip resets out of me.
Oh, yeah. The way these guys play, excellent. Excellent. And I can't wait to get this game number 4 started. What are your predictions, sir?
My predictions are we're either going to see the heroes absolutely run away with it, or we're going to see a down-to-the-wire overtime game. No in-between.
Oh, and right now we have a pivotal game here. Ball sitting in the center. No one on the field. That ball is still sitting there. It's a weird strategy that you're seeing right now for both the Irvine Dragons and the Macomb Heroes. And with the with this, obviously we have a match error, so we're gonna reset the server. Sorry, just a little fun I like to have when something goes wrong. You always want to keep everything light. But let's keep talking about this real quick. With the Macomb Heroes and the Irvine Dragons, it's not exactly, neck and neck. The Macomb Heroes are really kind of running away with this so far, but the Irvine Dragons still have a chance to tie up this series. What adjustments do you think they have to make?
I think, as we've mentioned before, they just really need to focus more on their rotates. Rocket League, if you have 3 players committed to a play in front of that midfield line, If it's not a goal, you are getting scored on. That's just pretty much a fundamental. So Irvine Dragons just going to need to really focus on their 3-man rotations. They're going to need to always make sure they have one player at least midfield, ideally closer to back post, and hopefully we'll see a better performance from them. But really all it is they just need to take a breather. And I think we have game number 4 getting underway as I speak. Let's see if we can get that on camera.
So right now, Irvine Dragons, who are facing elimination here, definitely going to be interesting to see how they make an adaptation here as Doom takes this one away. 15 seconds gone. Welcome you here for game number 4, and a pivotal one at that, as Rick turns this one aside. Fat Hubert centering it out in front, and that gets taken away. And a rebound, Rick. Double tap onto the wall, and as Fuge, a shot! He gets saved by Dap. What a save! And now Fuge, a shot, another save by someone named JT.
The pressure is there for the Irvine Dragons. They just need to finish the job. We've seen lots of shots on goal from them. Fuge with another. He's going to get it over the first defender. JT is there, and the ball must have ping-ponged between them at least 4 times, but Fuge was not going to let that goal go.
He had that ball on a string, able to bring it back in and shoot it just on the inside of the post, able to get this one to a 1-0 lead for the Irvine Dragons.
And this is exactly what they need. Getting that momentum going.
As Rick tries to bring it back in, Dap gets demoed. Fuge turning it over, and now he'll get it into the side of his own zone. Doom, he'll lead it off. Bouncing out in front, Dap able to force it back into the Irvine Dragons zone. Fuge out in front, a shot, Dap scores! Dap knocks it up, and the Macomb Heroes are on the board.
And what did I say? The Macomb Heroes were either going to run away with it, or it was going to be a back and forth game. I think we're in for an exciting one, folks.
3:46 left to go, and you can tell in the early stages of this game 4, no one wants to go home here. As Doom, he'll play this one across into the corner. Someone named JT turns it over to Fuji out in front, and that one gets taken away.
Doom 45 doing a good job to keep the ball in play, though. Fuge is on back post. At first, I thought they triple committed. Fuge, though, with no boost, is going to be a little difficult for him to defend. He is going to get the job done, though. Doom 45 going to try and clear that ball. We're going to see Dap keep it in play, and Fuge has had no boost for the longest time.
As someone named JT trying to flip this one up, and now Fat Hubert with a lob shot. 2 guys there to save that one, but Fat Hubert, he'll leave it off to the wings. Now into the corner. 3 minutes gone, or excuse me, 3 minutes left here in this game number 4 as they try to get it on goal, and that gets taken away by Rick. And now, talk about the boost here as Dap gets it in on goal, and he scores! Dap, and it's 2-1 Heroes.
Let's take a look at this. I think he just dribbled it right over the defenders, getting the ball just barely off that right back post. Excellent goal from Dap.
I have to say, Dap has been very, very impressive here today as they leave it out across. Dap again, going off the side of the wall. He'll lead it in on. And now someone named JT, a shot off the post! Bar down and out as the Irvine Dragons leave off a important goal there.
We're going to see the ball enter Macomb territory again. Fuge is going to get the demo. Those demos we spoke about being absolutely crucial. Unfortunately for them, they are not going to be able to follow that up with a shot on goal. Hubert, though, is going to get the ball past one of the defenders. He's going to get demoed. That's going to allow Fuge to go up for an opportunity. Dap is there to stop it, though. Hubert is not done, though. He's going to reply and put that ball off the back post. We're going to see the follow-up come, but Dap yet again is there to kill the play.
Now Fat Hubert trying to get a shot on in. That gets taken away by someone named JT. 1:51 left to go. Rick, he'll leave that one off.
And
a shot from Fuge, who scores! Fuge knocks this thing up.
Minute 45 to go, and we are tied up.
Excellent goal. Excellent composure from Fuge. How do you see that one shaking out?
Crazy, crazy, crazy performance here from both teams. We see the Macomb Heroes definitely doing a better job at not overcommitting that much, or not the Macomb Heroes, excuse me, the Irvine Dragons. And Macomb, I think they just need to keep getting that boost over to DapDap, let him get some fancy goals. But we've not really seen them have control over the ball for a couple minutes here, so they're going to need to make an adjustment, maybe play a little bit more aggressive.
As Fat Hubert brings it back in with 1:20 left to go. They'll leave it back in. Rick with a chance and a shot. He scores! DapDap hat trick! 12, Macomb Heroes back on top.
DapDap with a beautifully placed goal, making it look easy. All they had to do was get those Dragons out of the way with some fakes on towards the net.
12 and a goal separating these two teams, and possibly overtime, and a goal here, or excuse me, 1:03 is what separates the Macomb Heroes and a date with the finals.
We're going to see JT go for the shot. It's going to get over one defender. Fuge is there to stop it, though. Rick playing back post, waiting for an opportunity to go up. It's going to go over his head, though, and this is going to be a little bad for the Heroes. Luckily for them. Oh, not luckily for them. What a pass there from Hubert to Fuge. I thought that Hubert cleared the ball for them, but he was actually setting up an excellent shot there from Fuge. What great communication, like we were discussing at the start of the game, must have led to that goal there.
The backdoor play, and that is always a dangerous one here for Rocket League. As Macomb Heroes trapped in their own zone, trying to clear it up as DapDap, trying to do it all himself. DapDap leaving it out in front, and that gets turned over. Into the side, Fat Hubert, 30 seconds remaining. Rick, he'll leave that one out, trying to give it out in front, and then someone named JT, he'll leave that out to the side, and a rebound out in front, and that gets taken away as Fuge has a chance, leads it off, now it's the corner. He'll leave that one across, and now Doom trying to hold this one in. 10 seconds left to go. 9 seconds out in front, and now DapDap with a clear, held in by Fuge. Fuge, a chance, a shot, turned aside by JT. It's still alive, out in front, and that one's held up by Fat Hubert, and we have overtime.
We're going to see the kickoff here. The ball is going to head towards the right side of the pitch, not in anyone's control. And at the moment, we're going to see Dragons, though, take it into the Heroes side of the pitch. Nice clear going to come out from JT, but the follow-up shot is there from Hubert. DapDap is going to be there to clear it, and will he go for the aerial off the wall? We've seen how dangerous those are. DapDap going for the double tap. It's going to be cleared out by Doom, though. What a save.
Excellent save as Fuge trying to hold that one in. And now someone named JT with an aerial shot going off the backboard, out in front, and a shot. He scores! DapDap! And he sends his team to the finals! Ticket punch! Next date, Franklin Storm!
JT putting that ball really, really high on the backboard there, letting it fall down towards his teammate DapDap with the game-winning goal. What a performance there from the Heroes and from the Dragons. Both teams should be absolutely ecstatic with their performances today.
And I've been on the both sides of these teams before. I've had great losses, great victories. It's nothing sweeter to know that your team wins in overtime, but nothing is more soul-crushing than seeing your team lose in overtime, especially in elimination fashion. So for the Irvine Dragons, you have nothing to hang your head about. It stings right now, but I promise you, you guys have put on a clinic, and we are grateful to have been casting you. And for the other side, for the Macomb Heroes, sorry to step on you, for the Macomb Heroes, excellent game, and good luck in the finals.
Absolutely, what a pleasure. Be sure to join us tomorrow for some Rocket League finals. For now, we're going to throw it to a break.
Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
Say
you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Everything looks better.
It does, doesn't it?
The reason this lens is so important and so special is because that it has been clinically proven to attack blue light at a very specific nanometer that our clinical trials have shown suppress melatonin.
You can take all the massages, recovery, all this stuff, but the sleep is the basic foundation. Just like
So we are the first clinically proven lens to stop the suppression of melatonin so you can get a better night's rest. And sleep is the #1 medicine and has been since the beginning of time.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals, hosted at Full Sail University. Become part of the premier youth esports league in North America by visiting xpleague.gg and finding your league. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
Both teams putting so much into the fight.
You are watching the 2022 XP League North American Finals.
It's going to Horn. It's going to Horn. They take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. And over Horn have taken the victory in the grand finals.
If you'd like to compete with the world's best youth gamers, find your local XP League team by visiting xpleague.gg. And we'll see you at the North American Finals.
That was it. See, he was no play. Oh my God.
But Snipe down, looking for one down. He comes through.
First ever Halo Infinite Pro-Am presented by Atlantic Records.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball,
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
A couple of sets of grandparents have been following the team online. We all get in the chat room and give our high fives virtually, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family. As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own.
That person right there, that's my son. They just wiped out the rest of the team.
Catch and play by Noah, and somehow
We would get together and watch the Twitch stream like it was a professional event.
Good game. Good.
This is Amina. Today she will get hundreds of hearts, likes, and supportive emojis. Maybe even more, considering she has Hodgkin lymphoma. But patients like Amina living with blood cancer need more than hearts and clapping hands. They need our help. So please don't just give a heart. Give with your heart. Join us in making a real impact today at LLS.org.
I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about picking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
There we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Live from Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida, it is the semifinals of the Valorant North American Finals for the XP League. Hi, everyone. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind. I'm joined with my good partner here, War. We're just about ready to get into the action. It's the Triangle Minotaur taking on the Madison Marvels. We're not going to stall. Let's go ahead and get right into the gameplay, everybody. Let's go and get it up on the screen right there. As we see, we are starting off on Ascent. You have the attackers will be the Triangle Minotaur, while the Madison Marvels will start off on the defense. What are you seeing here that might catch your eye a little bit as we start to get into this war?
Hey, I'm seeing a lot of what we saw before, but that's not a bad thing for me, because what we saw before was absolutely incredible gameplay. The quarterfinals for both these teams were very close. They were won by a 2-map difference, and we rarely see that. And I know we were watching the Triangular Minotaur game. That one went into overtime, and that was an absolute insane match.
I'd be remiss if I did not mention this is the upper bracket. Neither of these teams have dropped a single game leading up to this point, so these are by all accounts the juggernauts of this tournament right here as the Triangle Minotaur try and get a push onto this B site early on here. The smokes coming through from the Madison Marvels, making that a little bit more difficult for them in retro. Trying to push in along with Lobos and his entire squad. Might have to reconsider though, as once again that smoke, the Sage Wall, and everything, the utilities coming out strong for the Madison Marvels.
We are seeing a couple of different picks from both these teams. I know Hank going onto the Breach. You usually see them on the Sky character, but switching out, and then Big Dog also making the switch over to KO. I love KO on this map because the area denial is so important, but picks have already come through, and looks like defender side is up 4-2, and that's typical for the pistol round on Ascent.
This is Zol as well, getting the back flank on the Reyna, able to get 2 picks very early on, setting the tone early on for the Madison Marvels, who are looking to make it to that finals off the back of this match. And now it's a 2v4 situation on this site. The Triangle Minotaur trying to mount push, but it's Swifty going to be able to take down Ronin, and that leaves Lobos, last man standing, and Ghost coming around the corner, able to get that first pistol round up on the board for the Madison Marvels. And by all accounts, the Madison Marvels starting off early on with the momentum on Ascent.
Yeah, and momentum is huge, especially in the first round. Having a win on the first round makes it very hard for you not to win the second round, just because you have that economy advantage. Ascent, such a small map, which allows the defenders in the Madison Marvels to rotate to the site of they're pushing very quickly. But in a case that you're pushing 2 different sites, you can't really rotate if you don't know exactly where that spike is.
Yeah, no, you said it best, partner. This is a very small map. Lots of close quarters action to be expected on this map. And now with the Madison Marvels having that early utility going their way, as the Swifty trying to get a little bit of cheeky information there for his team, not going to be able to. But nonetheless, having that early utility is absolutely key, especially in the second round here, where by all accounts they have that momentum going in their direction. The Triangle Minotaur are going to have to make something work with those pistols if they want to pick up this round and make things even heading into round 3.
Yeah, and just looking to do a lot of scouting right now. You can see the Jiggle peaks really coming through just to get whatever information you can. Big Dog and Lobos have been absolutely the dynamic duo of, I think, the entire night in both Fortnite and Valorant. So a lot of stalling right now, and that's typical because if you're the attacker team, the Triangular Minotaur, you're on another pistol round effectively. You weren't really able to do much, so all you can do is try to take isolated close-range fights or play for picks. And right now, Marvels up one player, a little bit of damage done, so just very slow gameplay.
Triangle Minotaur, you said it best, my friend. It is a very slow game early on here, just playing the slow game again. Zol coming out with 2 picks once again, though, on the Spectre now. Waspy is able to get the pick on Lobos, and that comes down to 1 man for the Triangle Minotaur. It is going to be a very dire spot as Big Dog will go down. And now it's a 2-0 lead for the Madison Marvels early on here. Again, it was to be expected, but now we entered that third round. Both teams have the ability to get a little bit more utility up on the board. We see the Phantoms, we see the Vandals coming out here. Both teams, a lot more room to work with. And this is where the game really starts to heat up a little bit. This is those first 2 rounds, momentum, sure, but could go a very different way moving on.
Yeah, so the Madison Marvels are on what's called the bonus round. They're not going to buy this round because they already bought in the previous round, which allows the Triangular Minotaur to buy a little bit more. So technically now Triangle Minotaur are on an advantage, and you can see they're trying to utilize that advantage as much as they can. They're full pushing onto the A site, and they are not afraid to show up and show up big, but it's going to be Skulls finding the picks. No, Big Dog gets the trade back onto their partner. Big Dog also finding the second one in a situation like this. Looks like Ronin's going to be the one to get on the site and get the plant off, and now Minotaur, 1 player advantage and full control of the site.
Big Dog, an aggressive push, hitting his shots early on here in Retro. Able to take down another player for the Triangle Minotaur. Ronin from behind as well, and last man standing on that high ground is Big Dog, going to be able to get that 3rd kill on the board. And this is the thing that I like most about the Triangle Minotaur is they have so much versatility, and they're also really set in their roles. You're going to see a lot of Ronin on the Omen, for example. You're going to see a lot of Retro on that Reyna. You're going to be seeing a lot of the same picks, but they're really good at where they place themselves, and now they have a little bit of momentum moving in to round 4.
But the Madison Marvels in the exact same situation, and we could definitely see somewhat similar to this on attack because, I mean, 3 of the agents are mirrored in the KO, the Omen, and the Reyna. So a lot of similar roles from these teams, and it's no surprise that they made it this far into the semifinals. This is the map that's going to qualify them for the finals, and these are 2 of the biggest teams in the entire competition. But the KO Knife going to put a stop to Triangle Minotaur's push here, and they're either going to have to slow down or go back and make a rotation. And the question is, what are they going to do?
Looks like they're going to be slowing down a little bit here as that smoke goes down from the Omen. Omen smoke really allowing them to just kind of hold them off a little bit, the Madison Marvels on that defense. But now Big Dog trying to get his first pick around the site. It's going to be a matter of whether he's going to check that corner right around the right side. And it's going to be Ghost catching one of them off guard, and Waspy's from the high ground with a triple kill. My goodness, Waspy's Retro finally putting an end to his terror, but Swifty able to pick up the final kill. And Madison Marvels going up 3-1, and that is a round that you need if you are them, trying to mount some momentum early on here.
That was absolutely insane positioning. I'm going to toot Waspy's horn, but I'm also going to toot Ghost's horn as well, because it was really Ghost's positioning that set up for that. They had cleared that side, or they thought they cleared that side. Ghost turns the corner. Everybody on the Minotaur looked that direction, and that allowed Waspy to catch effectively everybody off guard because you're peeking at the same time as your teammate. Your teammate calls out, everybody's looking at me, I may go down, but my teammates are able to come in and find some picks.
Really strong play. They teach you in Fundamentals 101 and 5v5 game modes like this. You've got to check those corners as Ronin able to get the first pick up on the board, and now the Triangle Minotaur trying to move in, get a little bit of revenge for that last round there, and Retro from the smoke able to take down Swifty, and now it's a 3v2 situation, a 4v2 situation up on the board as Ronin able to take down Soul, and now Waspy's trying to push this site single-handedly around the corner, caught off guard. The last man standing is going to be Ghost, trying to make something out of nothing virtually here, able to take down Hank, making things a little bit more manageable, but Ronan finishing off with a triple kill up on the board, takes Ghost down, and the Triangle Minotaur are now within one of tying this up.
Yeah, and Waspies did utilize the KO ultimate, the shutdown there, to try and win that fight back, but it didn't really amount to much. So now it's going to be in the favor of the Triangle Minotaur in terms of the ultimates, but they're still down on rounds. The Madison Marvel still have a 1-round lead. So I think it's all going to come down to this round. Madison Marvel is going for a bit more of a save round, or at least a half-buy round on this round. So maybe not this round, because they're going to play it a little bit more slow and passively and just try to go for some picks.
And again, early on in the game, you really don't have to make any statement moves early on. That's what we're seeing from the Madison Marvels in their buys. Not bringing out too much utility when you really don't need to, again, so early on. You would rather have long-term economic stability than whatever this is. So we move into this round here as a 5v5 situation, and we see a little bit of presence over towards that B site.
Yeah, and what this is, if you're new to Valorant or you're just watching it, they have basically only secondary weapons. They have a Frenzy, they have a Shorty. They're very close-range weapons, usually used solely for follow-up. But what this is from the Triangle Minotaur, just a rotation, and I love this because you draw everybody onto one site, and then the Rolling Thunder comes out, gonna be able to basically clear that entire site, but Shifty showing up with the Shorty, not a gun you usually see picks come through with, but finds one, eventually gets picked out, and now it's gonna be a 4v4, and it's actually gonna put a lot of pressure on Triangle Minotaur, but that ult utilized from Ronan could be in any place, any position right now, and they could be rotating with a spike if you don't notice.
Man, I am all for the Shorty plays, especially close quarters. It can be a very deadly gun in the right hand as Ghost able to take down Lobos. It's a 3v4 situation here on this site now. The Madison Marvels trying to maintain a hold here as Ronan pushing down, able to take down Sizol, and Sizol takes him down. Now, 2v3 situation on this site. As Phantom trying to get a push mounted onto the site. The Triangle Minotaur get that plant down, and Retro, after the plant, immediately takes down Phantom. It's a 2v2 situation around the corner, waits Ghost. It's a matter of whether he will check that corner or not. We've seen some corners not checked in the past. Retro holding strong at the back of the site here. Sizol from behind. And Ghost able to take down Hank. Sizol takes down Retro, and the Madison Marvels will pick up their 4th round as we enter round 7.
Round 7, and even though this action is getting so exciting, we have other action. We have Overwatch action out of the Fortress, so Overwatch casters, take it away.
I have to play for Valorant right now because of how things kind of ended up.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with the Fortress. We've got some Overwatch action here for you. Hanover Horde versus Franklin Nomads. Already some very exciting stuff here starting on Busan.
Yeah, a big shatter comes down from Noah, but just not going to have the follow-up. Is the rest of his team is dead. The only one left is going to be Lateralis, so they're going to be just kind of hanging out, waiting for the rest of their team to come back. It was the Nomads who took round 1 of this map. Hanover Horde looking pretty strong right now, though 85% and counting on this second point. And now Franklin Nomads going to be looking to go back in. Hanover Horde used a lot that previous fight, but they do have that Amp Matrix from Weirdo coming right up.
93% to 34%. The Horde are in a good position right now. The Nomads really need to get a contest here as they go into overtime. There's a lot of work to be done, but can they do it? Yags goes down, falling to Hitscan. The shatter comes in. Is there a pin? There is, and Hitscan getting a kill here with his ult. Here comes another pin from Noah. He falls before he can get any work done, and it looks like overtime ticks away. Goes to the side of Hanover Horde. 1-1 here. Tied game.
Tied game going over to Mecha Base for the 3rd and final round of Busan, as this is the upper bracket final for Overwatch. Hanover Horde just rolling right along. Beat the Franklin Valkyrie earlier today and then defeated the Macomb Knights. The Nomads, as the 3 seed, they took down the Franklin Shogun just a little bit earlier in the battle for Franklin, and now trying to look for their shot at beating the defending champs.
Yeah, this is, and you know, it is already anyone's game. 1-1 here. The defending champs, definitely not just a role is, you know, they might want, but the Nomads here are going to make them fight tooth and nail for it. Very, very exciting game. And this opening fight is always so important on this part of Mecha Base. You know, the winner of this is really able to set the pace for the rest of the map. So let's see what happens here. We got a rotation here coming from the side of Franklin.
Around. Yeah, Franklin rotate just around here, and now just going to be kind of poking at each other. That point not going to unlock for a few more seconds. It's still both teams trying to battle for that high ground control. Mono is actually going to boop down to the low ground. And that's going to force the rest of his team to rotate down to point. But Lateralis is able to get one pickoff on the Lancer. Mono, though, not going to be able to stay up too much longer after being isolated. And now it's a 5v5.
Hitscan getting 2 kills here. Pizza Freak picking up one of his own. A very, very good start here from the Horde, but they are not going without a fight. The Franklin Nomads getting 2 kills of their own, but it looks like the Horde going to get the first cap here. Very important, as I stated earlier. The first cap is so important because you get a little bit of starting percentage, and even if there's a flip, you already have, you know, a little bit of momentum in your game, whether it be just 15% if it's swapped right now, or whatever that might be. Whereas the Nomads right now, once they flip, they're starting from 0, and they are, you know, just it puts you behind.
And then
picking up a big kill.
Riptire's coming through, not going to see it quite yet, still out from Lateralis, but 2 of his teammates are already dead, and they're just going to take out the Immortality Field, but they do flip point during that time. Now Shatter goes down from Kid MDK, not going to get too much, even though Anubis will be taken out due to that Shatter, and just like that, Hanover fight right back, and they will recapture this point. But to your point, a lot of it is also winning that first fight. You get such an advantage in the ult economy, because then your ultimates are going to be there just a little bit quicker, and then if you rotate them correctly, you're putting yourself in a really good spot.
Absolutely, and you know, the Horde is very good at doing just that, putting themselves in a commanding position. You know, you see them time and time again having really strong ult economy and just having a really, really good way of making sure the map is going their way in whatever that may look like, you know. Whether it's ult economy, whether it's just winning that first fight and making sure that they have a good starting position. Pizza Freak, really gutsy tire here, ends up getting destroyed, and he is going to be in a really dangerous spot, but he might get out of there.
That's an
nope, not quite.
Yeah, not gonna get out. It's a last gasp, right? Like, so, all right, gonna throw the Riptire in just because one of your main damage dealers in Toonry gets taken out early in the fight, just because the Immortality Field just doesn't reach him. And now the Nomads can hold in this very close-up angle where Hanover Horde were not able to because of the staggers they got dealt with.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's really interesting seeing these 2 teams coming up against one another. Oh, big shatter. Noah getting knocked over there, and it looks like he sends the shatter of his own, but Kid MDK just getting the better end of that deal. Another tire, another one denied. Ladderless not being able to see anyone there.
But
yeah, picking up huge triple. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely massive.
It was such a scrappy fight because you have both shatters used, and then everything else is going on at the same time, but that M-Matrix just sits there, even if the Baptiste dies. And Yags at one point, once Kid MDK pinned in, got one, but they died over there. There is no protection for the Horde to try and push up that way.
Yeah, the Horde just did not have the positioning that they wanted there, and it ended up costing them dearly. Now it is going to be the Nomads who are going to take the lead here, up to 75%, but Pizza Freak, Toonry both getting kills here. Looks like they are trying to push their way back onto this point, and Toonry getting some huge picks as they fight their way to point, trying to get that flip. 5-1 on the point here. Looks like the Nomads are going to lose their last man. They just need to reset and get back in there. Good 88 to 76% here.
And a crucial fight coming up. As you can see, Hitscan and Dogs either have Deadeye or are very close to. So we're going to be eyeing up to see which one of them can get something out of this. So Pizza Freak, they didn't get anything out of the last tower. Let's see if they can get anything off this one.
Yeah, both of these teams having very similar ult economies right now. Ladderless a little bit behind in the tire game, and Pizza Freak, here he comes.
He gets one.
1 for 1 here. That's a big trade.
Nobody touches because they get stuck up top.
Oh man, Hanover Horde getting a really, really good defend there. The tire just forced them to not be able to go anywhere, and that was just an excellent, excellent play.
It just stalled them just that little bit. And you can see, we saw Anubis trying to run over to maybe just a second too late. And it was a great Riptire. Even it's like, yeah, Pizza Freak dies for the Riptire, but it just stalls enough time for them to get the value they need just to stall for time. And a very close map 1. I wouldn't expect anything else from our upper bracket final. But now Hanover Horde are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Hanover Horde taking a commanding position in this game. They are where they want to be. It is a best 2 out of 3, and they are doing a really good job of making sure that they have the commanding position.
But we are going to throw it back over to the live venue. Valorant going to be streamed over there. Still got some games going on, so we're going to head it right over there.
Thank you so much, guys. Love to watch some Overwatch. Again, you guys are doing a fantastic job over there. We're going to go ahead and jump right back into the Valorant action, though, starting with Game 10 up on the board here. This is going to be a really interesting match here as the attackers up by 2 early on Icebox.
Yeah, Icebox, a map we haven't seen, but these are definitely teams that we have seen. This is going to be the Franklin Wolverines versus the Ackworth Valkyries, and they both have dropped down to the lower bracket, which means they have both lost once, but that does not tell the whole entire story. These teams have been dominant throughout the competition, and in every game they play, it feels like these teams could easily be finals teams. You can see why. Yoruba with the picks right there, absolutely clinical. Should be able to lead off the space around this, like, finds that last pick. It's actually going to be 4 for Quad, so Quad
living up to the name. Living up to the name. Giving up the defuse as well. A little bit of good teamwork right there. We'd love to see it. Love to see it. The sportsmanship as the Franklin Wolverines are now within 1 early on here of taking out the Ackworth Valkyrie. I would assume the Ackworth Valkyrie, they won that pistol round and then subsequently won that second round, which you tend to typically do. Now the Franklin Wolverines, though, they enter this as the 1 seed. They're in that lower bracket, but you can never count them out on that run. And so far, early on here, they are going to be showing out as they get that first point up on the board now. We move into round 4 of this best-of-1 series, my friend.
Round 4, in my opinion, it's the deciding round for all of these teams because round 1, pistol round. Round 2, 1 team full buys, 1 team goes on the save. Round 3 is the bonus round, so it's typically not going to be won by the team that wins round 1 and 2. But round 4, everybody has what they need. Everybody has the inventory, everybody has the utility, and Yoruba has what they need to be able to find 2 picks, but numbers advantage isn't going to matter if you get the spike down.
Now Remorse pushing onto that site, trying to figure out where these enemies are, has his smoke down. And if he peeks right around that corner, it's going to be a Koa going down to the hands of the Shoddy. I love to see the close quarters. Shotgun action up on the board. Blitz able to take down Remorse, though. And now it's a 3v2 situation. The Ackworth Valkyrie, though, they have that bomb down very close together, playing well together. But the Franklin Wolverines, they have a little bit of high ground. Quad able to be taken down by Brux on the high ground. Now a 2v2 situation with the bomb down for the Ackworth Valkyrie as well. And it becomes a little bit more of a slow game. Blitz over by the enemy squad over there. Tokyo Sushi, last man standing for the Franklin Wolverines, trying to make something out of nothing here. He's going to be able to take down Brux. Goes down to Blitz, and the attackers, Ackworth Valkyrie, take their 3rd round.
That was such a close round, though. You can see every player, even Blitz, went down to the spike inevitably, so that's going to have some, I guess, major setbacks on both teams' economy. No team has really took a commanding lead, in my opinion, at this point. It's still even gameplay, and unfortunately, Tokyo Sushi had an amazing 3K. I think one of the coolest 3Ks I've ever seen in Valorant in my entire life, and definitely my coolest casting moment. You can definitely see them clutching, but any one of these players could clutch here, as we do get to see Ackworth Valkyrie pushing sort of towards the A site here, just looking to lead in.
Again, we get down the stretch here, and we might be in that lower bracket, but both of these teams so far have proven to be formidable enemies going into this game here, as we start to see the Ackworth Valkyrie trying to make a push onto this A site now. It's just going to be a matter of who spots out who. Tokyo Sushi around the corner, able to get one, but not the other, as Polks finishes him off. And now it's a 4v4 situation. Polks going to be able to get that plant down. And now it's a 4v4 on this site.
And if you may be wondering, what is this mist? What is this blob? This is the Viper's Pit. Viper's ultimate, one of the most powerful ultimates in the entire game. It denies basically all sight, all control, and the res also comes through. Quad finds a pick anyways, but it's still very, very even battle.
And another very powerful one as the wall comes through. Oh my goodness, that could have been absolutely insane. He lifted Polks up, but Polks brought him right back down to reality. Akoa getting some damage out of his own. Polks with a 3K up on the board. Remorse able to finally take him down. And now, smoke intensity is starting to wear on them a little bit, but Strategist will finish the job for the Ackworth Valkyrie, and the Ackworth Valkyrie jumping out to a 3-score lead early on. Akoa being taken out by that spike, but still, that wall had the potential to be absolutely incredible. Instead, Polks, though, able to kind of utilize it to his advantage, was lifted up a little bit, caught off guard, but turns around, gets that kill.
That wall was so big brain. I'm just gonna say it like that. Like I've seen like 7 new strategies, and I'm gonna go home and go to my friends and be like, "Yo, I can do this, 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 this." And I learned it at XP League from some of the most talented individuals that I've ever seen in my life. And talented they are. Some of the best Valorant players I've seen, and just looking to push onto the B side here, create as much space as possibly can. You can see how dominant Viper is at just slicing up a site, walls up, and just have control of the B site.
Remorse had a really strong high ground presence there. Blitz able to finally take him down as he dropped down off of that site a little bit now, and we're starting to see a little bit of a rotation potentially coming out for the Aqua Valkyrie, moving from that B site over to the A site. It is a 4v4 situation, so technically, when it comes to the personnel, there is no real advantage, but Hog Rider trying to get that advantage up on the board. Franklin Wolverines now being pushed onto this site. The Aqua Valkyrie will get that plant going down.
And only a Marshall in the inventory of Hog Rider, and that's not the gun you want to be taking into this fight. It seems to be just a gun advantage, and now Franklin Wolverines down to 2 players. It's going to be Tokyo Sushi and Yoruba, and these got to be some of the most dominant players. The tour de force, the op, out for Chamber, but maybe going to get denied. No, just barely misses it, and they're looking to get into sight. They have a tall task ahead of them because not only do they need to eliminate all these players, they need to get to the fuse, but Yoruba shows up huge, finds 2 already. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Could be a winnable situation, but they have to go aggressive. Straticus finds 1, Straticus finds another one, and Straticus shuts down the Franklin Wolverines.
My goodness, Yoruba with the double kill, but Straticus says, I got a triple coming my way, my friend. Able to get that triple kill on the round, a 3K for him. And a double kill in that situation, a very interesting situation as we now enter a timeout period. We start to see potential strategies coming out here, a little bit of changes on the board potentially for the Franklin Wolverines, who are down by 4. And again, they enter this as the 1 seed. They are an absolute titan. This score is not reflective thus far of what they are truly capable of. So that is where a tactical timeout could come into play, make things a little bit more manageable for them.
And this is the team that won last year, correct? Yes.
This is the team that... This is a dominant team that has torn through brackets in the past. They are a formidable foe here. It's not an easy task to take them down.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Aqua Valkyrie showing up absolutely amazing, being able to take a 5-round lead thus far. And you can see we're actually going to be switching over to Game 11, and this game is going to be the Madison Marvels versus Triangle Minotaur. And you may remember this from before. Not much has happened in the time, but a lot of action happening right now as Wasp finds 1. It's traded out, though, and now it's going to be a very, very even fight. Actually, no. 2v1 situation for the defenders. They're going to be able to bait the defuse. Ronin has to get on point, and yes, he does. The half defuse comes into Ronin with the shutdown, with the 3-piece right there, and taking the lead for the Triangle Minotaur.
And again, this is where the Triangle Minotaur really shine. They have basically all of them can frag out and clutch out in these situations. Does not matter what role they are on. Ronin with the smokes roll on the Omen, able to get that clutch. And now the Triangle Minotaur have a lead early on here. And again, early on, you have to mount that, I guess, presence early on. You want to mount that presence, and so far they have that starting to get figured out a little bit.
Yeah, and Ronin as a player, I believe it's going to be the IGL of the team, and one of the scariest omens you can imagine to have 5 hostiles detected for Wasp. So if you maybe wonder where they're pushing A. Like, it's quite obvious. Everybody knows it at this point in time, but the question is, do they know that there's a KO sitting in the corner, sitting right behind Lobos, could go for the pick, but only has 1 weapon to do so, and it's going to be not a big one. They're going to be traded out. Now it's going to be a 1v1. It's all on the back of Ronin again, but Ronin on a sliver of HP, doesn't even matter, puts the team on his back again, and takes a 6-4 lead.
Ronin, my man, you are having the game of a lifetime. Back-to-back clutches out for your team. Now up by 2, the Triangle Minotaur are, and so far, again, off the back of Ronin, they have had 2 back-to-back dominant matches.
Okay, and I believe we are going to be switching over to the other game. This action has been absolutely electric. A lot of ults built up, but we got to check out what's happening in Game 10, so we're going to throw it over there right now.
And in Game 10, once again, we are seeing a strong start for the attacker squad. Once again, a map that you could argue potentially is a little bit attacker heavy, but the Franklin Wolverines now off of that tactical timeout are really looking to swing things back in their favor a little bit. Defense can be very hard though on Icebox, as I said, so they've got a daunting task ahead of them.
Yeah, and I think Viper is so crucial on a map like this because the Viper wall can just split a site completely in half, and it's not a one-time thing. You can do it once, and then later in the round, you can do it again to sort of deny some space. You can see right now it's just going to slice it in half, but it doesn't matter. Yoruba finds one, Yoruba finds two, eventually taken out by Akoa there, and Trey's going both ways. It's just going to be Brock's left as a solo, but going to get pinned down by Remorse, and I gotta have some remorse for that situation if you're an attacker because you just got shut down.
That was a mosh pit on that A site. We saw at the top, the Franklin Wolverines stacked everybody on that site, trying to get something going there, and they pick up that round off of the full stack. The committal there is a little bit risky if they don't push that A site, but of course the Ackworth Valkyrie chose the A site over the B site there, and it paid off in the way of the Franklin Wolverines.
Yeah, but now they're splitting up it very, very interestingly. It feels like the Franklin Wolverines are doing different splits every time, and I like this from them. It's going to be a 3 in mid, which means that they're able to easily rotate in to either site if they want to. And if Silvadart was able to get any reconnaissance, any information, you can see Hog Rider priming it right now, just as I speak. And as the Viper wall comes down, I think they're going to know exactly where they are. You can see the rotation coming in from Yoruba and Quad. I think they know that the ruse is up, the jig is up, and their position has been compromised.
They're going to rotate right out of there, but what awaits them around that corner is Remorse, who's holding strong on that B site, on the Omen. It's going to be a matter of whether he can hit his shots here, and what awaits him is a Ackworth Valkyrie team that has blood on their taste buds coming in through here, trying to push through that smoke. That smoke is going to make things a little bit more manageable for Remorse. He's going to go ahead and pull back just a little bit, get that heals going up on the board now.
That's the power of anchoring an Omen on site. They're able to deny a lot of space. You can see Remorse just able to, you know, smoke it and then TP out and create the position where he didn't get picked in that situation, but he was able to alert his entire team. And picks going out both ways there. Tour de Force again built up for Yoruba and just looking to create some space where the Viper's Pit has proven deadly every single time it's come out, but Yoruba putting a stop to it there. They need to find the Viper because if they don't find Straticus in a situation like this, it's not going to actually accomplish anything. The only way the Viper's Pit goes down is if they eliminate Straticus, and Straticus in such a dominant position right now.
Straticus really playing strong with that Viper utility, and a double kill for Straticus! Finishes off the round, gets them their 7th round on the board. My goodness, bang, bang play right there. And Straticus really able to utilize that Viper utility to his advantage, get a chokehold on the Franklin Wolverines. They had to push him with that spike down. That ult is absolutely strong, especially in the hands of a deadly marksman like Straticus.
And I believe we're going to be seeing 3 rounds left, including this one. I'm looking for a little bit different strategies from the Franklin Wolverines, a little bit different stacking compositions. They've been working out thus far, but it feels like the Viper's Pit has been their greatest foe. So hopefully that timeout was able to sort of expand their playbook a bit and allow them to play in different positions. You can already see some of the same people on the same sites, but a slightly different positioning. They're holding slightly different angles every single time because they don't want to be caught off guard. The best thing in Valorant is unpredictability. Being able to be unpredictable, being able to play in different positions like Yoruba did there, could just be enough. Able to get a little bit of cheeky damage onto the Ackworth Valkyrie, but Brox finding one already. That's going to be the early lead.
Definitely going to be a tone setter there as the Ackworth Valkyrie trying to set something up here. As Remorse able to take down Pokes. Able to get that pick right back off of him now, and it's a 4v3 situation. Bomb going down for the Ackworth Valkyrie, and now they have to defend this site. Hog Rider coming in with the ult. Brux able to take down Tokyo Sushi, and Yoruba takes down Brux. Now a 3v2 situation on the board. And the ult has finally come through for the Sova on the Franklin Wolverines. He goes down after that to the hands of Straticus. And it comes down to Yoruba, who's going to try and make something basically out of nothing here. Able to take down Straticus, bomb down once again. And it's a 1v2 situation, so you not only have to get that 1v2, but you have to get that bomb. Blitz gonna be spotting him out here. And Yoruba goes down to the hands of Blitz, and the Ackworth Valkyrie are now up by 6 as we enter round 11.
Blitz doing an absolutely amazing job of just staying alive, positioning right in the exact right spot. As a player, loves to play on KO, and you're actually switched from CSGO to join the Valorant team and has settled in and is doing absolutely amazing on the team. As you can see, they have a lead of 6 as of right now, and with 2 attacking rounds left, they're looking to clean up these last 2 rounds.
Very much so. That is what they would ideally like to do. Is they would ideally you want to move into this 10-2, only have to get 3 rounds up on the board on defense on a map that is not very favorable towards the defensive side. But to do that, you are going to have to keep the momentum moving as Brux trying to mount a push into this site early on, but suppressed, coming through for the KO. Tokyo Sushi waiting with the Bucky, and we start to see a little bit of an economic play here for the Franklin Wolverines, not really bolstered too well. Again, they have that Bucky, and Yoruba has the first pick up on the board, able to take down Brux. That is going to be an absolutely key pick early on as the Ackworth Valkyrie still looking to push into this A site.
Does it really matter? If Yoruba's on a good weapon, Yoruba can basically do it all in this situation, but it has to do a lot here. Now going to be down 2-4. Has to push in, looking to sort of slice and dice up the site in a situation like this. Remorse finds a pick on the backside as well. Going to be a little bit low HP though, so it's going to be all on the back of Yoruba. Shoots, exposed to their position, but gets a little bit of chip damage onto them already. Blitz finds the pick under Remorse, so now it's going to be a 3v1, a situation Yoruba is used to, but will he be able to clutch it?
Will he be able to clutch it indeed? Able to make things a little bit more manageable for him as he's got 2, 1, 2. Now he needs that third. Now he needs the defuse as well. And it's going to be a matter of peekaboo. Who will spot who out first? Yoruba trying to get some early information here. The Spike is starting to get into a dire situation. Defuse attempt coming through. And the ult comes through from Akoa. A strong ult from the Sova. That is how you use Sova right there. As the ult comes through and Akoa able to pick up the 9th round for his team as they enter round 12.
That is such a tactical play by the Ackworth Valkyrie. I don't know who called that, but keeping the Sova back, having a player peek, another player peek, just to buy a little bit of time, because you are going against Yoruba. You are at a disadvantage just because Yoruba is such a talented player, quite obviously. So needed to buy a little bit of time and then just anchoring the Sova back basically in the attacker's spawn. Sova's ult goes across the entire map and it is so powerful. But another ult that is very powerful is the Tour de Force in Yoruba's hand, and this is the round you want it to be in his hand because he can do so much, but no, gets shut down trade for trade.
They almost all lined up there. The amount of potential there was. Yoruba able to get 1, but had the potential to get 3 if they had just stayed in that lineup. And now a really interesting Sage wall over there that we just saw in that little corridor there. Stops the push, and now they're trying to push from a different angle from mid onto that site. Blitz goes down, but Straticus able to get the pick off on Hog Rider, and now Blitz will be coming back from the hands of Straticus, and they have a strong push onto the site, but Quad and Remorse, not going to be having much remorse there, able to make it a 2v3 situation. And the Ackworth Valkyrie, even though they have that spike down, they are going to need to play for picks, play smart, as they have that personnel disadvantage.
All right, and it looks like it's going to be a very, very close fight here as Trays go through, Quad with the res. There's going to be the player advantage. Viper pick goes down as they finish up the last few picks there. Franklin Wolverines make it a 9-3, and that was an amazing first half.
My friend, do you believe in the 9-3 curse? We're going to have to wait and see as we've got some Overwatch action going on over at the Fortress. We're going to take you right over there. Let's see what they have for us over in the Fortress venue.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot of exciting Overwatch still to get through, and actually while we were, kind of on a break there, watching some Valorant, there was the finish to the winners finals. The people who are going to move to the winners finals is our defending champions. So very, very exciting stuff here. We are about to be going into our next game here, though this is
Franklin Shogun, it looks like, versus the Franklin Falcon. I guess Volume 2 of the battle for Tennessee?
Yeah, Volume 2, Volume 3. We've seen a lot of Franklin v. Franklin.
We've seen a lot of Franklin v. Franklin this week, but Pokemini be able to get a nice little pick off there. Shogun did win the first map of Busan 2-0, so they do head into this map with a 1-0 advantage. The winner of this playing the winner of North OC Kraken versus the Macomb Knights, as that game is also going on. They're on a map 3 right now on Kings Row, so we'll keep an eye on how that game is going, because they will be the winner of this versus the winner of that. But Shogun, a minute and a half left to try and finish it off and finish their push here on Watchpoint.
This is a really good spot for the Shogun to be in. They still have a minute, and they've got a good chunk of ultimates online. Here comes the minefield. Let's see what it gets. Doesn't quite pick anyone up. Looks like Lucio here, Pokemini going to get rid of a lot of those. Boop's coming in trying to get these people away from his point. There's no thank you, please. And let's see, he tries to just keep his team alive, but he's going to fall there. I hear a May ult going in. Doesn't catch anyone. It doesn't look like it does, but it's going to clear the path. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, and that puts the Franklin Shogun 48 seconds left in their time bank, but they pushed all the way to the end here on Gibraltar.
So a wonderful push, and also a wonderful thing. Dell donated 6 machines to raffle off. If you go to galabit.com/XPLDell, enter for a chance to win a free Dell G3 laptop. So huge thank you to Dell for that. All proceeds go to the Lymphoma and the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society fundraiser. So make sure it's for a good cause, and hey, you never know, you could get one of 6 amazing Dell G3 laptops.
Absolutely, and you see, you know, on the side here of the screen, all of our sponsors this weekend: Alienware, Full Sail, MSI. You know, just really making it such a great weekend. You know, Dell with the laptops and just such a, you know, such a great bit of sponsors we have for us. You know, thank you to all of our sponsors to help us put this together for the kids. It's been really awesome. I know the kids have been just loving it.
Let's say the atmosphere in the live venue earlier today when we first got going was insane. I don't think it's ever going to be matched in a different NAF unless, you know, we never know what the future is going to be. Even tomorrow we could have some interesting games, but
yeah, as the finals come in, the players fire up, and we are going to see the beginning here of Gibraltar. Valkyrie has their work cut out for them, so let's see what they can do.
Yeah, so Valkyrie now on that offense, you're going to be putting Snowsport over onto the Hog. We saw it a little bit earlier today, hitting hooks left and right. Let's see if they can continue that trend here, as Like the Snake also going to be following them up to that left side stairwell. As the French Shogun is going to be holding the high ground. Going to be an unconventional double shield. They're still going to have the Reinhardt in play, but do have the Sigma that is normal. And as this cart slowly moves forward,
I believe I just, I just saw the flail coming in from the side of Shogun, and
Blake almost went down as well.
Yeah, just interfering up in them. Oh, Like the Snake, wow, burst down. A lot of good crowd control there coming in from the side of the Shogun, and it looks like they are going to be holding here as the cart continues to hang out there. The Valkyrie really need to get under there, try to continue to push that thing forward. Now it went a little bit farther, I think, than the Shogun wanted. That was odd.
Yeah, that hook, a little unlucky for Snowsport that one didn't fully connect to Starter Magic. Lucky to be able to get out, but now they can break the Sigma and try and focus down some of the supports in the back line from this high ground. As they're able to get one, they're almost able to get two. They get help with the trusty turret of Glassman.
I hear a whole hog going off. Let's see if it connects. Doesn't look like it's going to. I see they are going to absolutely collapse on this man. Going to get him in. I don't see a Roadhog death yet. He's holding his own down there.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. Now he's back on cart and able to still push us a little bit farther. Yes, the team fight is lost, but you still get those few extra meters that, you know, may matter in this next fight. And the bomb thrown out as well from Dario Magic. Maybe thought the push was coming in a little bit earlier from the Valk, not realizing that those respawns still had a little bit to go. So Bob's more just gonna hang on point. They actually get CRZ, so maybe a little bit of a consolation prize for an early misfire.
And you know, it really ends up paying off for them, which is good. It's going to force the Nomads or the Valkyrie rather, to back up and regroup when they're down a healer. That is not great. And it looks like Glassman just trying to deny this doorway here, trying to keep them out of there. And he does so successfully.
As they're able to get a few, but it seems like the Valk have a good hold on this fight. It's now just Glassman left. They're just going to be trying to hang out and stall on point for as long as
see if he sends the ult on cart. He certainly could. It'd be a little bit gutsy, but it looks like he's going to opt out. Does not want to do that. And he ends up falling. But the Valkyrie trying to push in here. They're starting to contest on the cart. There goes Reinhardt flying away, trying to get a good pin in there. But doesn't end up connecting. Blade Snake trying to, he's looking for the Death Blossom. I hear a tire, gets one.
Finds Demon Ninja, Blade the Snake looking for Death Blossom if they need to. There goes the multi-core all over the cart, going to make it a little bit difficult for the Valk to push on in here, even though Undisputed gets one with that Gravitic Flux. Jadis is going to get picked up. Blake now pushing the back line and not able to get the Torm quite yet. Eventually able to. He gets welcomed with a pin.
He did not see that coming. Oh man, he was too busy worrying about the Torm finishing that kill up and just Reinhardt from downtown.
And that honestly saves the fight too, because now all that close range damage is gone. You don't have the fear of that Death Blossom as well. So now Demon Ninja, they're just going to continue the momentum, gets another pin onto the Baptiste, gets a third elimination as well, and all of a sudden, Vel, they got 20 seconds left if they want to keep their NAF hopes alive.
Yeah, they really are in a tough spot here. The Shoguns having such a good performance here, just forcing those Valkyrie off and making sure that they do not get any distance here. Don't even get them to the first point. Only a couple more seconds. Will there be a touch? I don't. Oh, there's a contest. Let's see.
The BAP touches, uses a Mortality Field, then the Transcendence. A nice little set of ultimates there. Try and use about Spiff just on the high ground and just firing away. And I think they have just sealed the fate of their fellow location members as the Franklin Shogun, they bounce back from a rough game in the upper semis and they move on to the next round.
Incredible job from the Shogun. They did such a fantastic job holding their own. They're keeping that card exactly where they wanted. They denied the first point and really just shut down it just from the get-go.
And Demon Ninja with the shatter there. We're just gonna go right over to the other game. The winner of this game plays the Shogun, who just won, and this is map 3. NOC Kraken capped with 1:47. Currently it is Macomb trying to make sure this goes into an overtime, and hey, maybe we get a tie. You never know. We haven't had a tie yet today.
Correct.
So, you know, maybe we go to that tiebreaker map, but so far you can see Shock just kind of looking, seeing menacingly if they want to use this shatter or not, but definitely not in front of the A Matrix.
The A Matrix big there. They're trying to hold this corner best they can. They want to keep pushing here. It was a little bit deep into the corner. It was a little bit further back, I think, than they wanted it to be. I hear the tire. It gets shot down by Pika, and I hear Sea Serpent looking for that Death Blossom. Let's see what he gets. First, magically ulting here on the point, keeping everyone out of there.
And Sea Serpent, now you can see him teleporting again now over to the left side. I think this time they weren't caught out. They're just going to kind of have to hang out. Now they have the Wraith, that they can just get back. Same with their team.
Yeah, it looks like Beef Jerk trying to get some good poke in. And here comes the tire. Does it get? No, he gets a shot down again. A lot of tires have been denied today. Sea Serpent gets 2, gets 3, gets 4. It's huge, but he gets taken out by Junkrat's mind that he drops on death. That is so unfortunate. But he picks up 4 kills there. Absolutely huge, and just such a good kill there.
Just a wonderful elimination there. And now, no matter what, if we do go in overtime, NOC has a better time bank than Macomb, and that's if Macomb finishes with time. If Macomb finishes with no time, they get no overtime push.
That's correct. We hear a high noon. Is it going to connect? No, it does not hit anyone. I hear a tire coming in. It gets denied. Sea Serpent just trying to throw down some poke, trying to get a kill here. He picks one up, Wraiths past the Roadhog ult and gets the pick there, and his team is holding strong. 1 minute left in the time bank. The Knights have 1, maybe 2 fights left before their fate is a little bit sealed here.
If they want to finish with time, they need to win this fight, and they need to win it fast. You're gonna have to win a whole nother fight after this just to finish the map. So now use that rally, get that extra armor as you push on in.
Yeah, here they come. They've got that armor, and it looks like it is very back and forth, but the Knights have the advantage. There's only 1 left here from the Kraken. They know what they must do. Finish off that Roadhog and continue to push. This is huge. They have 26 seconds left. They need to get that cart there.
Yeah, they cannot afford for NOC to stall too long, but luckily for them, NOC don't have a lot of ultimates at their disposal. They have that whole hog if they can respawn, but they were the last to die in the previous fight. What doesn't seem to matter right now is now the rush comes in, 8 seconds left, that time ticking down, and every second seems like a minute right now for Macomb, and they will not finish with time left. That is a crucial thing because they can no longer win this map. The best Macomb can do is tie and force a map 4.
And that is not necessarily where they want to be right now, but if they can force this tie, force it to map 4, bring it, back onto their terms, then they may have a shot at winning this thing. Very, very close game. And like, we've said, every game today is just, everyone's fighting tooth and nail as they are just working so hard to get to that finals. And just all these kids should be so proud of what they've been accomplishing so far today.
Oh, 100%. At this point, too, some of these players who played Valorant and Overwatch, they've been playing since 9:30 this morning. And yes, they've had a little bit of off time here and there, but they've been playing pretty consistently all day. You wonder at one point if fatigue is going to set in.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
NOC and Macomb have both been around all day, and you got to wonder if that is starting to creep in on some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see on the side of Macomb, I believe at least 3 or 4 of their players are on the Valorant team, so they have been playing almost nonstop, 2 different games, a little bit of different skill set even, which, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to swap back and forth, but they are doing such a good job of getting these games going and making sure they are working their hardest at both of these games. It's truly incredible, the talent for some of these players out here, all of them.
It's ridiculous. And now for Macomb, the win condition is, actually for NOC, the win condition is you just got to get 33%, or a take on that point, you're moving on to play the Shogun in just a little bit. But if you're Macomb, to force that draw, you just got to use those May walls efficiently. We saw it go so well earlier today for some teams. If you can hold some teams at this choke point with those May walls, you could stall for a lot of time.
Yeah, they really are looking to just get one good solid push, and they have a good chunk of time to do it. And I really think that the Kraken have the tools capable. They're going up around high ground. Macomb there trying to respond, and they're responding really, really well. That is exactly what you want to see.
And a great wall sets it all up. Cesarman as well, a late stagger, so now NOC will not be at full strength, probably to about 45 seconds left. It could just be one elongated fight left. And now Macomb, they have some of those ultimates because they did so well in that fight. Well, NOC, they kind of have to hold on to either the Ant Matrix from their Baptiste and PC, or they have to count on Beef Jerk to not only build 40% to their ult, but also be able to use it efficiently.
Yeah, they really have, a lot of things at their disposal here, and the Macomb Knights are falling here left and right. There's 2 down already. I hear a tire coming in, and where is it? Where is it?
I think it exploded early, but didn't get anything from it. As everybody pushing through. NOC, they break through at the dying moment. They survive and advance as well. Macomb Knights, they will bow out at near the end of day 1. But NOC, what a match. And now you got to think, after a long game like that, it is a nail-biting match. You go to map 3, and you just win it at the end. You got to carry that momentum over.
Absolutely. And I think, it speaks volumes to these kids here of how hard they're fighting and what they're able to accomplish when they do that. Each one of these kids individually has been working so hard all season long, coming into North American Finals, fighting through regionals. I mean, it is just amazing. And I'm so happy to see the sportsmanships. I'm sure over it in the live venue there's hugging, there's handshakes going on. These kids are just doing what they've kind of been taught to do, what they know that they should be doing, of congratulating not only themselves, congratulating their teammates, but saying job well done, good game to their opponents, because it really was such a good game.
It was a fantastic series. So now I believe we're going to take either a quick short break or go over, because I believe some Valorant games still going on as very close games. I'm pretty sure Triangle is still going against Madison in an absolute barn burner of a game.
Yeah, nail biter. Let's see what's going on over there in the live venue.
Well, welcome back into the live venue. We have a contentious game entering overtime. It is the Triangle Minotaur taking on the Madison Marvels, and we're not going to stall. I've said it time and time again. We're not going to stall. Let's get right into the overtime action.
Before we do, though, we got to give the updates first, right?
We should give the updates. Now, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, actually. Thank you, man.
Of course. The Ackworth Valkyrie do take down the Franklin Wolverines. They take them down 13-6, which means that the Franklin Wolverines, unfortunately, are out. Yoruba on that map went 26-16 KD, absolutely insane, but unfortunately they're going to be eliminated. And I got to give a shout out to Straticus. Every time a Viper Pit went down, that man was just absolutely incredible. So that match was so exciting to see.
Absolutely deadly on the Viper, and now we enter a match that is absolutely contentious down to the wire. We are once again in overtime. Ronin with a double kill up on the board. Big Dog able to take down his Swifty, and Phantom and Sizzle able to get the first kills on the board, able to get the defuse. And so far, we're watching the Madison Marvels taking the first round.
This is going to be big for the Madison Marvels thus far. Just doing whatever they can in a situation like this, but it is so hard. Overtime, we've seen 3 today.
We have seen a lot of overtime.
Those are just the overtimes we've caught on stream, right?
Not only that, but we have caught 2 overtimes that have gone to exactly 30 matches, a 16-14 victory in both of those games. And now we see it once again, the Madison Marvels now and Triangle Minotaur both going blow for blow in this game. 13-12 now as the Madison Marvels have match point on the line here on the attack as well. So it's going to come down to a defense for the Triangle Minotaur, and this game decides who makes it into those finals.
And Ascent is such a defensive-sided map. It's so small, which allows the defenders to rotate, find positionings. It's just like Hank's position right there. Doesn't matter if he's blind. He finds the pick. Ronin's there as well. Lobo's there as well. They get the picks, and now the Ghost just completely dismantled on a sliver of HP. Can't even do anything in a situation like this, and I think we're going to see that double overtime.
We are going to see overtime continue. Ronin not going down without a fight, able to get 2 kills up on the board. Last man standing, it is Ghost. Round the corner, make that 3 for Ronin. 1, 2, 3, put that up on the board and frame it. The Triangle Minotaur, 13-13, knotted up as we enter round 27.
It's around, I think it's actually round, oh yeah, it is round. Jeez, that's so many rounds. Oh my God.
Math is not our strong suit. We are casters at the end of the day. We are linguists. We are not mathematicians, but yes, it is round 27. I almost thought for a second that I was wrong about that. I had to take a moment to pause, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Now we're going to have the Triangle Minotaur on the offensive here, and it looks like they're setting up for a very aggressive push, very quick push, and I think that's what you need to do in a situation like this. Shots already raining through from both players, and multiple utilities utilized to sort of block off that B site. You can see the slow, the fragment as well, even the Sage Wall utilized on the B site. So now, Triangle Minotaur reconsidering their push and maybe looking to rotate.
Very strong rotation coming through. They're going to be trying to trade that over to the A site. The rotation as well coming through for the Madison Marvels, so they're going to meet them right there. It's going to be an absolute mosh pit on this site as things start to ensue. Pushing right through that door without any issues whatsoever. But the Madison Marvels, they have that high ground advantage here, and they're going to just try and file through that high ground. Lobos with the first pick up on the board, and they're kind of trapped a little bit in this hallway here. Not a very advantaged situation to be in as Lobos just taking full advantage of it. 2 kills up on the board now for him. Can he get a third? Just firing through the smoke at that point. They're going to try and change their strategy here a little bit as Lobos finally going down to the hands of Phantom.
I love this change of strategy. They're pushing from multiple angles at this point, and that's what you need to do, especially with the member disadvantage. A little bit of a fake on the plant, maybe able to bait out some picks, but the trade's going both ways. It's actually going to be Skulls who's picking out those picks, and it's going to be Ronin clutching it up again. I feel like I've said this 16 times at this point. It's always Ronin finding that last pick, finding that last elimination, and forcing match point.
Now, once again, we are in match point off the back of a 2K from Ronin. They're able to finish off the Madison Marvels. Now it's going to be a matter of whether they can capitalize on this match point. And again, we've seen these things go back and forth, back and forth. The Triangle Minotaur, though, they had a really good defensive hold last time they were on defense in this overtime bout. So you could potentially see that trending their way as now we enter what I believe is round 28.
I don't even want to try to compute it. It's just my caster math has been done forever. But we do see a split attack and a split defense. 3-3 versus 2-2 on both sides, and just utilizing the information they're gathering. A few smokes go down. Traded out from both teams, but I love this positioning by Lobos. Absolutely incredible knowing that you can get up, get in that place, but it doesn't seem like the push is going to be there. It seems like the push will be on to the B side. The question is, will they be able to get on? The suppress comes through, but trade's going both ways, and just as I say that, everybody traded each other, and now it's a 3v2 in the favor of the Madison Marvels.
Triangle Minotaur on that defensive side. You don't want to be down in personnel when the Madison Marvels are going to be trying to attack. They haven't necessarily decided which site they want to go to, but so far trying to poke a little bit more towards that A site. But Ronan catches Ghost off guard, caught lacking, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Both teams very even now. Phantom able to push onto that site, get that bomb down, and now it's a 2v2 situation with the spike down, which makes it very different. The Madison Marvels now have a lot of momentum here. Both of them really going to be trying to play close together here. They don't know where the Triangle Minotaur will be attacking from, so it's going to be a matter of who can spot who out. So we're just waiting for things to come through here.
There's 3 angles to this site. They could push from 2 of them, and the attackers have to cover 3 of them. The blind comes out, that's gonna be effective, but Big Dog not able to do anything within a situation like this. Ronan's gonna get shut down as well, and we're going into triple overtime.
We are going into triple overtime. It feels like we've seen this happen time and time again. We enter round 29, knotted up 14 apiece, as the Madison Marvels and Triangle Minotaur are giving us a show of the lifetime. And you cannot expect more out of 2 squads in the semifinals. 2 teams who are in that upper bracket have proven to be absolute titans throughout this bout of matches. And now, all knotted up 14 apiece.
No game has gone past round 30. We could see it. If it goes even on these next 2 matches, we could easily see it. Suppress comes out, that's gonna detect almost everybody on the Triangle Minotaur, but it doesn't matter. Retro with the amazing pick right there. He's been the entry fragger. He's been the one who's been finding those picks and gonna force all of the Madison Marvels to rotate to A site, but is A site actually gonna be the rotation? I mean, you never know in a situation like this.
Ghost really was a little bit late with that smoke there, which allowed Retro to take advantage of it, able to get a pick off on that site. And now we watch as they're trying to figure out what exactly they are going to do to push through Ghost's smoke. He has it down, and he didn't play it right away, so it is going to linger there for a little bit longer. Ronan trying to figure out what he wants to do, trying to set those smokes as they push in. Ghost spotted out on the backside, trying to get out of that sticky situation, able to get out. And now they have full control over the site. If you're the Triangle Minotaur, you just want to capitalize on this. Ronan with the plant coming through. And now you are in a very difficult spot. The Madison Marvels are. Both of them have this high ground right here, just trying to play for the high ground advantage. Ronan able to get a pick, and Hank follows it up as well. And now the Triangle Minotaur 5v2 situation with the bomb down. Zol makes things a little bit more easy as Ghost as well comes through with the pick. It's a 3v2 situation. Retro pushing down onto the site, able to catch off. And now it's Zol, last man standing. Big Dog putting an end to that terror. And the Triangle Minotaur once again forcing match point. We enter round 30.
That was so smart by the Triangle Minotaur right there. They faked the switch. They started running back towards B, and then they slow walked back to A, just slowly but surely. They're sticking together. They're playing as a team, and they're pulling off some of the most big brain strategies that I have ever seen. This is absolutely incredible. This feels like VCT Valorant. That's how talented these players are. I mean, we've heard about them. We've seen them. There's a reason that these teams have been undefeated up until this point. But there's no way they stay undefeated. There has to be a winner.
Undefeated up until this point on the biggest stage of the XP League in Orlando, Florida, live right here. And it could come down to this match point on the line as the Triangle Minotaur will try and mount a defensive hold. But the Madison Marvels trying to make a push onto this B site here swiftly, making a swift push onto that site. Big Dog trying to push through this smoke with Retro. Retro able to catch Zol out. And now just firing bullets through that wall, trying to get a little bit of wallbang action coming through. Phantom just able to escape right through that smoke with his life, throws down that utility for the stage, and now they're on this site. Ghost able to take down Big Dog. It's a 4v4 situation. Bomb is down for the Madison Marvels as well, as they're trying to make things tied up. But the Triangle Minotaur will try and make a push onto the site. Phantom catches Lobos off guard. We start to see from above what is going on here. Ronan able to take down Phantom, slowly followed up there by Ghost though. And now a 2v3 situation for the Triangle Minotaur, who are once again in match point. They're both playing this corner right here. Will they expect Ghost around the corner? Yes, they do. Retro able to pick a pick. And now, last player standing. It is Retro. Last player standing. And he's not able to get it. That is going to take us into round 31. And we have gotten past that 30-round barrier. 15-15 is your score.
There's no way. Like, I got chills from that clutch. I don't know if you saw me, I had to pause for a second. I was like, there's no way we're seeing this much Valorant, this much action, this much excitement. But that's the talent of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if these teams right here competing to play in the finals are actually the teams in the finals at the end of the day, because that is possible with that double elimination format. But so far, our quadruple overtime. I'm going to start running out of words to describe the amount of overtimes that are happening here. So I want to see it. I want to see one of these teams clutch up, but which one will?
That's going to be a matter of time as Phantom has that wall down, able to stop what could be a B push onto this site. It's the Madison Marvels holding on defense now. The Triangle Minotaur have had really strong offensive pushes. It feels like everybody has had very strong offensive pushes. Back on offense now, though, are the Minotaur. They're just trying to buy their sweet, sweet time. You have a minute left on that clock and some change. Not much you have to do here. Some utilities, though, going to be coming out. Retro trying to mount a push, but through that smoke, you're going to have to play like Stewie 2K if you want to get onto that site. Does not matter. Smoke and all, they're going to push right onto that site. Big Dog on that site, mounting the push, and Ronin with the plant coming through. Waspies trying to play through this smoke, but there's not much you can do there. Sizol making the push finally through. Ghost as well, able to take down Lobos, and now it's a 3v2, a 2v3. All the numbers are not going in my direction. Wow, I completely lost track. The Madison Marvels, though, are going to pick up their 16th round in round 31, a flawless sweep, and I completely lost control of the numbers there, my friend.
Hey, caster math, we hate it.
It is not our strong suit.
The audience loves it, I don't know, but I mean, absolutely incredible the gameplay just far, and now it's going to be the advantage for the Madison Marvels. We've already seen this once though, and it didn't go their way. So the question is, will it go their way this time? All they need is one attack. And the site of choice seems to be, as of right now, the A site.
You could argue that the hard part of all this is past them as they have that defensive advantage. It is going to inevitably come down to those defensive rounds. Now it's just a matter of capitalizing. Now that you are on the attacker side of things, you just have to figure out how you're going to get that bomb down, get those elims, not get eliminated yourself, and take this final round and put your ticket in for the grand finals.
It's a 3-2 split from the defenders as of right now. So now the Roost is up. They know exactly where the push is. It's going to be onto the A side. Trades go both ways. It's going to be a 4. It's going to be 4. You see the rotations coming through on the high ground. So right now, Madison Marvels have the advantage, but no player advantage decided just yet. Each trade is traded back with another, and the question is, will the Triangle Minotaur realize the position? And yes, they do. Retro, the usual entry fragger, was able to find one. Ronin there to clutch it back up, and now it's going to be a 3v1. Skazols finds one. May be able to clutch this, just sneaking around, has multiple angles they could push from. The spike is currently down, so they need to get back, they need to get the plant, and they need to eliminate these other two players.
Now they know exactly where he is. They swing out and catch him off guard. He had to shoot that utility from the chamber, and that chamber utility ends up being the deciding factor there as Lobos able to catch him off guard, along with his teammate. We are once again tied, now entering round 33 of this game. And again, you could not ask for more in a semifinals bout.
I feel like we're going to run out of numbers at this point.
There has to be a final number. There just has to be. I'm of the belief that you hit a certain point in overtime and the game just crashes on you. It's just like, you know what, you guys are both so good. You guys both win, but we're just going to crash the game at this point. It's over. Let's call it. Let's call it here and all go get ice cream, you know?
Hey, hopefully these players will be having ice cream afterwards because, I mean, neither team will be eliminated in this situation. These players are just playing for a spot in the finals, and everybody wants that guaranteed spot in the finals, so everybody playing to their hearts out. I will mention, though, that Skazol's making an interesting choice, actually going with the operator for this round, and that's risky on a round like this because that means you won't be able to have the full armor when you use the operator. So, very powerful weapon, but the question is, how will they use it?
A high roller strat for sure is now a rotation coming through. The Triangle Minotaur trying to get onto this site. Smoke does come down, though, for the Madison Marvels. They are on their tail. Phantom on the op. Ronin able to take down Ghost, and now they have the personnel advantage. The Triangle Minotaur pushing onto that site. They have this attacker round really where they want it. They have that spike planted, and now the Madison Marvels are going to have to play retake.
Yeah, I love what Ronin did in a situation like that. He actually sat back on A site gotta pick, and even though it's a 4v4 on site, now you have the fear of Ronin, who could be coming from any angle. They have the plant down, they have the current advantage in numbers, but Waspies and Swifty say no to that. You're gonna make it a 3v3, but Ronin's positioning still could be beneficial. Shuts down Phantom right there. Ronin's there to come in for another one. Finds 3, and this man clutches up again.
Oh my goodness. What else can you expect from Ronin at this point, people? It is just, this has become his calling card. You need someone to clutch up for you. He's got it. Triple kill in that round, as you said it yourself, partner. And now we enter what I believe to be, if my math serves me correctly, let's go ahead and do some simple addition here. That is going to be round 34 on the board here. And the Triangle Minotaur now have to play defense if they want to end this match point drought.
The question is, will they end it, or will we see quintuple, sextuple? I don't even know what overtime would come next at this point, but will we see another overtime? I love this positioning. Sending one towards mid, but also pushing hard into the A site, and gives them a lot of control, gives them a lot of power, a lot of space to operate, but trades again, going both ways. Hank acting as that entry fragger, but Phantom finds an extra pick with that, and now Madison Marvels are going to be up in numbers, up in space, but the question is, do they know where the other players for Triangle Minotaur are lurking? It may not even matter. Skulls finds 1, Swifty finds 2. It's just going to be on the back of Lobos. Lobos positioning in the hell of this site, has been able to find 2 picks. Could do it for the team, but needs to put up a 4K if he wants to.
And now in a 1v2 situation, these are the moments that Lobos tends to rise to the occasion of. Spots out Sizzle on that high ground, and now it's a game of head peeks, little game of peekaboo here, but you have to be mindful of the fact that you have the Jet breathing down your neck as well. And you have that bomb that you also have to defuse. Jet coming in from behind is Swifty. And now Lobos kind of pincered in the middle of these two, able to get the first pick, and now it's a 1v1 situation, but Sizzle closes out, preventing the 4K, preventing the win for the Triangle Minotaur, and now we enter round 35.
I've lost all track of numbers. I've lost all feeling other than the excitement that I'm getting from this crowd. Everybody's on the edge of their seat. I'm on the edge of my seat as a caster. I'm just waiting to see who will actually take it, and it's been absolutely incredible up until this point. I'm just interested to see what new strategies these teams are going to pull out, because they've been winning on attack and defense. It's not like it's an attacker side map or a defensive side map. It's just that these teams are so back and forth.
I have used the term blow for blow time and time again today. This is the definition of that term. Both teams knotted up 17 apiece now. It's a strong push onto that A site coming through. Ghost able to shut down Retro. And Waspies, the limbs coming out for the Madison Marvels now. And it's a 3v2 situation. Big Dog able to take down Swifty now. And now it's a 3v2 situation. They don't have the bomb, but now the bomb is going to be going down. They have the high ground advantage, and they just have to make sure that they don't get eliminated. Ghost catches Ronin off guard off of the plant, and Big Dog off of the teleport, able to put him down, but Sizzle brings it home. And now we have the Madison Marvels up, and match point for them.
Match point for them. I'm not going to do the math on what round this actually is. I don't think we even care. It's just been exciting gameplay thus far, and it's all going to be on the back of the Madison Marvels. Can they close it out right here, or will we go into yet another overtime? That is my question. It's going to be the Triangle Minotaur just setting up on a little bit of a split situation here. Well, the Madison Marvels looking to push fully onto one site, and it's been this strategies. They've worked out one way, they worked out the other way. The question is, will this be the round that it actually works out?
That is a good question to ask here early on, and we have a strong presence over by that mid push. The Madison Marvels just trying to fully command this middle point of the site. And now, Ghost leading the charge here. Sizzle trying to just figure out where these enemies are, able to get that wall up, a very strong wall that can be used to your advantage to get the opening push. Big Dog able to take down Sizzle though. The entry fragger is out of the equation, but Ghost takes down Big Dog as well. It's a 4v4 situation, and they're going to try and get that bomb down onto that site. And now with that bomb going down, you have the momentum going your way. It's a 4v4. You have the bomb. on this site. Could this be the deciding game? Retro slowly but surely trying to figure out where the enemies are, and Ghost able to take down Lobos. That is absolutely huge. Personnel advantage going in the way of the Madison Marvels, and now they know where Ghost is. Ghost taken down by Retro, and it's a 3v3 on this site, and this is going to be an all-out mosh pit. Hank takes down Waspies, makes things a little bit more manageable for the Triangle Minotaur, but pushing around the corner, they don't check that corner as Phantom able to take him down. It's a 1v2 situation for the Triangle Minotaur, and Swifty calls game! The Madison Marvels are in to the finals. We will see you later on.
And they just booked it right there on, I don't even know, round 57, round 72. It doesn't matter. They book it in an absolute banger of a match, but that could have gone either way. And I am personally looking forward to Triangle Minotaur's run in the lower bracket, because if you were a player who's still in the lower bracket and you saw that performance right there, I would be scared. There's some players on their team, Ronin, Lobos, Big Dog, Retro, I'm forgetting the last one. Hank. Yes, Hank. Yes, Hank. It's going to be Hank as the last player right there. But, I mean, the plays have been absolutely incredible thus far, so I would be scared.
I would love to see the Minotaur, but they're going to have to get through that lower bracket. We still have one game going on. Let's go ahead and take to it. You see and hear all of the action coming out here. This is going to be a strong start for the defenders here. We see Labana Drew on the chamber here early on. We're seeing some very familiar faces here. So we look to see which game this is going to be and which game this is going to potentially affect the bracket. This is going to be the North OC Kraken Blue taking on the Macomb Triton now. So we get that on the board. Bad at games. You need a little bit of capitalization there. That's tripping me up. A dual player, playing for Overwatch, playing for Valorant as well, has really cemented himself as a strong player. We saw him on the Sage very early on. Now on the Viper, though, should be very interesting to see what he can do there.
I believe one of the games we actually got to see on Overwatch very, very recently, we saw Bad at Games, Perka, and maybe, I believe Luna also. We got to see them compete in Overwatch, and now going from Overwatch into Valorant, you sort of got to get that muscle memory back. You sort of got to get, your strategies back into position, and on a map like this, it's going to be very, very hard if you don't have the momentum in your favor, and they're getting sort of shut down by the Kraken Blue thus far. They are at a 6-0 advantage right now, and there's just Perka with the Marshall, just like a half save round here, and it's going to be so hard to clutch.
Well, it's going to be Perka, last man standing, trying to get a little bit of momentum going their way. It's going to be a daunting task for him, but he's willing to take that task. Takes down Tristan live off of the big scout play, but the running gun from Nishfish calls that round 7-0 for the North OC Kraken Blue, who are jumping out to a dominant start on this map early on the defender side.
Yeah, very, very dominant start for them. But again, this map is a little bit more defensively sided. That's the one thing I will have to say. The attacks, you have to make such a long rotation around that it makes it very, very clunky to actually switch sites on this map. So you can see a little bit of a defender advantage, one would say. And having characters like Chamber and Brimstone to sort of deny the space, deny the control, I love that thus far.
So we now start to see the North OC Kraken Blue holding strong on the defender side. You said it best, this is a very strong defender map. A lot of easy rotation through that teleporter that you can get, but the Macomb Triton not going to let that be the deciding factor here as Maze trying to mount a little bit of an idea here. And Tristan live with a double kill. Reborn takes down Maze as well. And now Collateral trying to prevent the collateral damage here. Labana Drew, though, going to be able to take him down, and it comes down to Bad at Games once again in a 1v4 situation, caught around the corner by Reborn, and the North OC Kraken Blue jump to an 8-point lead, 8-0 up on the Macomb Triton.
And we're starting to see the snowball effect, right? When you start winning maps in Valorant, the issue is that the economy of the losing team is just so down, it's so out, it's so shambles. They really need that momentum to sort of push them back up and push them into a good position. So if we see the losing team right here win a map, or win a single round, that could shift the momentum. The question is, will they be able to? I believe they're going to be on a half buy or mostly a save this round, so this might not be the round to do it.
It's going to be a very daunting task for them to take as Nishfish makes things a little bit less manageable as Maze goes down early on. North OC Crack and Blue have the advantage now personnel-wise. They have that point advantage as well up on the board. Sagewall coming down for Luna, trying to get out of there with his life. Cyber holding that corner very, very strong. They're not giving up on this A site just yet. Just trying to suss out what they can do with the Sage Wall down, with the smokes coming down from the brim as well. Luna trying to play a little bit of peekaboo here, catch some heads, but her head is very, very vulnerable there as Cyber proves that once and again with the one tap. And now a 5v3 situation looms for the Macomb Triton.
Yeah, and it feels like the Kraken aren't even scared at this point. Reborn just taking the decay of the Viper smoke at this point. Doesn't even matter. They're going to be able to push up. They're going to just be able to slice and dice this situation. Drops to 10 HP. Doesn't matter. Gets the pick on the bad at games. And now it's going to be the entire personnel advantage for them. It's just going to be Perka left again. The solo player with the Marshall. Is he going to be able to find the head? No, he will not. And now the enemies know exactly where he is. They know the positioning. They could do a serious amount to the economy if they want. Reborn says there's no shot at that. Finds the pick onto the same agent and takes that round as well.
You are in a really dire spot right now if you are on that attacker side. Even with things being a defender side map, you have to get a couple of rounds up. However, you still have 3 rounds left, and if you get all 3 of those rounds, the 9-3 curse could come into play.
We got to see the 9-3 curse at some point in time. I want to see it. Like, the 9-3 curse, if you're not familiar to the Valorant terminology, is if a team is ever down 3-9, they always got to come back. They always got to win it. It's just
inevitable. It's destiny. As the Macomb Triton going to be trying to pick up their first round here in round 10. North OC Crack and Blue once again just very strong on defense. Collateral, though, making that not very, it's not going to stand as he's going to take that first pick up on the board, and the Macomb Triton now have a personnel advantage. Nishfish, though, gets rid of that personnel advantage for them. It's a 4v4 situation as the Macomb Triton trying to push down this hallway a little bit, zoning out Nishfish's Perka, and now a 4v3 situation pushing on to this A site. Luna trying to go for the plant on the board, but the Jet coming through. Tristan Live able to get the big elim off of that ult. Just flying through. Cyber as well, able to take down Perka. Now around that corner awaits him the Sage. He knows the Sage is there off of that utility usage. It's a 2v2. Bomb is down for the Macomb Triton, who are trying to pick up that first round. They have the personnel to do so as Collateral makes it a 1v2 situation for Labana Drew, who's going to try and clutch it up. And we are potentially entering 9-3 curse territory as the Macomb Triton take their first round.
And that's the significance of stopping the snowball effect. That's why we're saying it could be so possible, because now that they've won that round, they get to save some of their weapons. Their economy is bolstered. They get more of a bonus for winning the round than losing a round. And even though a couple of their players got eliminated there, it doesn't matter because they're going to get a little bit of a bonus for even getting frags in that match, getting eliminated. And with a lot of bonuses in their favor, this could be the turning point. This could be where we see the Macomb Triton start to pop off.
Really not going to be going down without a fight. That's what that last round told us, is the Macomb Triton once again trying to push over towards that A site, just sussing out where the enemies are, trying to get that early information, pick damage, whatever you want to call it. Now we start to see a little bit of a change-up potentially here as well, as Collateral trying to mount a little bit of a potential push over towards this site. Labana Drew hanging at the back, able to get that first pick off on Bad at Games on that op, and now things are starting to get a little bit dangerous on the site. Maze able to get a pick off, and Perka goes down as well. Labana Drew absolutely popping off on the op, a double kill coming out for him, able to hold off Hookah, and now Tristan Live able to take down Luna, and things so far for the Kraken Blue are going all in their favor, but now Collateral with a collateral kill! A chain of kills coming out for him, making things a little bit more manageable as the Macomb Triton up 2-1 over Labana Drew. And he's been strong on this op, but he's going to need to take the rest of these players out.
With the operator, it doesn't really matter that Mace and teammate are on low HP at this point because the op is a one-shot gun. So their HP doesn't matter. And it's so hard to clutch a 2v1 with an op. Luckily, it is the ultimate op. It is the tour de force. And if the Macomb Triton are able to get this plant off, this could be a potential clutch if they're just able to play for time, because now it's going to be Labana Drew on a timer. They need to get onto the site, they need to find the picks, and they need to defuse the spike.
Labana Drew just trying to play defense. He has 30 HP to his name. It's going to be a very tough spot to be in, but so far with 2 kills on the board, just got to double it, get that 4th kill. Maze as well has low HP. Now he doesn't know where they are, but they don't know where he is either, and things are starting to get a little bit peekaboo-y here as Labana Drew caught out by Collateral, and Collateral picks up his 3rd kill on this game.
That Prowler movement from Collateral, absolutely incredible. If you don't know, Fade is a new agent to Valorant, so the fact that Collateral is able to pick up this agent so quickly, be able to utilize them so effectively. Fade, if you know how to use her, is so deadly. Able to mark out opponents like any other initiator, but also able to use Prowlers to sort of roam around the map, figure out where your opponents are, and if you're able to get to them in time, get that concussion, get that blind, and get the advantage in a fight.
As the 9-3 curse potential looms on, just want to give you a bracket update. The winner of this team will go on to face the Ackworth Valkyrie for a chance at the grand finals. But to do that, you're going to have to get through Reborn. Luna goes down, and it's a 4v5 situation up on the board early on for the Macomb Triton, who are once again trying to make that 9-3 curse look to be reality. Nishfish takes down Maze as well, and now you're in a little bit of a dire spot here, pushed into that corner, and Cyber is really just going to full send it into the fray here with that ult coming through. Caught off by that off, but it's not going to be enough as Bad at Games not going to be able to finish the kill off. Perka will, though, and it's a 3v3 situation for the Macomb Triton and North OC Kraken Blue right before the switch.
Macomb Triton did an amazing job of turning around that situation, and even more amazing job for somebody like Collateral just turning online. I think it was the Overwatch that they played before. They just had to, you know, get used to the game again, and now that they're used to the game, now that they're actually online, they're able to pick up huge kills just like that. Perka gets the pick, Spike goes down, it's just on the back of Nishfish with the operator.
And partner, we said it when it was 9-0. We might be seeing the 9-3 curse potentially come into play here, but Nishfish not looking to let that happen here, as he might believe in those curses, and you do not want to be subject to that curse. Has the high ground on the op here, so 1v2 situation with the bomb down. So not only do you have to clutch up in terms of eliminations, but you've got to get that bomb as well.
This feels like deja vu to me. It's the same situation. They have the op, they may not be the same player, and it may not be the same situation as Nishfish finds one. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Collateral, 5 HP and a dream. At this moment, it could happen, and they're going for it. Are they going to be able to find it? And Collateral finds it. The attackers are going to win, and the question is, do we believe in the 9-3 curse? I believe in the 9-3 curse.
Do we believe in the 9-3 curse? Partner, it is going to be a matter of time until we see if that can come into play here. We switch on over as the switch comes through, and we have the 9-3 curse potentially in play once again. You explained it as well. For those of you guys who might not have been in the queue when we were talking about that, though, it is rumored that if you go down 9-3, or you have a 9-3 deficit entering the switch, and you go on to that other side of things, you might potentially be able to swing things back in your favor, and especially on a map like this, where the attacker side is very, I guess, undervalued. The defender side is very dominant. This could be a 9-3 curse in the making.
And remember, this map actually started out with the Kraken Blue being up 9-0. So the Macomb Triton doing an amazing job at turning it around. And the question is, will the curse happen? I believe. I 1,000,000% believe, but Drew trying to make me eat my words there with the first early pick on Luna that may or may not amount to much, because remember, it is the pistol round. Everybody's starting out with very low value, and it seems to be the shotgun round for Mace with that shorty.
You could argue that this round is absolutely key to win, because if you get that pistol round, you get the utility early on, and you could get up to 11 rounds up on the board, and that could be all for momentum when it comes to the Kraken Blue. The Macomb Triton really going to need to pick up this round, but down 3v5 in this series with 1 minute left on the clock. The North OC Kraken Blue breathing down their neck on this site. It's really tough.
And it might be hard to tell, and if you can see on the mini map in the top left, there's these little these little turquoise like outlines. On Bind, those are actually teleporters. So what they did is they pushed to B site and then teleported to A site, able to get onto A site, able to take a commanding position. They still don't have the spike down, but it might not matter as Perka left to solo clutch.
And last man standing, it is Perka in this Showers hallway, and Reborn brings him down, and it's 10-3 in favor of the attackers. The 9-3 curse, we heard it a little bit behind us. The 9-3 curse no longer in play potentially here, as the North OC Kraken Blue finally stopped the snowball effect of the Macomb Triton. We're starting to get up on that board.
And now the Kraken Blue have their buy round. Well, Luna and the rest of the Macomb Triton on the save round. They only have pistols, very minimal weapons, not even any shields. With the Kraken Blue able to afford basically whatever. They have utility, they have armor, they have everything they need to win. But the question is, will they win it out? Because remember, defensive-sided map, will they be able to find any entry picks? Able to clear out this sort of heaven position, and Perka actually able to find the first pick just with a pistol. That could be massive.
They know him for his one taps, able to get the pistol one tap off, and now it's a 4v5 in favor of the Macomb Triton, who once again have that artillery disadvantage. Tristan Live making it a 4v4 now, as they're gonna look to try and make an offensive push here onto this upcoming site. Once again, up 10-3 as well. You have that artillery advantage, so you have the potential to make this within 2 of winning this series and moving on into that semifinal. Cyber around the corner here, able to catch off Bad at Games, and now it's a 4v5 bomb going down for the North OC Kraken Blue, who once again have that artillery advantage. Luna trying to prove, though, that that does not matter off the back of 2 kills, and Nishfish and Cyber going down. Tristan Live, though, another 2 kills coming off. Now he has 3 on the board, and it comes down once again to Perka, who started off this round in a big way with that pick. Now you're going to need 2 more on that pistol, and it is going to be a tough spot to be in here, trying to suss out this site, figure out who is there, and oh my goodness, Face just brings him down. Tristan Live, last man standing on this site for the Kraken Blue. The defuse potentially coming through, and a 4K for Tristan Live as the North OC Kraken Blue inch within 2 of winning this best of 1.
But that last round proved that they're going to make it close. They're going to fight to the last breaths here, and they are not going to give up. They can never give up. The Triton, in a situation like this, they may be down, but they are not out. And now they're on their full buy. Well, it's going to be a bonus round for the attackers thus far. So may see their first chance to take the advantage, but if they're not able to win this round, and it does go over to the Kraken, it may be game, set, and match.
Now we have the artillery coming out for both sides of the equation. Tristan Live and Labana Drew, though, starting off very strong with 2 back-to-back eliminations, freeing up this A-site push, and they have been really dominant on this push on the attacker side of things. Nishfish coming through with the plant now. They're trying to make that 12th round come in very, very quickly here. Perka, though, not going to be allowing that to go through very easily. Taking down Labana Drew, making things a little bit more manageable for them. Trying to get Reborn, but Reborn peeks right around the corner. Bad at Games, able to take down Tristan Live in the back as well. And now, Bad at Games, trying to mount to push onto the site, making it a 2v2, taking down Reborn. With that bomb down, you not only have to clutch out the 2v2, you've got to get that bomb defused as well. Collateral from the high ground as well, trying to push in, get that util out on the board. But Cyber able to catch him off guard, and it comes down to Bad at Games trying to prove that his name is not accurate. Trying to catch them off guard. The spray transfer does not go in his favor. A 3K for Bad at Games, but it does not matter. As now, the Macomb Triton are lingering on match point. They got to come back.
I mean, the Triton have to win out here. They need to put up basically 10 rounds in a row if they want to keep their dream alive at the XP League Finals. And I know everybody wants to do that. Everybody wants their chance. It is a defensive-sided map. They may have gone down there, but they got a lot of picks, so they're not out. That could have sort of countered out the artillery, the buy that the Kraken have. So still fairly even in terms of economy, but the push seems to be very, very solid from the Kraken Blue as they're just taking the site. Sage Wall is going to come out to sort of deny the space, as well as the Prowler and the Slow. That's going to force them back, or force them to at least stall a little bit. It doesn't even matter, though, as Labani and Drew finds one early.
And another one as well up on the board, able to take down Collateral. The collateral damage coming through, Spike initiating onto that site, and they have just been absolutely instilling their will on that A site. This could be it. The Kraken Blue looking to cement this round and go on to face the Ackworth Valkyrie. Reborn able to pick up another kill, and now it's a 2v5 situation for the Macomb Triton, who are able to make that a 1v4. And my goodness, Reborn calls game! The Ackworth Valkyrie and North OC Kraken Blue will be facing each other tonight in those semifinals for a chance at a date with the Madison Marvels in the finals.
And everybody wants to show up on these matches. That was absolutely amazing from the Kraken Blue. They were so dominant. They proved that curses, maybe we were a little bit superstitious. Maybe they just don't exist. Maybe, you know, We got too far ahead of ourselves.
We got a little bit too excited with the 9-3 curse, you might say. But nonetheless, that is going to go ahead and take us into the Fortress, where we got some updates coming through. Let's go ahead and hear what they have for us, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. Who is excited for the end of the day Overwatch games? There we go. Thank you. Thank you. That's better.
I think everybody's had their caffeine run out, Aaron.
Yeah, a little bit, but we still have a little bit more for you today. Right now, we've got the elimination bracket finals coming in, and this is actually their second map here. What do you think so far of this game from what we've seen?
So yeah, winner of this goes to that elimination bracket final tomorrow against the Nomads, but so far the Shogun, you can tell they're still a little flustered from earlier today. And I think that's fair, the way they lost that, with that being as close as it was. But they started to get a grip early. They did win 2-1, as it was a one win in a round from North OC. So now I'm curious to see, is North OC going to be able to use a little bit of a different composition with the Hog, with the Echo as well, to kind of throw off the Shogun, as this is a map that historically is not played in XP League very often. Would it be kind of this dive map? But we've seen it a few times today, so kind of curious to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, we got some early damage coming in from the side of Sea Serpent. He's had a really good performance. Oh, Beef Jerk taking out Spiff right there out of the gate, trying to make sure that there is no chance for those heals to come in. But here comes the res, and we can see our bracket over to the side here. And as we see, the winner of this is going to go against the Franklin Nomads. And it is just such, we could potentially see another Franklin v Franklin, or we can see North OC move on and try to vie for their spot in the grand final. So this is just very, very exciting stuff here. And as we said, so Franklin has taken the lead in this series here. And so they are exactly where they want to be. And so hopefully, they shut this out and finish up and be able to finish out their day knowing that they're going to the finals tomorrow. But we will have to see, and this action is just awesome.
And I believe no matter who wins this, we get a rematch of an earlier game. North OC played Franklin Nomads in the very first game of the day, and then obviously Shogun got knocked down here by the Nomads in that upper semi. So both of these teams want a crack of revenge at those Nomads who are kind of just sitting and kind of watching this game. You got to think like, all right, you get to kind of look at your competition before the game tomorrow morning, and so far, Shogun not able to get too far in this. NOC Kraken have a very good hold on the high ground here, and it's been really tough for the Shogun to push on through, especially when the Kraken have had such great hooks coming in from Magically, especially. So now the Shogun just trying to poke at him, trying to figure out what is going to be the next call here, as they have really not been able to have any control up top.
Yeah, just an absolutely awesome performance here so far from both teams. Glassman taking a little bit of big damage there, needs to back up a little bit. Here comes the copied Hog ult, picks up one. That's a really good use there. Beef Jerk picking up one himself, and as we see Echo come back to her original form and trying to beam down this junk right here. Beef Jerk in a tough spot, and he falls to Torrent of Magic, and it looks like the Echo is just going on a little bit of a tear, just going after anything that she sees. The Monkey picking up the Mercy there. That is a really big kill for him. He's really just denied a lot of heals on point. Very, very important.
And these kills just keep coming through. The only one that's fallen so far for the Shogun is Glassman, but these kills just keep on coming. Dark Magic has honestly had nobody to contest him as soon as Sea Serpent died, because that's really the only person that can challenge them in the air. A great sleep cancels out the Valk. No context will get sent back to spawn. It'll be 3.5 minutes in the time bank for the second phase of Nirvani. And this is where we've seen teams get held for a long time today. And especially the second half of this point, it's really funky if the defense can get a good setup on the high ground. But when you're getting staggers like this, you can take that control yourself.
Glassman going up top, seeing he's looking for the Death Blossom. He's trying to look around. If this Monkey can give good information, they might be able to see. It looks like he might try to drop to the right here. They're up in the air. This is going to be huge. And looks like he doesn't even need to use it. Their flux was absolutely massive. Oh my goodness. Picking up 5 kills over there. And there goes the 6th. The team kill absolutely huge from the side of the Shogun. absolutely dominating fight there.
You can tell that he jumped down with the intent to blossom. Like, you can tell he kind of just stood there thinking like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he realized there was so many kills on the board. He's like, you know what? I'm going to hold on to this, save it for a rainy day, and we'll just wait to see what he does with it. Here it is. The rainy day comes in. Looks like 1, 2. Do we see a third? Not quite, but still absolutely huge from the side of Franklin. Just it is all red side here as they continue to push this payload.
Yeah, and the one place teams are getting stuck all day, they just go right through because they got those stagger picks. They don't have to deal with NOC actually being able to set up. Instead, they're the ones setting up and making NOC kind of settle for their positioning. So now, again, 3.5 minutes back on the clock. It'll be Demon Ninja actually going over to the Wrecking Ball now and off of the Winston. Maybe trying to chaos, a little more chaos in the back, but
my goodness,
yes,
he got torn
crowd
down.
control is a thing,
Wow.
and yeah, they may be rethinking that choice very quickly.
Yeah, I honestly, on this point in particular, I don't know that I see I don't know that Ball was the best swap, and you see he might be swapping off of it already. Yep, moving back to the Reinhardt. Much better choice here, I think, just all around. But
especially when you're down like that. Like,
yeah.
They got flashed, rocked, they got shield bashed. I think that's the world telling you to swap.
Yep, that is not even the world. That is NOC Kraken saying no more of that. Oh man, Shock getting in the way of the pin. I think he was up a little bit. I don't know that he saw that coming. My goodness, Shogun absolutely dominating here on the point, doing such a good job pushing the Kraken out of there. They're just fighting in spawn here, and it is just an absolute bloodbath.
And they're just holding those doors like we've seen teams do all day long, as that is just so common for teams to move that way. Granted, a few got through. Magic was able to get one pick off. They are back on the Wrecking Ball now to try and stall for a little bit. Maybe playing almost like a little bit of tank mystery heroes in this game, it seems like. But this cart almost there, but honestly a great stall so far from C-Servant. They are eventually going to get rocked though, and that, never mind. Great time. These stalls just keep coming in, but eventually,
excellent.
2:07 left on the clock, but a decent stall, all things considered. They took probably another 20, 30 seconds off the clock, and we can see if that matters down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, a lot of what Overwatch is a game of time and just trying to play with what time you have to the best of your advantage. These kids, you can see, getting so excited as they're going into their, potentially could be their, their last round here.
Yeah, their last map of the day, potentially, as you can see, Coach Brick just talking to the players as, just a little bit of a, all right, let's go, good job, and let's keep it going. As again, there was a little bit of moments, especially early on, where it's like, all right, how do we actually take this high ground? Because it's been so long since they've played that map. But they do eventually get it done. Now, I'm looking at North OC. I was kind of curious if we were going to see it. They're teasing the far right now. They could be baiting us because
it's true.
Teams do it all the time. But they're teasing the Pharah right now. And on this phase of the map and third phase, Pharah, it can be ridiculously good. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to stick to that or if they're more just going to try it out and then swap right back.
I'm hoping that we see the Pharah Mercy on this point. Like you said, it is very, very good, though could be kind of tough. We see the Ashe sitting there. We see the Torb. That is some good pressure to put on the Pharah. The Torb turret can lock onto her pretty easily, and Ashe as well. Just such a good hit scan character to deal with her. So we're going to see, but it looks like we have a little bit of maybe a counter dive here. Looking at the monkey sitting in the room there will be going after diving on some of the squishier targets, and really excited to see what kind of work is done. They need to drop down and to stop this cart from going underneath, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to head down there. They're going to let it go underneath, let it start going through that little pathway there. And I think if you're NOC, you need to drop back and stop that push, and it doesn't look like they're opting to do so.
Yeah, NOC's kind of just continue to move this cart, and there's no reason not to. As now you're stuck underneath. This is where the Shogun have to decide if they're going to drop or stay up, and that may be their call. Like, okay, maybe it is time to drop. If Caesar are able to take out their main counter in Dario Magic, but the rest of the kills not falling their way. Jerk now just trying to get Spiff and just can't. Both of them barely going to survive with just a little bit of health, and may just call it an even fight for now.
Yeah, Shogun is in a really
I think Beef Jerk accepted. It's like, all right.
He's like, yeah, this is happening.
Just do it.
ends up taking himself out there, and it looks like the Sea Serpent trying to rain down, taking out the turret, making one less thing she has to worry about, but she falls to Spiff. He gets the head clicks that is needed to finish that out, and it is just
and Spiff's just not stopping.
No,
they're going to drop behind, and
aggressive transition.
They at least had their escape button, but now North OC, they don't have to worry about this huge ultimate that is a big counter to almost everything they almost have. Is now Spiff is going to get taken out. They get a little bit too far in for their own good.
Spiff said, "This isn't an escape button. This is an attack button.
This is a go button." But now they have that tactical visor with no transcendence to worry about to negate it. So NOC not in a horrible spot, especially with the barrage as well, almost online.
Yeah, barrage looking here. You got 93%, just needs a little bit more splash damage, and we'll have that up. Sea Serpent looking around, trying to get a few good pokes, and they need to keep pushing his payload. They've got 2 on right now. That's exactly where they want to be doing. And see Dragon Magic here on the Ashe. Got Bob ready to go. It's a good stall point, but it looks like it's stuck behind that barrier there. He isn't going to be able to see anybody. Gets a little bit of damage. He does pick up the Reinhardt, but it looks like the attack visor coming in absolutely huge, getting 3 kills. Sea Serpent getting a barrage on Shogun there, and they are just completely finishing out this fight in the best way possible. They need to continue to push here. They need to hold this and try to get some additional time in the time bank. I don't think Shogun will be able to come back. There wasn't enough time for them in the respawn, and so now we're going into the second part of this map. Like you said, the high ground at this part, absolutely crucial.
And I think that's why the Shogun didn't push in, because they didn't believe they could win the recontest because they used a lot of ultimates in the previous fight, and they're going to elect to have better positioning in this second phase. And obviously it's a gamble, because if it doesn't work out, then you gave up a lot of time over at NOC that you could have stalled out. But if it does work, we've seen teams get stuck here for so long today that it could be, you know, the big gamble to get you to day 2.
Yeah, you know, a lot of Overwatch is a little bit of a gamble in these different choices that you're making, because you don't, you know, you do your best to figure out how the enemy is going to respond, but it doesn't always quite work out in your favor, and it is just trying to do the best you absolutely can, and these kids are doing such an amazing job. Sea Serpent in a little bit of danger and falls to Dark Magic. That is a really, really good pick. He gets 2, gets 3. Oh my goodness, he's on a tear. Gets 4. Hey. Wow, he is running away.
Spiff steals the 4. Oh. They're kind of like, did you really steal that? Really?
Yeah, come on,
have to. As the cart's done, yeah. So they can reset up now on this high ground if they would choose. We're going to see if NOC is going to be able to see that coming or not. Magically does make a swap that I do really like. Going over to the D.Va, they realize that a lot of the DPS is coming from Dark Magic and Spiff. So now they can try dive and try and counteract it. They're taking them. I don't know where they're taking them. Taking them outside maybe to the rain, but hey, the rest of their team can clean it up. So not advised, but it works.
Yeah, there's the team kill. It obviously worked out for them. And Franklin Shogun are doing such a good job here on the defense. These Nomads, they have their work cut out for them.
The Nomads are probably looking at this like, all right, if we just gotta see how this game goes, and some of them are staying at the same hotel, some of them are gonna see each other tomorrow morning. It's like, gonna be a little bit of a weird situation. Spiff just takes out the entire pharmacy combo and is now on the flank.
Yeah,
I think we've seen it all today.
Absolutely, and we misspoke. The Krakens here, not the Nomads, obviously. But Spiff, he's got what he likes to call his attack button ready to go, and we'll see what work makes of it. We got a lot of ults here online, 4 or 5 on each team, and it's just really, really. This is going to be a crucial fight here.
Looking at Shock, you gotta lay in that shadow to at least kind of disorientate this team a little bit. Granted, you can't shatter the high ground where Spiff's just kind of hanging out. Oh, a little bit of flank potentially as well from Demon Ninja, who also has the shatter of his own.
I'm about to be mad impressed with this man. This is, they saw him, but the shatter comes in nonetheless. Demon Ninja going right through the enemy team. The hook he brought, when the hook came in, he says, that's fine, you bring me to you. Boom, the shatter comes in. Incredible, and Dario Magic picking up 2 kills to finish out that fight. Incredible work. 28 seconds left. There is not a lot of time for the Kraken to recontest. They really need to make a short work of this fight, and they don't have quite the ult economy, I think, Shock is going to have an absolute huge shatter here.
And it's a huge Gravitic Flux early. As I think Dario thinks nobody's there. As the rest of your team is trying to fight. But it was a huge Gravitic Flux early. Now the picks just keep coming through. Nurkanta's restalling at this point. He's going to send us into overtime. But the question is, who's going to be able to touch next? It looks like it's going to be Magically, if anybody. But now that they're back on the hog, they don't have the movement. And freaking Shogun.
They are going to the final.
They get the rematch. A battle for Tennessee, Volume 4?
Volume 4, I believe, yeah. Just incredible. We can see our play of the game here for Reiner Fan. He had the Sigma. Let's take a look. The Gravitic Flux coming in, picking up 3. Yeah, we saw that earlier. And this was where Glassman decided, I don't need to use my ult here. Yeah, Reiner Fan just, he did all the work for me. It is absolutely an amazing, amazing game there. So proud of all these students. They did such a good job. You see them behind me congratulating one another. And the sportsmanship here is just amazing. I'm so proud of these students for that alone.
Yeah, it's incredible. And now we got quite a day ahead of us tomorrow. But there's one more game left. And we're going to send it back over to the live venue as we have the lower bracket semifinal going on. And the winner of this gets the challenge triangle in that lower bracket final to try and play Madison. It should be a fantastic game. But we're going to send it right back over to the live venue.
Thank you so much, guys. We are entering what is actually the quarterfinals of this series as the Kraken Blue are just about ready to take on the Ackworth Valkyrie. Actually, the game is ongoing right now. And once again, winner of this has a date tomorrow with the Triangle Minotaur in those semifinals to take on what will be the Madison Marvels in the grand finals, who just punched their ticket. But we are going to get right into things early on here as the attackers mounting an early lead off of that pistol round. Now they have some utility to work with. That is the Ackworth Valkyrie, as the North OC Kraken Blue on defense now do not have much to work with in terms of utility, but they're still going to be trying to make something out of nothing here. As LeBron and Drew able to get a little bit of utility coming out here. Polks with the spike going down. And LeBron and Drew right around the corner catches him off guard. Tristan live with a double kill of his own, putting up absolute numbers. And now the Ackworth Valkyrie in a 1v2, a 2v2, a 1v1. And Akoa puts an end to what could have been a dominant push from the North OC Kraken Blue, able to pick up that second round that you expect out of that pistol round off of a 3K for him. And now the Ackworth Valkyrie off to an early 2-0 lead.
I gotta say, that round is absolutely incredible, though. Tristan on the chamber, utilizing one of the newer angles actually created on this map. There's sort of like a hole through the middle of the B site, and you can sort of peak damage and actually finds 2 picks just off of a newly added position on the map, and absolutely incredible map awareness. But the Ackworth Valkyrie chose to go back to Icebox here, and I think that's substantial because we remember how good Straticus was on this map on the Viper. Every time you saw green on your screen, it was either a Viper smoke, a Viper pit, a Viper wall, and that is so good at slicing up the site, at finding space, at finding control, and Straticus is just so good on the Viper role. Despite being controller, he's not even supposed to be the main fragger on the team, but he's been the main fragger. I believe KD of 2 in the previous matches, so absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no, you touched on it best yourself. Straticus using that utility to his advantage on the Viper. Really expert plays coming out from him. Some big brain plays on top of that as well. But it's not only the utility usage. It's not just it's not just utility. It is the ability to get those frags, hit those headshots. And I guess you kind of know him for your headshots at that point. Here is now we start to see the Ackworth Valkyrie. They have that bomb down on this B site, and the rotations are coming through. It's going to be an absolute mosh pit as we have a 5v5 looming here with the bomb down. You could argue right now that the Ackworth Valkyrie, they have that momentum early on of those 2 rounds, but they also have the momentum having that bomb down. Reborn trying to prove that momentum is nothing, as Cyber as well takes down Akoa, and now it's a 3v2 situation for the Ackworth Valkyrie, making things a little bit, oh my goodness, a chain of kills coming out, and now it's a 1v1. Brooks versus Cyber, a little bit of peekaboo action, and Brooks with a triple kill takes game round 3 for the Ackworth Valkyrie. Taken out by that spike, but it does not matter one bit 3 rounds on the board for the Ackworth Valkyrie, and they're jumping out to a strong start early on.
And that was the bonus round for the Ackworth Valkyrie as well. They're not actually slated to win that. They had a little bit less loadout value on that round, but it didn't even matter. They still showed up. They still put out amazing frags, and they were still able to take that round off of just genius placement, genius positioning, and genius overall space. But we'll have to see the genius of the Kraken really show up here. We have a very interesting hold, a little bit of aggressive hold onto the B side, and a little bit of a split hold from these other players. I think that's because the chamber of the Kraken has the ultimate online and using it to sort of peek out mid. The ultimate for chamber is the tour de force. It is the op, and so powerful at range.
Utilities coming through early on onto this A side as they're looking to mount that push, peeking around that corner as Cyber has to dodge for his life. Now swinging right back out, able to get one. There's another one right around that corner there, and now there's another one right in front of him. Does not matter as Brux caught off guard, and Cyber with a triple kill on the board now. Trying to go for that fourth, not gonna be able to as Akoa finally takes him down. Tristan Live able to get the pick off on Blitz, and it comes down to this. Akoa on the site alone. Rotation coming through for Labana Drew. And Tristan right around that corner catches him off guard. And Akoa has the 3K of his own. It's a 1v1. Labana Drew with the utility disadvantage here, but Akoa with the health disadvantage. The Ackworth Valkyrie looking to get that 4th kill up on the board. Now it's going to be a matter of who spots who out around this corner right here. Trying to get a little bit of utility movement. Game of peekaboo. It's a game of who's going to peek who as the spike is down as well. Peeking right around the corner. It's Akoa who takes the round. The Ackworth Valkyrie jumping out to a 4-0 lead off of a 4K from Akoa.
Akoa, that was absolutely incredible. Good, sir. 20 HP doesn't even matter in that situation. The crosshair placement, impeccable. Didn't even need that second shot. It's just the first shot. It hits. It's a headshot, and it's that dominant on the Phantom. Able to pick that up nice and easy, and that's going to be the 4-0 lead for the Ackworth Valkyrie. But Kraken kind of scrambling now. The economy is getting a little bit low, so this is kind of going to be dire straits for their team.
You're really going to have to play at that economic disadvantage here while the Ackworth Valkyrie just stacking on the credits. Now just trying to get a little bit of information, pushing over towards this site. The drone coming out. Pokes, spots out Labana Drew, not able to get the pick off. Blitz, though, will follow up with the pick. Brux as well, getting a pick up on. And now Tristan Live. It is going to be a 3v3. Both teams knotted up 3 apiece. With the Ackworth Valkyrie, they have that momentum once again, but it's going to be a no personnel advantage going either way as Cyber spots Straticus in the back lines. And now there's a personnel advantage for the Kraken Blue, who are trying to push over towards this site, make sure that they don't get caught off guard as the Ackworth Valkyrie slowly but surely making that attacker push.
It's so hard to make this push, though. There's so many angles you have to clear, and you have to do it so slowly. You have to check above you, below you, in every position, but they are going to initiate it. The spike plant goes down. KO Knife to sort of deny the space, and they realize nobody's actually on this site. All of them are off site, and all of them have to rotate in. It's going to be Cyber looking for that early push. Does have the Bladestorm ultimate if they want to use it in this situation, but with a personnel advantage, I don't know if you want to invest this ult. But right now, just waiting for some time, waiting for some space.
The Ackworth Valkyrie really just playing with that bomb. They have the bomb down. They can really make it work for them. They have come to a little bit of a standstill here as both teams just trying to figure out where they want to play from as the Ackworth Valkyrie. Once again, they have that spike down. We're going to actually go ahead and cut right back to us. We might be having a little bit of Valorant issues, but that's perfectly fine. Once again, though, we are seeing a strong start early on for the Valkyrie squad. And again, up on that board, they just actually took that attacker round as 5-0 for the Ackworth Valkyrie. Now, as we get back into that gameplay screen once again, do bear with us. Thank you. We have that timeout coming through, but
I
what
think
do you
I know
have
what
to say,
happened.
partner?
I think I know what happened.
What happened?
Remember that match that went to like round 50?
Oh,
that eventually
no.
caught up to them. It
Oh,
had to
no.
have crashed it, right? Like at some point in time.
It has to.
It had to have, and a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll make sure we get it all sorted, and it's all in good fun here. But, I mean, so far, it's been absolute domination from Ackworth Valkyrie. What do you think the Kraken can do to sort of switch up the strategies here?
Well, I think you really have to look at these last 5 rounds and forget about them. Just forget about them, especially once you get your